What is bullshit? In a few words, you can get a Maserati without breaking a sweat, which is awesome. What is pull wind? Having a Maserati, but not opening it, running with open arms and pouty buttocks, is called pulling the wind. There was an unprecedented traffic jam at the entrance of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, because all the vehicles on the road stopped here, and all the pedestrians stopped to watch. They were all staring at Ling Yun in stunned eyes. Watching Ling Yun use the most incredible method in history to turn around Maserati. It is said to be the most incredible method in history. In fact, the method Ling Yun used is very simple. This guy pushed the Maserati to the school gate, then sank his body, grabbed the rear chassis with both hands, and lifted the Maserati all at once. Ling Yun carried the rear of the Maserati, moved 5 steps laterally, and directly aimed the front of the car at the gate of the campus, then put it down gently, pouted his butt again, and with a sound of exclamation, pushed the car and rushed directly into the campus. Today has really opened my eyes. I have shown the gate of No. 1 Middle School for so many years, but I have never seen anyone pushing a Maserati into the campus. The 60-year-old man who looked after the door of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School opened his head, his eyes were round, and he muttered to himself with his mouth open. Ling Yun and Morong Feishue spent only 3 or 4 minutes outside the school. Now, 10 minutes have passed since the entire big class break, which is the time when the campus is most crowded. My God, isn't that the Maserati? Yeah, why did Ling Yun push it back? Where did the beautiful lady in the car go? I'm dizzy. Last week, I ran wild on the playground with sandbags. Today, the shotgun is replaced by a Maserati? Ling Yun is too cool, right? Could it be that beauty gave him the Maserati? But why did he push it back? Idiot, you don't have to ask. Ling Yun definitely doesn't have a driver's license and can't drive. For a while, there was an uproar in the campus, especially when Ling Yun followed Morong Feishue into the car and left. More speculation. Ling Yun turned a deaf ear to these remarks, and quickly pushed the Maserati back downstairs, to the place where the car was parked. Boss. Ling Yun just stood up straight. He saw Tang Meng screaming and running towards him. Why? Ling Yun didn't blush or was out of breath, clapped his hands calmly, and asked Tang Meng. What's the matter with this car? Tang Meng pointed at the Maserati and asked Ling Yun with a face full of astonishment. Ling Yun smiled. Didn't I say get a sports car before the college entrance examination? Now I have it. Tang Meng was stunned for a moment. Why does this sound like the Arabian Nights? A Maserati. Say there is? Is this coming too soon? Ling Yun smiled and threw the car key to Tang Meng, then said, this car will be given to Ling Yu in the future. You help me lock the car, and drive it to my place of residence at noon. Then Ling Yun went straight to the teaching building regardless of Tang Meng, who was completely stunned. In the corridor of the teaching building, all the people were still talking about Ling Yun sitting on the Maserati and leaving the campus. When they saw Ling Yun pushing the Maserati back, they were all dumbfounded. What happened? Class 6 classrooms in high school. From the corridor, Zhang Ling saw Ling Yun pushing Maserati to the downstairs of the classroom. She was stunned for a while. And then ran straight into the classroom. Shanshan, that Maserati is back, and Ling Yun pushed it back. What? Pushing the Maserati back? Where's the girl? After Chao Shanshan got into the car and Ling Yun, she went back to the classroom in a sullen mood. It was only 5 or 6 minutes later when she heard the news brought by Zhang Ling, and she stayed the same for a long time. That woman? I didn't see it. She wasn't in the car anyway. I guess she left. Zhang Ling muttered there. Chao Shanshan couldn't think of why Ling Yun would push that Maserati back. Suspicious face. I saw Ling Yun holding the car key in his hand. I guess he couldn't drive it, so he pushed it back. Zhang Ling thought of a doubt and said to Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan racked her brains for a long time. In the end, she thought of the most impossible possibility. She opened her mouth wide and said dumbly, "Wouldn't that girl give the Maserati to Ling Yun?" "Ah? Impossible, right? I saw the price of that car on the internet, more than 4 million. Give it to Ling Yun? I think it's best to lend it to him to drive it, or the car suddenly breaks down. Let Ling Yun push back to the campus." Zhang Ling shook her head like a rattle. She didn't believe that any woman would be so generous. "Raise your hand to send a 4 million Maserati? Crazy?" Chao Shanshan smiled bitterly and said, "Maserati is bad if it's bad? How is that possible? You think such a good car is a piece of paper? Also, if that woman lent the car to Ling Yun, there's no need for him to push it. Come back, you should drive him back in a car." As soon as Zhang Ling heard Chao Shanshan's analysis, she also felt that it was reasonable, but she just didn't believe that there would be anyone in the world who could give Ling Yun a 4 million Maserati. "He's here, I'll know when he comes, I'll ask him." Zhang Ling was too lazy to waste her brain cells. She decided to directly ask Ling Yun what was going on. Ling Yun just entered the classroom. "Hey, Ling Yun, why did you push that car back? Where did you find that beautiful lady?" Seeing Ling Yun entering the classroom, Zhang Ling asked impatiently, in a sour tone. "I can't drive, what if I don't push it back?" "That girl is gone." Ling Yun walked to his seat, tucked his right hand in his trouser pocket, and tightly clutched his $1 million check. "That woman lent you the car? What does he have to do with you? Why would he give you such a good car?" Zhang Ling once again used her reporter spirit of breaking the casserole and asked to the end, chasing after Ling Yun and asking. At this time, all the students in class 3 and 6 of senior high school swarmed into the classroom. The question Zhang Ling asked was something they couldn't think of even if they tried to break their head, so they all pricked up their ears and listened to Ling Yun's answer. Chao Shanshan also held her breath, wanting to hear what Ling Yun had to say. Ling Yun just wanted to say that this was not loaned to him, but given to him, but suddenly remembered that he was on the cusp of the storm, so it would be better to keep a low profile, so he didn't answer Zhang Ling, just picked up a book of geography and focused on reading it. Book. Anyway, the car and the money are in hand, you can guess. Zhang Ling saw that she had asked 3 questions on her face, but Ling Yun ignored her and snorted in anger, turned her head and sat back in her seat. "Hey!" There was a sigh of regret in the classroom. A few minutes later, the 3rd class in the morning finally started, and the campus finally quieted down. In the provincial hospital, Morong Feishue returned to the door of Morong Winsher's ward. She stood at the door of the ward and took a dozen deep breaths in a row, before she suppressed the anger in her heart, and her face finally returned to normal. "Grandpa, I'm back." Morong Feishue pushed open the door of the ward and greeted Morong Winsher. When Morong Winsher saw his granddaughter came back, he immediately turned his head and asked, "How is it, Feishue? Have you seen Ling Yun?" Morong Feishue got angry when she heard the name Ling Yun, but Grandpa was still lying on the hospital bed, so she could only pretend to smile and say, "Grandpa, I've seen him, don't worry, I'm done." "It's all dealt with? How did you deal with it? Tell Grandpa." Morong Winsher chuckled. He was still very relieved about his granddaughter's ability to handle things. "Well, in order to repay his kindness, I gave him 1 million. In addition, I gave him the new Maserati I bought. Do you think this is okay?" Morong Feishue said in her heart that she could not hide it, so she might as well tell her grandfather directly so that he could be relieved. "Well, it's about 5 million. For us, it's just the price of a slightly better stone, but for him, it can already change his life. However, 5 million for your grandfather. To us, it seems that we are still a little stingy." Morong Winsher lay on the hospital bed and nodded, coughed lightly, and then continued, well, you can go to him in a few days, and say that when I can go to the ground, I will visit in person. Take a look at his family and see if they have any difficulties or requirements at home, and we will help if we can. What? Grandpa, you. Morong Feishua stomped her feet in a hurry, thinking that she had already given him 5 million. Why is Grandpa still thinking about repaying his kindness? Now, she doesn't want to see Ling Yun, this shameless guy, no matter what. It's settled, since he saved my life, this is fate, ahem. After Morong Wencher finished speaking, he stopped talking and closed his eyes to rest. Morong Feishua didn't dare to argue with her grandfather, she could only grit her teeth and said bitterly, humph, I really don't know that this shameless guy is a blessing that he has cultivated in several lifetimes. Such a good thing can even be met by him. At this time, Li Qingchuan, the #1 dude in Qingshui City, had just got off the plane and was walking out of Qingshui Airport. Tang Meng was right. When Li Qingchuan heard Tang Meng say on the phone last night that he would no longer interfere in Shui Mining's affairs, he immediately booked a flight for this morning and rushed back from the capital as if his ass was on fire. As he walked, he dialed Tang Meng's number. Hey, where are you, kid? Hurry up and pick me up at the airport to go to #1 middle school. I want to ask Ninger in person, who is he? He is so awesome, he dares to chase my wife, and you can't do anything about it. Tang Meng knew something was wrong when he received Li Qingchuan's call, but he answered it honestly. There was nothing he could do, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Brother Chuan, I'm studying at school. It's really inconvenient now. I want to sprint for the college entrance examination. Of course Tang Meng didn't have class, he was sitting in the driver's seat of Maserati, smoking a cigarette there comfortably. You sprint for the college entrance examination? Sprint. Hurry up and get over here, I'll only give you 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes, let's see how I'll deal with you. Li Qingchuan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Okay. It's exciting now. Tang Meng stared at his cell phone, shook his head with a wry smile, and started the Maserati. To be continued. To be continued. Guaranteed quality, the third is sent. Ask for a monthly pass. Only 6 votes away, only 6 votes away. Come on. Tang Meng held a cigarette in his left hand and the steering wheel in his right hand. For the first time in his life, he drove a Maserati on the roads of Qingshui City. At the same time, his brain was running fast, thinking about how to tell Li Qingchuan the ins and outs of the whole thing. Tang Meng is really in a dilemma. One is the idol and eldest brother who has been playing with his bear butt since childhood. The other is the newly recognized eldest brother and future eldest brother who decided to follow his whole life. The one that is more fierce is from the heart. To the little demon girl, Shui Mining, who didn't even take Tang Meng seriously on her face. Which he can't afford to offend. If the three collided, wouldn't Mars and Venus collided with Earth? In the end, Tang Meng still decided to say what he should say, and not say what he shouldn't, so as to save the 3 heads. After leaving the city, Tang Meng no longer had any scruples. He directly accelerated the car to 150 miles and galloped towards the airport. When approaching the airport gate, Tang Meng saw Li Qingchuan standing at the airport gate from a distance. I have to say that Li Qingchuan is indeed a well-deserved handsome guy. He wears leather shoes and is over 1.8 meters tall. With a B-waist, wearing a snow-white shirt and a navy blue tie, and holding his black designer suit with his right hand on his shoulder, the whole person looks like a lazy and charming temperament. He just stood here for a while, and there were already many women of all ages gathered at the gate of the airport, dawdling and refusing to leave, just to take a look at Li Qingchuan. However, Li Qingchuan seemed to be accustomed to this kind of gaze, and was simply calm, seeing a slightly more beautiful girl secretly looking at him, and even returned an ambiguous provocative look. Who the hell is this? It's more windy than me, and actually drove a Maserati to the airport to send people off? Li Qingchuan saw the blinking Maserati, but didn't notice that the driver was Tang Meng. After Tang Meng played a nice drift, he braked suddenly and stopped the Maserati in front of Li Qingchuan. Under Li Qingchuan's astonished gaze, he slowly lowered the right window. "Brother Chuan, get in the car." "Damn. I thought who was so arrogant. He even drove a Maserati to the airport to send someone off. It turned out to be your kid." Li Qingchuan opened the car door and got in the car. He threw his suit on the back seat of the car and said to Tang Meng, "Hey, it's the first time I drive a Maserati, it's really cool." Tang Meng turned the steering wheel, and the Maserati started up again and walked away. "Where did you do it?" Li Qingchuan took a Su cigarette handed over by Tang Meng, tapped the cigarette holder twice against the palm of his hand, and asked, casually, "I said it was my future wife, do you believe it?" Tang Meng smiled proudly and boasted in front of Li Qingchuan. "This kid seems to have forgotten that the cows in Qingshui City have been blown up by Ling Yun, and they have been blown crazy. And? Just you? Can you find a wife who can afford a Maserati? It's not that your brother looks down on you, it's hundreds of years too early." Li Qingchuan took the lighter that Tang Meng handed him, lit a cigarette and took a sip, faintly laughed. "The number one dude in Qingshui City is the number one dude." Although he sounded more anxious than anyone else on the phone, he really saw Tang Meng, and the calm and leisurely demeanor displayed in nature was still very flavorful. Tang Meng glanced at him and said, "Anyway, believe it or not, this is what my future brother-in-law gave to my future wife. I'll enjoy it first." "Stop, let's change positions." Li Qingchuan ignored Tang Meng's bragging. He saw Tang Meng driving so cool. "My heart is already itching." Although Tang Meng was reluctant, he still pouted and stopped the car, then sat in the co-pilot obediently. Li Qingchuan evoked a bright smile at Tang Meng. "Sit tight." Boom boom boom. The engine roared. Tang Meng looked at the pointer indicating the speed of the Maserati, and it reached 180 miles in almost 6 seconds. "Brother Chuan, please slow down, if the drive is broken, we can't afford to pay." Tang Meng slightly changed his color and reminded. "Fart, when did you see me brake the car?" Li Qingchuan smiled confidently, enjoying the thrill of the galloping speed, but he still had time to turn his head and asked Tang Meng, "Tell me, who the hell ate the guts of an ambitious leopard and dared to fight? What is your sister-in-law's idea? This dude is even more fierce." When Tang Meng talked about Ningling Yu, he had to add a future prefix to the front. Li Qingchuan actually called xuanhuan his wife. Of course, he only dared to be so arrogant with xuanhuan behind his back. If he really wanted to see xuanhuan, it was estimated that he was also a tiger who turned into a cat, and he wilted all of a sudden. Tang Meng said in his heart that who else is there, aren't you driving someone else's car? But he said, "Brother Chuan, it's not that I don't want to take care of it, but it's really inconvenient for me to intervene in this matter, so don't embarrass me. Anyway, you'll see Ninger soon, you can ask her yourself, isn't it clearer than asking me?" Li Qingchuan didn't believe in evil. He took a puff of cigarettes, then frowned slightly and said, "It's not even convenient for you to intervene, is it really that embarrassing? In our Qingshui City, is there anyone who is more arrogant than our brothers?" Tang Meng smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, no matter how strong we are, I'm afraid this kind of thing cannot be obtained by power or influence, right?" Well, Tang Meng's current strategy is to minimize Li Qingchuan's enthusiasm, otherwise, according to the temper of that boss Ling Yun, he will beat Li Qingchuan without asking, and then Li Qingchuan will let his father. Li Yifeng used his power to deal with Ling Yun, so he was completely dumbfounded. "You seem to have matured a lot, and you actually started to teach me a lesson." Li Qingchuan smiled leisurely, as if seeing through Tang Meng's intentions, and did not continue to ask. "How's Ninger doing recently? Are you okay?" He changed the subject and asked about Shui Mining's current situation. Hearing Li Qingchuan ask this, Tang Meng's eyes suddenly lit up, his eyes lit up and said, "Boss, don't you have congenital heart disease, can't even Shueshini be cured?" "He'll show you." Li Qingchuan was born with congenital heart disease. His parents took him to all the well-known hospitals in the country without treatment. Finally, Li Qingchuan was 13 years old. Li Yifeng didn't know where he heard the news that Shini Shui was recuperating in Qingshui City. He didn't know how much he had entrusted to his son to receive Shini Shui's treatment. Li Qingchuan was the first time he saw 10-year-old Shui Mining since then, and vowed to make her his wife. But Li Qingchuan's heart disease was caused by beating his mother's womb. Although Shini Shui's skillful hand saved his life, it still could not be cured. This has also become a big stone on the heads of all the old Li family. Therefore, Li Qingchuan, this kid can be said to have been dressed in brocade and food since he was a child. Eli stretched out his hand for food and opened his mouth, and was protected like an eyeball by the old Li family, and he never suffered any grievances since he was a child. He was only wronged by one person, and that was Shui Mining's. "I said that you are getting more and more arrogant. Even Grandpa Shui can't cure my disease. You can treat me with just anyone you know? Be careful if you talk nonsense again, I'll kick you down." Li Qingchuan glared at Tang Meng, obviously angry. Tang Meng was so stunned by Li Qingchuan that he stopped talking about it immediately. After all, Ling Yin can cure diseases. So far, he has only heard what Ling Yin himself said, and he is not 100% convinced that Ling Yun really cured Dr. Shui's disease. At this time, Maserati had already got off the airport expressway. Li Qingchuan reduced the speed to 120 miles and continued to run towards the city. Ning'er is doing fine now. She is still the same as before. She has always been among the top students in her class. You know, she doesn't care much about her academic performance. After a while, Tang Meng only whispered to Li Qingchuan, "Well, do you know the kid who was entangled with Ning'er?" Li Qingchuan went around, most want to ask who was entangled with Shui Mining. "No." "Which son?" "It's not a son. It's our Qingshui No. 1 middle school." Tang Meng said in his heart that although this is not a son, but the 4 big dicks in Qingshui No. 1 middle school, including himself, have already been trampled by him again and again. "Student? Look how scared you are." "Crap." Li Qingchuan gave Tang Meng a disdainful look, and couldn't help but swear at him. "Let's go, let's meet Ning'er first. Then you take me to meet that buddy, but I want to see what kind of a mortal dares to be so arrogant in Qingshui City." "Boss, do you want to send a text message to Ning'er first?" "What are you sending?" "I've sent hundreds of text messages in the past few days, but I haven't responded. As a result, when I called and said that I couldn't get through, Ning'er must have changed her phone number." Tang Meng immediately shivered, thinking that Ning'er must have changed her phone number, and she was in the same group as him. He didn't speak anymore, but he was already recharging his energy and getting ready for a fight. When Maserati drove into Qingshui No. 1 middle school again, Qingshui No. 1 middle school just rang the bell for the 3rd class in the morning. Ling Yun, of course, was most concerned about the car he just got, and immediately went outside the classroom after class, but saw that Maserati was no longer there, and suddenly became a little angry. Don't ask, this kid Tang Meng must have been itching to see the good car and went for a drive. Okay, I'm worried that no one will pay me the gas money in the future, it will be yours in the future. Ling Yun thought to himself. Wow, look, that Maserati is driving in again. Hey, why did it stop with us this time? Isn't that Tang Meng? How did he get out of the Maserati? Wow, look, that handsome guy looks so sunny, he's fascinated. He's even more handsome than Xie Zhenyan. Wow, he's really handsome, go down and have a look. Tang Meng and Li Qingchuan parked the car downstairs where Xuanhuan's class was located. When they got out of the car, they were immediately discovered by the little girls who had just left the get-out-of class. Li Qingchuan's unique handsomeness immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Go, follow me to find Ninger." After Li Qingchuan got out of the car, he glanced around at Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, who had been away for 2 years. A charming smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he walked towards Xuanhuan's classroom dashingly. To be continued. To be continued. The fourth update with absolute quality assurance is here. During the Degauchi dynasty, if you ask for a monthly pass, you are only 6 votes away from rushing to the 4th place. Rush up. Rush up, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will all break out in the 4th watch, all in the Gauchi dynasty. After the 3rd get-out-of class was over, the happy boy happily danced the horse-riding dance, humming "Oh, it's just hard to see," and came to the school gate defiantly. The ancients have a saying of waiting for the rabbit. This kid obviously wants to come to the door to wait for the beautiful girl. The happy boy was obviously dizzy because of the excitement of happiness. In just 2 classes today, 2 stunning beauties came to the school to ask him for directions, and they were all asking for the same goal, class 3 and 6. Therefore, he waited eagerly for the 3rd time, and he believed that the miracle would still happen. But he forgot to say things can be reversed. He did wait for someone, but unfortunately this time it wasn't some beauty, but more than 30 vicious young men. More than 30 young people without exception held baseball bats in their hands, dressed in black suits, and walked towards the entrance of Qingshui No. The happy boy is not happy anymore, and he doesn't care about the horse-riding dance anymore. He turns his head and wants to run. "Boy, stop." Among the more than 30 young people, a tall and mighty guy at the front stopped him, and he was so frightened that his legs immediately weakened and he did not dare to take another step. The happy boy looked at the guy who drank him and found that this guy seemed a little strange. Not only was his head wrapped in thick gauze, but he also had a plaster cast on his right arm, which was wrapped around a piece of gauze and hung around his neck. Big. Big brother, you called me?" The happy boy almost urinated his pants in fright, wondering why he was so unlucky. "Ask you something. Do you have Tang Meng, Ling Yun, that guy named Ling Yu's brother, in your school?" The person who came was naturally Tu Gang, from Jiangnan University of Technology. Last Saturday, Tu had just celebrated his birthday, and he brought some good friends from his class to drink and have fun in the Zhuangyuan building. He was bragging that he was now from Brother Kuan, how awesome he was in this area, but he didn't expect to be trampled to death by Ling Yun and Tang Meng before he finished drinking. Not only was he beaten in the head, blood was broken, but his wrist was broken. He was trampled on the ground and blackmailed nearly 2,000 yuan. How could he swallow this breath? During the fight, he quietly remembered the names of Ling Yun and others, through the conversation of Ling Yun and others, and called Brother Kuan to ask for someone that night. Today, he brought more than 30 bastards to No. 1 Middle School to seek revenge on Ling Yun. The happy boy was completely dizzy. Yes, the people who came to look for Ling Yun in the 3rd and 6th grades of high school were not only beautiful women, but also socialites? My God, if there are so many people, if they really fight, the entire 3rd and 6th classes of high school will probably not be able to resist. What about you, do you hear me? Tu Gang stretched out his uninjured left arm and picked up the happy boy like a chicken. I know. Big brother, the Ling Yun you mentioned is from the 3rd and 6th class of high school. You, please let me down first. I'll take you there. The super handsome and playful Li Qingchuan had already arrived at the door of Xuanhuan's classroom. It was just as spectacular as when Lin Menghan went to the 3rd and 6th grades of senior high school. He was also surrounded by young nympho girls in the 1st and 2nd grades, and his eyes changed. Heart-shaped, bold or concealed, peeked at him with eyes. Tang Meng secretly slandered in his heart, saying that Brother Chuan is Brother Chuan, and the name of the #1 dude in Qingshui City is not a lie. Is this battle really so crazy for him? And Li Qingchuan's brilliance is not that he can attract these girls. The most arrogant thing is that he is still talking, laughing, and acting naturally under the eyes of everyone. That kind of calm temperament that there is nothing else but me. It's simply fascinated, and with Ling Yan's self-interest, he has no shame in caring what the people around him think of him. He definitely has a fight. Li Qingchuan raised his hand and flicked the dust that did not exist on his shirt. He smiled slightly, and then stepped into Shui Mining's classroom. Ninger. Shui Mining was really in the classroom. She was mad at Ling Yan alone there. Okay. I just gave you roses last night, and they were still crimson. So many women are coming to you today? Shui Mining couldn't understand no matter how she thought about it. Where did all these beauties come from, and they were all so long? Humph, it's okay to grow. Shui Mining didn't see Lin Menghan, but she saw Moron Fei Shui. Although she had to admit that beautiful evaluation, it was of course impossible for her to say it from her heart. Humph, the most annoying thing is that the woman who drives a Maserati even took him out. She just didn't take me seriously. In fact, what she didn't know was that there was a person who was even more depressed and sadder than her today. That person was naturally Chao Shanshan, the schoolgirl who was continuously beaten in the face after boasting about Hai Cao. Shui Mining was thinking about how to use Ling Yan's words at noon when she heard a familiar voice coming from the door. Shui Mining raised her head suddenly, a little stunned. Li Qingchuan? How could he be here? Shui Mining knew that Li Qingchuan was bound to come back on her birthday, but now it's more than a week before her birthday. Why did he come back earlier? The little demon girl had completely forgotten that since she helped Ling Yun get those super pretty numbers, her mobile phone number had already been changed to 2169s. Qing, Brother Qingchuan. Shui Mining bit her lip and stood up, but she was a little sullen in her heart. Really, she didn't say hello in advance when she came back, so people were not prepared at all. Although Shui Mining called Li Qingchuan one by one on the phone, her tone was fierce, but when she really met Li Qingchuan, she had to politely call out to Brother Qingchuan first. The reason for this is not really an outsider. First of all, Shui Mining does have a very good tutor. This can be seen from her going to Ling Yun's house. She really has a ladylike demeanor. Another reason is that Li Qingchuan has known Shui Mining since it's been really nice to her since. Putting aside the reasons for love or not, Li Qingchuan's treatment of Shui Mining is better than the care and concern of his own brother for his own sister, so Shui Mining still has to call for this Brother Qingchuan. Li Qingchuan smiled slightly and stood in the sunlight at the door. He waved at Shui Mining. With that charming temperament, that dashing movement, the girls inside and outside the classroom were madly nympho and screaming again and again. Shui Mining frowned and stomped her feet. He pouted and left his seat, and soon came to the door of the classroom. Li Qingchuan was habitually going to hold Shui Mining's little hand. But Shui Mining cautiously put her hand behind her and said, "Brother Qingchuan, I really have a boyfriend." "I don't believe it." Li Qingchuan raised his hand and scratched his head, still teasing Shui Mining with a face full of spring breeze. "Really, if you don't believe it, you can ask Tang Meng." Shui Mining naturally saw Tang Meng at the door of the classroom. She didn't forget to give Tang Meng a vicious look, so frightened that Tang Meng quickly turned his eyes away, but no matter which direction he looked in, he saw all kinds of envious, jealous, and hated junior girls on their faces, so he had to turn his head away. Lo, looking at his feet. Li Qingchuan was at ease with the feeling of being surrounded by so many girls, but little Overlord couldn't really enjoy it. "I asked Tang Meng, and he said you don't have a boyfriend, so you lied to me," Li Qingchuan said lightly. "I sold Tang Meng. Here we go." Tang Meng shuddered, wishing he could look up to the sky and sigh, thinking that he was actually shot while lying down. Humph, I don't believe it. If Tang Meng said I lied to you, how could you rush back from the capital? Xuanhuan's big eyes twitched, and she didn't believe Li Qingchuan's trick at all. I came back because I missed you. Look, after I came back, I didn't even go home. Didn't I come to find you first? What do you want for lunch? Want lobster or abalone? I'll book a restaurant for you now. Li Qingchuan smiled slightly, and I have to say that this guy was able to dominate Qingshui No. 1 middle school for 3 years, not only because of his handsome and sunny face. Xuanhuan's two snow-white and tender hands were endlessly entangled behind her back. Biting his lip, he thought about it and said, I really have a boyfriend. If you really don't believe it, I can take you to meet him now, okay? Li Qingchuan was waiting for Xuanhuan's words. There was a sly smile in his eyes, and he said calmly, that's fine. If Sister Ninger really has a boyfriend, I'll invite him to go there at noon. Eat a meal. Li Qingchuan took the words eat well very seriously, and only Tang Meng, who grew up with him, could hear it. It's not fake to eat well, the problem is that you don't know what to eat. Okay, let's go. Seeing Li Qingchuan say this, Xuanhuan raised her delicate chin and walked out first. Those boys in Xuanhuan's class who secretly love him secretly, at this moment, suddenly had their dreams broken, and since then they have been saddened and never gave up all kinds of ideas about her. Originally, they were just intimidated by Tang Meng's intimidation, and didn't dare to clearly like the potential schoolgirl of their class, but they still secretly liked it, but now, when they looked at Li Qingchuan standing at the door, they heard Xuanhuan admit that she had a boyfriend. All of a sudden, they were all heartbroken. Even if what Xuanhuan said was false and she didn't have a boyfriend, it was only possible for the guy at the door who looked more handsome than a star, and it would never be their turn. Because there was only a 10-minute break between classes, Xuanhuan and his party walked very fast, and behind them, naturally followed the lower-grade girls who wanted to enjoy the handsome eyes. Such a group of people straddling the two teaching buildings, naturally, caused a sensation in the whole school. Many people knew that there must be a lot of fun to watch, so they rushed down from the teaching building and joined their team. Although Li Qingchuan looks calm now, in fact, his heart has already moved a real fire. He has already decided that no matter who Xuanhuan's boyfriend is, he will shock him all of a sudden today and give him a big blow. Ling Yan was lying on the corridor at this moment, waiting for Tang Meng to drive the car back, when he suddenly found that Xuanhuan was in the lead, walking towards his classroom with two beautiful round and slender legs. On the left of her is a handsome, almost arrogant, super handsome guy, and on the right is Tang Meng, who shook his head and sighed. And behind them, turned out to be 50 or 60 girls screaming again and again. What kind of plane is he doing? Ling Yan looked at it interestingly, shook his head and smiled. To be continued. To be continued. Thank you dear ones for every monthly pass. There are still 14 votes to break 100, I will replace everyone with 3 votes. Qingshui No. 1 Middle School currently has 2 teaching buildings, facing south and north, side by side on both sides of the main road of the campus. In the West Teaching Building, all classrooms are the lower grade classrooms for the first and second grades of senior high school, while in the East Teaching Building, except for some classrooms for the second grade of senior high school, most of the classrooms are for the third grade of senior high school. After working hard in the classroom for 3 consecutive classes, most of the third-year students will choose to go to the hallway to get some fresh air, chat and relax, so as to maintain a clear mind. Just after class is over, it is the time when the campus is full of people. Every floor of the teaching building and the corridor outside every classroom are densely filled with people, either talking, meditating quietly, or looking into the distance, and when you go out to the toilet, there are people rubbing shoulders almost everywhere. On the playground, some lower grade students who had just finished their physical education class began to return to the classroom at this time, and the next class was the physical education class students, so naturally they all flocked to the playground in advance after class. And right below the classrooms of Class 3 and 6 of senior high school, it happens to be the only way from the teaching building to the school playground. At this time, xuanhuan brought Li Qingchuan and Tang Meng, followed by dozens of screaming nympho girls, and came to the road below Ling Yun's classroom. There is no doubt that such a powerful group of people suddenly attracted the attention of the whole school and became the focus of the school's attention. I took the test. What are you doing? Are the girls in the lower grades rioting? Is this the legendary demonstration? Wow, this scene is so shocking. It's the first time in the history of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. I know the girl who leads the way. She seems to be the potential value of our school. Isn't that Tang Meng? Why did he get involved? Wow. That guy in the lead is so handsome. Hey, that's not right. That's Li Qingchuan. It's really Li Qingchuan. Why did he return to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School? That's my super idol. Come and see. The lower grade students in the first and second grades of high school may not know Li Qingchuan. But third-year students. If he didn't know Li Qingchuan, he would have spent 3 years studying in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, in vain. Because, when Li Qingchuan was a senior in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, these current seniors. I was in the first year of high school in Qingshui No. 1 High School. At that time, Li Qingchuan's limelight was very strong. The name of the No. 1 dude was the best in No. 1 High School, sweeping the whole school. No one knew it. The girls in the third grade. Although they were young 2 years ago, they are already familiar now. Seeing that they were blushing and beating at the sight of them back then, the No. 1 dude who had been fascinated by them day and night came back to the campus. He rushed downstairs and competed to see Li Qingchuan's demeanor. In a class in the third year of high school, a pair of boyfriends and girlfriends who were in early love were kissing me in the corridor, you and me, when the girl saw Li Qingchuan. He left his boyfriend without hesitation, and rushed downstairs like a moth to the fire. Hey, you're my girlfriend, okay, the sad boy shouted behind her, hurriedly chasing after her. And, if it wasn't for Li Qingchuan's early graduation, I wouldn't be nice to you. The 18-year-old girl strode downstairs and shouted to her boyfriend without looking back. Accidentally, he collided with another female classmate beside him who was heading downstairs, and he didn't even have time to shout. This kind of scene is being played out at the same time outside the classroom of the entire third grade of Shimizu No. 1 Middle School. The charm of Shimizu's first playboy is evident. Ling Yan's roommate, Gu Yuanlong, the No. 1 broken mouth in Class 3 and 6, stuck his head out and watched the crazy scene below. He said to Sha Guoxing next to him, Lao Sha, believe it or not, the beauty below must have come to look for brother Ling. Gu Yuanlong never dared to call Ling Yan a fat pig, useless after Ling Yan's great prowess in the dormitory and his strong rise on campus in the past few days. Regardless of whether Ling Yun was present or not, he always changed his mind and called Ling Yun brother Ling. Sha Guoxing turned his head and looked at Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, who were also looking down on the railing not far away, and then smiled lightly without talking too much. Shanshan, look, that's Li Qingchuan. It's really Li Qingchuan, my dream lover, how could he come back? Go down and have a look. Zhang Ling only glanced down, and her 2 big flexible eyes became dull. Her face was flushed, her heart was pounding like a deer, her right hand covered her plump chest, and she trembled. Chao Shanshan naturally also knew Li Qingchuan. She not only knew Li Qingchuan, but also xuanhuan. She saw that Li Qingchuan had appeared downstairs in her classroom like a magic weapon, and she was also a little puzzled. It's really Li Qingchuan. Didn't he go to college in the capital? Why did he come back to our school on Monday? Of course, Chao Shanshan wouldn't be crazy about Li Qingchuan like other girls, but when she saw Tang Meng also standing with Li Qingchuan, her face changed slightly. Tang Meng had obviously been fighting with Ling Yun in the past 2 days. He appeared here with Li Qingchuan, and xuanhuan was also beside him. Chao Shanshan suddenly had a bad premonition. Her ears are very good, and naturally she heard what Shizui Gu Yuanlong said just now. Her face could not help turning pale, and she did not notice Zhang Ling's proposal at all. Shanshan, are you going? I can go alone if you don't. Zhang Ling looked at Li Qingchuan, who had just walked downstairs, and stood still. Although Zhang Ling began to call Ling Yun a handsome guy, it was mainly because Ling Yun's performance was too coquettish, not that Ling Yun was really that handsome now. Even though his face was much more handsome now than before, his eyes were also much clearer, and his face was much clearer. The dimples on the top are also clearly visible, and the breath on the body is also very fresh, but it depends on who you are comparing with and what. Compared with the mighty domineering and coquettish, Ling Yun is naturally superior, but if he is more handsome than Sunshine and more dashing, Ling Yun will be completely on the street. Not to mention Ling Yun, Xie Zhenyan, who is now the most popular in Qingshui City, is also inferior to Li Qingchuan, and he cannot reach the shocking height of Li Qingchuan at all. Yeah, Zhuang Meina also ran over. Shanshan, I'll go down first, such a handsome man, it's going to suffer if you miss a glance. Zhang Ling saw that Zhuang Meina had also rushed into the crowd, so she couldn't care about Chao Shanshan any longer, and she rushed towards the stairs as soon as her waist twisted. Some people say that women are actually more lecherous than men, and that a real handsome guy is much more attractive to a woman than a beautiful woman. In this way, there is still some basis for this statement. Xuanhuan didn't seem to have thought that her unintentional actions would cause such a big riot in Qingshui No. 1 middle school. She looked at the girls who were rushing in from everywhere, running away from their shoes. Her beautiful little face looked a little silly, and she couldn't help turning her head. He glanced at Li Qingchuan. Although facing such a big battle, Li Qingchuan still put his hands in his trouser pockets, held his head high, calmly smiled, and smiled calmly. When he saw Xuanhuan looking up at himself, he immediately raised his eyebrows and gave her a smug look. That meant, did you see it? Have you seen the peerless style of your brother Qingchuan? Xuanhuan looked at his smugness. She couldn't help wrinkling her cute nose, and made a face at Li Qingchuan. My God, isn't this crazy? It's even crazier than a storm and a tsunami. Tang Meng was stunned for a long time. Seeing these girls who usually stayed in the class and studied hard for the college entrance examination, they rushed downstairs. Reluctantly, he gathered around and muttered to himself. Ling Yun was standing side by side with Zhang Dong at this moment, standing leisurely in the corridor of his classroom, watching the wonderful scene downstairs with relish, thinking that although this kid's skin is good, it's a pity that he has only such a little style. Even his brothers back then. Not even a tenth. If Tang Meng heard these words, he would definitely say that Ling Yun had blown all the cattle, horses, and donkeys in Qingshui City into the sky. In fact, Ling Yun really didn't brag about it, thinking that when he was in the great world of cultivation, his reputation as the first genius in cultivation was definitely not as loud as his reputation as the #1 beautiful man in cultivation. Not to mention some mortal kingdoms who fell in love with Ling Yun at first sight. She was the stunning saintess selected from thousands of sects in the cultivation world, the beautiful princesses of the major cultivating families. They didn't care whether Ling Yun belonged to their sect or not. Or the enemy of the family or the enemy, which one is not willing to abandon everything after seeing Ling Yun, and chase Ling Yun for tens of millions of miles, just to get a chance to live with Ling Yun one day? Therefore, although Ling Yun's maddening of millions of cultivation geniuses is hated, it is completely less than his fatal attraction to the saintess princesses of various sects, and it is even more enviable. Therefore, in Ling Yun's eyes, the scene of these nympho high school girls who were attracted by Li Qingchuan was not worth mentioning at all. Li Qingchuan looked at the girls who were rushing from everywhere and surrounded by iron buckets. She smiled at Xuanhuan, and then teased Xuanhuan, Ninger, where's your boyfriend? Why didn't you see him coming out? Xuanhuan knew that he was complacent, and snorted from her nostrils, "I have seen him, so let him come down." Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Xuanhuan raised her head and waved at Ling Yun and shouted, "Brother Ling Yun, come down quickly." Xuanhuan's cold voice didn't tighten, and almost 100 or 200 girls downstairs all raised their heads at the same time and looked at the corridor of the 3rd and 6th class of high school. "Hee, I knew you were here to find me. It seems that the little demon girl is going to let me play the role of a shield today." Ling Yun ignored the exclamations of the surrounding classmates at all, and said with a smile in his heart. Just now, so many girls around shouted Li Qingchuan's name and rushed down from Ling Yun's side. How could Ling Yun not know now that the super handsome guy next to Xuanhuan was the one who was chasing Xuanhuan on the phone? "Go down immediately." Ling Yun smiled and shouted to Xuanhuan below, then turned and went downstairs. To be continued. To be continued. I'm dizzy. This potential schoolgirl really came to look for Ling Yun? Gu Yuanlong's guess was guesswork, but when he saw Xuanhuan raised her head and shouted really Ling Yun, he still felt a little unbelievable. This is the third one. My God, 3 beauties came to look for Ling Yun this morning. Although the students in class 3 and 6 of senior high really wanted to be calm, but now no one can calm down. At this time, a thought filled everyone's heart: how much shock can Ling Yun bring to us? Well, the 3 school beauties of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, plus the most potential school beauties downstairs, have all been wiped out by Ling Yun. Ning Lingyu is Ling Yun's half-sister, so it goes without saying. Chao Shanshan had already been hugged by Ling Yun in full view of the thigh on the evening of last Saturday, and now the whole school is rumored that Chao Shanshan has been broken by Ling Yun, and is already Ling Yun's righteous girlfriend. The 3rd school flower, Zhuang Meina, who was slightly inferior in appearance and temperament, was repeatedly humiliated by Ling Yun and warned in person, but she didn't dare to say a word. Well now, it is obvious that after graduating from the 3rd year of high school, Xuanhuan, who will become the most famous schoolgirl in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, has created such a big battle and came downstairs to let Ling Yun go downstairs. And that's not to mention, in just a few hours this morning, from Lin Menghan, who is as beautiful as a fairy, to Morong Fei Xue, a stunning urban beauty who drives a Maserati, and the one downstairs, they all came to their class to find Ling Yun. Co-authoring Ling Yun is to catch all the fairies, urban beauties, and super schoolgirls in one fell swoop. Not to be amazed, not to be shocked, not to be dissatisfied. Coquettish, really coquettish, put the coquettish on the car, he is so coquettish. Chao Shanshan looked at the more than 200 pairs of eyes downstairs, and watched Xuanhuan wave at Ling Yun and call out to Ling Yun. Her complexion had already changed greatly, her delicate body trembled. Now the whole school is guessing what the relationship between him and Ling Yun is. She was already recognized as Ling Yun's girlfriend, and she rarely came out to clarify all this, but Chao Shanshan didn't expect it. Just when this hot news was rumored in the school and everyone knew it, so many stunning people came to look for Ling Yun. The reasons are various, the methods are different, but they are here. Without exception, they all have one purpose: to find Ling Yun. At this moment, Chao Shanshan's faint pride was shattered by the shock. The sourness in my heart can be imagined. Indeed, such a proud girl was slapped in the face 3 times in a single morning. No one could stand it. Is it more beautiful? Lin Menghan clearly surpassed her by a lot. Then rich? Morong Fei Xue came with a Maserati, and it seemed that they really gave the Maserati to Ling Yun. Then identity? The identity background of the little demon girl, Xuanhuan, is not inferior to her at all. No way, his grandfather is a genius doctor who controls the life and death of most people in this world. What did Ling Yun do? Why did they all come to Ling Yun? Looking at Xuanhuan's little girl calling Ling Yun, they seem to be not only familiar, but also very cordial. What's going on? Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled violently, her face was pale, and she stared blankly at the more than 200 faces that were looking up downstairs. She wanted to go back to the classroom, but found that she could no longer move. Because she had already felt the strange gazes from all around her. There seemed to be ridicule, sarcasm, surprise, and playfulness in those eyes. Ling Yun quickly came downstairs. He laughed and separated the iron barrel like human wall, and shouted, let me go, be careful I eat tofu. It is estimated that among all the people in the school, under the onlookers of nearly 1,000 people, the only person who can compare with Li Qingchuan calmly. Ling Yun is also one. Li Qingchuan was calm with a hint of pride, while Ling Yun was even more fierce. He directly ignored all the gazes around him. Completely ignored. Ah. The crowd was swayed by Ling Yun for a while, and many third-year girls avoided Xiaoqiang to give way to Ling Yun, but there were also many girls with ambiguous eyes who deliberately pushed forward and let Ling Yun's arms rub against their chests. Superior. To tell the truth, Ling Yun's arrogant performance in the past few days has indeed pulled a lot of girls' centimeters. As the saying goes, radishes and vegetables have their own love, or they can love both. They like Li Qingchuan's bright sunshine, but it doesn't mean that they don't like Ling Yun's shameless and domineering. Even senior girls like Chao Shanshan and xuanhuan began to really be attracted to Ling Yun, not to mention these vulgar people. Ling Yun didn't look sideways, rushed all the way into the iron barrel formation surrounded by female students, came to xuanhuan, smiled calmly and said, Ninger, didn't you just separated last night and came to see me again? What's the matter? Li Qingchuan waited for Ling Yun to come to the front to see. He immediately looked at Ling Yun up and down with a hostile scrutiny, and he was inevitably disdainful, thinking that Ninger's boyfriend is such a dead fat man? This is impossible. However, when he heard Ling Yun speak and called xuanhuan Ninger, the expression that had been smiling all the time changed immediately, and when he heard that the two had just separated last night, the gaze from the handsome eyes was already enough to kill. He snorted heavily. When xuanhuan saw Ling Yun coming to the front, she twisted her delicate body and stretched out her arms like a lotus root. She suddenly grabbed Ling Yun's arm naturally, and pressed the entire graceful and delicate body tightly against Ling Yun. On Ling Yun's body, then leaned his little head on Ling Yun's shoulder and said with a drunken smile, You are his boyfriend, I haven't seen you for so long, why do they miss you? What? My grass. What? This. There are thousands of people watching this incredible scene, all petrified on the spot, stunned. High school students love to join in the fun. Almost 95% of the thousands of people went to Tieba to read the post and responded, expressing their thoughts and opinions. Now that everyone is watching, xuanhuan fell into Ling Yun's arms so affectionately, it's no wonder they weren't dumbfounded. Well, who is Ling Yun's real girlfriend? Don't they say it's Chao Shanshan? Gu Yuanlong was shocked just now, but this time he was directly stupid, forced. He felt that his balls were hurting. He couldn't help turning his head to look at Chao Shanshan, who was not far away, but saw that Chao Shanshan had already covered her face for some time. What Chao Shanshan wants to do most now is to find a crack in the ground to get in. She knows martial arts, and her ears are definitely good. Xuanhuan said Ling Yun was her boyfriend in front of so many people. She could hear it clearly from upstairs, plus she saw xuanhuan snuggling next to Ling Yun's natural intimacy. Looks like. Ninger, how did Ninger become Ling Yun's girlfriend? I had dinner with her last Thursday, haven't I seen her say it? Chao Shanshan knew xuanhuan's character very well. Xuanhuan couldn't hide her words. The little girl was so enthusiastic, and she had very few close friends. If xuanhuan had a boyfriend, she would definitely tell herself at that time. But in just a few days, xuanhuan suddenly announced Ling Yun as his boyfriend in front of so many people, which made Chao Shanshan unexpected. Zheng Ling suddenly heard xuanhuan announce the news. Her face couldn't help turning pale for a while, and she looked up at Chao Shanshan in the corridor very worried. This is simply too ironic, not only ironic, but also a naked slap in the face. Now almost the whole school saw the hot and ambiguous action of Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun last week. Everyone recognized that Chao Shanshan was Ling Yun's girlfriend, but at this time, the person who announced Ling Yun as her boyfriend turned out to be xuanhuan. If a very ordinary girl made this announcement, it would definitely not have any effect on Chao Shanshan, and even Chao Shanshan might smile and congratulate, but xuanhuan was different. Chao Shanshan has said that xuanhuan's status is very unusual, not only in Qingshui, but also in the whole of China. Which game is this playing? Zhang Ling murmured inwardly. Tang Meng saw that xuanhuan made that move and shouted that sentence. He didn't want to turn his head and left. He said in his heart, I can't get involved in this matter anymore. Brother Chuan's face turned green and his head turned green. It's about to smoke. Li Qingchuan stretched out his hand and grabbed Tang Meng's arm. His eyes spit fire, but he smiled at Ling Yun. Oh? So you are Ninger's boyfriend, it seems that it is nothing more than that. Ling Yun's mouth curled into a playful smile. He pulled his right arm out of xuanhuan's hands, and hugged her graceful and soft waist. He smiled back and said, that's true, it just happens to be a little stronger than you. You. Li Qingchuan's face changed, he took a step forward and stared at Ling Yun like a knife. Boy, do you know who I am? Dare to talk to me so arrogantly? Ling Yun didn't bother to look at him. He lowered his head slightly, and put his mouth against xuanhuan's ear and said softly, Ninger, who is he? How dare you talk to me so arrogantly? The voice was not loud, but Li Qingchuan might just be able to hear it. Xuanhuan was tickled by the popularity in his mouth, and her pretty face blushed slightly. He is Li Qingchuan. Xuanhuan is now the same as Tang Meng. They are both worried that Li Qingchuan will shoot Ling Yun in a fit of rage. Last night, when Ling Yun was playing the trapeze trick, they both witnessed it with their own eyes. Tang Meng kept winking at xuanhuan, and said to his heart, Auntie, don't add fuel to the fire, this situation is about to be unbearable. Ling Yun raised his head as if suddenly realized, gave Li Qingchuan a disdainful look, raised his chin and said, oh, so you are the stinky boy who chases after my girlfriend every day to harass her. I warn you, if you dare to beat her again in the future your idea, be careful I'll beat you up. Gah. Li Qingchuan was dumbfounded. Not to mention Li Qingchuan, Tang Meng is also stupid. The most shameless and arrogant person in the world, only Ling Yun can do it. To be continued. To be continued. I have to say, Ling Yun's job as a shield is really competent. Originally, Li Qingchuan had been chasing xuanhuan for nearly 8 years. Ling Yun was a standard cross-dagger to win love, but now he actually hit back, saying that Li Qingchuan was pestering his girlfriend. Li Qingchuan originally came to warn Ling Yun to keep him away from xuanhuan, but Ling Yun actually made the first move and warned him in turn. How could he not be angry? Tang Meng, call our gang of brothers, and teach this ignorant guy a good lesson. Li Qingchuan's face was blue with anger from Ling Yun's anger, and his anger was flushing. But after he finished speaking, he didn't see any movement beside him. Ling Yun still looked at himself with his eyes half smiling, couldn't help but feel a little strange. He turned his head and shouted at Tang Meng, Xiao Meng, are you stupid? Call someone. Tang Meng was really stupid, he looked embarrassed, his eyes the size of a pair of copper bells were rolling around, looking at Ling Yun, then at Li Qingchuan, standing there in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. He had never encountered such a complicated situation before. The little god of gamblers racked his brains, and finally gritted his teeth and said, that, Brother Chuan, I think it's better for us to negotiate internally about this matter. What? Negotiation? Inside? Are you kidding me? What is his identity? Am I talking to him? Li Qingchuan couldn't care less about xuanhuan standing in front of him at this time. Ling Yun dared to ignore his authority and dignity so much, he must teach Ling Yun a good lesson. Brother Chuan, inside, definitely inside, that, you don't know, Ling Yun is mine now. Tang Meng scratched his head and blushed just as he was about to say that Ling Yun was his boss, but he saw Ling Yun glared at him. He was so frightened that he quickly changed his words and said, Ling Yun is now Ninger's boyfriend. When this kid panicked, he almost ruined Ling Yun's affairs. Ling Yun gave him an idea to make a gamble on whether he could get into the university as a gimmick, if Tang Meng had just admitted that Ling Yun was his boss. Don't even think about making that money. Just kidding, take a gamble with their boss. Neither Xie Zhenyan nor Go Junfa are vegetarians. Even if they do a good game, will they still dig into it? Tang Meng wiped the cold sweat from his head. The heart said that the boss is the boss. Under such a strange situation, there is still time to think about his money. Li Qingchuan laughed in anger. He suddenly turned his head and said to xuanhuan softly, Ninger, you said this kid is your boyfriend. I don't believe it. You have such high vision, how could you let him be your boyfriend? Ling Yun didn't care when he heard this. He was originally a shield that xuanhuan brought temporarily, and now his task has been overfulfilled. Just wait for the 7 or 8 minutes to go, and everything will be fine. As for whether Li Qingchuan believes it or not, it is not something he has to consider. Unexpectedly, xuanhuan pouted and turned her head to Li Qingchuan and said, Brother Qingchuan, what should I do to make you believe that Ling Yun is my boyfriend? Her pair of big eyes full of wisdom like Athena's sculptures blinked. She suddenly twisted her delicate body, turned to face Ling Yun, her hands climbed on Ling Yun's neck, and stood on tiptoe. The soft little mouth exhaled like a blue, and it was printed on Ling Yun's mouth. Yes, right in front of Li Qingchuan and Tang Meng, under the gaze of nearly 1,000 people. xuanhuan's fragrant mouth was gently printed on Ling Yun's mouth, who was completely unprepared. Kissed. No matter how calm Ling Yun was, he didn't expect xuanhuan to do such a thing. He stayed there like a pillar. Glasses shattered. All the girls at the scene opened their mouths blankly, watching the scene where Ling Yun was forcibly kissed by xuanhuan. All of them were speechless. Zhang Ling was stupid. All the students in class 3 and 6 of senior high school were dumbfounded. Chao Shanshan saw this scene in the corridor and covered her mouth with her hands. Tang Meng stood there dumbfounded. This little girl, xuanhuan, really didn't care. This is too sturdy. One more person is stupid. Zhuangmena. Although Zhuangmena is not on good terms with xuanhuan, she also knows xuanhuan. After all, her family is the famous Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. It is naturally impossible to say that even the leading doctor in the Chinese medicine industry, Xueshini, doesn't know. When people who don't know xuanhuan's identity see this scene, at most they will think that a flower like xuanhuan is inserted into a pool of cow dung, although this pool of cow dung is a little fragrant recently. But Chao Shanshan, Tang Meng, Zhang Ling, Zhuangmena, and others who knew xuanhuan's identity and background all understood what this meant. xuanhuan's kiss didn't matter, she directly kissed Ling Yun one step at a time. Dr. Shui, who is that character? Although Shani Shui is not involved in officialdom, he is the only one of Xianyun Yeha, but everyone knows that Shani Shui stomps a little, and the whole China has to shake 3 times. You can imagine, which real power figure in China, once suddenly suffered from a serious illness, was seriously ill, and could no longer work for the country, when Xueshen was cured or died, how much of the relationship between the positive and the negative? Medical skills have reached the point where they reach the peak of perfection, and they can still stir up the infinite situation, because it is related to human life. Can Zhuangmena be stupid? Xuanhuan and Ling Yun? There are billions of miles between these two people, how is it possible for them? I just discussed with Xie Zhenyan the way to deal with Ling Yun just yesterday. It turned out to be, really? Li Qingchuan only felt that his lips were dry, and even his throat was a little sweet. He couldn't believe it at all, but the fact happened in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. To say that now, the two people who are most unacceptable for kissing are Li Qingchuan and Chao Shanshan. Xuanhuan is Li Qingchuan's lovesick and unrequited girlfriend for 8 years, and Ling Yun is now recognized by the whole school as Chao Shanshan's boyfriend. It was these two people, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, they started hugging each other as soon as they met, and now they are hugging and kissing. Ling Yun also stayed for about 0.01 seconds. Now the nephrite jade is warm and fragrant in his arms, the beautiful lips are like jade, and the body fragrance is like wine, and he took the initiative to bring it to his mouth. Not him anymore. Cow, I'm bullying Lao Tzu's lips. Ling Yun said fiercely in his heart. He hugged Xuanhuan tightly without hesitation, changed from passive to active, and kissed Xuanhuan's delicate lips. Although the action is domineering and fierce, it is very jerky. It seems that whether it is in the world of comprehension or here, this is Ling Yun's first kiss. Yes, in the world of cultivation, Ling Yun was chased by the princesses of the various sects and families, but at that time he was focused on the Tao. Where would he have time to participate in such a time-consuming, labor-intensive and troublesome thing? Xuanhuan originally wanted to pretend, but she just showed Li Qingchuan to prove that she was indeed Ling Yun's girlfriend, so she just wanted to come here for a while. Who would have thought that Ling Yun would turn her back on the guest and hug her and kiss her wildly? This is her first kiss. The little demon girl subconsciously wanted to evacuate from Ling Yun's embrace, but found that Ling Yun's arms were surrounding her like a steel hoop. Let alone evacuate, she couldn't even move. However, she was quickly dizzy by Ling Yun's chaotic kisses. Her pretty face was red as if she was drunk, her star eyes were dimly closed, her heart was beating like a galloping horse, and she forgot to be there. Where? She could clearly feel the aura that Ling Yun conveyed that made women infatuated. Such a powerful arm, such a fresh breath, it was simply unstoppable. She would only sink deeply and sink again. Needless to say, this is Ling Yun's physique after being reborn, and after reaching the peak of the 3rd level of body training, his whole person's temperament has changed greatly, which has played a role. Ling Yun's lethality to women now is more than 10 times that of Li Qingchuan. If it wasn't for Ling Yun's body being a little fatter now, which has lowered the woman's expectation of him, would Li Qingchuan be so attractive in that round? It can be said that Luli is like this, Chao Shanshan is like this, Zheng Ling is like this, Xuanhuan is like this, and even Moron Feishue is like this. It's just that their life experiences are different, so they react differently to this fatal attraction that Ling Yun unintentionally showed. Ling Yun, who exudes this unique temperament, is like an invisible black hole and a deadly vortex, making women approach him unknowingly, but instinctively want to resist the attraction of this temperament. There were all kinds of misunderstandings and troubles. The little demon girl was now in Ling Yun's arms, enjoying Ling Yun's fatal kiss. This feeling was especially strong. After she resisted a little, she immediately tightened her arms and wrapped around Ling Yun's neck in response. My God, the ups and downs of life are really wonderful. Look at Ling Yun, there was such a hot scene with Chao Shanshan just on Saturday evening, and today is even more ruthless, directly hugging our school's potential school flower and kissing. Gu Yuanlong shook his head and sighed, sighing about the ups and downs of life, and the gap between mortals and gods, but he didn't notice that Chao Shanshan was turning her head and staring at him with murderous eyes. What did you say? Dare you say it again? Chao Shanshan is furious now, she can't hold it anymore, she just wants to vent her anger as soon as possible, and Gu Yuanlong just bumped into Chao Shanshan's muzzle like this. Gu Yuanlong glanced at Chao Shanshan, whose eyes were red, and was so frightened that he quickly apologized, nothing. But he thought in his heart, and now there are so many people around with their mobile phones madly filming this scene. It is estimated that they will be posted on Weibo immediately. What if I say a few words? Li Qingchuan watched Xuanhuan and Ling Yun kissing like no one else in front of him. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead burst, his face turned red and white, the blood flow in his body had never accelerated before, and his heart was beating violently. Pointing at Ling Yun, he shouted angrily, "You!" Then I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my heart, and Ying's body, which was originally very tall, fell backward softly. "Brother Chuan!" When Tang Meng saw that it was going to be bad, he was so frightened that he exclaimed loudly. Around, Li Qingchuan's female meters saw him suddenly pale and fell to the ground. Li Qingchuan was furious and suffered a heart attack. To be continued. To be continued. Seeing his dream lover fall to the ground in pain, the girls around him exclaimed. Lip points. Xuanhuan was panting, blushing like drunkenness, her star eyes were hazy. She asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Ling Yun tilted his head and glanced at Li Qingchuan, who was resting on Tang Meng's arm, who was still awake. Suddenly, Ling Yun turned to look at the main road of the school. There was nothing but a few panicked students running away, but a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. "Ah! Brother Qingchuan!" Xuanhuan immediately found that Li Qingchuan had fallen to the ground. She hurriedly turned around, squatted down, and exclaimed. She just wanted to tell Li Qingchuan a fact, that she really only regarded Li Qingchuan as her brother and had no other feelings, but she didn't expect Li Qingchuan to be so angry that she would have a heart attack. A look of apology flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, and her face became flustered, but she knew that Li Qingchuan's congenital heart disease was different from ordinary heart disease, and only her grandfather could save his life. Suddenly, Xuanhuan turned her head and shouted at Ling Yun, "Brother Ling Yun, Brother Qingchuan has a heart attack, please save him." Except for Xuanhuan, no one at the scene knew that only Ling Yun could save Li Qingchuan. "Don't worry, with me, he can't even die if he wants to." Ling Yun smiled slightly, raised his hand, and took out the leather needle bag from his pocket. Ling Yun unfolded the leather needle bag, and at the same time shouted to Tang Meng, who was helpless, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and take off his shirt." "Wow, what is that?" "Silver needle." The surrounding female students shouted in shock when they saw Ling Yun unfolding the cowhide bag. "Fuck, Li Qingchuan fell, what happened?" Ling Yun can actually make Li Qingchuan so angry. Isn't he afraid that Li Qingchuan's father will take care of him? This guy. "Look over there, I am grass, so many people, someone came to our school to make trouble." Man, so many people. Are they all holding baseball bats and making movies? Less than a minute after Li Qingchuan fell to the ground, 2 gangs men had already killed him. They were turning east from the main road of the campus. Soon everyone saw the majestic scene. Although the happy boy was afraid, this boy was not stupid. He knew that these 30-somethings came to Qingshui No. 1 middle school to fight and cause trouble, so they dawdled all the way and refused to walk, and the road was less than 400 meters. It took him abruptly, for several minutes. More than 30 people are all dressed in black suits, holding baseball bats in their right hands, majestic and murderous, almost lined up in a row, filling the main road of the entire school, like a black wall of people advancing forward. That arrogant momentum is simply cool. They are not afraid of the happy boy delaying time, because they have time, and what they want is to take Ling Yun out of the classroom when he is in class and beat him to death. Let him know how awesome it is. As soon as they turned to the front of the East Teaching Building, they immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the teaching building. These high school students immediately showed fear. I mean, there are so many people, who provokes people in society. It's definitely not a small thing this time, you see, it is estimated that some people are going to be unlucky. I hope it's not from our class. Hey. Didn't you come to me? I just got into a fight with someone on the road yesterday. Shit, I'll hide first. More than 30 people stared blankly. Under the leadership of 2 gang and the happy boy, they moved towards the downstairs of class 3 and 6 of senior high school. When 2 gang saw that there were so many people in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. He smiled and said, "Boy. It seems that your No. 1 middle school is very lively today." After seeing the scene in front of him, the happy boy was also a little dumbfounded, thinking what happened today. Why are there so many people around here? What exciting scene did you miss? Tu Gang glared at the crowd in front of him and shouted, Qinglong is doing business, everyone who doesn't want to die, get out of my way. Turn out to be. Brother Kuan's power name is called Qinglong. This is Qingshui City, and Brother Kuan's name is also called Long Kuan. When Long Kuan established his own power 10 years ago, he named the gang Qinglong. The Qinglong gang has been standing in Qingshui City for 10 years and has not collapsed, and its power has now radiated to the surrounding provinces. Even 7 or 8-year-old children in Qingshui City know the meaning of the word Qinglong, so when the students of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School heard that it was Qinglong who was making trouble in the school, whether it was upstairs or downstairs, she was so frightened that she didn't dare to make a sound. The nearly 200 students around Ling Yun couldn't care about anything else at this time, and immediately fled in all directions, dodging far away. Zhang Ling was also taken to the entrance of the stairs by the crowd. When she stopped and looked up, she saw that the leader of Qinglong turned out to be Tu Gang. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she hurriedly shouted to Ling Yun, I'm here to take revenge on you. The whole campus, which was noisy just now, has suddenly become as quiet as a class, and Zhang Ling's voice was heard by many people at once. Well, co-authoring Ling Yun not only provokes beautiful women, but also provokes trouble? Wei Tiangan was downstairs at the moment. When he heard Zhang Ling say that Qinglong's people came to trouble Ling Yun, the kid trembled with excitement. Humph, I called you a brat, and I called you arrogant. Finally, a stubborn stubble came to trouble you. Chao Shanshan was still lying on the corridor at this time. When she saw that it was Tu Gang and Qinglong's people, she immediately picked up the chaotic and complicated mood just now, frowned slightly, turned her head and ran downstairs. After all, Ling Yun and Tang Meng fought in the Champion building. She and Zhang Ling were both present, and they all knew the whole process of Ling Yun and Tu Gang's feud. Breaking the head, breaking the wrist, and slapping the face is the most intolerable thing for people in the mixed society. Chao Shanshan just didn't expect that the other party would dare to come to the school to make trouble in broad daylight. Now everyone can't wait to get away from Ling Yun and the others, the farther away, the better. There were only 2 people in the school, and they rushed towards Ling Yun, Tang Meng and the others. One is naturally Chao Shanshan, and the other, without a doubt, is of course Ning Lingyu. In fact, the news of Ling Yun was flying all over the sky today, and it was news almost every once in a while, and there was a lot of buzz in the first class of Senior 3, but there was one person who remained calm as usual. That person is Ning Lingyu. She is really calm, not like Chao Shanshan's heartache at all. Hard surface. Ning Lingyu knew with her own eyes after seeing Ling Yun playing trapeze last night, seeing hundreds of idiots as nothing, and knocking on their boss 600,000. My brother must have encountered a shocking adventure and became different from ordinary people. At least, he is no longer an ordinary person, and is much stronger than ordinary people. Such a brother, even if there are more and more amazing comments appearing on him. Ning Lingyu didn't find it strange at all. Her mother was calm as usual, and she didn't ask, why should she worry? Therefore, she heard the news one after another. Although she heard the 2 beauties coming to look for Ling Yun, she frowned slightly to express her dissatisfaction, but there was no other expression. But just heard the door of the classroom shouting, the people from Qinglong are looking for trouble. Ning Lingyu immediately felt that this matter must be related to Ling Yun, and then rushed out of the classroom. Same as Chao Shanshan. When she saw the dozens of people in the dark, the leader turned out to be Tu Gang, and immediately went downstairs without hesitation and ran towards Ling Yun and the others. Now, the whole campus was quiet, many people held their breath nervously, and looked at the place where Ling Yun and the others were with a look of fear. There are only 4 people here, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Xue Mining. and Li Qingchuan, who was lying on the ground and just had his shirt off. Before Qinglong appeared, Ling Yun had heard the footsteps of dozens of people, so he didn't feel surprised at all, while Tang Meng and Shui Mining looked up at Qinglong's people who were lined up. Although he was nervous for a while, he calmed down immediately. More than 100 gangsters were all taken care of by Ling Yun, and now there are only 30 or so of course they don't need to be afraid. Boss, Tu Gang brought Qinglong's people to take revenge on us, is he? I said why he was so arrogant that day. It turns out that this kid is from Qinglong. Nearly 1,000 people watched in shock as more than 30 people approached the four of Ling Yun, and everyone avoided them, but the two school flowers of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School ran there desperately. A family is a family. At the critical moment, they did not flinch, and they all ran over. Everyone's eyes were full of respect for Chao Shanshan and Ning Lingyu, and their faces were full of admiration. At the same time, they were shocked by Ling Yun's calmness. Is this guy blind or deaf? Didn't he see more than 30 people coming? And they came for him. Many people thought in their hearts and began to worry about Ling Yun and the others. Zhang Dong and Chai Hanlin, who was not far away, looked at each other. After a brief hesitation, a hint of determination flashed in their eyes, and then they nodded at the same time, and rushed downstairs recklessly. On the day of the fight, the two of them were also present, although they couldn't help, but now that Ling Yun was in trouble, they couldn't stay out of it and remain indifferent. If even Chao Shanshan can't match the courage of this girl, then they will feel infinite guilt for their performance in the future, and they will have trouble sleeping and eating. They didn't know that Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan both possessed unique skills, and Ling Yun alone could easily handle these 30 people. But when they saw that Ling Yun was in danger, they overcame the inexplicable fear in their hearts and rushed down. Sha Guoxing let out a long breath, pushed the railing with both hands, turned his head and said to Gu Yuanlong, Chai Hanlin has already gone down, are you going? Gu Yuanlong didn't expect Sha Guoxing to be so sturdy. When he was hesitating, Sha Guoxing glanced at him with a smile, and then ran downstairs. When Gu Yuanlong thought of the possible consequences, his scalp felt numb, but he watched Chao Shanshan, Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin and Sha Guoxing all rushing down one after another, and he could only go downstairs with clenched teeth. I owe it to you. There were also several male students in class 3 and 6, who looked at each other, but also moved their footsteps and rushed downstairs. They are all young and good boys, although their personalities are different, and although there are conflicts and frictions, when their classmates are in trouble, most of them finally choose to come forward. Oh, it's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. It turns out that you two are here? Tu Gang knew Ling Yun and Tang Meng, who were squatting on the ground at a glance, and laughed jokingly like a cat playing a mouse. To be continued. To be continued. The update is a bit late, but don't worry, it's definitely 4. Please rest assured to smash the monthly pass. At this time, Tu Gang and Qinglong's people had already approached 20 meters away from Ling Yun and the others. Tu Gang knew that Ling Yun would be unable to escape, so he slowed down his steps, grinned, raised his chin, and his slightly narrowed eyes flashed violent and smug, with a look of, today you are dead. Tang Meng's face was full of anxiety, and he lowered his voice and asked Ling Yun, Boss, what should I do now? His anxiety was not because he was afraid of Qinglong's people, but because of Li Qingchuan's condition lying on the ground. Don't worry, you stand up now, and take Ninger out of here. Also, Ling Yu and Chao Shanshan seem to have come here too. Go and block them, don't let them come and join in. Ling Yun had a calm expression on his face. Now, the 3 fingers of his right hand are resting on Li Qingchuan's wrist to give Li Qingchuan a pulse, while his left hand is pinching 9 golden needles out of the needle bag one by one. Then, what about Brother Chuan? Boss, Brother Chuan is the brother who grew up with me. You must save him. Tang Meng's eyes were full of pleading. Ling Yun annoyed him for being wordy, glared at him and said, "Isn't this what I'm trying to save? Hurry up, now is the best time to prove that we are not together." Tang Meng's heart immediately trembled, and he thought that the boss was too good. At the front of the enemy, there was a patient who was suffering from a heart attack. At this time, he was still thinking about how to trick people. However, Tang Meng chose to trust Ling Yun. He suddenly stood up and said to xuanhuan, "Ninger, let's not cause trouble to the boss here, let's go to the side to see how the boss handles them." Xuanhuan had seen Ling Yun's shot. She knew that staying here was causing trouble for Ling Yun, so she nodded and told Ling Yun to be careful. Then left with Tang Meng. Before leaving, the little demon girl turned her head and snorted coldly at Tu Gang and Qinglong's people, thinking that she was disturbed by you bastards, before she had time to recollect her first kiss. "I'm so stupid. What's the matter? Tang Meng is too inauthentic, isn't he? He left Ling Yun and Li Qingchuan behind at this time? Dizzy, it seems that Tang Meng is also afraid this time. Qinglong has his eyes and hands in Qingshui City, and he is pervasive. It seems that he doesn't want to cause trouble. Unrighteous. I thought Tang Meng and Ling Yun would fight Qinglong together. What kind of dishonesty is this? Tang Meng and Ling Yun are not in the same class, and I have never seen how they interacted before, so Tang Meng shouldn't be responsible for Ling Yun's trouble." Sure enough, nearly 1,000 people upstairs and downstairs saw Tang Meng abandon Ling Yun and go away, and they immediately talked and said anything. In the corridor outside the classroom of Class 1 of Senior 3, when Xie Zhenyan saw this scene, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and a puzzled look flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the two of them are really not as good as I thought? Otherwise, according to Tang Meng's character. Ordinarily, Ling Yun will not be left behind at this time. It seems that the day Ling Yun ran, Tang Meng's gambling game was indeed unintentional, but this kid can't lose money by stealing chickens. Thinking of this, an evil sneer appeared on Xie Zhenyan's face. As a result, Xie Zhenyan would be much more confident in dealing with Ling Yun. Tang Meng and xuanhuan, one by one, stopped Chao Shanshan and Ning Lingyu, who were rushing over, and told them not to go over. Look at it with confidence, and they also stopped Ling Yun's classmates such as Zhang Dong and Chai Hanlin, who had just rushed down. Everyone in Qingshui City knew that Qinglong's people fought desperately, and they all fought hard and were ruthless. Therefore, although Zhang Dong and others rushed down out of classmates' friendship, they wanted to help Ling Yun to resist even if they were injured. As for trying to beat the other party's people away, it was simply dreaming in broad daylight and whimsical. Now being stopped by Tang Meng and xuanhuan, everyone was immediately discouraged. Standing around Tang Meng, he looked at Ling Yun with a worried expression on his face. Still, it's great that they can do it. Because the other party is not a student of another class, they are the biggest gang in Shimizu City, Qinglong. Ning Lingyu knew that the past was also causing trouble for her brother. Now she has 1,000 reasons to believe that Ling Yun will definitely be able to easily resolve the current crisis, so she doesn't insist on moving forward. But Chao Shanshan was different. She glared at Tang Meng with red eyes, and said angrily, "Tang Meng, why did you leave Ling Yun and Li Qingchuan there? You didn't see more than 30 people in Qinglong." "What? Don't stop me, let me go." Chao Shanshan said in her heart that she could help Ling Yun deal with 7 or 8 people, but what was the matter with Tang Meng preventing her from letting him go? Ning Lingyu gently pulled Chao Shanshan's sleeve, smiled and gave her a reassuring look, and expressed her gratitude through her eyes. Chao Shanshan was a little puzzled when she saw that Ning Lingyu, who had always been most worried about Ling Yun's safety, was holding her back uncharacteristically, and she looked at Ning Lingyu with doubts and inquiries. 7 or 8 meters away, Ling Yun was still squatting there, calmly giving Li Qingchuan a pulse. He saw everything that happened on Tang Meng's side and nodded secretly. At this time, Li Qingchuan's pulse was already very weak. Li Qingchuan, who was in high spirits just now, is now lying on the ground upright, and his life and death are completely unpredictable. Ling Yun let go of his right hand that was feeling the pulse, swiped his palm lightly, and placed all the 9 golden needles in his left hand in his hand. With a slight lift of his little finger, he pinched the long needle between his thumb and forefinger. His eyes swept away, and then he aimed at a big hole in Li Qingchuan's chest like lightning and inserted it. Spirit pivot 9 needles. I didn't expect you to have such a great temperament. Don't you know that your heart is defective? You are lucky today, that is, I am here. If it was someone else, how could your life be lost? Ling Yun gave Li Qingchuan acupuncture, and he did not forget to scold him, and said with a smile, yes, for Ninger and Tang Ming's sake, I will completely cure you. My God! What is Ling Yun doing? He stabbed such a long needle into Li Qingchuan's chest. It's too shameless, isn't it? People are like that, and he still stabs people with needles. Isn't that taking advantage of people's danger? Forget it, it's obviously a cure. If I'm not mistaken, it's acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine. What? Healing? Ling Yun can actually heal? Thousands of people watched Ling Yun's actions, and they were all stunned. No one thought that Ling Yun would actually play such an awesome trick in front of everyone's eyes. Traditional Chinese medicine seems to be far away from ordinary people's life now. In the eyes of most people, Chinese medicine is actually somewhat mysterious, not to mention these 16 or 17-year-old high school students who only know how to learn to play games every day. This time, not only Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling were surprised, but also Ning Lingyu. My brother suddenly became so extravagant. When I asked him the reason yesterday, he said that it was because he saved someone. Could it be that what my brother said was true? Ning Lingyu's eyes lit up. Ning Lingyu thought to herself, no wonder her mother was so calm about her brother's sudden extravagance. It seems that her mother should have known that her brother would be treated with traditional Chinese medicine. It turns out that my brother really didn't lie to me. No one knew that at this time. What Ning Lingyu was most concerned about was that Ling Yun didn't lie to her. But Chao Shanshan was completely shocked. Others don't know Chinese medicine, but as Shui Mining's off-campus bestie, she also knows martial arts, and her understanding of Chinese medicine is naturally much better than other students. No wonder Ninger knew Ling Yun and said that Ling Yun was her boyfriend. Could it be that Shuishani had already accepted Ling Yun as his apprentice? She wanted to ask Shui Mining, but she immediately thought that Shui Mining had just kissed Ling Yun warmly in front of her, and she couldn't help but swallow her words. Ling Yun has now reached the peak of the 3rd level of body training, and his body is full of spiritual energy that can be described as surging, so of course he will not be stingy with a little spiritual energy. Every time a needle is pierced on Li Qingchuan's acupuncture points, a large amount of spiritual energy will be released. Use the golden needle to cross into Li Qingchuan's body. With the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, each aura that entered Li Qingchuan's body was like a living dragon, and began to protect and repair Li Qingchuan's heart. Ling Yun's needle movements were very fast, but after the golden needle entered the body, Ling Yun deliberately slowed down the speed. He wanted to ensure that Li Qingchuan would be completely cured in one go. At this time, more than 30 people brought by Tu Gang had already surrounded Ling Yun. Tu Gang naturally saw Tang Ming leave, and he also saw Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Dong and others who were there that day, but he didn't care at all, because Tu Gang knew that those people were nothing to be afraid of. Bringing more than 30 people here is just to deal with Ling Yun alone. Tu Gang knew very well that Ling Yun could break his wrist and bleed his head in just one round. As long as Ling Yun is cleaned up, the other few Tu Gang don't need anyone else at all, and he can bring them all down with one hand. Enemies are very jealous when they meet each other. Tu Gang saw that Ling Yun was surrounded by his own people, but he still immersed himself in giving needles to the little white face lying on the ground, without even looking at them, so he said to Qinglong's people, "This kid is weird, let's come on, everyone, and put him down on the spot." "Wait." Ling Yunxingzhen's gesture remained unchanged, and he lowered his head and said slowly, "What are you waiting for? Boy, aren't you trying to pretend? Now you know you're scared? Tell you, it's too late." Tu Gang smiled wickedly, stretched out his left hand, pulled out the baseball bat he had been holding between his right arm, raised it high and said. Ling Yun frowned slightly, "I didn't say that." Tu Gang was stunned for a moment. The baseball bat he was about to drop stopped in the air, and he asked, "Then what do you want to say? Do you want to explain your last words?" After a pause, he laughed again, "Boy, don't worry, we won't kill you, but it will only break your hands and feet." "Break it with a baseball bat." He he he. In the distance, thousands of people watching this scene held their breath at the same time. Their eyes couldn't hide their fear, and some people were so scared that they closed their eyes tightly, as if they couldn't bear to see the tragic scene of Ling Yun's blood splashing on the spot. To be continued. To be continued. Ling Yun was surrounded by more than 30 ferocious gangsters armed with sticks, and he was squatting with his head down, and was treating a comatose patient. The people around could not bear to witness his tragic end. Bleeding? Broken bones? I'm afraid these are all light. Ling Yun will definitely be beaten to death. The entire Qingshui No. 1 middle school campus was completely enveloped by a chilling air at this time. Chao Shanshan could no longer see Ling Yun, who was surrounded by circles, but she saw that Tu Gang's baseball bat had been raised high, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She was desperate to rush forward to help. Although she knew that Ling Yun could fight better than her, but now Ling Yun was surrounded by Qinglong's people. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Even if Ling Yun can deal with 5 or 10 of them, can he deal with 20 or 30 of them? Tang Meng couldn't help but sweat for Ling Yun at this moment, thinking that boss, if you don't have such fun, Li Qingchuan is still lying inside. But he still motioned to Shui Mining to let her hold Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun kept his head down, so Tu Gang and the others couldn't see the disdainful smile in Ling Yun's eyes at all. He shook his head and said, "You misunderstood. In fact, I want to ask you if you have enough money today, but don't." Just like that day, a group of talented people gathered 1,000 yuan and came out. When Tu Gang saw that Ling Yun even dared to humiliate him with nonsense words, he was immediately furious. "Did I bother you, brothers? Smash me to death." After speaking, Tu Gang lifted the baseball bat in his left hand into the sky again, his left arm slammed hard, aimed at the back of Ling Yun's head, and smashed it down. Until now, Qinglong's people have been very calm and quiet, but when they saw Tu Gang's shot, the 10 people in the innermost circle all raised their sticks in unison, facing them. Ling Yun's head and back were smashed crazily. Ah! The person who saw Qinglong really made a move, and he was so ruthless as soon as he made a move. The students on campus couldn't help exclaiming. If this is true, Ling Yun will be destroyed on the spot, let alone him, even Li Qingchuan who is lying on the ground will suffer. At this time, Ling Yun was using the 8th needle of the 9 needles of the spirit pivot on Li Qingchuan. He heard the stick wind piercing his ears, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his left hand, which had been empty, stretched out like lightning and grabbed Tu Gang's right ankle. Then, Ling Yun didn't lift his head. He slammed Tu Gang's left ankle into his arms, and then took advantage of the situation to lift Tu Gang's huge body into the air. What? Tu Gang had already begun to fantasize about Ling Yun's head being smashed and bleeding. The scene where the tendons were broken and fractured, and there was a savage smirk on his face, but suddenly he felt that his feet were empty, and then his lower body flew into the air. Crack! Ah! Tu Gang screamed like a pig, and the baseball bat in his left hand smashed into his right calf that flew up into the air. Although he was startled, he had already started to withdraw the baseball bat in his left hand, but it was too late because Ling Yan's shot was too fast. It's too powerful. This is no different from holding a baseball bat in his left hand and smashing hard on his raised right leg. It's just not over yet. Zheng completely underestimated Ling Yan's strength. That is the strength of the peak of the third layer of body training. When Ling Yan reached the first level of training, he was already kicking a football with a 50-pound sandbag, but now he is grabbing Zheng's ankle and throwing him up. It's really no different from throwing a chopstick. Although his baseball bat slammed into his right calf, Zheng was stunned to find that the speed of his flight into the air did not even decrease. Ah! He didn't have time to react at all. Qinglong's dozen or so baseball bats were no longer tricky, and smashed firmly on his bottom. My grass! My grass! My grass! Qinglong's people can no longer be calm, their eyes are full of horror. No wonder this kid was so calm. Zheng weighed nearly 100 kilograms. Ling Yan grabbed his ankle and threw him up. What a lot of energy he has. Although they had experienced hundreds of battles and temporarily recovered their strength, the speed of the baseball bat was too fast, and Zheng's body flew faster. Want to take back the baseball bat? Late. In such a flash of lightning, one of Zheng's right legs was smashed, and two baseball bats smashed heavily on Zheng's waist. Kaka, two harsh sounds of wood breaking. Zheng's two ribs were undoubtedly smashed. At this time, Ling Yan had just finished applying the 8th needle to Li Qingchuan, and he still smiled lightly. The movement of the right hand is still unhurried, and continues to cast the 9th needle on Li Qingchuan. Zheng's huge body began to fall. How could Ling Yan let his body fall on him? He raised his hand and swiped and pulled Zheng's body aside. Not far from Ling Yan's side. Bang! The dust was flying. Wow! Until this time, Zheng, who suffered a lot of internal injuries because of the smashed ribs, couldn't help vomiting blood. Ling Yan's 9th needle pierced Li Qingchuan's body, gently pouring spiritual energy into Li Qingchuan's acupoints, and then turned his head and rushed towards Zheng, who fell to the ground and vomited blood, and said with a smile, "How? Do you want me to treat you? Block, wrap it up." Zheng looked at the smile on Ling Yan's face. The clear eyes in his eyes were like seeing a devil, and his bloodshot eyes were full of horror. Last time it was a move, this time Ling Yan didn't even make a move, he just threw him up. Completely ruined him. I have to say that Qinglong's people are really cruel. Although they were shocked by Ling Yan's play, no one backed away. One of them reminded in a cold voice, "Everyone, be careful, this kid is very evil." Then 7 or 8 people rushed up again, and the baseball bat swung round and hit Ling Yan heavily again. But no one dared to be careless this time. While they were smashing Ling Yan, they all looked at their lower body, for fear that Ling Yan would attack again, and they would end up the same as Zheng. And the few people who landed on Zheng's side, bowed their heads silently, and lifted Zheng out of the circle, leaving 2 people to take care of Zheng, and the others were bullied again. Tacit agreement. This is Brother Kuan's ability. To be able to train the ordinary horses under his command to have such fighting qualities and tacit understanding, Qinglong can't do it if he wants to be awesome. Of course Ling Yan will not be the same as before. This time, he used his right leg crouching on the ground as the axis, and his left leg stretched out like lightning, sweeping half a circle. Bang 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 bang. Ling Yan's left foot kicked everyone's calf like a little water. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, there were 7 or 8 screams. Ling Yan's strength was neither too small nor too small, just enough to knock one of their legs off. Although 7 or 8 people have fought a lot, the pain of a broken leg is not something they can bear. Puff. 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 These people threw sticks and fell to the ground holding their broken calf. In less than a minute before and after, 1/3 of Qinglong's people had lost their fighting power, but Ling Yun was still unscathed. At this time, Ling Yun had completed the treatment of Li Qingchuan. A charming smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He looked down at Li Qingchuan, whose breathing and heartbeat had stabilized. "Stand up." Impressively, the back of the leather needle bag was densely filled with large needles that Ling Yun bought from Li Hongmei. They were beaten by the bright sun, and as the leather needle bag shook, they flickered on and off. However, to deal with the characters in front of him, Ling Yun naturally wouldn't use these big needles. He rolled it up and put the leather needle bag back into his pocket. Ling Yun glanced around, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Qinglong's people are not bad, they didn't let me down, all of them are considered stubborn. Come on, the warm-up is over, let's do something real." The people who were still standing in Qinglong had sharp eyes and furrowed brows. Before they came, they would never have thought that an ordinary high school student would have such a skill. This kind of skill, I am afraid that only the 2 bodyguards who stay with Brother Kuan all day long will have it. But they can't go back at this time. Because Qinglong has gang rules, you can't go back if you don't get injured in a fight. If they steal the fight and escape today, as long as the people from the Qinglong gang Xingtong find out, the lightest punishment is to cut off their fingers. The 20 or so people looked at each other with a decisive look in their eyes, and one of them shouted, "Go." They charged up again with baseball bats in their hands, and for a while, Ling Yun was attacked by the enemy on both sides. However, Ling Yun was able to deal with them with only one hand while squatting. Of course he didn't care about them now. He smiled slightly, rubbed his hands together, his figure flashed, and he rushed into the crowd. Bang! Ling Yun punched a baseball bat that was smashing in the face, and directly shook the man out of his hand. At the same time, his fist remained unchanged and hit the man's chest. The man felt like he had been hit by a big hammer, vomited blood with a wow, and flew backwards, hitting 2 people in a row, and the 3 instantly turned into rolling gourds. Screams again and again. "It won't hurt this time." Ling Yun shook his fist in front of his eyes, thinking that the peak of the 3rd level of physical training was different. He knocked the baseball bat flying with one punch, and he didn't feel any pain at all. Next, there is no doubt that it will be Ling Yun's performance moment alone. His figure flickered, looking slow and fast. Every time he came to a person, that person immediately fell to the ground. In less than a minute of fighting, more than 20 people were all lying on the ground, rolling and howling. This was because Ling Yun used ordinary fists and brute force to attack these people because he was afraid of being too shocking to the world, but in the process of doing it, he just used the movement technique of walking in 1,000 miles. At this moment, more than 30 people in Qinglong were lying on the ground and tumbling, screaming miserably. No one could get up, while Ling Yun stood in the middle of them. The clouds were light and the wind was light, not a trace of dust. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, blooming. A charming smile, the dimples on the face are clearly visible. At this moment, in the eyes of thousands of high school students who had long forgotten to exclaim, Ling Yun was a smiling god of war. To be continued. To be continued. After the brief silence caused by the shock, there was thunderous applause and exclamations, and the entire Qingshui was in an uproar. Ling Yun fought with his bare hands against the more than 30 gangsters with sticks in Qinglong gang's hands. While chatting and laughing, he knocked them all down in less than 2 minutes, and no one could stand up. Isn't this God of War? At the beginning, because Ling Yun was surrounded by the Qinglong gang, the people on the ground couldn't see what was going on inside. They only saw that 2 gangs' baseball bat had just fallen, and then he was carried out. After only 10 seconds, they saw 7 or 8 more people hugging their calves, frowning and gritting their teeth and leaving the battle circle. The people on the ground didn't know what was going on, but on the 2nd floor and above, the people in the corridor could see the whole process clearly. My God, am I dreaming? How could Ling Yun be so powerful? Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. How could Ling Yun be so fierce? In less than 2 minutes, he knocked over 30 people with his bare hands? Fuck, Ling Yun is too fierce. No wonder he's been so aggressive these days. Seeing who steps on whom, if I'm so good, I'll step on it too. In the corridor, there was a sound of amazement and inconceivable. Many people still couldn't believe their eyes. They took off their glasses, rubbed their eyes fiercely, and then looked at Ling Yun again. Believe this is all true. Xie Zhenyan's face was full of astonishment. His eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, his eyes were almost narrowed, and his teeth were biting his lower lip, for fear that he would exclaim at any time. Ling Yun is too powerful. Xie Zhenyan couldn't help but be afraid for a while. If Ling Yun really wanted to shoot himself at the door of his classroom that night, how many rounds would he be able to resist? It seems that to deal with Ling Yun, the use of force is not enough. Who doesn't know that Qinglong's people can fight? More than 30 people have been beaten by Ling Yun. Looking at Ling Yun's relaxed appearance, it seems that 30 more people are not enough to watch. Xie Zhenyan suddenly knew why Li Lei had no power to fight back in front of Ling Yun, and why was Ling Yun beaten like a pig's head. That boy. It seems that he was treating Li Qingchuan with acupuncture just now. Xie Zhenyan's expression couldn't help changing. Squinting in thought, Chao Shanshan stared at not far away, calm, with a smile on her face. Ling Yun had already set off a shocking wave in her heart. Ling Yun in front of him can no longer be explained by breaking through the limits of his body. The enemy is now. Surrounded by enemies, he was still squatting there to perform acupuncture on Li Qingchuan. Acupuncture with one hand? More than 30 people from Qinglong were all brought to the ground within 2 minutes by Ling Yun. What is the concept? Don't talk about yourself. Even if Chao Tianlong came, he couldn't do it. Chao Shanshan was standing on the ground, so she couldn't see how Ling Yun shot at first, but after Ling Yun stood up, Chao Shanshan could barely see every time he made a shot. Ling Yun's movement was dazzling and fast, not to mention, every time he punched. Every time he stretches his feet, ordinary people seem to be extremely simple, but in fact, as long as he has a little knowledge of martial arts, he can see that Ling Yun's movements all coincide with some kind of rhythmic and mysterious trajectory. What's even more exciting is that Ling Yun has chosen to hit hard several times, using his fists to blow the baseball bat that the opponent smashed into the air. Could it be that his palm is made of steel? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Aren't you afraid of pain? Tang Meng and Shui Mining only saw Ling Yun playing the trapeze game in the dark lights last night. They only knew that he was powerful, but they didn't expect Ling Yun to be so powerful. The two of them couldn't help looking at each other at this moment, their eyes full of incredible expressions. Tang Meng said in his heart, "Boss, what kind of immortal did you worship as your teacher? I want to learn it too. I want to be as cool as you too." No way. Ling Yun is so coquettish. Ning Lingyu's beautiful and dreamy little face was full of excitement. My brother was no longer useless and weak. He was too strong now, strong enough to protect his mother. Protect yourself. However, another question was also rising in her heart, that is, what adventure did Ling Yun encounter, and why did it suddenly become like this? Even Chao Shanshan, Tang Meng, Shui Mining, Ning Lingyu, and others were shocked by this, not to mention Zhang Ling, Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin, and others. Zhang Ling seems to have long forgotten her idol Li Qingchuan lying on the ground. Her big watery eyes are full of spring love. She looks like a nympho at Ling Yun, who is standing there smiling like a god. She keeps moving forward. He almost rushed up and threw himself into Ling Yun's arms. In addition to being shocked, Zhang Dong and Chai Hanlin also had a hint of happiness in their hearts. They are glad they came down from the upstairs. Down at the risk of getting hurt. This cost is very high, but it also fulfilled their friendship and love for classmates, but after they saw Ling Yun's domineering performance, they knew that they would have a big umbrella from now on. They are friends recognized by Ling Yun. Who dares to bully them now? Who dares not to look down on them? Not only Zhang Dong and Chai Hanlin have this idea, but Sha Guoxing and Gu Yuanlong even more. Of course, there were still two people in the field who felt extremely lost and frustrated, and those two people were naturally Wei Tianqian and Zhuang Meina. The two of them can now say that Ling Yun is a thorn in their eyes, and they wish that Ling Yun was beaten to death by Qinglong's people to relieve their hatred. Now that Ling Yun is so fierce and domineering, not only was he unscathed, but he also knocked down all Qinglong's people to the ground. This kind of record not only made them feel lost and fearful, but even felt hopeless. Ling Yun stood there with a smile and waited for a long time, seeing that no one could get up again. He smiled lightly. "Tu gang, this matter is not over yet. I hope you have enough money on your body. I will deal with the account later." "Count on you." After speaking, Ling Yun suddenly turned his head to look behind him, and said lightly, "Don't move." It has been 2 or 3 minutes since Ling Yun finished performing the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. Now Li Qingchuan has just opened his eyes. He subconsciously turned his head to look, and was shocked to find that so many people around him were lying on the ground, struggling and rolling. "Come." Li Qingchuan instinctively thought that after he had a heart attack, did Tang Meng get so angry that he really called his brothers and was knocked to the ground by Ling Yun? Then, he heard Ling Yun's voice, telling him not to move. In fact, he couldn't move even if he wanted to, because he soon felt a needle stuck in his body. "You still need to lie down for about 20 minutes, that's fine." Ling Yun looked at him and said lightly, then waved in Tang Meng's direction. Tang Meng, xuanhuan and the others all ran over immediately. They came to Li Qingchuan and squatted down. When Li Qingchuan saw xuanhuan, it was as if he had seen relatives. His nose was sore, and tears almost fell. He asked in a daze, "Ming'er, I have a heart attack, are you the one who saved me?" "Here, these what's the matter with people?" When xuanhuan saw Li Qingchuan was so angry with her Hulai, she felt very regretful and apologetic. Her eyes were red and she comforted Li Qingchuan, "Brother Qingchuan, you are still very weak now. You have to listen to Brother Ling Yun's words, just for a while." "It's alright, I'll tell you what happened when you're well." Tang Meng also comforted Li Qingchuan with an embarrassed face, but now that he saw Li Qingchuan wake up, he was not in a hurry, and was even more shocked by Ling Yun's miraculous medical skills. Ding bell bell. A harsh class bell rang, and the class bell for the 4th class of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School finally rang. However, this time, no one hurried into the classroom. High school students were very curious. They wanted to see what would happen next. Not to mention them, the teachers who came out of the office and came to the classroom were all standing in the corridor with complicated expressions, looking here. In the 30 years since the establishment of No. 1 Middle School, apart from the school sports meeting, there has never been such a sensational event that attracted thousands of onlookers. Ling Yun became famous in the first battle, completely surpassing Xie Zhenyan and other 4 dunks, and even surpassing the glory created by Li Qingchuan, and became the most powerful and coquettish character in the history of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. "Look, Tai Xiaohu. Really, it's Tai Xiaohu. Why did he come back to school today? He didn't come to look for Ling Yun, did he? There are too many people who came to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School to look for Ling Yun, so now, as long as a slightly special person appears on campus, all the students can't help but slap Ling Yun on the head." Really buckled right. Tai Xiaohu is here to find Ling Yun. Although Go Junfa was still in the hospital to recover from his injuries, in fact, he was mainly waiting for his face to subside, but he did not forget to arrange for the people in his class to keep an eye on Ling Yun's movements. Huang Mao happened to be staying at school today, so he naturally sent Ling Yun's news this morning to Go Jun through text messages one by one. When he saw the news that 2 beautiful beauties came to school to look for Ling Yun, Go Jun was so angry that he almost threw his iPhone 5 to the ground, but when he heard that someone brought dozens of people to school to find Ling Yun's trouble when the time came, he immediately smiled and called Tai Xiaohu on the spot, asking him to rush to the school to clean up Ling Yun. Such a good opportunity to abuse Ling Yun. If you miss it, it will not be go Junfa. Tai Xiaohu happened to be surfing the internet in the internet cafe near the school. After receiving the call, he immediately rushed back to the school. When he came to the front of the East Teaching Building from the main road of the school, he happened to see the scene of Ling Yun waving at Tang Meng. That's Qinglong's people. I am grass, what happened? Tai Xiaohu's eyes as sharp as falcons suddenly narrowed, but what flashed in his eyes was not the light of fear, but excitement. There is no doubt that Tai Xiaohu is definitely a militant. Ling Yun is standing there. Are all these people defeated by him alone? It's really exciting. Tai Xiaohu only felt his blood boil. He ignored the exclamations of the classmates upstairs, leaned forward and started to run faster. No one would have imagined that a small iron tiger with a height of 1.92 meters, a tiger's back and a bearish waist, and the whole person like a black tower, would run so fast. To be continued. To be continued. Tai Xiaohu was like a black iron tower, carrying a gust of wind, and ran towards Ling Yun under the sun. His eyes were staring at his target like a wolf, his face was full of excitement before the battle. Ling Yun suddenly turned around. Hey, this kid is really good. Ling Yun's eyes flashed with surprise, watching Tai Xiaohu rush towards him with great interest. When Tang Meng heard the movement, he raised his head to take a look, immediately stood up, and shouted at Tai Xiaohu, Tai Xiaohu, what are you doing here? Tai Xiaohu rushed in front of Ling Yun like a whirlwind and stood still, then he smiled at Tang Meng indifferently and said, needless to say, fight. Ling Yun waved his hand to Tang Meng gently, then looked Tai Xiaohu up and down, he smiled and said, fight? Who do you want to fight with? Tai Xiaohu stared at Ling Yun, his sharp eyes didn't blink, he pursed his lips and smiled, of course it's a fight with you. When Tu Gang, who was lying on the ground, saw that Tai Xiaohu was coming, he swallowed a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty, Xiaohu, today our Qinglong has been planted, and it is up to you to find the place back. Tai Xiaohu didn't turn his head back, and said coldly, I'll do my business, you'll do your business, I'll find someone to fight, and it has nothing to do with you. Ling Yun laughed in his heart when he saw it, and said that this Tai Xiaohu is really interesting. I like such a straightforward personality. Tai Xiaohu raised his hand and pointed, still staring at Ling Yun's eyes and said, these are all people you just beat down, right? Ling Yun didn't need to lie to him, so he smiled and nodded, yes, I defeated them all, what's wrong? A flash of admiration flashed in Tai Xiaohu's eyes, he smiled and said, that's good, then you are qualified to fight with me. Tai Xiaohu, a student in the 3rd and 4th classes of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, although he has only been with Brother Kuan, the leader of the Qinglong gang, for less than 2 years, he has risen rapidly and became a subordinate of Brother Kuan. One of the most capable warriors second only to Brother Kuan's 2 bodyguards. This kid is all covered in copper skin and iron bones, and he was born to fight. In addition, fighting is deadly, and he was quickly appreciated by Brother Kuan. Brother Kuan not only arranged for his 2 bodyguards to teach Tai Xiaohu kung fu and fighting skills, but also sometimes gave him guidance in person. Some people from the Qinglong gang even said that after 10 years, Tai Xiaohu was very hopeful to take over the mantle of Brother Kuan. Become Qinglong's successor. Maybe because of the relationship between Brother Kuan and the 2 mysterious bodyguards. Tai Xiaohu has learned a lot of kung fu and fighting skills, including Shaolin Chongquan, Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, South Korea's Taekwondo, and even Thailand's Muay Thai, which focuses on one-hit kills. What kind of kung fu can be learned as soon as he learns it, and he is good at using knives and sticks. When Brother Kuan developed the surrounding forces in Jiangnan province, there used to be a big boss from a foreign province who spoke unkindly to Brother Kuan, and it spread to Tai Xiaohu's ears. this kid didn't say a word. He rode alone, with a stick in his left hand and a knife in the right. And carried the boss back to Qing Shui, asking him to kneel in front of Brother Kuan and kowtow to admit his mistake. Tai Xiaohu's strength, ability, and intelligence. This is evident. This is also the reason why Go Jun gave up the price of 20,000, just to let Tai Xiaohu beat Ling Yun. Iron Tiger is worth the price. Tai Xiaohu was rated as one of the 4 evil youths of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School as a civilian, because the students of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School knew that Tai Xiaohu could fight. Even Go Junfa faced Tai Xiaohu. You have to respectfully shout Brother Tiger. Ling Yan raised his chin, pretended to be surprised with an "oh," and giggled at Tai Xiaohu, so I have the qualifications to fight you? Not bad, you can fight, but... Tai Xiaohu frowned slightly, but what? Ling Yan smiled and said, however, a fight has to be divided into winners and losers, right? What if you lose? Tai Xiaohu looked directly into Ling Yan's eyes. With a sharp edge in his eyes, he said to himself, I won't lose. Ling Yan shook his head, just say, if you lose, what will you do? Tai Xiaohu laughed and said, I won't lose, I'm going to fight with you. If you lose, you will naturally be at your disposal. What else can you do? Ling Yan smiled and said, well, I don't care why you want to fight with me. If I lose, you can do whatever you like, but if you lose, you have to mess with me in the future, how about it? Tai Xiaohu glanced at Ling Yan curiously and said, do you know that I am from Brother Kuan? Let me mix with you, aren't you afraid that Brother Kuan will cause you trouble? Ling Yan's face sank suddenly. Brother Kuan you said should be the boss of Qinglong, right? Tai Xiaohu nodded simply, not bad. Ling Yan smiled slightly, well, the people from Qinglong came to the school to trouble me. When I have time I will definitely have a good talk with Brother Kuan about this compensation issue. If you're going to trouble me, don't worry about me. Who is Ling Yan? You won't eat at all. It would be good if he didn't go to Qinglong's people to trouble him. Now Qinglong actually bullied him first. If he didn't go and pick Qinglong's help, then it wouldn't be Ling Yun. Tai Xiaohu seemed to have heard a big joke, so he laughed at Ling Yun and said, okay, the dude with the surname Go is right, Ling Yun has become not only capable of fighting, but also very talented. With your courage, I can guarantee that this matter today will not let Brother Kuan trouble you again. Go ahead. Tai Xiaohu didn't want to make ink marks with Ling Yun anymore. He said that he would do it. His body was slightly sluggish, his legs were standing on a horse, his left fist was struck like lightning, and he hit Ling Yun with a black tiger's heart. No tricky punch, but fast and ruthless. Ling Yun naturally avoided it easily. He smiled and said, defense and offense are not bad, it's not like those people just rush up without caring. Tai Xiaohu seemed to have long expected that this punch would fail. As soon as his body twisted, his huge body was extremely flexible and approached Ling Yun. His broad and thick shoulders slammed into Ling Yun's body, and at the same time his right elbow was aimed at Ling Yun's body. The left rib is pushed over. Muay Thai elbow. If an ordinary person hits Tai Xiaohu all of a sudden, his ribs will be broken on the spot. However, Ling Yun smiled and stepped back lightly, easily dodging Tai Xiaohu's elbow. Beautiful hiding. Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but praised him, but he kept attacking. His right leg landed on the ground, his left leg flew out like lightning, and the whole left leg was like a windmill, hanging the wind and kicking Ling Yun's face. Ling Yunqin said that this kid's kung fu seems to be mainly practiced on these two legs. He is actually itchy now, and he really wants to lower his head and avoid this leg at the same time. He kicked Tai Xiaohu's right leg, but he still held back. Ling Yun wanted to see how much Tai Xiaohu weighed. He quickly took a step back, and once again avoided Tai Xiaohu's sure-footed leg. Seeing Ling Yun dodging again, Tai Xiaohu was still in a hurry. Just as his left leg fell, his right leg immediately swept backwards and slashed towards Ling Yun's temple. Ling Yun said that it was almost done. This time he did not dodge, raised his hand to meet Tai Xiaohu's ankle and grabbed it. Fuck, this kid's legs are really thick, and his bare ankles are as thick as someone else's calf. It's really a good material for martial arts. Ling Yun praised secretly in his heart, but with a slight force on his hand, he squeezed Tai Xiaohu's ankle, and his arm slammed round. Ugh. A sound. Tai Xiaohu, who weighed 190 pounds, was thrown 7 or 8 meters away by Ling Yun, and hit the ground with a bang. I mean, Ling Yun is so powerful? This is too coquettish, isn't it? Invincible. God of War, definitely God of War. Ling Yun is too powerful, Tai Xiaohu is completely useless. That's okay too? At this time, except for some girls who were afraid of delaying the class and went back to the classroom, most of the boys were still standing in the corridor, watching the fight between Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun dodged Tai Xiaohu's punch. One elbow, 1 foot, and one move, Tai Xiaohu was thrown 7 or 8 meters away. Immediately, the students watching the game in the corridor and on the playground were shocked. Tai Xiaohu fell to the ground, immediately stood up from a carp on the ground, and then looked at Ling Yun with a more solemn look. What is Tai Xiaohu's most powerful support? Strength. It can be said that Ling Yun used the tricks and methods when he was fighting the 30 people alone just now. Tai Xiaohu could basically perform it like a gourd, and he could also use his powerful explosive power to throw 2 gang 2 meters high. Of course, he had to stand. It was absolutely impossible for Ling Yun to squat there and throw chopsticks. He threw 2 gang up. But now, Ling Yun showed a power that was even stronger than him, more than twice as strong. If he could throw his 97 kilograms body 7 or 8 meters away, Tai Xiaohu said in his heart that he could never do it. Tai Xiaohu's face was covered with dirt, but he didn't wipe it off. He took firm steps again and walked towards Ling Yun step by step. You're very strong. I underestimate you. Tai Xiaohu looked at Ling Yun, not only with a little more solemnity, but also with a little more admiration. Are you still fighting? Ling Yun clapped his hands lightly and looked at Tai Xiaohu with a smile. Ling Yun could see that Tai Xiaohu was very capable of fighting. He believed that if Tai Xiaohu faced Qinglong's 30 or so people just now, he would definitely be able to win easily, but he would have to do his best, and he would definitely be injured. But Ling Yun dealt with those 30 people just now. It was as easy and natural as breathing, and he didn't even use 1% of his ability. Therefore, compared with those people, in Ling Yun's eyes, Tai Xiaohu was just a bee and a queen bee. Difference only. It can be easily crushed with 1 finger. Of course I have to fight. After speaking, Tai Xiaohu charged up again, his huge body rammed towards Ling Yun without any tricks. At the same time, his unusually long arms were half opened, making a strange posture that could both attack and defend. This time, he wanted to have a short fight with Ling Yun. Boy, are you playing with this? Ling Yun smiled, secretly using Wanli Shen to walk. He came to the back of Tai Xiaohu in a flash, and he raised his foot to hit Tai Xiaohu's buttocks. Pfft. Tai Xiaohu was kicked out 4 or 5 meters away by Ling Yun again. Wow, Tai Xiaohu can't even compare to a child in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun is just playing with him. Ling Yun is against the sky. He's too coquettish. I didn't expect Ling Yun to hold back for 3 years, and once he broke out, he would be so powerful. It's so powerful. Seeing Tai Xiaohu being toyed with by Ling Yun while talking and laughing, the students of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School finally completely believed that Ling Yun was bound to be the dominant figure in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. To be continued. To be continued. Hey! Tai Xiaohu is lying there still, can't he stand up? Impossible, Ling Yun just threw him so far away just now, so why can't he stand up after kicking his ass? Probably humiliated. 4 meters away from Lingyun, Tai Xiaohu lay motionless on the ground, with his arms outstretched, his head down, his face buried on the ground, as silent as a toppled iron tower. Lingyun looked at him with a smile on his face, waiting for him to stand up again. Lingyun believed that Tai Xiaohu would stand up. Half a minute later, Tai Xiaohu pouted his butt, put his hands on the ground with all his might, and then stood up again. He turned around extremely slowly, his eyes fixed on Lingyun, and there was still no fear in his eyes, and the fighting spirit was burning. That's enough energy. Come again. Tai Xiaohu clenched his fists tightly, taking one step at a time, walking slowly but firmly towards Lingyun. Tai Xiaohu believed that his speed was fast enough and his movements were agile enough, but when he hit Lingyun with the fastest speed just now, he was dodged by Lingyun inconceivably. He grabbed his arm in the direction Lingyun was dodging, but he still didn't even touch half of Lingyun's clothes. Since fast is not enough, he will naturally use slow. Lingyun watched Tai Xiaohu approaching him, still smiling, unavoidable, standing there quietly waiting for him. Tai Xiaohu came to the place where he could catch Lingyun as soon as he stretched out his hand, stopped and said, "You are really strong." Lingyun smiled and nodded. Tai Xiaohu suddenly took a half-step forward with his left leg, and at the same time, his hands reached out and grabbed Lingyun's body. Overhead. "Ah!" exclaimed. "What's the matter? Why didn't Lingyun escape? This kid Tai Xiaohu is doing sneak attacks. Shit, his strength is really great. This kid wants to throw Lingyun out too." Lingyun's current weight is about the same as Tai Xiaohu's, both weighing more than 190 jin. Tai Xiaohu was able to grab his body and lift it above his head. The strength of the arms is really great. Of course Lingyun deliberately let Tai Xiaohu catch it. He was held in the air by Tai Xiaohu, but the smile on his face remained the same, and he even rubbed Tai Xiaohu's head with his hands while smiling. Tai Xiaohu held Lingyun up. The footsteps moved, and the tower-like body turned 3 times in place, and then he exhaled and said, "Hi." Both hands slammed forward. Lingyun was thrown out. There was another exclamation. Lingyun's chubby body flew across the air, but Tai Xiaohu was unforgiving, and he was throwing Lingyun. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and his body jumped forward, chasing Lingyun and rushing out. How rich is Tai Xiaohu's actual combat experience? Of course he knows that Lingyun was caught by him on purpose, but even so, he still doesn't want to give up this opportunity. People are flying in the air, and when their body just hits the ground, it is too late to make any other reaction. Metropolis will subconsciously protect their body, so this is the opportunity for Tai Xiaohu. Of course, his strength is not as great as Lingyun's. With all his strength, he only threw Lingyun 4 meters away. Seeing that Lingyun was about to fall to the ground, Tai Xiaohu happened to rush in front of Lingyun. He took advantage of the budget and took advantage of the trend to shoot at Lingyun's whereabouts. Take a kick. As long as Lingyun falls, he will definitely be hit by this powerful force. Ah. Dangerous. How so? Oops. Ning Lingyu was stunned, Chao Shanshan was stunned, Tang Meng sighed, and the whole corridor were stunned. Everyone couldn't help but sweat for Lingyun. Their tense breathing is about to stop. However, Lingyun would let Tai Xiaohu kick, just when he was about to land. He secretly raised his breath, and his fat body flipped over in an extremely flexible manner in the air. Lingyun fell steadily behind Tai Xiaohu, then raised his legs slightly, facing Tai Xiaohu's butt. Another kick. Tai Xiaohu was about to kick Lingyun. After a long time, he fell 2 somersaults. He finally got to kick Lingyun. He was secretly complacent. People are gone. Then he felt another irresistible force coming from his butt. The collision caused him to dash for 5 or 6 steps in a row, and he couldn't hold back his momentum, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Another dog biting shit. Wow. That flip is so beautiful. Stunning. Cool. My god, I'm going to love Lingyun to death. I'm going to confess to him. Many girls were completely dazed by the somersault performed by Lingyun. Lingyun looked at Tai Xiaohu, who fell to the ground again, and couldn't help but be angry and laughed. I didn't expect you to be quite a bad boy, are you convinced? Tai Xiaohu didn't hesitate this time. After he fell, he got up immediately, then stared at Lingyun with determined and fierce eyes and said, I don't agree. Lingyun laughed. He is not afraid that Tai Xiaohu will not accept it now, he is afraid that Tai Xiaohu will be soft. Lingyun nodded and pointed at Tai Xiaohu with his index finger, then continue. Tai Xiaohu raised his eyebrows, just about to rush forward, but suddenly stopped. He stood firm and said to Lingyun, this time you come to hit me. This kid is very shrewd, he has already seen it. Lingyun has been using strength just now. Every shot is a late attack. If Lingyun doesn't want him to touch, he will not touch Lingyun's clothes. Because he is not as fast as Lingyun. So Tai Xiaohu wisely chose to defend instead of attack. Lingyun smiled, nodded without hesitation, said okay, then he flew up and shot at Tai Xiaohu, punching him in the chest. Tai Xiaohu's eyes widened and he shouted, good job. With both arms stretched out at the same time, he wanted to grab Lingyun's arm and throw it over his shoulder. Then, he was horrified to find that just when his hands were about to touch Lingyun's arm, Lingyun's fist speed suddenly accelerated, more than 10 times faster than when he punched, and he hit in an instant. Off his left shoulder. Bang! Tai Xiaohu didn't fall down this time, but stepped back 7 or 8 steps, then pushed the golden mountain down to the jade pillar, and fell to the ground with all 4 feet in the sky. Lingyun smiled and retracted his fists, and said to Tai Xiaohu, who was lying on the ground in a large font, you asked me to beat you, how about it? Are you convinced? You. Tai Xiaohu raised his hand and pointed at Lingyun. The expression on his face was both shocked and angry. Totally a hell of a look. When Lingyun's punch came out, the speed wasn't even as fast as Tai Xiaohu's move, but when Tai Xiaohu stretched out his arms to grab it, Tai Xiaohu didn't see what was going on. Just found out that he was hit. The move did not change, but it accelerated in an instant, making Tai Xiaohu defenseless. In fact, what if he had defenses? Lingyun's accelerated punch was based on his current strength. Even if he is 5 times stronger, he still cannot escape. In the world of martial arts, there is no stubbornness that cannot be broken, only fastness cannot be broken. Too fast. Tai Xiaohu lowered his right hand to the ground and struggled to stand up again. Lingyun hit his left shoulder, and now he is completely numb and weak, and only one right arm is left for the time being. Don't accept it. Come again. Although Tai Xiaohu has been beaten until now, his eyes are getting brighter and his fighting spirit is getting stronger and stronger. Lingyun smiled. A flash of admiration flashed in his eyes. Tai Xiaohu was the best choice for cultivation, regardless of his physique, understanding, and perseverance. Of course, Lingyun had to beat him in the process of subduing him. From his rebirth to now, Lingyun has only found 2 characters suitable for cultivation. One is naturally his sister's inborn spiritual body, and the other is Tai Xiaohu, who has strong fighting power and extraordinary willpower in front of him. Of course, he will not miss this good opportunity. Who will beat whom this time? Lingyun rubbed his hands gently, letting Tai Xiaohu choose. Tai Xiaohu's small universe has been completely ignited by Lingyun, and a resolute determination flashed in his eyes. He shouted angrily, "This time I'll fight with you." After he finished speaking, he could no longer care about any rules, and he rushed towards Lingyun with gnashing teeth, like a mad tiger. Everything is in vain. The strength can't match Lingyun's, the movement speed can't match Lingyun's, but Lingyun's fighting wisdom has been reduced by 10 times. What else can I do? Ling Yun looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Haha, are you angry? Good. Ling Yun's figure flickered, easily dodging Tai Xiaohu's approach. He circled behind Tai Xiaohu again, still aimed at Tai Xiaohu's butt, and gave him such a ruthless kick. This time, Ling Yun increased his strength and kicked Tai Xiaohu 7 or 8 meters away. Are you satisfied? Dissatisfied. Tai Xiaohu climbed up again with difficulty, and the repeated fights, to be exact, he was beaten, made him gasp violently, only to feel that his ass was about to be kicked to pieces by Ling Yun. However, the light in his eyes is still indomitable, not afraid of death. Next, Tai Xiaohu was kicked flying by Ling Yun again and again, fell down again and again, got up again and then stumbled towards Ling Yun, and the cycle went on and on. I don't accept it? I don't accept it. I don't accept it? I don't accept it. These two repeated voices have been echoing on the campus for about 20 minutes after the 4th class. Now, in addition to the two of them fighting, Tang Meng, Xuanhuan, and Chao Shanshan, who are taking care of Li Qingchuan, are still watching the battle. Mainly all the students in class 3 and 6 of senior high school are left, taking PE classes on the playground. The lower grade classmates, and the group of Qinglong, brought by two gang. As for the other classes, even Ning Lingyu went back to the classroom. The 4th class of class 3 and 6 of senior high school was originally a self-study class. Now that such a big event has happened, naturally no one is studying obediently in the classroom. The students in class 6 were no longer content to lie in the corridor and watch. Most of them had already come downstairs and watched from a distance as Ling Yun kept hitting Tai Xiaohu, but Tai Xiaohu struggled to get up again. Rush past the picture. Tai Xiaohu is really resistant to beatings. And, why didn't you say that Ling Yun can really fight? Watching Tai Xiaohu stumble again, stooping and panting towards him, Ling Yun didn't have the slightest emotion in his eyes, grabbed Tai Xiaohu's collar and threw it a dozen meters away, then continued to ask. Are you satisfied? To be continued. To be continued. After Ling Yun threw Tai Xiaohu's tower-like body out, he didn't even look at him, and went straight to Li Qingchuan. Every time Ling Yun makes a shot, he is very measured. Just now, Tai Xiaohu couldn't get up without 4 or 5 minutes. All of Qinglong's people who were knocked to the ground by Ling Yun just now, except 2 gang and the 7 or 8 people whose calves were broken by Ling Yun's kick, have all climbed up. They were either standing or sitting on the ground. Endless humiliation and anger, looking at Ling Yun like fire. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. Ling Yun was clearly able to knock Tai Xiaohu to the ground in one move, making him unable to get up again, but every time he just knocked Tai Xiaohu into the air, he could still get him up. It seems that it is simply a blatant slap in the face and a naked humiliation. Because Tai Xiaohu is the most likely successor of Qinglong, he now represents Qinglong and Brother Kuan, he is the face of Qinglong. Although Ling Yun had knocked Tai Xiaohu away more than a dozen times in a row, he still acted as if he had never done anything. He came to Li Qingchuan's side. Boss, what are you doing with Tai Xiaohu? It's over if he can't get up. Tang Meng said pitifully as he looked at Tai Xiaohu, who was lying on the ground in the distance, his whole body shaking violently, struggling to get up. Ling Yun ignored him, squatted down, and asked Li Qingchuan with a smile, "How are you feeling now?" After Li Qingchuan woke up from the coma, he soon discovered 9 gold needles stuck in his body. His first reaction was that Ninger gave him first aid with acupuncture, so he said that to Xuanhuan. Because in Li Qingchuan's view, among all the people present, the only one who can use acupuncture is Xuanhuan, the granddaughter of Shani Shui. But after Li Qingchuan stabilized a little, Xuanhuan told Li Qingchuan that it was not she who saved him, but Ling Yun who woke him up. Li Qingchuan was stunned at the time. What? Ling Yun? Even medical skills? He is his biggest rival. He actually saved his own life, what could he do in the future? Li Qingchuan's heart attack, he knew best in his heart, was that there was no one to help. Since he was a child, his parents have taken him to every famous hospital in the country. He even tried a lot of remedies, but it didn't work at all. The information returned was the same. This kind of congenital heart disease is very rare, even surgery cannot be done, the rest can only be 2 words, wait to die. Many heart disease experts in China have even told his parents. Li Qingchuan would definitely not live to be 18 years old, and his parents' hearts were broken at that time. Later, with the rise of Li Yifeng's status, he gradually came into contact with a level that was not accessible before, and only then did he know that Qing Shui had a genius Dr. Shui. According to the level Li Yifeng was in a system at that time, he was for the life of his son. After racking his brains and trying every means to open up countless joints, his son was treated by Shueshini. Shueshini gave 13-year-old Li Qingchuan a pulse, and his expression became solemn. He frowned and said that he could not get rid of the root either. He could only try his best to use acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine to protect and clear Li Qingchuan's heart. Li Qingchuan could live to be 45 years old. However, Dr. Shui also said that if Li Qingchuan could not control his emotions, or if you encounter a major accident that causes a heart attack, you will be in danger of dying at any time. These, Li Qingchuan's parents did not hide from him. Therefore, Li Qingchuan is very clear. Therefore, when Li Qingchuan found out that he had an unstoppable heart attack, he subconsciously knew that he was finished, and then completely fell into a coma. Now that he woke up, he heard that the person who woke him up was his biggest rival in love. Ling Yun. It is strange that he is not dazed, not only dazed, but also shocked and infinitely lost and melancholy. What was shocking was that Ninger's new boyfriend was able to save him even if he was going to die. As for the loss and melancholy, then there is no need to ask, he was saved by his biggest rival in love, and now he owes his life. What else can he use to fight with Ling Yun for Ninger? It's just that he still doesn't know that Ling Yun not only saved him, but also completely eradicated his congenital heart disease. From now on, he will be like a healthy person, and he will no longer have to worry about his life. It can be said that Ling Yun has a good heart this time. He not only chose to use the golden needle to use the 9 acupuncture needles on Li Qingchuan, but he also did not hesitate to use the 9 spiritual qi to open up Li Qingchuan's heart. These 9 spiritual qi are now like 9 spiritual snakes. He was sealed in Li Qingchuan's body by Ling Yun with 9 needles of the spirit pivot. In the future, he will protect and completely transform his heart problems, making him worry-free for life. Of course, Ling Yun was entirely looking at Tang Meng and Shui Mining's face, otherwise, he wouldn't be too lazy to work so hard. Li Qingchuan can clearly feel the warmth in his body now. The usual inexplicable heart palpitations and the occasional rapid beating of the heart are gone. Now his heart is beating powerfully and smoothly, which is a safe and comfortable feeling that he has never enjoyed before. Although Ling Yun is his biggest rival in love, he is also his savior now, so Li Qingchuan looked at Ling Yun with complex eyes and said, "Thank you for saving me. I, Li Qingchuan, owe you a life, but, 1 yard is for another, I won't give up Ninger." Shui Mining blushed at what he said, and couldn't help but said coquettishly, "It's useless to say these things when you're lying on the ground, really." Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, "Whatever you want, since you're all right, I'll pull out the needle." As he spoke, Ling Yun shot out like lightning. Before Tang Meng and Shui Mining could see clearly, he had already pulled out all the 9 golden needles. He put the golden needle in Shui Mining's hand, and then smiled at Li Qingchuan, "Boy, don't lie on the ground with a corpse, you are well now, get up quickly." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he stood up, turned and walked towards Tai Xiaohu, leaving Li Qingchuan with a calm back. Li Qingchuan felt that his heart was stable and his breathing was smooth. He took a deep breath, then grabbed Tang Meng's arm and stood up. Li Qingchuan stretched his arms comfortably, and said in surprise, I didn't expect this guy to save my life, but the acupuncture method he used seems to be very special. I feel that this time is different from the acupuncture that Grandpa Shui gave me. He still hadn't understood it yet. What Ling Yun said to him already healed meant that he was completely healed. Xuanhuan giggled and said with a charming smile, stupidly Qingchuan, this time is of course different. Your congenital heart disease has been completely cured now, and you will never have another attack in the future. Li Qingchuan's face changed greatly. Ninger, what did you say? You said I. Xuanhuan looked at his shocked expression, raised her delicate chin with a smug smile, and said, what is he? Me, brother Ling Yun has completely cured your heart disease. I can anger you at will in the future. Piss you off. Xuanhuan held the 9 golden needles that Ling Yun gave her. She didn't know that what Ling Yun had just used was the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, so when Ling Yun said that Li Qingchuan was healed, she immediately understood that Ling Yun had completely cured Li Qingchuan's illness. Go. Li Qingchuan couldn't care about Xuanhuan's witty words now. He only heard Xuanhuan's words, completely cured your heart disease. He stared blankly at Ling Yun, who was walking into the distance, and muttered to himself, he cured me completely? Grandpa Shui has no way to remove the root cause of my disease. The shock and incredible look in his eyes were indescribable for a while. Li Qingchuan really wanted to punch the heart of his left chest, but he didn't dare to do so. If this is true, how can I repay it? Ling Yun didn't just save his life. The great haze that had shrouded the old Li family for 20 years was suddenly expelled by Ling Yun. How much of a kindness must this be? It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the grace of recreation, right? Tang Meng on the side was even more shocked. Ling Yun didn't lie to him, he didn't brag. What I said to him last night turned out to be true. Tang Meng knew about Li Qingchuan's heart disease since he was a child. Although Li Qingchuan was the worthy eldest brother of Tang Meng in Qingshui City, once there was a fight, it was always Tang Meng's younger brothers who protected Li Qingchuan, not at all. Let him get involved. Because these guys have been explained by their parents since childhood, Li Qingchuan's heart is not good, and his life will be in danger at any time. Once something goes wrong, if Li Yifeng is angry with the crown, no one can afford it. The old Li family is the only seedling. Tang Meng even knew that almost no one could cure Li Qingchuan's disease, and even Shani Shui couldn't get rid of the root, he could only maintain it. But now, his boss, Ling Yun, has completely cured him in such a short time? And when he was treating the disease, he didn't delay the fight, and he had 2 things in one mind. What an awesome medical skill, to do this. Made a fortune. Hit the jackpot. After Tang Meng was shocked, for a short time, his eyes were full of uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun, who was far away with complicated eyes. She was silent, she didn't know what she was thinking, but the pain of remorse that flashed in her eyes from time to time had completely explained what she was thinking. Thinking of the words she said when she returned to her family, and her pretentious mentality after returning from the capital, Chao Shanshan is really full of remorse. She has begun to understand that she has missed a lot of opportunities at your fingertips. Obviously, within a few days of Ling Yun's rise, Xuanhuan was caught, and Tang Meng was caught, but now she seems to have nothing. The shock Ling Yun brought her today was too much. Although Ling Yun never said a word to her till now, he didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of him. Chao Shanshan is the sad Boren. She felt that Ling Yun had been smacking her face fiercely all day, lashing out at her self-esteem, and trampling on her pride, but she could only beat her teeth and swallow it in her stomach, silently enduring it. Unspeakable sore pain. Pretend, let you continue to pretend, what are you wearing now? Chao Shanshan almost bit her lip and cursed herself in her heart. To be continued. To be continued. As the saying goes, don't pretend to be forceful, you will be struck by lightning if you pretend to be forceful. Just because Chao Shanshan wanted to pretend so little in front of Ling Yun, now she is silently tasting the cup of bitter wine she brewed for herself, and she has no time to regret it. Ling Yun was slightly delayed at Li Qingchuan's side for 2 minutes. When he came back, Tai Xiaohu was still lying on the ground exhausted, his chest heaving violently, panting heavily, and staring at Ling Yun with fiery eyes. He has been kicked and thrown by Ling Yun nearly 20 times. The last few times, he rested on the ground for longer than once, and it was more difficult for him to get up. There was pain all over his body. Due to the friction and impact with the red brick floor, many parts of his body had already been bruised. Even the skin on his face was broken in several places, blood was flowing, and he was extremely embarrassed. However, there was still no sign of fear or humiliation on his face. He was like a wounded tiger, lying there panting and staring at Ling Yun, his teeth rattling. He still wanted to fight again. Ling Yun nodded secretly. He recognized Tai Xiaohu's fighting power and willpower very much. Ling Yun walked to Tai Xiaohu's side, lowered his head, and said coldly, "Are you satisfied? Just keep standing up if you don't agree." Tai Xiaohu gasped and said, "You are really strong, but you want me to serve? It's still 108,000 miles away." He grinned and put his hands on the ground, but he struggled to stand up again. Ling Yun smiled slightly, "Very good, come again." Tai Xiaohu walked unsteadily to Ling Yun, so to speak, moved to Ling Yun, gritted his teeth, raised his already numb arm, and hit Ling Yun again. In the eyes of others, Ling Yun is now bullying Tai Xiaohu and humiliating Tai Xiaohu, but Ling Yun knows that he is polishing him and testing him. Tai Xiaohu is a piece of fine iron, and only 100 refining can make it into steel. It takes 3 days to burn the jade. It takes 7 years to identify materials. Ling Yun's trial on him was only halfway through, so naturally he wouldn't let him go. Amidst the exclamations, Ling Yun quickly raised his left foot and kicked Tai Xiaohu's chest. Bang! Another 7 or 8 meters away. Tai Xiaohu fell to the ground again. After the fall. Tai Xiaohu roared angrily, his voice resounded throughout the campus, showing his unyielding. Ling Yun stepped forward unhurriedly. Indifferently said, "Don't cry and howl, stand up if you are a man. Stand on." Tai Xiaohu gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up. Then he grabbed Ling Yun's clothes with his hand and stood up again. "Have you taken it?" Ling Yun let him hold his body and smiled lightly. "I refuse to accept it." Tai Xiaohu vowed to die, but he refused to accept it. Ling Yun nodded, "Okay, I'll give you some excitement. I'll see if you're convinced." As he said, he grabbed Tai Xiaohu by the collar and threw him violently above the playground with one hand. Tai Xiaohu was thrown by Ling Yun more than 4 meters above the ground, and his flying body crossed the railing wall between here and the playground, like a projectile fired generally flew over the playground. Extremely fast. Iron Tiger flew fast. But Ling Yun was even faster. He used Wanli's hand to walk, and his figure jumped over the railings and fences, and he galloped under the flying Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun has only now begun to show 1/10 of his strength. I mean, what is Ling Yun doing? Go against the sky. Ling Yun is completely against the sky. It turns out that he has been playing with Tai Xiaohu just now. The trapeze. It starts again. Tang Meng and Shui Mining exclaimed in unison. Chao Shanshan and Li Qingchuan opened their mouths in shock, watching this crazy scene in disbelief. The body suddenly volleyed upside down. Even with Tai Xiaohu's courage, he was terrified. But he didn't close his eyes. When he saw Ling Yun rushing wildly below him, he was completely dumbfounded. Could this be Ling Yun's true strength? Tai Xiaohu was heartbroken. Knowing that he is not only Ling Yun's opponent, he is not even worthy of carrying Ling Yun's shoes. Over there, Qinglong's people have long been dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Ling Yun's figure, wondering what kind of existence we have provoked. Just now, they saw Ling Yun humiliating Tai Xiaohu again and again, and some of them couldn't help but want to go up and help Tai Xiaohu fight together. But now they understand, not to mention a few of them, even if there are 20 more iron tigers up there, it will be no use. Tai Xiaohu flew more than 20 meters across, and flew to the runway of the playground. He was castrated and his body was already falling. If he fell to the ground this time, don't ask, I guarantee that he will never get up again. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't let him fall to the ground, and when Tai Xiaohu fell to the height of his chest, Ling Yun made a lightning strike and threw Tai Xiaohu high again along the direction of the playground runway. Throw higher and farther this time. Ling Yun looked at Tai Xiaohu, who was terrified in midair. With a playful smile on his face, he said in his heart, boy, just fly. It's more than 190 kilograms, it's not bad for me to use it to practice. He doesn't ask Tai Xiaohu to accept his clothes anymore, his figure is like a flash of lightning, and he follows Tai Xiaohu's figure madly. As soon as Tai Xiaohu falls to the height of his chest, he will throw him up again. The tower-like figure of Tai Xiaohu drew beautiful parabolas over the playground. Every time Ling Yun threw him up, he couldn't help but be shocked, but his fear was unnecessary, because he couldn't fall at all. There are 3 classes of students on the playground who are in physical education class. They are completely stupid now. They are standing like wooden chickens. Their eyes and heads follow the figures of Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu. Forgot to wipe. It can be said that this scene is even more exciting than Ling Yun's mad running with a sandbag last week. Well, it's a shame, it's really a shame. Monster, definitely a monster. Ninger, what kind of boyfriend are you looking for? Li Qingchuan stared at Ling Yun, who was rushing, and seemed to be asking xuanhuan, but also talking to himself. Subconsciously, he had lost the confidence to compete with Ling Yun for xuanhuan. Subconsciously, he reluctantly admitted that Ling Yun was xuanhuan's male friend's facts. Regardless of whether Tai Xiaohu is convinced or not, is Li Qingchuan completely convinced by him? Unexpectedly, xuanhuan, who was already stunned, answered him subconsciously, I don't know. How did he do it? Tang Mei was even more sloppy, and secretly said in his heart, what kind of strength is the boss, and what speed is this? Ordinary people can't throw a basketball this far. So tall. Besides, even if it was thrown out, he wouldn't be able to catch it himself. Chao Shanshan, who knew some of the world's secrets, was completely shocked this time. For the first time, she connected Ling Yun with those people she knew in her heart. Ling Yun definitely had an amazing encounter, and he was taught by those people. Otherwise, he would never have reached such a level of strength and realm. At this time, the complex expressions on Chao Shanshan's face disappeared, her 2 big beautiful eyes began to sparkle with excitement, and her long eyelashes kept quivering, as if she had seen some kind of dawn. Ninger, I'm sorry, even though I was 1 step ahead of you, but for Ling Yun like this, I have to fight no matter what. Chao Shanshan made no secret of the admiration for Ling Yun in her eyes, and secretly had a plan in her heart. The goal is certain. As her mood changed, Chao Shanshan's frown that had been frowning was completely stretched out, and the delicate goose egg's face flashed again with a dazzling brilliance, radiant and radiant. Don't be afraid of making mistakes, and change them when you pass them on. Goodness is great. It's not too late to make amends. Smelly Ling Yun, a dead friend. It's actually hidden from me now. Looking at Ninger and Tang Meng, they seem to have known this for a long time. Let's see how I will settle accounts with you. Humph. Chao Shanshan glanced left and right. Seeing Tang Meng and xuanhuan's shocked but clear expressions, they secretly cursed Ling Yun's enemy. Ling Yun ran wildly around the playground. After 3 laps, he suddenly realized that Tai Xiaohu had gotten used to the game of being thrown around. This kid's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression seemed to be about to fall asleep. He was actually enjoying it. Ling Yanxian said that his courage was good, but after he took Tai Xiaohu into his hands again, he did not throw it out immediately, but smiled at Tai Xiaohu and said, "Is it fun?" Tai Xiaohu replied subconsciously, "It's fun." Ling Yan sneered. He blinked at Tai Xiaohu and said, "Soon you won't be fun anymore." Ling Yan is now at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training. After the tossing just now, the spiritual energy in his body has long since flowed out, and began to circulate in the body according to the fixed Zhou Tian. Sensing Ling Yan's expression was different, Tai Xiaohu was so frightened that his eyes widened, and he said in horror, "What else do you want to do?" If Ling Yan continued to ask Tai Xiaohu if he was not convinced, Tai Xiaohu would definitely persuade him without hesitation. The two were not of the same order of magnitude at all. Wouldn't it be interesting to just pretend to be unconvinced? It is true that Tai Xiaohu is stubborn, but he is not a fool. In front of a strong man who is no different from trampling on an ant, he will not be able to accept it. Ling Yan smiled evilly, the dimple on the left cheek was clearly visible, but in Tai Xiaohu's eyes, it was a world-shattering horror. "I'll abolish you." After speaking, Ling Yan's 2 fingers in the food, pointing like swords, quickly connected to all the fatal points in Tai Xiaohu's body. This time Tai Xiaohu was really frightened, his face changed greatly with fright, and he screamed, "Boss, I've taken it, I'm 100, no, 1,000 servings, 10,000. Serve, I'm not going to mess with you in the future, please forgive me." Tai Xiaohu had practiced the boy's kung fu with the 13 Taibao Heng, and seeing that Ling Yan was going to give him away his kung fu, it was no wonder that he was not so frightened. Ling Yan kept pointing his fingers, he said with a smile, "It's too late to be convinced now. It won't work if you take it." After Ling Yan finished pointing with his finger, he threw the pale-faced Tai Xiaohu into the air again, and then quickly took out the leather needle bag and squeezed 9 silver needles from it. When Tai Xiaohu fell again, Ling Yan caught his body with his left hand and used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot with one hand while running. Through the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, the spiritual energy in Ling Yan's body was desperately drilled into the body of Tai Xiaohu. For the sake of Tai Xiaohu, a good cultivator, Ling Yan really spared no expense. He used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot 9 times in a row. Stop. Washing the tendons and cutting the marrow of Tai Xiaohu was successful. Then, Ling Yan ran right next to the basketball court, and with a casual throw, he threw Tai Xiaohu's body high. In the deafening exclamation, Tai Xiaohu's tower-like body landed on the top of the backboard softly like a feather, and hung his limbs down there firmly. Ding bell bell. The bell for the last class in the morning just rang crisply. To be continued. To be continued. As soon as the get-out-of-class bell rang, the high school students who couldn't hold it back swarmed out, and they rushed into the corridor as if they were afraid of not being able to grab a seat, looking for Ling Yan's figure. It can be said that since school, this is the hardest class they have endured, and they are most looking forward to the get-out-of-class that ends early. In the first half of the class, they all listened to Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu's rhythmic questioning and answering of "I don't accept" and "I don't accept." But in the last 10 minutes, they could only occasionally hear exclamations like a tsunami of mountains and tsunamis. Make them anxious. Now that it's finally after school, it's no wonder they don't all rush out to see what happened. Then, the first classmates who rushed out happened to see the shocking scene when Ling Yan threw Tai Xiaohu's black tower-like body onto the backboard of the basketball hoop. Fuck. Ling Yan is too awesome, he made Tai Xiaohu get a rebound. Halo, what is Ling Yan doing? Is he practicing shooting? It's incredible, how much we missed out on. Grass, I knew I wouldn't be attending this class, I didn't listen to anything anyway. Depressed. Ha ha ha, Tai Xiaohu, the most capable player in Qingshui No. 1, was thrown on the backboard by Ling Yan. It's so embarrassing, I'm dying of laughter. In the corridors upstairs of the two teaching buildings of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, there were dense crowds of people. They were shocked, they were crazy, they talked a lot, they were incredible, they said everything. Ning Lingyu slowly walked out of the classroom. She didn't see Ling Yun's shooting scene, but she also saw Tai Xiaohu hanging on the backboard and dangling. Of how to throw people around. Her beautiful and dreamy face smiled softly, brighter than the first ray of sunshine in the beautiful morning, and more dazzling than the roses blooming all over the campus. Fascinated. But now, no one dares to make irresponsible remarks to Ning Lingyu, pointing and sneering. Everyone looks at Ning Lingyu with a trace of indescribable awe. Her elder brother is Ling Yun, the former coward. The dead fat man has become a well-deserved god of war in the hearts of every student of No. 1 Middle School. Became the most dazzling and powerful existence in Shimizu No. 1. Who would dare to provoke such a Ning Lingyu? Who dares to offend? Ning Lingyu went downstairs with a smile, and walked towards Ling Yun's place without hesitation. There was no doubt that she wanted to eat with Ling Yun at noon. If you've had enough rest, find a way to get down. Ling Yun watched Tai Xiaohu hanging on the backboard and kept dangling. He couldn't help laughing. Walked towards the people of Qinglong. Qinglong's men were defeated, and the defeat was terrible. 7 of them had their calves broken, most of them had blue noses and swollen faces, and Tu Gang was seriously injured, and was smashed by his own baseball bat. The reason why they stayed here and didn't leave was to wait for Ling Yun to deal with Tai Xiaohu. If they saw Tai Xiaohu being abused so much by Ling Yun, they abandoned their brothers and left, no matter what the reason. The people in the Qinglong punishment hall will not let them go. Qinglong is Qinglong, and they are considered ruthless. 7 people have broken legs, and 1 is seriously injured. No one called for an ambulance, nor did they call their companions to take them to the hospital first. Ling Yun quickly came to them, and then a charming smile evoked the corners of his mouth. The people of Qinglong, except Tai Xiaohu, who is in charge of you. Now Tu Gang was lying on the ground shivering with pain, and he had become a waste. Ling Yun naturally did not intend to listen to him. A thin young man, standing 1.76 meters tall, stood up and said angrily, "What else do you have to do?" Ling Yun laughed, raised his chin and asked him, "What's your name?" The thin young man said coldly, "Ding Guanghui." Ling Yun's smile faded, his face darkened, and he said to him, "Okay, Ding Guanghui, more than 30 of you came to the school to make trouble, asking me for trouble, and delaying so many of us in class. How should you calculate this account?" Ding Guanghui, including everyone behind him, was stunned. "What? Settlement? Hasn't it already made us like this? How are you going to account for it?" Ding Guanghui frowned and asked in puzzlement, "You've beaten us all like this. Tu Gang has also been seriously injured with 6 or 7 broken legs. What's the account?" Ling Yun quickly shook his head to clarify, "Be careful when you speak. I admit that I broke their legs, but Tu Gang was beaten by himself and you, and it has nothing to do with me." Qinglong's people had a strange look on their faces, thinking that Tu Gang's injury has nothing to do with you. However, what Ling Yun said before was right. Tu Gang was indeed a member of Qinglong, and this made them irrefutable. Now the situation is stronger than people, and Qinglong has already been planted. Ling Yun saw that all the people in Qinglong were very puzzled, so he patiently reminded, "You made me delay the class, and you have spent so much time and effort to clean up. Shouldn't you express compensation?" Then, Ling Yun rubbed the index finger and thumb of his right hand, making a movement of counting money. What? This? The people of Qinglong were collectively petrified. They fought for so many years, licking blood from the knife edge. Either you died or I died. Have you never heard of getting paid after a fight? Ding Guanghui looked at Ling Yun in astonishment and said, Is this even more money?" Ling Yun nodded and said very seriously, "Did you forget that before I started, I asked you if you brought enough money? Do you think I am taking you for fun and amusing you?" After finishing speaking, Ling Yun said impatiently, "Quickly, make up the money, as much as you can, I have to go to lunch, I don't have time to waste money with you here." All the people in Qinglong have a hellish expression, saying that they have seen Shameless, but never seen such Shameless. This guy looks like a well-deserved martial arts master, how could he do such an outrageous thing? Tang Meng, Chao Shanshan and others were very close to hear, and they could hear their conversation clearly. They had an expression of "I knew you would do this" for a long time. Tu Gang had already experienced it once, and he also understood the number of ways Ling Yun had. He tried his best to turn over, gritted his teeth and endured the pain and said to Qinglong's people, "Brothers, don't hesitate, we can't go without giving him money. Yes, I have 12,000 with me here, you can collect it and give him the money." With that said, Tu Gang used his only left hand to shake Sajuo and took out his wallet and handed it to a gangster beside him. This was originally because he was going to invite these 30 people to eat and play money after beating up Ling Yun violently and regaining his face, but he did not expect to be corrupted by Ling Yun again. Those who were on the road knew that people had to bow their heads under the eaves. When they saw that they had no choice, they had to look for money from their pockets. More than 30 people made a total of 18,000, plus two gangs 12,000, a total of 30,000. After Ding Guangwei took it, he directly handed the 30,000 yuan to Ling Yun without any nonsense. Ling Yun took the 30,000 yuan, and he smiled happily, and then he casually said to Ding Guangwei, "Okay, for the sake of your sincerity, I don't care, I'll let you go today. Go back and tell you Brother Kuan 2 things. First, when I have time, I will go to him to have a good communication and discuss the real compensation issue. Second, Tai Xiao who has messed with me from now on, and has nothing to do with you Qinglong half cents, I understand no?" At this time, the students of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School were no longer afraid. They had already swarmed around them. They all gasped in shock when they heard Ling Yun say that he was going to kill Qinglong to communicate with Brother Kuan for compensation. However, they were still in awe of Qinglong's prestige, but they only dared to listen and dare not talk about it. After all, they did not have Ling Yun's ability. What Qinglong's people really care about is the second thing Ling Yun said. Did Tai Xiaohu mix with Ling Yun in the future? He said that if you mix with him, just mix with him. Tai Xiaohu is expected to become the successor of our Qinglong. Moreover, according to Tai Xiaohu's loyalty to Brother Kuan, it is absolutely impossible for him to become a monk halfway through and change his family. Besides, there are people from Xingtong. If Tai Xiaohu dares to do this, then he will not be chased to the ends of the earth by Xingtong people? Ding Guangwei wanted to talk again, but saw that Ling Yun had already turned around and left them with the money, and he didn't want to pay any more attention to them. Suffocated. Is he really suffocating? After so many years, King Longta lost such a big person at one time. Ding Guangwei stared fiercely at Tu Gang on the ground, thinking that it's not good for you to provoke someone, you provoke such a shameless evil spirit? High school student? I bother. Is there such a cool high school student? As far as Ling Yun's ability is concerned, they, Qinglong and Brother Kuan's 2 bodyguards together may not be able to beat them together, even high school students? Ding Guangwei raised his eyes and looked at Tai Xiaohu, who was still hanging on the backboard in the distance. He really wanted to go over and help him get down and walk together. He remembered Ling Yun's words, and in the end he didn't dare to take a step forward. Is he really unlucky? Ding Guangwei spit on the ground with a livid face, then turned his head and said to the brothers, "Take them, let's go." Unexpectedly, at this moment, sirens blared loudly on the main road of the campus, and 3 police cars roared. Qinglong's people are used to fighting and killing, and of course they can't call the police whether they win or lose, but this is the school. Some teachers saw Qinglong's people making trouble before class and reported the incident to the principal. After hesitating for more than 20 minutes, the principal finally decided to let the police handle the matter. He couldn't help but hesitate, because the principal of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School was considered a figure in Qingshui City, big or small. Before making a decision, he still had to weigh the power of Qinglong. 3 police cars blared their sirens, whistling all the way, and soon came to a stop near the crowd. A valiant and heroic female police officer opened the door of the first police car and got out of the car. The classmates of Shimizu No. 1 Middle School turned around one after another, and when they saw the policewoman clearly, all of them couldn't help but take a breath. Many classmates who were fortunate enough to have seen her in the morning shouted out in shock, "Tianxian." The visitor is none other than the peerless beauty of the Nine Heavens fairy, Lin Menghan. To be continued. To be continued. As soon as the beautiful Lin Menghan appeared, everyone present, men and women, all breathed stagnantly, stared blankly at Lin Menghan, and saluted her. Lin Menghan seemed to be like a powerful magnet, firmly attracted, catching everyone's attention. Every boy's breathing became heavier, they felt that their eyes were not enough, and their eyes became like a male dog in heat, staring at every inch of Lin Menghan's up and down, and felt that they could look no matter what they looked at. Not enough. If the eyes could take off his clothes, Lin Menghan's police uniform would have been taken off 1,000,000 times. Even Li Qingchuan, the No. 1 dude in Qingshui, who has always considered himself to be infinitely charming, couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing Lin Menghan's stunning appearance, and stood on the spot. Of course, except for one person, Ling Yan's expression remained the same, breathing as usual, squinting at Lin Menghan, who was wearing a police uniform with a more heroic aura, thinking that she was a policeman. Not to mention, Lin Menghan's almost naked wet body was touched by Ling Yan up and down. This morning, he stared at her perfectly tall breasts again, so Ling Yan acted very calm. With green light in his eyes, Tang Meng stared at Lin Menghan with heavy breathing. Without blinking his eyes, he muttered to himself, "Dad said that the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau was temporarily transferred this month to handle a major case." A female criminal policeman became a well-deserved police flower of the entire Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, and was even rated as the first female police flower of the Jiangnan Provincial Public Security System. It turned out to be her. Damn, it's really beautiful. No wonder Dad talks about her every day, she is really beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Tang Meng was right. As soon as Lin Menghan was transferred to the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, he immediately shook the entire Qingshui City Public Security System. Because Qingshui City is the capital city of Jiangnan Province, from the provincial department down to every police station, the public security system was all shocked and encouraged by Lin Menghan's beauty. The threshold of Lin Menghan's office was broken by the male police officer who accidentally went to the wrong department. Chao Shanshan looked around at Lin Menghan with critical eyes, as if she really wanted to find out what was wrong with her. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find any flaws, and in the end, I could only give up helplessly and secretly hurt myself. Really, how can it be so beautiful? Lin Menghan did not expect that he would come to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School for the second time so soon. Before she got out of the car, she noticed a person hanging on the backboard of a basketball hoop on the school basketball court. No way, Tai Xiaohu's current appearance is really too cool. It is estimated that now in the whole school, apart from Lin Menghan, he is the one who gets the most onlookers. It's hard for others not to notice him. Then Lin Menghan noticed Tu Gang and the others lying on the ground. She frowned slightly. Then he whispered to a male police officer beside him, "Call 3 ambulances, and then ask the bureau to send a few more police cars here. Those who come to the school to make trouble should all be brought back to the bureau for interrogation." Qinglong's people are very accustomed to entering the police station. They believe that Brother Kuan will be able to fish them out in less than a day, so they have no intention of running away or resisting. Of course, they have long been caught by Lin Minghan's peerless charm, confused, run away? It would be good if the policewoman personally handcuffed her and escorted her back to the police station. Ding Wanhui and the others were like this, even the 7 broken legs and seriously injured Tu Gang saw Lin Minghan. Forget about the pain in my body. Police flower, definitely a police flower, a well-deserved police flower. Not to mention the police world, just by Lin Minghan's beauty, even standing with Mei Feng of Qingshuizi Huashuang, it is estimated that he can win slightly. The male police officer didn't know whether it was because of Lin Minghan's position or because of her beauty. It just happened to be just after school. This place was already surrounded by 200 people, but when Lin Minghan appeared, the students of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School didn't even bother to eat, and all rushed in this direction. It was quickly surrounded by a flood. They competed to see Lin Minghan's peerless appearance, but they seemed to have forgotten that Lin Minghan was a policeman and came here to handle a case. When Lin Minghan saw that almost all the students in the school were gathered around, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't want to expand her influence, so she pointed at Ding Guanghui and said, "You. First, tell me briefly what is going on." Ding Guanghui was not a lascivious boy, but when he saw Lin Minghan asking him to tell his story, he was overjoyed as if he had won the lottery. He explained as much detail as possible, as wordy as possible, just so that he could stand in front of Lin Minghan for a few more minutes. Lin Minghan heard it almost. She swayed her delicate little hand lightly, preventing Ding Guanghui from continuing to talk, and then pointed at Tai Xiaohu, who was hanging on the backboard with his chin, and said, "What's the matter with him?" Ding Guanghui just said a few words as if he was taking credit, but was interrupted again by Lin Minghan. She said lightly, "I see." Then Lin Minghan turned around and said to the male colleague who had finished the phone call, "Watch here, I'll go over there to do something." Lin Minghan already had a more detailed understanding of the general process of the whole thing. The case was not complicated, but the whole case involved one person, Ling Yun. So she explained something to her male colleague, and followed the direction Ding Guanghui pointed just now, swaying her waist and walking towards Ling Yun's group. This guy Ling Yun looked at Lin Minghan a few times, before he didn't bother to look at her anymore. He was counting the 30,000 yuan he just got into his hands over and over again. He found that there was 100 less than the last time, so he was seriously panicking. Number. At this time, Ning Lingyu and Zhang Ling had also come to their side, plus Ling Yun, Tang Meng and other 5 people. 7 people stood together. Ling Yun counted correctly the second time. After he found out that it was indeed 300, he put away the money with a smile on his face, then turned to Li Qingchuan and said, "Hey, rival in love, should you invite me to dinner?" At this time, Li Qingchuan was watching the dreamy fairy-like Lin Minghan walking towards him. He was admiring Lin Minghan's peerless demeanor with straight eyes. He suddenly heard the rival in love and suddenly said blankly, "Ah? What to eat?" Ling Yun frowned and said, "What? You think I saved you in vain? Hurry up and invite me to dinner." Then he said to Tang Meng, who also had straight eyes, "Go and tell Tai Xiaohu, don't let him stand there, let him be a corpse. He's going to eat with us." After he finished speaking, he gave Ning Lingyu a gentle smile. "Lingyu, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Will my brother invite you to a big meal?" Ning Lingyu only has her elder brother Ling Yun in her eyes, so she just gave Lin Minghan a few glances, before paying no attention to her. Now that Ling Yun asked herself, she smiled mischievously and said, "It's not you who paid for it. How can it be counted? Your treat." Ling Yun was teased by his younger sister, and said embarrassedly, "Hee, whoever said that I didn't ask for money would not count as my request. Favors are better than money. Do you understand?" Ning Lingyu giggled. She took Ling Yun's arm naturally, tilted her head and said, "Okay, even if you asked for it, let's go." Ling Yun nodded and said with a smile, "Let's go." But at this time, Lin Menghan came over, she lightly opened her red lips, and said Huang Ying, but her voice was not emotional. Ling Yun, stop. Ling Yun stopped, turned his head and asked with a frown, what's the matter? Lin Menghan swayed lightly, walked to Ling Yun's side and stood still, and then said in a businesslike tone, you injured someone, and now you need to cooperate with the investigation. You must come back to the police station with us. Who knew? Ling Yun gave her a disdainful expression. He said sarcastically, I hurt someone? I'm protecting myself, okay? Will you handle the case? If you can't handle the case, then someone else will come. I'm hungry to eat now, I don't have time. So tugging? Lin Menghan's beautiful face had a stunned expression, and he said to me that this is a normal case handling procedure. I, a policeman, asked you to cooperate with the investigation. How can you have such an attitude? Even if you save my life, you can't affect my case handling, right? Li Qingchuan, who was on the side, looked at it and thought that this Ling Yun was too weird. Which man would not flatter such a beautiful woman, but waited and spoke carefully. He actually came with a disdainful look and a cold pair of eyebrows. Lin Menghan's face sank all of a sudden, she frowned and said, Ling Yun, you have to understand that this is not arresting you. I just asked you to cooperate with the investigation. We will send you back immediately after we have recorded the statement. Ling Yun was too lazy to listen to her wordy here. He glared at Lin Menghan and said, record a fart confession, I'm about to starve to death now, you are responsible for delaying my meal? Ling Yu, let's go. Talking. Gently pulling Ning Ling Yu's arm, he turned his head and left, leaving Lin Menghan on the spot. Lin Menghan didn't expect that Ling Yun not only didn't listen to her, but also spoke rudely in front of her. Her beautiful face was even more unsightly. Her graceful body trembled with anger, and a blush flashed across her flawless white face. He shouted in a high voice, Ling Yun, if you insist on obstructing official business, don't blame me for being rude to you. Ling Yun's forward footsteps suddenly stopped, and he turned back and said coldly, what? Who are you saying is obstructing official business? Ling Yun's face also sank. To be honest, Ling Yun is in a really good mood right now. Last night, he successfully reached the peak of the 3rd level of body training, and he was recognized as the master by the magic brush. In the morning, he bought a Maserati and knocked 1 million from Murong Fei Xue. He also tasted the little demon Shui mining. His sweet lips, and he even picked up such a good cultivator as Tai Xiaohu. He also knocked 30,000 yuan from Qinglong just now, and the harvest is so huge, can he not be happy? What he wants to do most now is to quickly take his sister Ning Lingyu to Xuanhuan building for a big meal, and then give Ning Lingyu a big surprise. Go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation? A bunch of bastards came to the school to make trouble. More than 30 of them were holding baseball bats, and they said that they had knocked off all of Ling Yun's limbs. Ling Yun taught them what happened? Isn't Lin Menghan looking for trouble? In fact, if other police officers deal with this matter, they will definitely not be as rigid as Lin Menghan. It is obvious that people from the society come to the school to make trouble, just take them all away. There are no students in the school so far. It's already a big happy event for those who are injured, and you still take them back to record a fart confession? But Lin Menghan was born in the army, and likes to strictly follow the rules and regulations, but he still can't get rid of this deadly reason. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't pay attention to her at all, this beautiful policewoman's face turned pale with anger, and her delicate body trembled. Whether at home, in the army, or in this police station, who would dare to speak to her in such a tone? To be continued. To be continued. I have to say, Tai Xiaohu's current shape is really unique. Ling Yan's hand was very good. Now Tai Xiaohu's 3 points below his belly button was stuck on the backboard with a thickness of 7 or 8 centimeters. Naturally hanging down on both sides of the basket, his two thick legs like iron pillars were placed behind the backboard. After Ling Yun threw him over, Tai Xiaohu had maintained this shape and never moved. Tai Xiaohu immediately fell into infinite fear and crazy anger when he heard that Ling Yun was going to abolish him just now, but now, there is an uncontrollable surprise and shock in his eyes staring at the rebound. Because Tai Xiaohu has been hanging on the backboard with his head down for 5 or 6 minutes, not only is his brain not congested, not only is his limbs not sore and numb, on the contrary, he only feels that his spiritual platform is clear and bright, his bones are unblocked, and his body has 36,000 pores. Nowhere is uncomfortable. Tai Xiaohu already knew that the 13 Taibao cross-training kung fu he had worked so hard for nearly 3 years had been completely abandoned by Ling Yun. But now he can clearly feel that the major acupoints in the body are full of air currents, and these air currents have begun to flow slowly along his meridians according to a specific route, which makes him feel relieved. Yelling and wanting to fall asleep again made him reluctant to move at all, reluctant to let go of this warm feeling all over his body. Especially Tai Xiaohu's Qi Si Dan Tian, which is the place where the backboard is stuck. The airflow in each acupuncture point finally converges here, and then leads to his limbs from here, and slowly moves on Tai Xiaohu's body. Retrofit. Tai Xiaohu felt that in such a short time, his body had become a lot lighter, but his strength had become stronger than before the battle with Ling Yun. Ling Yun threw Tai Xiaohu here, of course, not to make him embarrassed in front of all the students in the school, but in this way, to make the spiritual energy that he entered into Tai Xiaohu's body run as soon as possible, and to complete the cleansing of Tai Xiaohu as soon as possible. He threw Tai Xiaohu on the backboard like this, although it was a little ridiculous. Undoubtedly quite useful. Tang Meng looked at Tai Xiaohu hanging on the backboard and strode along, his stomach almost twitching with laughter. Damn, what kind of shape is this? It's very unique? Is this the legendary fishing in the well? Ha ha ha. Tang Meng came under the basketball hoop. Covering his stomach, he raised his head and sneered at Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu was enjoying that wonderful feeling right now. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Tang Meng. Hey, Tai Xiaohu, the boss said. Don't let you be a corpse here. Come with us to lunch. Come down. Tai Xiaohu then raised his neck, glanced at Tang Meng below and said, Is that what Ling Yun said? Then I can rest assured. Tai Xiaohu is very shrewd, of course he now knows that Ling Yun has given him a great opportunity, so if Ling Yun doesn't speak, he can only hang on here and dare not move. It's not that he can't get down, he's afraid that if he gets down early, the effectiveness of this benefit will be greatly reduced. Tang Meng didn't know what was going on here. He continued to sneer at Tai Xiaohu and said, Tai Xiaohu, you can rest assured now? When you came here, didn't you want to ask the boss for a duel? Just now. Does it feel good to be beaten? Flying in the air is very exciting, right? Tai Xiaohu didn't care about him at all. He held the basket with both hands. With a firm waist, his legs stood upright, and his 2 arms were supported, and he played a beautiful handstand on the hoop. Tai Xiaohu's body weighed more than 90 kilograms, and the basketball hoop sank suddenly. The whole basketball hoop vibrated lightly and squeaked loudly. That is to say, Qing Shui Zheng had a lot of money, and the quality of the basketball hoop he bought passed the test. All at once. Tai Xiaohu can't go up to the concrete floor with his head down. Tang Meng sneered at Gue, but after seeing Tai Xiaohu playing so easily, his eyes couldn't help but look a little envious, thinking that no wonder the boss took the initiative to tell Tai Xiaohu to hang out with him. Really great. Amidst the exclamations, Tai Xiaohu shook his arms, and his tower-like body drew a perfect semicircle. Then Tai Xiaohu let go. His feet landed softly without a sound. When Tai Xiaohu smashed his body down, he was so frightened that Tang Meng retreated 3 or 4 meters away, otherwise he would have been smashed. Angrily, he threw his arrogant long hair and said angrily, I'm idiot, are you? You don't want to kill me. Tai Xiaohu stood still, feeling refreshed. His body was harmonious and light like never before. He stretched his arms and legs slightly, then he smiled and walked towards Tang Meng. Is it good to beat? Don't you feel motivated? You'll know if you try it? Tang Meng was so frightened that he couldn't think of anything else to say. He turned his head and fled in Ling Yan's direction. Tang Meng knew very well in his heart, don't look at Tai Xiaohu being beaten so badly by the boss, but if Tai Xiaohu faced him, it would really be similar to the scene when Ling Yan beat Tai Xiaohu just now, without any effort at all. Tai Xiaohu smiled slightly, raised his hand and wiped his face, then adjusted his clothes a little, followed behind Tang Meng, and walked towards Ling Yan. On Ling Yan's side, the beautiful police flower, Lin Menghan, was trembling with anger. However, she also understood that she was working now. She still resisted the anger in her heart, and said to Ling Yan calmly, "Take you back to record your statement. This is a routine procedure for handling cases, but you are not cooperating at all. Isn't it obstructing official business?" Ling Yan's pair of thieves stared intently at Lin Menghan's chest that heaved violently because of anger, but he didn't look at Lin Menghan's face. "Do you have to go back to your bureau to record a statement?" Lin Menghan was stunned by Ling Yan's question, and she was slightly stunned. "That's not." Ling Yan said in his heart that he was really big and brainless, and he continued to ask, "Can I record a confession here?" Lin Menghan actually thought about it seriously, and then said, "You can be here." Ling Yan nodded. He pointed to a classroom above the teaching floor, and asked with a smile, "Can I record a confession there?" Lin Menghan was a little puzzled, thinking that he had to travel so far to record a confession. But she still nodded and said, "Anywhere, as long as you cooperate with our evidence collection and investigation." Ling Yan let go of Ning Lingyu's arm. He smiled and walked towards Lin Menghan, and asked earnestly, "Anywhere really?" Lin Menghan saw that Ling Yan finally came over. Her anger was slightly reduced by 3 points, and then she calmed down slightly and said, "I'm just asking you a few things as usual, so that we can have a comprehensive understanding of the case. Anywhere." At this time, Ling Yan had already walked to Lin Menghan's side. He smiled and said, "That's all right, come with me. I'll take you to eat delicious food. Let's chat and record, and make sure you record it with a desire to die." Lin Menghan only felt that her waist was numb. Her delicate body immediately became weak, and she couldn't help falling to the ground. Lin Menghan's face changed greatly. When Ling Yan spoke, his fingers touched Lin Menghan's soft numb hole, like lightning. Of course, he would not let Lin Menghan fall down. His arms were light and comfortable, so he hugged Lin Menghan's slender waist, and took her delicate and protruding body into it. Arms. "Ling Yun, you dare." Naturally, Lin Menghan struggled with all his might, but Naihe's body was limp and unable to exert any strength, and his movements were like coquettish in Ling Yan's arms. Ling Yan laughed, put his hot mouth close to Lin Menghan's delicate ear, first gently blew a fairy breath into Lin Menghan's ear, and said in a low voice, "Come with me obediently, I will take you to the recording." Confession. Tai Xiaohu weighed more than 90 kilograms, so Ling Yan threw it casually to play, and it was no problem to walk with Lin Menghan in his arms. After he finished speaking, he walked forward. Nearly 1,000 people watched this shocking scene in amazement, and they were all stunned. Ling Yan is too domineering, right? This beautiful police flower is here to handle the case. He was taken away by him in his arms before the case was solved. What's even more surprising is that the beautiful police flower didn't mean to resist at all, and followed Ling Yan obediently. In fact, what they didn't know was that Lin Menghan didn't want to resist, but he couldn't move at all now. The most sensitive part of Lin Menghan's body is her earlobes. For this reason, she never wears earrings. She was first tapped by Ling Yan, and now her heart is trembling with Ling Yan's immortal breath. He was so paralyzed that he couldn't even utter a word. Ling Yan came to the side of Ning Lingyu, who was stunned. He gently took Ning Lingyu's shoulders again, and then shouted at all the students in class 3 and 6, students in class 3 and 6, today I will treat Ling Yun as a guest. If you want a big meal, go to the xuanhuan building with me. Before the fight, Ling Yun saw Zhang Dong Chai Hanlin and the others rushing downstairs, and this friendship still moved him very much. Anyway, someone treats a guest today, and he doesn't need to pay for it. This kind of thing of borrowing flowers and offering Buddha is not done for nothing. After Ling Yun finished shouting, he put his left hand around Lin Minghan's extremely sexy and attractive body, and his right hand around Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders, hugging left and right, striding out of the school, envy the surrounding classmates who were watching the fun. I wish I was Ling Yun now. The male police officer who was working on the case saw that his immediate boss, Lin Minghan, was inexplicably carried away by Ling Yun, and he quickly raised his feet to chase after him. At this time, Tang Meng came to him, raised his hand and handed him a su yen and said, "Brother Wang, nothing can happen, don't worry about it, just take this garbage away, Ling Yun is my bro." Saying that, he winked at the male police officer. Tang Meng's father is the deputy director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. All the employees of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau do not know Tang Meng. Seeing what Mr. Tang said, he quickly nodded his head to please, "So that's how it is, that's fine, just do it." To be continued. To be continued. Because the whole square was crowded and messy, the classmates who were a little farther away from Ling Yun couldn't hear what Ling Yun and Lin Minghan said to each other. They hugged Lin Minghan affectionately and left. All of them were dumbfounded and stunned. That's fine too? Isn't that police flower trying to make a confession to Ling Yun? Why did he get into Ling Yun's arms? Don't you understand? Brother, let me tell you, this beautiful police flower came to our school this morning to find Ling Yun. Do you know what she's here for? Give Ling Yun clothes. Now I know why she went into Ling Yun's arms. Bar? Ah? You mean, the two of them have a leg? My God, Ling Yun is too unbelievable. I just saw him and xuanhuan kissing passionately. What is this? Now everyone still says that Chao Shanshan is Ling Yun's girlfriend, and she has already been convicted. When Ling Yun hugged the policewoman, did you notice Chao Shanshan's expression? Hee hee. Ling Yun is really blessed, isn't he too happy? For a while, the whole square was full of uproar, saying anything, and the eyes they looked at Ling Yun were just 5 words: envy, jealousy, hate. The students in the 3rd and 6th grades of senior high school are really cool now. When I heard that Ling Yun was going to invite them to the xuanhuan building for a big meal, no matter whether they were male or female, they were all excited and followed Ling Yun happily. Like a child chasing the bride on the sedan chair. Let's not talk about eating a big meal, just look at these people next to Ling Yun, the fairy-like policewoman, the 2 super schoolgirls Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan, and the most potential schoolgirl xuanhuan, plus a super handsome guy, Li Qingchuan, the first dude in Shimizu. Just follow along to see the handsome guys and beauties, it's enough to be eye-catching. With Ling Yun's voice, the entire 3rd and 6th grades of high school, except Wei Tiangan and Jia Meng, all followed. Wei Tiangan looked at Ling Yun so excited, and now he wanted to die. Of course he wouldn't go. As for Jia Meng, Jia Meng lost 2 teeth from Ling Yun's fan, and his face hasn't been swollen yet. Wei Tiangan watched Ling Yun leave with a bitter look on his face. Fear, hatred and anger in his heart, when Ling Yun walked onto the main road of the campus, and no one could be seen at the corner, he spat out a mouthful of phlegm on the ground and said, "Humph. You can be proud, you offended Qinglong, I see how long you can be arrogant. I don't believe that the whole Qinglong can't be cured by you." Ling Yun held Lin Minghan in his arms, and Ning Lingyu walked at the front, followed by the cheerful crowd of class 3 and 6, xuanhuan, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, Li Qingchuan, and the 4 walked together. Chao Shanshan said xuanhuan's words while walking. "Ninger. When did you meet Ling Yun? I remember you never told me." Li Qingchuan also quickly perked up his ears to listen. This kid just saw that Ling Yun actually walked away with the beautiful police flower, and he was stunned. He said, "No, you are playing with this hand, even I, the first slut in Qingshui, can't do it, this is too much vigorous and domineering." After all, they are also a policeman, who came out to perform official duties and handle cases. "I'm going to take you back to record your confession, but you're good," a counter-guest came directly, and in turn kidnapped them. And thousands of people are watching. Ling Yun is too domineering, too arrogant, and too cool, right? However, when he saw Ling Yun holding Lin Menghan in his left hand and Ming Lingyu in his right hand, his heart, which had been completely desperate and cold, began to move again. Ninger is Ling Yun's girlfriend. Why doesn't he care about Ninger, and dare to hug another woman in front of Ninger? And besides pouting to express dissatisfaction, Ninger didn't make any other expressions, which is very inconsistent with Ninger's character. Li Qingchuan is very smart. He figured out these things, and he immediately became full of hope in pursuing Ninger. Therefore, when he heard Chao Shanshan ask Xue Mining, he immediately became interested. Xue Mining followed the crowd step by step, her big beautiful eyes did not blink, she kept staring at Ling Yun's back in front of her, her pretty face was very ugly, you could tell from that expression that she was very upset. "What, I just took someone's first kiss, but now I am hugging another woman, mad at me." Xue Mining secretly hated and stomped her feet when she walked angrily. After hearing Chao Shanshan's question, she answered angrily, "The day Ling Yun ran wild with a sandbag." Chao Shanshan listened, nodded thoughtfully, and then continued to ask calmly, "Ling Yun was running that day, and I saw you running with him and cheering him on, but how did you know each other?" Xue Mining didn't defend Chao Shanshan at all, and replied casually, "The next day I ran into him at the school gate again, and he said he wanted to go out to buy silver needles. Sister Shanshan, you know, I have silver needles at home, so I just take him back and get it." "How stingy." Xue Mining seemed to remember the two people taking a taxi again, said bitterly, and subconsciously touched her thigh with her snow-white and tender little hand. She had a deep memory of that place, which Ling Yun had screwed. "Then it's only been a few days, how did you guys progress so fast?" Chao Shanshan asked, with a look of curiosity. When Xue Mining saw Chao Shanshan asking everything, the little demon girl finally became alert. She suddenly remembered the rumors about Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan in the class for the past 2 days. When Xue Mining saw Ling Yun walk out of the school gate, she finally retracted her gaze, turned her head and stared at Chao Shanshan for a long time with her big eyes, and then smiled at Chao Shanshan's already guilty face before she said with a smile, "Well, it's personal privacy, you can't tell Sister Shanshan." Just kidding, Xue Mining is extremely intelligent. At first, she only focused on Ling Yun and didn't think much about it. Now that she is alert, she remembered that her sister Hua Shanshan, the first school of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, is very likely to become her rival in love. Now that her first kiss has been given to Ling Yun, in any case, she is the first to take the lead, how could she give such a good opportunity to others? Since Xue Mining knew Ling Yun, she has been bullied by Ling Yun all the time. Since Xue Mining was admitted to high school, she had heard Ling Yun's big name and knew that there was one of the most useless fat people in Qingshui, but what kind of identity she was, naturally she would not give Ling Yun a second look. Until Ling Yun ran wildly on the playground carrying sandbags that day, she saw Ling Yun running to vomit blood and still persisting, she couldn't help being surprised, shocked and admired. The little girl was warm-hearted, she was moved for a while, and this was the first one to follow Ling Yun to start running, accompany him. He ran the entire distance and insisted on cheering for Ling Yun. At this time, while Xue Mining was shocked, she had begun to be curious about Ling Yun, because she knew that it was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to run for so long with such a heavy sandbag, and to run so far and run faster. Therefore, driven by curiosity and kindness, Xue Mining told her grandfather about Ling Yun, and begged her to check Ling Yun's body. Then, the two started from a pair of happy friends, to Ling Yun showing world-shattering medical skills, and using the 9 needles of the spirit pivot to temporarily cure Xuanhuan's old disease. It's gratitude. After Ling Yun rescued people at the scene of the car accident and beat Sun Xing violently for insulting Xuanhuan's affection for Ling Yun doubled, and it was difficult to contain her emotions at that time. So when Li Qingchuan called, Xuanhuan did not hesitate, or subconsciously, and asked Ling Yun to be her shield, a fake boyfriend. At this time it was actually a hint of something, just a little girl's face air bow, plus I have never been in love, I don't know how to start this relationship. However, when she got Ling Yun's phone number, she left 21 6-9s for herself and let Ling Yun use 26 9s. This was actually the first time a little girl confessed to Ling Yun, but Ling Yun didn't understand this at all. The meaning of the 2 numbers is directly ignored. The little demon girl went to Ling Yun's house, met Ling Yun's mother Qin Qiuyue, and after she took the initiative to admit that she was Ling Yun's girlfriend, she had completely taken the fake as the real thing. At that time, Ling Yun was in Xuanhuan's heart and had already upgraded from a shield for a real boyfriend. So that night, when Xuanhuan saw that Ning Lingyu actually gave Ling Yun a red rose flower, her face changed greatly. She got out of the car angrily, picked a lot of crimson roses, and gave them all to Ling Yun, and also instructed him not to throw it away. The 16-year-old flower season and the 17-year-old rainy season are the age of romantic first love. How could Xuanhuan not understand the flower language of roses? This morning, Li Qingchuan suddenly came and caught Xuanhuan by surprise. Under Li Qingchuan's repeated questioning, the little demon girl took the initiative to give Ling Yun her first kiss. In Ling Yun's view, it seemed to be forced and helpless, but for Xuanhuan, it was a matter of course. Otherwise, let alone a shield boyfriend, it's a real boyfriend, Xuanhuan doesn't want to give it, and no one wants to get Xuanhuan's first kiss. Of course, these psychological changes of Xuanhuan were completely incomprehensible to Ling Yun, who was focused on self-cultivation and becoming stronger. Until the two of them kissed wildly in the morning under the gaze of thousands of people, he thought it was still acting. Xuanhuan had already identified Ling Yun as his boyfriend, and seeing Ling Yun's shocking performance today, you can imagine the pride in her heart. But she saw Ling Yun holding a fairy-like police flower in her left hand, her precious sister in her right hand, and walking away without even looking at herself. Can the little demon girl feel better? This jealousy has become too big, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is jealous of Heishingbo. Therefore, she didn't think about Chao Shanshan's initial question at all, and answered it smoothly, but Chao Shanshan's last question involved her grandfather's question. Xuanhuan was naturally vigilant about privacy. The little girl had 7 orifices and a delicate heart, and she saw through Chao Shanshan's purpose all at once. Of course, she had to be careful. Chao Shanshan was stared at by Xuanhuan for a while, and she blushed slightly. She quickly turned her head to look forward, and said in her heart, "This little girl is really a ghost." To be continued. To be continued. Li Qingchuan was eager to find out whether Ninger was Ling Yun's girlfriend, so he made a side-by-side attack. "Ninger, aren't you Ling Yun's girlfriend? Look at Ling Yun, one on the left and one on the right, but don't consider your feelings at all. Aren't you angry?" Why isn't Xuanhuan angry? She is angrier than anyone else. The little demon girl frowned and gave Li Qingchuan a white look, and said angrily, "You know what, the one on the right is Ling Yun's sister, okay?" But she was muttering in her heart, maybe Ling Yun's half-sister is her most powerful rival in love. After all, Ning Lingyu gave Ling Yun a red rose, and Xuanhuan witnessed it with her own eyes. Ning Lingyu's special affection for Ling Yun, it can be said that apart from Xuanhuan, even Tang Meng, who also saw this scene at the time, couldn't see it. However, after Xuanhuan went back last night, she thought about it carefully in her heart. She did not see that Ling Yun had that kind of affection for Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun's care and concern for Ning Lingyu were all out of pure brother-sister love. Xuanhuan believed that she was absolutely right. It shouldn't be, half-brothers and sisters are also sisters. Xuanhuan thought so. She couldn't help but nodded lightly to confirm her thoughts, but when she remembered that Lingyun only saw her sister, her eyes were full of "I couldn't hold any other woman anymore, so I couldn't help but pouted again and started to be dissatisfied." Xuanhuan really saw it very accurately. Lingyun's love for Ning Lingyu was completely pure brother-sister, and he wouldn't have allowed Tang Meng to like Ning Lingyu. In the same way, Ning Lingyu's younger sister's position in Lingyun's heart is now unmatched by any other woman except his mother Qin Qiuyue. This can be seen as long as it is a person, because no matter when and where, as long as Ning Lingyu comes to Lingyun's side, other women will immediately become decorations in Lingyun's eyes. Only when he is facing Ning Lingyu will he show that he is other than Ning Lingyu. The kindness and love that no one can enjoy, whether it's every look, every movement, or every smile. All of them are given to Ning Lingyu, so that other women can't even think of jealousy. Xuanhuan's feeling is especially strong now. She believed that no matter whether it was Chao Shanshan or the goddess who was currently in Lingyun's arms, she was definitely not as important as her own position in Lingyun's heart, but compared with Ning Lingyu, it's better to avoid it. "Come on," Li Qingchuan said in astonishment. "What? You said he was holding his own sister on the right?" But he thought about it. Immediately, he suddenly realized, oh, no wonder, one is called Lingyun, the other is called Lingyu, both are surnames Ling, aren't they brothers and sisters? Chao Shanshan suddenly inserted a meaningful sentence. His surname is Ling, but his sister's surname is not Ling, her surname is Ning, she is called Ning Lingyu. Li Qingchuan is even more stupid now. Gah, not biological siblings? What the hell is going on? Zhang Ling giggled when he heard it. Xuanhuan gave Chao Shanshan a thoughtful glance. Behind the four, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu walked side by side. The two people are taller than the other, so walking side by side on the campus is very eye-catching, attracting students who pass by to take a sneak peek. "Brother Hu, are you really planning to mess with my boss?" Tang Meng asked lightly, his face back to seriousness. Tang Meng now doesn't dare to call Lingyun the boss in front of Lingyun's mother Qin Qiuyue, whether in front of Ning Lingyu or Xuanhuan or Chao Shanshan, he calls Lingyun the boss. If it wasn't for Lingyun's money-making gamble, Tang Meng couldn't help but announce the whole school now. Since Lingyun told Qinglong's people that Tai Xiaohu would follow him in the future, in Tang Meng's view, this matter was a sure thing. Therefore, he has no scruples about Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu nodded and said without hesitation, "N." Tang Meng looked at Tai Xiaohu in surprise and said, "I'm just wondering, the boss beat you up like that, and he really beat you? You don't hate him at all?" Tai Xiaohu smiled and said, "Well, I'll take it, I'm afraid of him. I'm also grateful to him. But I will never hate him." Tang Meng's face was full of doubts, and he asked again, "Then you are not afraid of Qinglong's revenge?" Tai Xiaohu smiled slightly and said, "I'm afraid, but I believe Lingyun can deal with Qinglong, and they won't let them do anything to me." Of course Tang Meng believed this now, so he nodded and said, "That's true. However, according to the legends of Jianghu, you are very likely to be Qinglong's future successor. Are you willing to give up?" Tai Xiaohu raised his eyebrows and stared at Lingyun in the distance. Following Lingyun will get along better. Tang Meng had no problem. He said in his heart that Tai Xiaohu was an extremely shrewd person, regardless of the 5 big and 3 rough. At the front, Lingyun hugged and hugged. He had already arrived at the Zhuangyuan building at this time. Seeing that Lin Menghan seemed to regain his strength and began to struggle, he frowned and lowered his head. "Don't move, be careful, I'll call you again." Lin Menghan stared at Lingyun angrily, but he really didn't dare to move. Just now, when Lingyun approached her side, she didn't know what magic method she used, which made her whole body feel sore and numb all of a sudden. That kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Lin Menghan thought for a while and said, Ling Yun, I'm wearing a police uniform now. What kind of decency do we have now? Let go of me? Ling Yun said happily, you can let go, but you have to obediently go to the xuanhuan building with me to record your statement. How about you? Lin Menghan never dreamed that she originally wanted to take Ling Yun back to the police station to record a confession, but after a few words by Ling Yun, she was kidnapped here to record a confession. Is this the place where the confession was recorded? Now she already knows that she is not Ling Yun's opponent at all, so she can only compromise. Okay, I'll go with you, you let me go now. Ling Yun turned his head and smiled at Ning Lingyu, then let go of Lin Menghan. As for whether Lin Menghan ran or not, he was too lazy to care. After running, he just had a meal in peace. Ning Lingyu gave Ling Yun a charming look back with anger. Brother, how can you treat this police elder sister like this, and they have no ill intentions? Ling Yun has his own way to deal with any woman, but he has no way to deal with his sister, so he can only rub Ning Lingyu's head in embarrassment. Let's go in and order whatever you want, don't save money for that sassy boy. Ling Yun released Lin Menghan's hand. I just ignored her and went into the xuanhuan building with Ning Lingyu in my arms. Since Lin Menghan was here, it would be meaningless to go back alone, so she gritted her teeth. He stomped his feet fiercely, and followed Ling Yun in. Today is Monday. The business of the xuanhuan building is not very good. The lobby is very quiet. The lobby manager saw that Ling Yun brought a mighty group of people to the store for dinner. Immediately, she smiled happily, and she greeted her in person without waiting for the waiter to greet her. Hello, are these people behind you with you? Do you want a private room or a hall? Ling Yun nodded carelessly. Yes, they are all together, see? There are about 50 people. If you want a private room, you want the best 5 private rooms. Anyway, if someone spends money, they will be slaughtered to death. Okay, please come upstairs with me. The lobby manager instructed the waiter to greet the classmates behind Ling Yun, and brought Ling Yun to the 3rd floor himself. The Cultivation pavilion, where Ling Yun stayed for dinner last time, was on the 2nd floor of the xuanhuan building. The private rooms on the 2nd floor are mainly for student gatherings, and are naturally slightly worse than the 3rd floor in terms of decoration. Ling Yun is now the god of wealth, so the lobby manager naturally entertained him. She arranged Ling Yun in the best private room, and then went out to greet the others who came behind with a smile. Ling Yun still let Ning Lingyu sit on his left, and then he said to Lin Menghan, who was standing in the private room, Hey, Miss Lin, don't you want to record a confession? Come sit next to me. You can record as much as you like. Lin Menghan was inexplicably hijacked by Ling Yun to come here, and when he thought of the scene when Ling Yun hugged his waist tightly just now, he was secretly embarrassed and angry. She snorted coldly and found a seat casually and sat down. Soon, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining and Tang Mengtai Xiaohu also came in. This time Chao Shanshan didn't wait for Zhang Ling to call him, she wanted to sit next to Ling Yun as soon as she came in. Chao Shanshan just walked over to Ling Yun and wanted to sit down, but she saw Ling Yun waving at Shui Mining and said, Ninger, come here, come and sit beside me. It seems that this guy just remembered at this time that he is still carrying a huge shield mission today. Li Qingchuan just doesn't leave for a while. His shield has to be done step by step. Seeing that Ling Yun still doesn't take her seriously, Chao Shanshan suddenly blushed. She just felt extremely embarrassed, and wished she could find a hole to burrow in. Shui Mining was smiling happily. She giggled and came to Ling Yun's right hand and sat down. Then she took the initiative to hug Ling Yun's arm, and whispered close to his ear, You know each other. Then she patted the seat on the right and said to Chao Shanshan proudly, Sister Shanshan, are you sitting here? Although it meant a demonstration, she finally gave Chao Shanshan a step down. Chao Shanshan blushed and said N and sat down. Tang Meng was still sitting in the position of the deputy chief, facing Ling Yun face to face, with Tai Xiaohu on his right. However, on his left was the fairy-like beauty police flower, Lin Menghan, which made Tang Meng chatter for a long time as soon as he sat down, blushing excitedly and having a thick neck. At this time, Li Qingchuan showed the good culture of the official dandy. After he came in, he took the initiative to sit on the right side of Tai Xiaohu, 2 seats away from Ning Lingyu. Of course, Zhang Ling sat between Li Qingchuan and Ning Lingyu. Being able to sit next to her idol Li Qingchuan, she was more excited than Tang Meng. As for the other students in the 3rd and 6th classes of senior high school, 10 of them naturally sat in a private room. Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin and others came to this private room to say hello to Ling Yun. They were not stupid. Go to another room. When Ling Yun saw that everyone had arrived, he smiled with the waiter who poured the water in the room, and said loudly, "Don't look at the menu, just bring up the best and most expensive dishes in your store. The 5 private rooms are all the same, so we don't need it today. Save me money." Spending other people's money is comfortable, Ling Yun is so confident. To be continued. To be continued. The 2 waitresses looked at Ling Yun's upstart appearance, and couldn't help but secretly laugh, but people came here to spend money, so they naturally wouldn't say anything, so they nodded and left. There are a total of 9 people in the room, but there are only 4 men. Except for Zhang Ling, who is slightly less handsome, the other 4 are all stunning in the world. All of them are charming and unparalleled. Tang Meng just took a moment and sent a text message to his younger brother Zhao Lei, asking him to stare at the Maserati parked on campus, but don't be scratched by the bad students. I have to say, this kid has a really delicate mind. From the corner of his eye, Tang Meng glanced at Hua Lin Menghan, the fairy-like policewoman beside him, then coughed dryly and said to Ling Yun, "Boss, you just ordered some food, do you want some beer?" Ling Yun glared at him and said, "What beer to drink? I'm happy today, let's drink white." After Ling Yun drank that glass of beer like medicine last time, he vowed never to drink beer again. He was fooled only once, so this time he directly chose white wine. Tang Meng smiled and said, "Then what kind of liquor are you drinking?" Ling Yun glanced at Li Qingchuan, who was taking advantage of him, and said, "You don't need to ask, of course it's the best liquor." Li Qingchuan was of course interested. He nodded to Tang Meng and said, "Let's order Mao Tai, and I'll drink 2 sips too." Although Li Qingchuan occasionally secretly smoked, he never dared to drink alcohol. He heard that after Ling Yun completely cured him, he just tried to lift his breath and squat for a long time, and found that his heart really had no problem at all. "No, I was really happy in my heart, so I wanted to break my precept and drink to celebrate." Tang Meng nodded and said, "That's fine, then Mao Tai, the waiter will come and let them go." Ling Yun finally said to Lin Menghan at this time, "I said, Miss Lin, don't you want to record a statement? Just ask what you want to ask now. I'll have dinner in a while." This Miss Lin was called by Ling Yun on purpose. Lin Menghan first glared at Ling Yun angrily, then clarified again, "I told you that you are not allowed to call me miss." Then she looked around the room. I felt a little speechless in my heart. I said in front of so many people, how can I ask? Tang Meng was very familiar with this scheme of the Public Security Bureau, and he understood what Lin Menghan said about the recorded confession. So he took the initiative to say to Lin Menghan, "Officer Lin, I know the whole ins and outs of this matter. Let me tell you." Then Tang Meng started from the last time he ate at the Xuanhuan building. Zheng Feng, Lu Xiaojun and others molested Ning Lingyu and Zhang Ling. Until today, Ling Yun defeated all the Qinglong people that Tu gang brought, he told Lin Menghan concisely, but he deliberately avoided Ling Yun's subduing of Tai Xiaohu. Tang Meng's eloquence is very good, and his tongue is like a lotus flower. It only took a few minutes to explain the ins and outs of the whole thing clearly, but he put all the faults on the people on Tu gang's side. Ling Yun did nothing but. It's just a legitimate defense. In fact, there is no need to push it. The whole thing was originally because the people on two gangs' side were wrong, and Lin Menghan could still analyze this. Officer Lin, this is the story of the whole thing. I've already told you, do you have anything else to ask? Tang Meng could see from Lin Menghan's police badge and epaulette that Lin Menghan's police rank was first-level police inspector and deputy divisional rank, only 2 ranks lower than his father's. Considering that Lin Menghan was so young, he felt that Lin Menghan's origin was definitely there. Not ordinary, so speak very politely. Lin Menghan nodded, indicating that she fully understood. She turned her head and glared at Ling Yun fiercely. Then he looked at Tai Xiaohu and asked Tang Meng, then what happened to him just now? Why did he hang on the backboard? As soon as these words came out, the 4 girls seemed to remember the embarrassing appearance of Tai Xiaohu hanging on the backboard, and there was a burst of giggling in the room. Don't wait for Tang Meng to answer. Tai Xiaohu said to himself, I thought the place was cool, so I climbed up and hung up for a while. Can you, Officer Lin? Of course this is a lie. Who is Tai Xiaohu? Fighting and killing under Brother Kuan all day, I have seen more bloody storms, and naturally I have no less dealings with the police. Therefore, such a lie comes with one mouth open, without even blinking an eye. Lin Menghan had already asked Ding Guanghui about this. Of course, she knew that Tai Xiaohu was lying, but the parties did not report Ling Yun. No matter how poor she would naturally be boring, so she didn't ask any more. Lin Menghan turned his head to look at Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, it's just a matter of yours, can you tell me clearly it's over? You still have to. She wanted to say that she had to kidnap me here, but in front of these 8 people, she couldn't say this sentence no matter what, so she swallowed it halfway through. Ling Yun didn't bother to pay attention to her at all. He muttered in his heart that he was too big and brainless, and then looked at Li Qingchuan. I said, handsome guy, I'll save your life, so it's not too much to ask you to have a meal, right? Ling Yun said that he wanted Li Qingchuan to treat guests, but he has not yet agreed to it, so he quickly confirmed before eating. If he has to pay for it himself, it will be a big loss. That is not his style. Li Qingchuan was very personable and polite. He smiled slightly. Ling Yun, I heard Ninger say that you have completely cured my illness, haven't you? Ling Yun nodded naturally, and said with a smile, you are lucky. If you change someone else today, your life will be thrown here. Li Qingchuan stood up, bowed slightly to Ling Yun and said, so, I, Li Qingchuan, owe you my life, not to mention inviting you to this meal. Even if my father knows, he will find you in person. Thank you a lot. Ling Yun still doesn't know that Li Qingchuan's father is the leader of Qing Shui, but seeing that there are still benefits to be fished, he naturally refuses to come, and shouts with a heavy head, okay. Li Qingchuan sat down. Ling Yun turned to Ning Lingyu and said, sister, do you want me to give you something good? He wanted to surprise Ning Lingyu in public, so he sold it first. Everyone's eyes were immediately fixed on Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu giggled and said with a charming smile, what good stuff. Of course I want what my brother gave me. Ling Yun smiled and said, brother got a car today. It looks like it's called a horse or something. It looks pretty good. It's suitable for you to drive. I'll give it to you in the future. What? What? After Ling Yun said a word, several people stood up and looked at Ling Yun with almost dull eyes, full of unbelievable expressions in their eyes. Especially Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, Li Qingchuan. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling looked at each other, and the two exchanged a oh my god, I really gave him the car. This kind of expression is all stupid. As for Li Qingchuan, he was even more shocked and shocked. Tang Meng's future uncle? Ling Yun? Tang Meng's future wife? Ning Lingyu? It turned out that the Maserati that he drove back was Ling Yun's? And still just got it? This is too bad, right? That Maserati cost at least 4 million. If you get it, you can get it. Isn't it a buy? Li Qingchuan now finally understands why Tang Meng hesitated on the way to school and didn't dare to say anything, thinking that your uncle is Ling Yun. He couldn't help but glared at Tang Meng fiercely. Tang Meng was very embarrassed. He laughed twice. Ning Lingyu felt that the car was very far away from her life, so she didn't usually care about famous cars. Seeing that her brother couldn't even tell the name of the car, she frowned and said, "What kind of car is it? What kind of horse?" Tang Meng took Ning Lingyu's words and said, "Lingyu, it's a Maserati. That car is worth more than 4 million. Ah?" Ning Lingyu opened her mouth wide, and her beautiful face froze. Because of that certain Mimi incident, Maserati represents a certain goal and a certain fantasy in the hearts of high school students, especially high school girls. Even though Ning Lingyu doesn't care about cars, she still has the news about current affairs that her classmates talk about all day. How can you not know? Maserati? Can you have it yourself? More than 4 million? Ning Lingyu's heart was about to jump out of excitement. First it was iPhone 5, then it was such an awesome mobile phone number card, and now it's soaring into the sky, and my brother gave me a Maserati at once. Ning Lingyu only felt that the happiness in her body was about to overflow. Her excited chest heaved violently, and she couldn't say anything. After a while, she murmured, "But, brother, I can't drive?" Ling Yun saw his sister's surprised expression. He smiled dotingly and said, "You can learn if you don't know how to drive. The college entrance examination will be taken in 2 months, and after the test, my brother will accompany you to learn to drive during the summer vacation." "When is it going?" Now, every woman in the room is staring at Ning Lingyu, with envy and jealousy in their eyes, thinking that Ling Yun is really good to his sister, and that such a good car will be given to him as soon as he gets it. My own sister. Although Xue Mining didn't care about that Maserati, she was still a little jealous that Ling Yun gave the car to Ning Lingyu, and she thought it would be fine even if she pretended to ask me. Chao Shanshan sighed slightly and slowly sat back in her seat without speaking. This Ling Yun, for Ning Lingyu, is really too good. Zhang Ling didn't look at Li Qingchuan anymore. She looked at Ling Yun with a complicated expression, thinking that it would be great if he were my brother or my boyfriend. But she glanced at Xue Mining, Chao Shanshan and others on the opposite side. Her expression began to dim, and she did it silently. Zhang Ling knew that her chances of competing with these people were almost zero. Soon, the waiter started pouring wine and serving food, and got busy. The house was very lively, and no one noticed that the sunny sky outside the window gradually darkened, and there was a rumbling sound of spring thunder in the distance. It seemed that Ling Yun was right last night. It was going to rain in Qingshui City. To be continued. To be continued. Last night, when Ling Yun asked Daozi for compensation, Daozi reported the amount of 100,000 for the first time. Ling Yun looked up at the skyboard, thinking that it might rain in the past 2 days. Not nonsense. Ling Yun is a very curious person. As long as it is something he doesn't understand or is curious about, he likes to do research. This has always been the case in the world of comprehension. In today's society, it means that he has a wide range of interests. The world of self-cultivation is huge, vast and mysterious. There are many schools of self-cultivation: Taoism, Buddhism, spirituality, demons, ghosts, and ghosts. Ling Yun has even seen angels with wings behind them, and has fought with them. Seriously speaking, Ling Yun should be a Taoist cultivator, which is the so-called authentic Taoist sect, but he does not have those so-called concepts of righteousness and evil in his bones, and he does not exclude and target those demons, monsters, ghosts, and the like. All of them are treated equally. As long as he does not provoke him, just do it. But as long as anyone provokes him, or wants to rob his treasure, let alone demons and ghosts, even the authentic sect will not work. Ling Yun's cultivation is not for the sake of becoming an immortal, he is purely to become stronger, to protect himself from being bullied by others. Since Ling Yun cultivated the supreme way of heaven, he was naturally very interested in this heaven. This sky is not the sky that ascends to the heavens, but the nature of heaven, the sky of astronomy and geography. After he has reached the chi-refining stage and can breathe in, he will go to the bottom of the underwater lake for a walk and study the underwater world. After he can fly, he will fly into the clouds when he is bored, wondering which cloud will when it rains, which cloud will hail. Can the astronomical and geographical knowledge researched in this way be unprofessional? Therefore, he looked at the sky a little and knew which cloud had rain, which was definitely not blowing. Today is the last day of March, and it will be Qingming in 3 or 4 days. As the saying goes, there are many rains during Qingming, and Jiangnan province is already rainy. Therefore, everyone in the private room was used to things like rain on a cloudy day, and they didn't even blink their eyes when they heard the rumbling and slightly dull spring thunder. Cloudy sky. The light in the private room naturally dimmed, and the waiter did not ask them, and very kindly took the initiative to turn on the light in the private room, and the light suddenly turned on. After a while, 5 or 6 dishes have arrived. 4 glasses of mitai have been filled, 4 of the 5 beauties are students, and 1 is a policeman who is working. Naturally, they don't drink, but only use juice drinks instead. Knowing that such a good customer has come, the chef of the Xuanhuan building has used his skills in pressing the bottom of the box today, and even the Buddha jumps over the wall is on the table, and Li Qingchuan, the first playboy in Qingshui, can't help but feel a pain in his flesh. With wine and vegetables? There are no 3,000-5,000 people who can't get down from this table, that's 5 tables. For a while. The food in the private room was fragrant, the wine was fragrant, and the beauties were smiling like flowers. The 3 of them, Li Qingchuan, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, were dazzled and dazzled. Ling Yun was very calm, he didn't look at others, mainly stared at Lin Minghan's tight and bulging towering police uniform, and he could hardly take his eyes away. It can be said that the chests of the 4 female high school students in the house. None of them are not round, tall and plump, and all their chests are ups and downs, trembling, firm and proud. No one loses to anyone. But if their breasts were compared to Lin Minghan's, they would all be insignificant, and they would simply stop eating. In order to be able to wear this police uniform, even though Lin Minghan wrapped his chest with bandages before going out to bind his 2 towering and ruthless groups, the trembling 2 groups were still the size of footballs. Round and tall, towering and proud, ready to come out. Too big. Lin Minghan tried it when she was taking a bath at home. She once inserted her entire palm upright into 2 deep grooves squeezed out by 2 snow-white tall and straight, and she couldn't reach the bottom without her wrist. Moreover, even if she was this big, when she stood upright with her naked and flawless body without underwear, her breasts would not sag in the slightest, as if ignoring gravity at all. She was still proud and tall, showing a perfect and full shape. However, her waistline is less than the circumference of one of her breasts. Can you describe such a figure with a devil's figure? Lin Minghan has been working hard to adapt to the eyes of men like a wolf since she was 14 years old. She has worked tirelessly to adapt to it for 6 or 7 years, but she has not yet mastered this skill. Lin Minghan was stared at by Ling Yun so directly, and felt very ashamed, angry, and remorseful. He thought that if he had known this, he would not sit opposite Ling Yun. It would be better to sit beside him, as Ling Yun said. Why? Because when Lin Minghan fell into the water, Ling Yun touched the pair of chests and saw them clearly. When Ling Yun looked at her like this, she couldn't help but think of the night when the 2 of them were in the water, not to mention the strange feeling in her heart. Ling Yun kept his eyes fixed, staring at Lin Minghan's chest, thinking that it was really big, but it was too tightly wrapped, so he couldn't see it was very white, and he was the first to pick up the chopsticks. I said Miss Lin. Lin Minghan was ashamed and annoyed. Please call me Ms. Lin or Officer Lin, not Mississippi. Miss Lin, our business is over, right? Ling Yan pretended not to hear her repeated clarifications, and said to himself. Lin Meng snorted coldly. Ling Yan smiled. Remember, you owe me a meal and a pair of glasses today, do you hear me? Lin Menghan snorted again, thinking what kind of person is this? I thought you were pretty good that night, but I didn't expect you to be so virtuous. When Ling Yan saw that Lin Menghan was not cooperating, he put the chopsticks down heavily, then squinted at Lin Menghan and said, Don't just hum, let me tell you, do you want me to treat your problems? Lin Menghan was stunned for a while, thinking what's wrong with me? I just heard Ling Yan giggling and saying, Hey, every time you have your period, do you feel pain in your stomach like a knife, can't stand it? Dash. Several people in the room were drinking water to moisten their throats before eating. Hearing Ling Yan's words, they directly sprayed them. Tang Meng was even more unbearable. Ling Yan's medicine was too violent. He even said these words on such an occasion, which made the other 3 boys in the room all stupid. Lin Menghan was naturally the most ashamed, but at the same time as he was ashamed, he was secretly shocked, thinking that there was something wrong with his private parts. How did he see it? Ling Yan was right, Lin Menghan did suffer from dysmenorrhea, which would happen once a month. When he had an attack, his abdominal pain was like a knife, and he was sweating profusely. Taking painkillers didn't help. He had been to major hospitals, and he also took traditional Chinese medicine for conditioning. Yes, but every time something good happens, no matter how it hurts or how it hurts, no matter how you treat it, it can't be cured. That kind of pain is not for human beings, so Lin Menghan wanted to scold Ling Yan angrily, but what he said was absolutely right, so he couldn't refute it, and he froze there for a while. After being stunned for a short period of time, the others all looked at Ling Yan like a monster, thinking that you can tell if they have such a problem? It's okay to see it, why do you have to say it in public? That's a policewoman. How about it, I will treat it, and if you don't want to treat it, forget it. Come on, everyone is hungry, drink and eat. Ling Yan blinked at Lin Menghan, smiled smugly, picked up his chopsticks again, and greeted everyone to eat. Before drinking and eating, Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu, You are not allowed to drink today. Tai Xiaohu is a wineworm. When he meets the master of wine, he will die. He sees that he is drinking Maotai today. After the wine is full, the strong aroma of the wine is fragrant. He was stunned when he heard Ling Yan say that drinking is not allowed today. He held a delicate goblet in his big fan-like hand, stared at Ling Yan with bull-eyed eyes, and said dumbfounded, You really can't drink it? Ling Yan nodded and said, Yes. Tang Meng's choking breath just now recovered. He coughed and laughed and said, Stupid, boss won't let you drink, give me the cup. Tai Xiaohu suddenly lost all his thoughts, his eyes moved with the wine glass that Tang Meng took away, and he swallowed hard, feeling that the good dishes on the table had lost their taste. Li Qingchuan's eyes began to look at Ling Yan very seriously. From the moment he saw Ling Yan, all of Ling Yan's performance finally began to make Li Qingchuan take it seriously. Ling Yan is arrogant but moderate, domineering but reasonable, capable of what others can't, has a world-shattering and unparalleled skill, and has unparalleled rejuvenation. In a word, it makes people helpless. What kind of character is this? Li Qingchuan started with Xue Mining, then Chao Shanshan, Lin Menghan, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu. They looked at them one by one. No matter which one of these people came out, they were not the best of the best, the best of the best. But what about in front of Ling Yan? Chao Shanshan was embarrassed by Ling Yan's words and almost went under the table. Lin Menghan was eaten by Ling Yan, she could squeeze as much as she wanted. Tai Xiaohu was even more obedient by Ling Yunji in the blink of an eye. Tang Meng, that one boss, shouted loudly. Back then, he had never kissed him like this before. No wonder Tang Meng has changed his name to call me Brother Chuan these days, instead of calling me the boss. I am even more weird, and I want to come and teach a lesson to this daring guy who dares to pester Ninger. Who knows that not only did he not teach others a lesson, but he also saved a life. And he can see it now, whereas Ling Yun entangled in xuan mining, it is simply xuan mining chasing Ling Yun. Li Qingchuan, the #1 dude in Qingshui City, looked at this high school student who was wearing Nike sportswear, often with an indifferent smile, and a little fat. For the first time, he put away his pride. Ling Yun and the others began to feast on their meals in the private room, eating and drinking wildly. No one noticed that the sky outside became more gloomy. To be continued. To be continued. Outside the Zhuangyuan building, on the road. It's only just after 12:30 noon, but the sky is darker than the evening. The dark clouds in the sky are coming out of nowhere. Like cotton balls dyed with ink, they are piled up layer by layer, densely intertwined, and still lingering. In the non-stop assembly, the lower the pressure. The black ink-stained clouds seem to be summoned by some kind of magic, forming a large black curtain layer upon layer, shrouded in the sky of Qingshui City. The strange thing is that the thick dark cloud seems to only cover the sky of Qingshui City. If people standing on the 10th floor or above look into the distance, they can see that the sky outside Qingshui City is still bright and white, and even the bright sunlight can be seen from the sky. The edge of the black sky-covering curtain is illuminated, and the clouds that are not very thick on the edge of the black cloud are illuminated in colorful colors, which is truly dazzling. It can be said that this scene is very similar to an annular solar eclipse, but for Shimizu City, it is more like a total solar eclipse. There was no wind, not even a shred of wind. After that dull spring thunder sounded once, it never exploded again. The people under the sky in Qingshui City were stunned by this bizarre sight. Although it is rainy in the south of the Yangtze River, it is still a month away from summer. It is not the time for thunderstorms. When the dark clouds are so dense and the sky is so dark, every passerby couldn't help but look up at the sky. The expressions on their faces reflected the strangeness, wonder, shock and fear in their hearts. Could it be the end of the world? If this rain falls, shouldn't it flood the city of Qingshui? In that case, Shimizu City would truly become a veritable Shimizu City. The sky is getting darker and darker. In this way, the sky outside Qingshui City is getting brighter and brighter. Of course, the sky on the ground is blocked by high-rise buildings, and the sky in the distance cannot be seen. Only people can see this shocking scene with strong contrast. Passers-by began to hurry, and they all found a place to hide from the rain, because it was broad daylight. It seems that this is the first time that Qingshui City has encountered such a strange astronomical phenomenon. The street lights were not turned on in time, all the vehicles on the road turned on their lights, and the drivers were cursing the hellish weather. It's enough to eat and drink. This light is not bad. It's getting brighter and brighter. Ling Yan hugged and hugged this meal, all the beauty looked around, and some people paid for the bill. The food was really good. Tang Meng stared blankly at the window behind Ling Yun, raised his chin and motioned Ling Yun to look behind him. He opened his mouth and said, "Boss, it's not that the lights are getting brighter and brighter, but the outside." Ling Yun turned around in surprise, just glanced at it, then suddenly stood up, and rushed to the window with a single stride, his eyes twinkling, sharp as electricity. "Look at the dark clouds overhead." Everyone also noticed the abnormality outside, and they all looked out the window. "My God! Why is it so dark? Is there a solar eclipse?" Ning Lingyu opened her mouth wide in surprise, and the surprise in her eyes was undoubtedly revealed. As soon as she twisted her body, she stood up immediately. "Fuck, why is this cloud so low and dark?" Tai Xiaohu also stood up in shock. Li Qingchuan, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling and others also stood up and quickly came to Ling Yan's side, looking out the window in shock. "Oops." Lin Menghan was a police officer. She immediately took public safety into consideration and immediately stood up. Turn around and leave. Ling Yan's eyes have been looking at the sky outside, the light in his eyes is getting brighter and brighter, his face flashes with unprecedented excitement, but he seems to have eyes growing in the back of his head. Knowing that Lin Menghan was leaving, he suddenly said, "You can't leave now." Lin Menghan was so anxious at this time, she subconsciously asked, "Why?" Unexpectedly, Ling Yan ignored her and just stared at the changes in the clouds outside with a pair of sharp eyes. I just heard Ling Yan suddenly say again, "Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, you two go tell your classmates. Let them not panic now, eat whatever they want, don't rush back to school, it shouldn't delay the class." Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling had never seen such a scene before, and they were a little frightened in their hearts, but they looked at Ling Yan's calm and confident look, but they unconsciously chose to believe him, and hurriedly went out. Ling Yan stared at the dark clouds in the sky for a while, and suddenly turned around excitedly and said to Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu, "You two, come with me, and I'll take you to see and see." Tang Meng became anxious when he heard it, thinking, "Boss, how could you forget your old love when you have a new love? I'm your real brother, okay?" He hurriedly looked at Ling Yun with a begging face, and said anxiously, "Boss, where are you going? I'm going too." Shui Mining's big and bright eyes also blinked and stared at Ling Yun, her small mouth pouted in dissatisfaction, "As if you didn't take me there and I jumped off the building to show you." Ling Yun couldn't help frowning slightly, he raised his hand and scratched his head and asked Tang Meng, "Which is the highest mountain around Qingshui Lake?" Tang Meng said without hesitation, "Longpan Mountain, there is a tiger crest on the top of Longpan Mountain, and the tiger crest is facing Qingshui Lake. There are 10 scenic spots around Qingshui Lake, and the dragon tiger xuanhuan is one of them. Every Chinese and foreign people who come to Qingshui Lake to enjoy the scenery hopes that they will come on a sunny day, because in this way, they can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the dragon and tiger xuanhuan. Especially on the night of the full moon in the 15th month, standing on the highest point of Longpan Mountain, the tiger is on the cliff, there is a moon in the sky, and a moon is reflected in the Qingshui Lake. The view is really unforgettable." Ling Yan nodded and immediately asked, "Can I go up by car?" Tang Meng shook his head and said, "You can only drive to the foot of the mountain, you can't go up." It turned out that the Qingshui city government once planned to build a winding road on Longpan Mountain for tourism development, but the people of Qingshui city said that it would destroy the natural beauty of Longpan Mountain. Taipanshan Road has not yet been completed. Ling Yan thought for a while and said to Tang Meng, "Well, go drive and take Ninger and the others to a place where you can see the entire Qingshui Lake. The higher the position, the better, do you understand?" Tang Meng nodded, but asked in confusion, "What about you, boss?" Ling Yan laughed and said, "I'll go to Longpan Mountain and tiger climb on the cliff." Shui Mining swayed her arms around Ling Yan's arm for a while, pouted her little mouth and said in dissatisfaction, "I'm going to Tiger Crest too." Ling Yan looked at Shui Mining's pitiful expression and smiled helplessly. He thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll take the 3 of you to Hazuya. Time is running out, let's go." After he finished speaking, he embraced Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining and walked out first. Tang Meng looked at Tai Xiaohu with a jealous expression and followed Ling Yun out of the private room. "The hatred in my heart, forget it." He scratched his head and couldn't understand why the boss had to go to the Longpan Mountain tiger crawling cliff, and why didn't he take Tai Xiaohu to stay with him. Tang Meng turned to Li Qingchuan and said, "Brother Chuan, do you have enough money to settle the bill? Are you going?" Li Qingchuan regained his lazy expression at this time, he brushed his hair and his snow-white shirt smartly, and then said to Tang Meng, "When did you see the money on me drop more than 100,000 yuan? Let's go and pay the bill. Let's drive together." Unexpectedly, Lin Menghan, who had not spoken all the time, suddenly said, "I'll go with you too." Lin Menghan saw that Ling Yun actually brought 3 people to the Longpan Mountain tiger crawling cliff at this time, and said that he was going to see and see. "She is really curious, what are you going to see in this ghost weather?" Do you know what it means to pour a chicken in soup? Therefore, she also wanted to go and see what Ling Yun had foreseen, so she opened her mouth. Tang Meng and Li Qingchuan couldn't help but looked at each other, and gave each other a knowing expression, only to feel relieved. The three also left the private room together. When the three of them were checking out, they saw Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling also rushing down the first floor. Chao Shanshan saw that there were only three of them, Tang Meng, and suddenly said, "Where are Ling Yun and the others?" Tang Meng couldn't afford to offend the super school beauty. He said the truth, the boss took the three of them to Hazuya. Chao Shanshan glanced at the increasingly dark sky outside, and said with panic and wonder, "Crazy, go to Tiger Cliff at this time, do you want to get some soup?" Zhang Ling asked, "What about you? Where are you going?" Tang Meng didn't have time to talk nonsense now. He said while walking outside the hotel, "We're going to drive to Qingshui Lake." Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling couldn't care less at this time. They quickly caught up with Tang Meng and the others, and said, "We're going too." At this time, Ling Yun and his party had already come to the street. The street was chaotic and noisy, and the footsteps of people were running. There were discussions and the swearing of the driver, one after another, incessantly. Extremely confusing. Ling Yun looked up at the clouds in the sky again, and then glanced at the direction of Qingshui Lake in the southwest. The excitement in his eyes became stronger and stronger, his eyes became brighter, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Brother, why are you taking us to Longpan Mountain?" Ning Lingyu was not affected by the noise on the street. She tilted her head and asked Ling Yun, curiously. "That's right, brother Ling Yun, it's going to rain very soon." "Why are we going to Longpan Mountain? We don't have an umbrella." Shui Mining also asked, in confusion. Tai Xiaohu was standing behind Ling Yun like an iron tower without saying a word, as if he was just Ling Yun's shadow. Ling Yun glanced at Ning Lingyu with pampering eyes, then turned to look at Shui Mining. He smiled lightly, "Don't worry, the rain won't start now, it won't start until evening at the earliest." Then he turned his head and said to Tai Xiaohu, "You're going to follow me in a while. If you can't keep up with my speed, just go back to Qinglong." Ling Yun brought Tai Xiaohu at this time. On the one hand, he wanted him to see and experience. On the other hand, he naturally wanted to test Tai Xiaohu. He had already washed Tai Xiaohu's scriptures and cut marrow. Good time. Tai Xiaohu's two big eyes narrowed, and a firm light flashed. He didn't speak, but nodded lightly. Ling Yun smiled, and then spread out his arms. In the exclamations of Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining, he hugged their delicate bodies in his arms, and then unfolded their bodies. "Fly out." Tai Xiaohu immediately strode forward and followed closely. Ling Yun smiled and lowered his head, stared at Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining in his arms, and said softly, "Brother will take you to see the dragon." To be continued. To be continued. The sky was covered with dark clouds, which really blocked the sky. The traffic on the ground was congested, and the headlights were dazzling. At this moment, Ling Yun hugged Shui Mining and Ning Lingyu from left to right, and unfolded the movement technique. In the dark, he didn't care about the shocking world, and he galloped in the direction of Qingshui Lake as fast as lightning. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were as sharp as falcons. He stared at Ling Yun in front of him, strode his two long legs like iron pillars, and chased after Ling Yun tightly, clenching his teeth. "What? Going to see a dragon? Brother Ling Yun, are you kidding me? Where can there be a dragon in this world?" Shui Mining was embraced by Ling Yun, feeling the intoxicating fresh breath emanating from his body. Her expression was infinitely intoxicated, and she asked with her small face raised. Ning Lingyu also looked up at Ling Yun with an unbelievable face, but said nothing. A pair of bright and beautiful eyes shone with excitement. This was the first time Ling Yun had held her in his arms like this. Ning Lingyu's heart almost jumped out of her chest, her face was flushed red, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she couldn't say anything. Ling Yun hurriedly dashed, while dodging the oncoming pedestrians. His movements were extremely fast. Although he was holding two people, his movements were extremely fast. He was still trying to take care of Tai Xiaohu's speed, otherwise, even if Tai Xiaohu ran as hard as he could, he would have long lost sight of Ling Yun. As he kept running, the horror in Tai Xiaohu's eyes became more and more intense, but the firmness in his eyes also became more and more intense. Ling Yun's current speed is even faster than when he was playing with him on the playground. He was holding two people in his arms. Tai Xiaohu also heard Ling Yun say, to take them to see the dragon. The surprise and shock in his eyes were fleeting, and he thought how could there be a dragon in this world, but since Ling Yun said this, he naturally has his reasons, so Tai Xiaohu ran desperately. With the frantic running, Tai Xiaohu finally realized how much benefit Ling Yun had given him on the playground. His current limit speed was nearly double the speed he used to run with all his strength. And he has persisted for so long, his body is light, his steps are flexible, and his body seems to have endless energy. After running at this speed for 4 or 5 kilometers, there is still energy left. This is simply incredible. What did he do to my body? Tai Xiaohu thought to himself as he ran. Ling Yun kept the speed unchanged. Occasionally look up at the dark clouds in the sky. Occasionally, he glanced back at Tai Xiaohu, who was running desperately, with a flash of approval in his eyes. Ling Yun had already seen that Tai Xiaohu's physique was definitely very human, otherwise, he wouldn't waste so much energy to wash his tendons and cut his marrow. If Tai Xiaohu used to be a piece of refined iron, now Ling Yun has transformed him into a piece of refined steel. Moreover, this is just the beginning. In Ling Yun's eyes, Tai Xiaohu is pure gold and pure jade. After the physique has been washed and cut into the marrow, it is the most suitable for him to practice his great derived star treasure art. Tai Xiaohu's willpower is extraordinary. Once he has mastered the treasure art, it will be a great help for Ling Yun. The effect is good. It seems that I can stick to Qingshui Lake, but if you go up the mountain, you will suffer. Hee hee. Ling Yun smiled wickedly in his heart, his speed remained the same, and he continued to fly. In the eyes of Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan, the two of them feel like they're flying right now. Yes, Ling Yun's current speed is faster than the normal speed. Both of their small heads were tightly attached to Ling Yun's chest, and the two stunning beauties stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, with different thoughts in their hearts. Brother didn't let Lin Menghan go. I thought my brother would bring Lin Menghan. Really, nothing can leave her sister. It would be great if she just held me alone, even if I was drenched to death, I would be willing. They won't believe Ling Yun's nonsense. There will be dragons in this world? That's just the existence of legends, okay? The two stunning beauties both had their own concerns, but they still hugged Ling Yun tightly, for fear that he would leave himself alone halfway. Ling Yun followed the memory of going to xuanhuan's house last time. He tried his best to follow the trail and proceed in a straight line. He didn't have to turn around like a car. The journey of about 8 or 9 kilometers took less than 10 minutes. Ling Yun came to Qingshui Lake. Here, without a doubt, is the thickest and densest place in the entire dark cloud layer. Under the sky here, it is almost like being in the dark. You can only see things by relying on the light outside the city of Qingshui. Every store here has turned on the lights, and the calm and unusual surface of Qingshui Lake reflects the shore. The lights on the side are deep and mysterious. This kind of darkness was nothing to Ling Yun, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of training. He stopped and waited for a minute or so, until Tai Xiaohu, who was panting like a cow, ran to his side, then smiled slightly and said, "That's right. Do you still have the strength to go up the mountain?" Tai Xiaohu was already exhausted, just like Ling Yun was in the same state before he vomited blood for the first time in his body training run. Shaking knees, gasping for breath. However, his eyes were still bright, and his eyes were still determined. He raised his head with all his strength, glanced at the highest mountain by the Qingshui Lake, gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Before Lingyun came to Qingshui Lake, he saw Longpan Mountain from a distance. Longpan Mountain is indeed splendid, with verdant peaks and green trees. Although it is only 500 or 600 meters high, it is unparalleled in beauty. It is a mountain with Qingshui Lake. A water, contrasting with each other. Okay, this is the final test for you. You don't necessarily have to climb to the top of the mountain with me, but even if you climb, you have to climb to the Tiger's Cliff. As long as you go up, you will hang out with me in the future, understand? Yet? Lingyun smiled and said to Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu didn't speak anymore. He tried to breathe the oxygen in the air as much as he could, to recover his physical strength as soon as possible, and to accumulate strength for climbing. If it is normal, Tai Xiaohu is not to mention climbing a small Longpan mountain, that is, let him go up and down from Taishan or Huangshan twice in one day without blinking his eyes, but now, he is exhausted and his legs trembling non-stop. This small Longpan mountain in front of him is no less than Mount Everest in his eyes. Lingyun smiled slightly, and he glanced at the lights at the ticket office at the entrance of Longpanchen Park. Then he said to Tai Xiaohu, "I'll take you in." Seeing the bad taste in Lingyun's eyes, Tai Xiaohu knew it was going to be bad, but before he could react, Lingyun had already grabbed him. "Try your best to throw it into Longpanchen Park." Although Tai Xiaohu knew that Lingyun would definitely follow him, Lingyun used all his strength this time, and the effect was more than 7 or 8 times greater than when he was on the playground. Tai Xiaohu's tower-like figure was like a huge night owl. Suddenly, he came to a dark altitude of more than 20 meters. Quickly shoot towards the wall of Longpan Mountain. Wow! The two little girls Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan saw Lingyun's true strength for the first time. They watched Tai Xiaohu's figure in the darkness quickly merge with the darkness, and they shouted in surprise. Lingyun hugged the two of them again with both hands, and performed 1,000 miles of walking. In the darkness an afterimage emerged, and with a single stroke, he fled into the wall of Longpan Mountain. After a few ups and downs, he walked through nearly 100 meters like lightning, and then after putting down the two stunning beauties, he turned to look at the air behind him. No matter how daring Tai Xiaohu is. This time, he was also frightened, and if Lingyun could not catch him this time, he would fall into a vegetative state even if he didn't die. He was so frightened that he closed his eyes tightly and kept begging God to pray to Buddha. Lingyun saw Tai Xiaohu's tower-like figure flying over quickly. He jumped forward gently, then stretched his arms in the air, caught Tai Xiaohu's body, and then moved laterally with a beautiful use of strength, and fell steadily to the ground. Well, the world has moved. xuanhuan's big bright eyes were full of small stars, and now she and Ning Lingyu were no longer stunned by any of Lingyun's performances, only anticipation and excitement. And compliments from the heart. "Okay, how dare you mess with me in the future?" Lingyun gently put down Tai Xiaohu, who was frightened, and slapped him on the shoulder. Said funny. "Boss, it's not that I'm timid, you're too exciting. That's me, if I changed someone, I'd be scared to pee in midair." Tai Xiaohu landed on his feet and dared to open his eyes after a long while. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, swallowed a mouthful of spit, and said fearfully. Lingyun didn't say much. He raised his hand and pointed to the mountain path of Longpan Mountain not far in front of him, and said to Tai Xiaohu, "What you have to do next is to use all your strength and willpower to conquer this mountain path. I'll be waiting for you at Tiger's Cliff." After he finished speaking, he didn't care about Tai Xiaohu anymore. He copied Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan with both hands, and performed 1,000 miles of walking. "It's amazing." Tai Xiaohu couldn't help saying something when he saw Lingyun's disappearing figure, then stood up straight, took a few deep breaths, and started walking towards the mountain path of Longpan Mountain with a firm pace. With such an existence, you still go to fight with him? Still not satisfied? Tai Xiaohu thinks that he is really stupid and funny. Long Panchen has long since disappeared, so Lingyun did not save his strength this time. He used the walk of 1,000 miles all the way, and the spiritual energy that had been activated in his body continued to provide him with powerful strength. In 6 or 7 minutes, we arrived at the top of Longpan Mountain. In Lingyan's arms, xuanhuan moved towards a tiger head-shaped cliff protruding from the top of the mountain in the distance and said, "Brother Lingyun, that is the tiger crawling on the cliff. I have been here many times." Lingyun looked in the direction of xuanhuan's finger, and knew that it was a tiger on the cliff, because the shape of the cliff was completely a tiger with its mouth open, facing Qingshui Lake. At a height of more than 500 meters, you can see the edge of the dark clouds that cover the sky and the sun. There is even sunlight falling down, bright and dazzling, but the dark clouds above your head cover the sun. The three of them are now on the top of Longpan Mountain. It is a feeling of watching the sunrise on Mount Tai, but all three of them know that the sun is above the dark clouds above their heads. With the help of the bright light in the distance, Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan can already see things. When he came to Tiger Crest Cliff, Lingyan put the two stunning faces down. He clapped his hands lightly, first glanced at the quiet and deep Qingshui Lake below, and then smiled proudly at the two of them. "How about the scenery, isn't it?" The three of them were leaning against the iron railings on the edge of Tiger Crest Cliff. Above their heads were black clouds that covered the sky and covered the sun. Below 500 meters was the mysterious Qingshui Lake in the dark. The edge of the dark clouds and dark curtains shines in colorful colors. This kind of scenery is difficult for ordinary people to see in their entire lives. Ning Lingyu looked straight ahead, and remained silent for a long while before she said softly, "Brother, you are amazing." Ning Lingyu felt the strong contrast between black and white, high and low, thinking that her brother had suddenly turned from a useless bully to a peerless powerhouse. Her heart was surging, and her beautiful and dreamy face was already full of tears. Dare not look back. Xuanhuan didn't let go of Lingyan's arm at all. Her delicate body was almost hanging on Lingyan's body. Two big twinkling eyes stared at Lingyan, and she secretly cursed at the rare sight in her life. Why didn't she know how to kiss? Lingyan's eyes looked at the dark clouds over Qingshui Lake from time to time. The dark black clouds were already extremely low, and it seemed that Lingyun could touch it when he stretched out his hand. Then he looked at the dark and quiet water surface of Qingshui Lake again, and said in his heart, "Coming soon." 3 minutes have passed, and it has been dull and depressing. In the air without a trace of wind, a light wind suddenly came. Except for Lingyun, Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan could not feel it at all. Lingyan's eyes were as sharp as electricity. He immediately lowered his head to look at the water surface of Qingshui Lake. With his eyesight at the peak of the 3rd level of body training, he could see the smooth mirror-like water surface, beginning to ripple. Suddenly, the black clouds that have been accumulating madly gather over Qingshui Lake. The black screen that covers the sky seems to shrink by half in an instant, and the sky is bright for a while. Without warning, a gust of wind blew up. Lingyun quickly wrapped xuanhuan and Ning Lingyu with both arms, and whispered in their ears, "Look." The thick black clouds continued to gather, and the blackness was so thick that it was almost impossible to dissolve. It was like an ink, the size of a mountain above Qingshui Lake, and it was about to drip into Qingshui Lake. The huge black ink dot was rounded at the top and pointed at the bottom, like an upside-down cone-shaped mountain. Suddenly, the dark cloud ink dot sank ruthlessly, as if it was about to fall into Qingshui Lake. At the same time, a strong wind was blowing, and the wind swirled and gathered at the sharp corner of the ink dot. As the dark cloud and ink dot sank, a thick white and bright water column was brushed in the center of Qingshui Lake, and it was spiraling rapidly. Rotate and drill into the dark cloud. My God! Dragon sucks water. Wow! It's the dragon sucking water. Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan watched this extremely shocking scene and exclaimed loudly, even forgetting the act of covering their mouths. It turned out that Lingyun brought them here to see. It turned out to be the legendary dragon Absorb. Without blinking, Lingyun looked at the white water column on the surface of Qingshui Lake, which was rolling upside down and became thicker and thicker. He exhaled a long breath, and then looked into the black cloud, and said in his heart, "Will there be dragons?" To be continued. To be continued. Happy New Year's Eve, book friends. The first one is delivered. By the way, I'm trying so hard to code. Do you really have a red envelope? Asking for a monthly pass is also very strong in my heart. The cloud is born from the dragon, and the wind is born from the tiger. Lingyun had seen a real dragon absorb water in the world of cultivation, and he had seen it more than once. The time he remembered the most was when he was at the peak of the integration stage, that is, when he stepped into the calamity transcending stage with half a foot. Suddenly, on a whim, he flew to an infinitely vast sea to play. Just in time for the 9 giant flood dragons that were transforming into dragons. At that time, 900-meter-long giant flood dragons flew in the clouds and mists on the blue waters of the sea, circling and dancing, making waves. The black clouds several kilometers thick were boundless, covering the sky and the sun, and then the clouds flew quickly. I saw the dragon sucking water. The 9 giant flood dragons with their teeth and claws were in the black clouds several kilometers away from the sea. They simultaneously opened their mouths and sucked at the sea. The 9 thick white water columns with a diameter of 1 kilometer jumped out of the water immediately, soaring into the sky, straight into the sky, and drilled into the thick layer of water. Among the black clouds, the sea surface and the black dark clouds in the air are linked together. As the 9 giant flood dragons circle and dance in the air, the huge water column that rolls up in the form of a vortex also keeps moving quickly along the sea surface. The scene is absolutely spectacular. That kind of situation is at the peak of the integration period. Lingyun, who is well informed, can't help but be shocked. With Lingyun's Taoism and countless magic weapons and pills, it is no problem to deal with a few masters who are at the peak of the transcendence period at the peak of the integration period. In his eyes, these few giant dragons that are about to transform into dragons are just crawling on the ground. There is no difference between small snakes, and you can easily kill them by raising your hand. After the 9 dragons found Lingyun's appearance, they were terrified at the time. They had just transformed into dragons, for fear that Lingyun would rip off their dragon scales and pull out their dragon tendons, and come to a unique samadhi real fire-roasted dragon meat. However, Lingyun was trying his best to attack the tribulation transcendence period and was too lazy to bully the 9 flood dragons. He just flew into the thick black cloud, stood on top of the biggest dragon, and left on his own after playing for a while. Therefore, Lingyun took a look at the accumulation of black clouds in the sky outside the window in Zhuangyuan building. It was faintly judged that this was most likely the dragon absorbing water. If a dragon really absorbs water, then there is no doubt that a dragon will appear. Then when he read the geography book, he guessed that the Great Wall is a huge dragon vein, which seems to be a matter of course. You say he cannot be excited? Now. Lingyun has already seen the dragon sucking water, and what he is most looking forward to next is to see the dragon. Even if you can't see the dragon, even a giant dragon will do. Lingyun thought so and looked forward to it, but Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan, 2 little beauties, had no such idea. Dragon absorbing water, scientific name waterspout, is a tornado that occasionally appears over warm water. One side move. According to their knowledge, the waterspout is caused by a vortex. The air rotates rapidly around the axis of the tornado. Attracted by the extremely reduced air pressure in the center of the tornado, the water flow is sucked into the bottom of the vortex and then turns around the axis. Hard up vortex. On July 27, 2010, at 9 a.m., a relatively rare dragon absorbing water appeared in the deep bay of Shenzhen City. Now that the internet is so developed, this kind of anecdote was uploaded on the internet at that time. Among the most curious students in middle school and high school, the speed of transmission is the fastest, so both of them have seen pictures of dragons absorbing water on the internet. Although they just looked at the photos, they were shocked by this rare sight in the world. They have also guessed whether there really are dragons in this world. I didn't expect that Ling Yun would bring them up to the Longpan Mountain tiger climbing cliff today, and he actually saw the legendary dragon sucking water with his own eyes. In this short period of time, except for the black clouds rolling over Qingshui Lake, the sky in other places in Qingshui City was already bright. Everything gradually returned to normal. Ling Yun's judgment of the time was also correct. The students in the 3rd and 6th grades of senior high school who were eating in the xuanhuan building, seeing the dark cloud over the city, disappeared suddenly after about 20 minutes. They were both shocked and puzzled. So everyone expressed their opinions, expressed their own views, and went back to school to prepare for class after discussing it. After the dark clouds over Qingshui City dissipated, the traffic and other orders in the city quickly returned to normal. People continued their life, work and study as usual, but the dragon that was being staged in Qingshui Lake sucked water and was lined up by the city. Blocked by tall buildings, few people are lucky enough to appreciate that shocking scene. The Qingshui family has a total of 6 floors, with a luxury private room on the top floor. In order to cater to tourists' attitude of appreciating the scenery of lakes and mountains, the designers of Qingshui family have exhausted their thoughts. The 2 walls of this luxurious private room facing Qingshui Lake are all spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling windows. The goblet should also be clean and bright. Looking at Qingshui Lake from here, the entire lake and mountains can be seen in a panoramic view, and even the tall trees by the lake cannot block the sight. Appreciating Qingshui Lake from here, although it is not as spectacular as on the Tiger Cliff, it also has a leisurely charm of petty bourgeoisie. The general manager of the Qingshui family is even more bizarre. He even placed stainless steel tripod binoculars in these luxurious private rooms in order to meet the needs of tourists. Of course, such luxurious private rooms are naturally prepared for the richest guests. In Qingshui Lake, which is full of tourists, it is directly charged by the hour, especially during public holidays such as May 1st, National Day and Spring Festival. The hourly price is $2,000 have to be booked in advance. It's just that this is naturally not difficult for Tang Meng, Li Qingchuan, Chao Shanshan and others, not to mention that they are accompanied by a female police officer. Together these few people, it is estimated that there is no store door that cannot be knocked on in Qingshui City, and there is no private room that cannot be entered. Now, these 4 people plus Zhang Ling, the 5 people are standing in a row by the floor-to-ceiling window of the luxurious private room, stunned, staring at the center of Qingshui Lake without blinking. The rotation is getting faster and faster. The more it turns, the thicker and brighter water columns open their mouths in surprise, unable to utter a word of shock. Dragon sucks. Rare to see in life. It's really spectacular. A few minutes later, Tang Meng began to mutter to himself. No wonder the boss said that he wanted to show them some knowledge. This is the legendary dragon sucking water. Fortunately, we arrived in time by taking a small path. Otherwise, we would have missed it. Li Qingchuan, I'm sorry, I only saw pictures and videos on the internet before, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. This scene is really shocking. Chao Shanshan, dragon absorbs water, indeed dragon absorbs water. No wonder Ling Yun said that the classmates can't delay the class. So he has seen it long ago. How did he see it? Zhang Ling did not speak. She was completely stunned by the majestic scene in front of her, and she couldn't say a word. Lin Menghan lightly bit her delicate red lips, and stared blankly at the huge water column in the center of Qingshui Lake and the funnel-shaped vortex on the water surface. Longpan Mountain, tigers on the cliff. Ling Yun was in the center, hugging xuanhuan and Ning Lingyu from left to right. He didn't look at the sky-shattering water column connecting the water to the sky. He is looking forward to the appearance of the dragon. Now that water column is only 3 meters in diameter. It was still growing and forming, so Ling Yun was not in a hurry. At present, the water column is still straight up and down, without bending or moving much, so Ling Yun knows that even if there is a dragon, it has not yet appeared, because the dragon is hovering and flying in the air, and it is impossible to stay still. Wow! How did such a thick water column get involved in the air? Xuanhuan asked naturally. Brother. This scene is simply too spectacular, how long will it last? Ning Lingyu also asked. The two school beauties preconceived that Ling Yun brought them here to watch the dragon absorb water, and thought that the high-speed rotating water column was the dragon Ling Yun said he wanted to show them, so they were completely different from what Ling Yun thought. Ling Yun casually glanced at the bright white water column. Then he replied, "It should last for 20 minutes. Then he continued to raise his head, staring at the black clouds in the sky, constantly looking for the shadow of the dragon, even if it was a phantom. Why did Ling Yun look forward to the appearance of the dragon so much? Because he is afraid of loneliness. What if a person is struggling to pursue the way of heaven in this world? Even if he raises his hand, he can destroy the sky and destroy the earth. There are no fellows. Without an opponent, the stronger you become, the stronger you are, and the only thing you get is endless loneliness. What's the point of cultivating so hard? Is it just to play with people like Tai Xiaohu? Eternal life? Immortality is nothing but a legend. Even the masters in the great cultivation world will have their lifespans exhausted. Therefore, Ling Yun is looking forward to the appearance of the dragon very much, because only when he is sure that something stronger than him will appear and can threaten him will he be full of fighting spirit and have a goal. Born in trouble, die in peace. That's what it's saying. After another 10 minutes or so, the diameter of the water column had exceeded 15 meters, and a huge funnel-shaped vortex with a diameter of more than 80 meters appeared on the surface of Qingshui Lake. Ling Yun had even heard the roaring water agitating sound. Suddenly, in the dark clouds above Qingshui Lake, a huge silver dragon-shaped lightning was drawn across the entire Qingshui Lake. The lightning was very wide. It was more than 20 centimeters wide when viewed with the naked eye. The silver-white dragon-shaped lightning was like a dazzling searchlight in the dark. The brightness was better than that of an electric welder. People's faces were all white, and everyone watching closed their eyes in an instant, and their eyes irradiated by the strong light were crying. Ling Yun didn't close his eyes. On the contrary, at the moment when the lightning flashed across the dark clouds, he struggled to open his eyes wide, endured the stinging pain in his eyes, and swept his face in the dark clouds with excitement. Then he saw a faint black snake-shaped phantom more than 10 meters long, circling and dancing in the dark clouds like ink. Is that a dragon? A thought flashed through Ling Yun's heart, just as he was about to see it clearly, but the lightning flashed and he couldn't see anything. Ling Yun endured the stinging pain in his eyes and was still looking for it, but the blind spot caused by the lightning made the dark cloud appear even darker, so he could only close his eyes forcefully. Just when Ling Yun was stomping his feet in anger, there was a sudden violent fluctuation of spiritual energy on the top of Longpan Mountain, and a powerful and unparalleled spiritual energy filled the space between heaven and earth. Ling Yun is very familiar with this kind of aura. Dragon spirit. In his arms, the magical brush that Ling Yun got from Luli suddenly began to vibrate. To be continued. To be continued. The second update is here. Once again, I wish all my book friends a happy Chinese New Year. Speaking of which, people only ask for more than a dozen monthly tickets. Why can't they ask for such a good plot as The Fairy Doctor? Is my character not good? Ling Yun used to fight a dragon with his bare hands in the world of self-cultivation, so he was very familiar with the aura of the dragon's aura. As soon as he felt this aura appear, he didn't need to exert any effort at all, his body immediately absorbed it crazily. The magical brush has already recognized its master, and now it is connected with Lingyun's blood and mind. Lingyun knows that it is not uncommon for ordinary spiritual energy, such as the Seven Lights grass. At this time, he noticed that it was trembling, and immediately took it out and held it in the palm of his hand. Started with the magic brush, it immediately showed its magic. The powerful and incomparable dragon aura that filled the space between the heavens and the earth seemed to have been summoned by some sort of call, madly pouring into Lingyun's body, and soon with Lingyun as the center, a huge vortex-shaped aura vortex was formed. All along Lingyun's meridians were sucked away by the magical brush. It is also fortunate that Lingyun reached the peak of the 3rd level of physical training last night. The speed of his current realm absorbing spiritual energy is at least 4 times faster than before. Under the attraction of the magical brush, the huge dragon aura poured into Lingyun's body like a lifeless death, but it didn't stop at all, and not a drop was sucked away by the magical brush. But even so, Lingyun still got huge benefits. He tried his best to run the exercises, so that the dragon spirit chi that madly poured into the body entered the magical brush as far as possible according to the route of the exercise, and with the help of the power of the dragon spirit chi, he washed his tendons and cut marrow again, and transformed every inch of his bones, meridians, and muscles. The speed and effect of the transformation are only slightly worse than the spiritual energy of Lingyun's body. Compared with the spiritual energy of the 7 luminaries grass and the psychic treasure jade, it is simply a difference between the sky and the underground. It's just that such a huge amount of spiritual energy is pouring into his body rapidly, even the soul of Lingyun transcends tribulation period has to grit his teeth and struggle. It can be said that if the magical brush is not absorbed fast enough, Lingyun died a long time ago. But at such a critical moment, Lingyun had to support it, or not. This is a God-given opportunity that cannot be missed. Lost never come again. According to Lingyun's character that he must take every treasure, even if a tiny bit of these dragon spiritual energy is wasted, he will be in pain for a long time. Only, he is fierce, and there are people more fierce than him. It's just that this person is still standing there quietly. I was silently watching the bright white water column that had begun to curve from straight up to straight down like an elephant's trunk, and I was still ignorant of everything. Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu's natural spiritual body finally began to play its due role at this time. When Long Lingqi appeared, the first person to look for was not Lingyun, but Ning Lingyu. Now, if you can see it with the naked eye, around Ning Lingyu's body, the vortex formed by the dragon's spiritual energy is even bigger, it rotates faster, and it pours into Ning Lingyu's body faster. The strength of the inborn spirit body is fully revealed, and Ning Lingyu himself doesn't know anything at all. She didn't know any exercises, and there was no such thing as a magical brush to help her suck it away, but she sucked faster than Lingyun, more than Lingyun, and her body was like a bottomless pit. It seemed that no matter how to absorb it. Dissatisfied. And these, Ning Lingyu didn't know, xuanhuan didn't know, but Lingyun felt it clearly, he could only smile bitterly. I thought that my sister's physique was too bad, and it seemed that I had to find a way to lead her to the path of cultivation as soon as possible. The reason why Lingyun fell in love with Tai Xiaohu, as soon as he saw Tai Xiaohu, he washed his muscles and transformed his body on the spot. That's because although Tai Xiaohu has an excellent physique, he is now 18 years old. He has already passed the best age for cultivation, so he can't afford to miss a day. In other words, Lingyun, if it were someone else, even if he met Tai Xiaohu, he would only be able to sigh and sigh. Just a pity. But for Lingyun, of course, his sister Ning Lingyu is the closest one, so why doesn't he seem to be in a hurry all day long? It is because Ning Lingyu is a natural spirit body. With this kind of physique, Lingyun can practice at any time as long as she teaches Ning Lingyu the exercises, and the speed of her practice will be 1,000 miles away. It's hard for ordinary people to catch up with her. So Ling Yun didn't panic at all. He wanted to teach Ning Lingyu the method of self-cultivation when his cultivation level was enough and he could personally help his sister solve some difficult problems encountered in cultivation. He himself is now at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, and he can't even practice meditation, let alone use his spiritual sense to look inward. If his sister has trouble practicing, he will regret it too much. After 5 or 6 minutes like this, the dragon spirit energy around Longpan Mountain was completely absorbed by the brothers and sisters, and not a drop was missed. Although the dragon spiritual energy that Ling Yun had absorbed was completely sucked out by the magical brush, there was no unhappy expression on his face. His eyes were full of radiance, and his whole face looked obviously more delicate than before. A lot. This is naturally the result of the dragon's spiritual energy transforming itself. Although the time is extremely short, only 5 or 6 minutes, the effect is better than Ling Yun's long-term cultivation. Ning Lingyu still doesn't know anything. She quietly watched the water column that no longer thickened rapidly moving on the water surface of Qingshui Lake. Her beautiful big eyes blinked gently, and she didn't know what to think. Something. Brother Lingyun, that water column moves so fast on the water. Shui Mining turned her head to look at Lingyun, and suddenly she opened her mouth with perfect lips. Brother Lingyun, you. What's wrong? Ning Lingyu noticed something different and turned her head immediately. Brother. Ning Lingyu covered her mouth with her hand in shock, and couldn't help exclaiming. Ling Yan's face that was slightly fat just now can hardly find a trace of fat. If I were to find a word to describe Ling Yan's face, it would only be described as being beautiful and handsome. Not only was his face completely thinner, but his skin was crystal clear and fair. It seemed to be more delicate and smoother than the flawless faces of the two beauties, Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining. No matter which woman saw it, she couldn't help but pounce. It takes 2 kisses to give up. Not only that, Ling Yan's 2 sword eyebrows flew obliquely into his temples, thick and straight, the contours of his nose and lips were sharp and angular, his entire face was like a knife being cut by an axe, with red lips and white teeth, a slight smile, and a set of dazzling white crystal teeth. The dimples on the left cheek are deep, and it is fascinating to look at, and then intoxicated. The whole face exudes an incomparably clean and fresh breath, as bright as the sun. If Ling Yun and Li Qingchuan were to be placed together in the selection of beautiful men, Ling Yun would have already won Li Qingchuan with just this face. This is because he has not completely lost weight. If the last bit of fat on his face disappears, God knows how many women he can fascinate? If it wasn't for Ling Yun, who was still wearing that Nike sportswear and his body shape didn't change for a while, Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining wouldn't know him at all. Where is Ling Yun? This is simply a handsome guy. Ling Yun knew for a long time that he had changed a lot. He looked at the shocked expressions of the two beauties, and knew that this time he had changed too fast and too big, but he happened to be holding the brush in his hand, so he casually used the tip of the brush to move. He swept his face, then smiled and teased, "Why, such a beautiful scene, such a rare scene, brother, can't I just put on makeup and cooperate with me?" "Brother, you." Ning Lingyu was still shocked by Ling Yan's huge change and couldn't say anything. She just stared at Ling Yan's face with 2 big round eyes, her heart trembled. Shui Mining didn't have time to see what kind of dragon was absorbing water at this time. She didn't care that Ning Lingyu was by her side. She directly threw her delicate and embossed body into Ling Yan's arms, raised her little face and pressed it towards Ling Yan's face. "This is too sturdy." Ling Yan quickly stepped back and said with an embarrassed smile, "Wow, Ninger, what are you doing?" At the same time, he quietly stuffed the magic brush back into his arms. This magical brush has absorbed so much of his immortal aura, and it has absorbed more dragon aura just now. This is a treasure among treasures. If it falls into Qingshui Lake, it will be troublesome. "Hey, brother Lingyun, you're my boyfriend, why don't you let me kiss him? Xuanhuan kissed her for a while, and couldn't help stamping her feet in a hurry. Ning Lingyu was embarrassed by Xuanhuan's bold words, her beautiful face flushed red, and she turned her head with a snort. Cough cough. Lingyan coughed dryly, then waved his hand and smiled bitterly. It's not that you won't be kissed, but Tai Xiaohu has already climbed up, I have to go over and take a look. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xuanhuan to rush up again, and ran wildly, as if running away to pick up Tai Xiaohu on the mountain road up the mountain. How strong is Lingyun's ear now, even the rumbling sound of water on Qingshui Lake, and even in such a big place as Longpan Peak, he could hear any slight movement clearly, so Tai Xiaohu's breathing sounded violently, using his hands and feet together. The sound of climbing on the mountain road and moving up was heard in Lingyan's ears without a trace. Longpan Mountain is not steep, and the stone steps on the mountain road are relatively wide, so climbing is not difficult. If Tai Xiaohu was placed on a normal day, he would have run back and forth a few times at the top of the mountain for such a long time, but this time, he almost fought hard. Climbed up after dying. You can tell, by looking at his appearance. The clothes on his body were torn in more than a dozen places, and there were holes everywhere. His face, arms and legs were all scratched, and blood was flowing. The meat was full of green and purple patches. How tragic the scene was. When Lingyun came over, this guy was resting his hands on the rocks on the top of the mountain. His entire body like an iron tower was lying on the 7 or 8 stone steps of the mountain road. Yes, shivering, trying to get to the top of the mountain with luck. Lingyun looked at it and nodded again and again, and said in his heart that he is a good boy and has perseverance. He bent down and stretched out his hand, about to grab Tai Xiaohu's arm and pull him up. Who would have thought that Tai Xiaohu didn't appreciate it, and panted and said, "No. Don't, don't mind me, I want, myself, go up." Lingyun didn't pull him anymore, but took 3 steps back lightly and said, "Okay, you'll mess with me in the future, come up quickly, you won't be able to see it if it's too late. Remember, you must stand up immediately after you come up. You are not allowed to sit, you are not allowed to lie down, and you are not allowed to lie down." To be continued. To be continued. The new year is prosperous, and you are happy to vote for your monthly ticket. Ask for a monthly ticket. Tai Xiaohu did not disappoint Lingyun. He not only climbed to the top of the mountain, but also tried his best to stand up from the stone steps of the mountain road, and then step by step to the top of Longpan Mountain. Heaven! What is that? As soon as Tai Xiaohu came to the top of the mountain, he saw the white water column with a diameter of 20 meters and a height of nearly 1,000 meters. He stood there motionless, almost forgot to breathe, staring blankly at the shocking scene in front of him. Lingyun copied it with one hand and took him directly to Huzhu Cliff, then ignored him, and continued to look at the sky that had begun to turn white. However, until the phenomenon of dragon-absorbing water completely disappeared, Lingyun never saw the phantom that was more than 10 meters long. But now, after absorbing the huge dragon aura, Lingyun already knew whether there were dragons in this world. The dark clouds in the sky finally dissipated, and the surface of Qingshui Lake returned to calm. Everything seemed to have never happened. However, the shocking scene of the dragon absorbing water, for more than 20 minutes, was deeply imprinted in the eyes of all those who saw it with their own eyes. Although Tai Xiaohu only watched the dragon absorb water for a few minutes, this scene has been deeply imprinted in his mind, and it will never go away for the rest of his life. This is the first time he has seen such a scene, whether it is in the sky or in reality, it is the first time. During the 3 years of high school, he spent all day practicing and fighting, and even the classmates in the class did not recognize it, let alone communicate these things with them. When the 3 of them all came back to their senses and looked at Lingyun showed them a deadly smile, and asked lightly, Lingyu, you know that this is a dragon absorbing water, tell me. What do you think? Xuanhuan seemed to be very eager to express herself in front of Ling Yun. She preemptively talked about the knowledge she learned from school, and finally concluded, "This is a good explanation. From a scientific point of view, it is actually a tornado that occurred on the water surface, and the water flow from the lake surface was swept into the sky." Ling Yun smiled noncommittally, nodded and asked, "Science? Why must science be used to explain it?" Xuanhuan and Ning Lingyu were stunned and did not understand the meaning of Ling Yun's words for a while. Tai Xiaohu's breathing had returned to a steady state at this time. He just smiled faintly. Xuanhuan thought for a while and said, "We have been taught since childhood. We must respect science. Believe in science." Ling Yun nodded again, but continued to ask back, "What if science can't explain it? How can I say it?" Xuanhuan was taken aback by the question again. She frowned and thought about it carefully. Of course it's unscientific. Neither Ning Lingyu nor Tai Xiaohu said a word. They looked at Ling Yun thoughtfully. They felt that Ling Yun brought the two of them here at the beginning, and it was definitely not just for them to see how the dragon absorbs water. After listening to Xuanhuan's answer, Ling Yun laughed and said, "What cannot be explained by science is unscientific. What kind of truth is this? What science cannot explain, they often use superstition or directly use unscientific explanations to explain it. This is indeed a very painful fallacy." Ling Yun finished speaking. With a positive look, he asked Xuanhuan, "I ask you, where did the dark clouds in the sky come from? Since it was the dragon that sucked the water, where did the water in the sky go? Why didn't it fall down? Could it be that the water isn't under gravity? The effect? Or did they turn into water vapor as soon as they went up? It doesn't seem that hot in the sky now? Well, if you said that the water was blown away by the tornado, but now the tornado has stopped, why hasn't the water fallen?" These questions. I'm afraid the information on the internet should be avoided and talked about carelessly, right? Ling Yun asked repeatedly, and Xuanhuan was speechless. She had never thought about these questions. In fact, it cannot be said that science and technology are useless. Of course, science and technology are useful and have a great effect. There is no doubt about this. No one can deny it. But if there is something that cannot be explained by science, the ideas and speculations made by others must be labeled as superstitious or unscientific, which is absolutely not desirable. For example, ghosts, demons, gus, zombies, and pen immortals and disc immortals. Xiangxi chases corpses, Maoshan Taoism, monks burn relics, etc., etc. There are too many. They all want to use science to explain these incredible phenomena, but they can't explain it for a long time. Superstitious. Isn't this nonsense? If you can't study, it means that your science and technology are not developed enough, so how can it become a superstition? For example, the Big Bang Theory, which most people in the world agree with, says that the universe started out as a singularity, then suddenly exploded, and then there is an extension of time and space, and thus the universe. As long as you are not a fool, you can figure out one thing with a little brainstorm, that is, before the singularity exploded, let's not talk about his inside, what was his outside? Such a bullshit theory can be popular all over the world. What kind of scientific reason is this? The funny thing is that countless scientists are still trying to prove the authenticity of this theory. Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu seemed to begin to understand what Ling Yun was going to tell them, and both stared at Ling Yun, waiting for his next words. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Ling Yun smiled again and said, "What I want to tell you is that if something exists, it exists. Don't deliberately pretend it doesn't exist, and don't deliberately exclude him. Manpower is sometimes poor, and some things if you can't get in touch, it doesn't mean there's nothing in this world, and if you don't understand something, it doesn't mean it's wrong or unreasonable. You too, understand?" Xuanhuan was still racking her brains with Ling Yun's plausible but deafening wrong ideas. After thinking hard, Ning Lingyu suddenly smiled and said, "Brother, you have become so strong now, because you have contact with ordinary people and can't reach it. Exist? Although Ning Lingyu's guess was not right, it was not far off. Lingyun said in her heart that my sister was still smart, and it seemed that it would be much more convenient to explain something to her in the future. At least Lingyun believes that he has become so strong now that he no longer has to deal with his sister's curiosity. This is the main reason why he brought Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu here today to watch the dragon absorb water. Otherwise, he would have come alone, so why bother? Now the sky over the entire Qingshui city has become clear again, but Lingyu knows. This evening, the city of Qingshui is bound to face a heavy rainstorm. He stood on the Tiger Crest cliff and looked around, thinking that this place is indeed one of the top 10 scenic spots of Qingshui Lake, and the scenery is indeed extraordinary. He counted the time silently, and then said to Ning Lingyu with a wry smile, "If we go back now, we will definitely delay the first class of the afternoon." This is what I said about the emergency. For the first time, Ning Lingyu saw Ling Yun's handsome and unparalleled face acting like a rogue. He couldn't help blushing and giggling, but he didn't embarrass him. At this time, Ling Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. He guessed that Tang Meng was calling, so he picked it up immediately. "Boss, we saw the four of you standing on the Tiger's Cliff, haha, were you drenched in water just now?" This kid Tang Meng was jealous of Tai Xiaohu, and there was a strong sense of schadenfreude in his tone. Ling Yun Xian said that he was not drenched in water, but was drenched in dragon spirit energy, hee. He wondered. I said, "Where are you now? Across the lake? How did you see us so far away?" Ling Yun was really puzzled. His own eyesight was so good, he deliberately fumbled around several times just now, but couldn't find any sign of Tang Meng and the others. He thought that this kid hadn't come, but he didn't expect Tang Meng to see them first. Of course, Tang Meng pointed his binoculars at Hazuya and saw Ling Yun and the others. "Hey, boss. We are in the private room on the top floor of Qingshui People's House. There are telescopes here." The scene just now was really spectacular. The dragon sucks water, and the bunker. Ling Yun suddenly realized. He nodded and said, "That's good. You guys will wait for me at Qingshui's house. We'll be there soon." After speaking, Ling Yun hung up the phone. After Tang Meng hung up the phone, he looked at his cell phone and said to himself, "Why do I feel that the boss's voice seems to be much better, and he looked so handsome just now in the binoculars." Ling Yun and the others were talking and laughing while admiring the scenery of the lake and the mountains, even if that was the case. It took much less time than Tai Xiaohu to climb up by himself. They quickly walked out of Longpension Park, circled around Qingshui Lake for half a circle, and came to Qingshui People's House. Tang Meng and Li Qingchuan had been waiting for them outside the Qingshui People's House for a long time. As for Lin Menghan, after watching Long Sushui, he hurried back to the police station. And Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling are both class committees. Although it is very likely that they will be late when they go back to school after watching Dragon absorb, lateness is better than unprovoked absence from school. They also hurried back to school. Tang Meng and Li Qingchuan saw Ling Yun and the four of them approaching from a distance, and the two hurried up to meet them. Tang Meng was stunned before he could get close to Ling Yun. "Is this still your boss? The outline is still the same outline, but this face, why is it so white, so delicate, so handsome? Could it be that watching the dragon absorb water on the Tiger's Cliff can make you handsome? I have never heard that dragon water absorption has such a huge effect." He quickly looked at the two stunning beauties Ning Lingyu and Xuan Mining beside Ling Yun. He found that Ning Lingyu seemed to have a more ethereal and dreamy temperament. When he saw Tai Xiaohu's miserable appearance, most of the grievances and jealousy in his heart disappeared at once. Needless to say, just by looking at Tai Xiaohu's miserable appearance, he knew that the boss didn't give him good fruit to eat. But how could Ling Yun change so much? Tang Meng was puzzled. After seeing Ling Yun's changes, Li Qingchuan was even more surprised than Tang Meng's. How is this going? This is just over an hour away from Ling Yun, right? Why has Ling Yun changed so much? Li Qingchuan stared at Ling Yun's face with critical eyes for a long time, and finally reluctantly admitted the reality that Ling Yun was already more handsome than him. Can't compare. Since Li Qingchuan met Ling Yun, the self-confidence that had been hit by Ling Yun was gone. However, these two are men, and they didn't show any special fuss about Ling Yun's change of handsomeness. If they behaved like xuanhuan, then it would be hell. Ling Yun came to Tang Meng first. He said directly to Tang Meng, "You drive Ling Yu and Ninger back. I have something to deal with in the afternoon, so I won't go back to school." When Ling Yu heard that her brother was going to skip class again, she wrinkled her cute nose in dissatisfaction, and said coquettishly, "Brother, how can you do this?" Ling Yu didn't want to lie to his sister. He smiled gently at Ling Yu and said, "Ling Yu, I need to save someone in the afternoon, and I'll come back to class after saving someone, okay?" There is no doubt that Ling Yun's current smile is extremely lethal to all women. This gentle smile directly makes Ling Yu stare blankly and nodded blankly. Ling Yun arranged everything, then turned to Tai Xiaohu and said, "Tai Xiaohu, come with me." The person Ling Yun was going to save now was naturally Lu Li's unconscious husband lying in the hospital. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun put his hands behind his back, held his head high, and strode forward. Tai Xiaohu followed closely behind. Without uttering a word, he followed him like a shadow. DODTW. How is your body feeling now? Ling Yun suddenly asked lightly. Although Tai Xiaohu didn't say a word, his heart was turning upside down right now, and the waves were rising. His experience today is amazing. First, he was beaten up by Ling Yun, and then he flew over the school playground for more than 10 minutes and became a trapeze. After that, Ling Yun lost all of his effort. He didn't expect that Ling Yun was washing the tendons and cutting marrow for him, causing him to break and stand back, but his strength greatly increased. Then Ling Yun forced him 4 times in a row. He was not allowed to drink, and then let him try his best to keep up with Ling Yun's speed. After he tried his best and exhausted himself to Longpan Mountain, Ling Yun wanted him to climb to the top of Longpan Mountain in that state. Tai Xiaohu was deeply shocked and attracted by the strength displayed by Ling Yun. Even though he was so tired that he vomited blood and his physical strength was exhausted to the limit, he still decided to face the difficulties and finally fell countless somersaults and fell to his head. Climbing to the top of Longpan Mountain at the expense of bloodshed. Tai Xiaohu thought this would finally pass the test, right? Unexpectedly, this is not over yet. Ling Yun actually does not allow him to sit or lie down, so that he must stand when his physical strength is exhausted to the limit. This kind of continuous persecution, this kind of pain that uses strong willpower to break the limit of the body again and again, that is, Tai Xiaohu, who is addicted to martial arts, and any other person would have been paralyzed. It was in this situation that Tai Xiaohu saw the incomparably spectacular and magical dragon absorbing water, which was rare in the world. The stimulation of this crazy physical potential, the tempering of the will, and the incomparable shock in the mind, undoubtedly brought an unprecedented impact to Tai Xiaohu. He now knows how much potential he has. In just 3 hours, Ling Yun opened a door for Tai Xiaohu. A door of wonder. Tai Xiaohu has persevered, and he is very fortunate that he can persevere. He even knew it now. Why did Ling Yun let him stand desperately when his body was already tired like a pool of mud? After Ling Yun washed his tendons and cut marrow. After experiencing this kind of painful training that ordinary people can't bear, after standing for a minute in that situation, I was pleasantly surprised to find that my body's strength was not only recovering quickly, but also improved to a higher level. The speed of this kind of cultivation is unprecedented, and Tai Xiaohu has never heard of it. This is naturally Ling Yan's ultimate body refining method. Tai Xiaohu, before going down the mountain. Most of the physical strength has recovered, and a few people walked slowly down the mountain. Tai Xiaohu found that his power had reached an unprecedented peak. Now, Tai Xiaohu felt that his physical strength was unprecedentedly abundant. Every time he took a step, between raising his hands and raising his feet, his body was harmonious and smooth. Unprecedented feeling. Very good. It feels more than double the power. Tai Xiaohu's eyes showed determination and excitement, and answered Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded. Now, I'll give you another chance to choose. You decide for yourself whether you want to mess with me. Or just leave. Ling Yun still strode forward with his head held high, and said without looking back. Fuck with you. I swear to be with you. Tai Xiaohu answered without hesitation. Ling Yun smiled lightly, did not nod or speak, glanced around and saw that there was a large shopping mall on the side of the road. Walking in with a twist of footsteps. Are you carrying any money? Go buy clothes you like and put them on. As Ling Yan's apprentice and younger brother, how could he run around with him dressed like this? That's not Ling Yan's style. It's better to buy something sturdier and more durable, you'll have a hard time in the future. Ling Yan smiled, not forgetting to remind Tai Xiaohu. 20 minutes later, Tai Xiaohu, dressed in light blue jeans, followed Ling Yan out of the mall. The old clothes with countless holes in their hands were thrown into the trash can on the side of the road. It seems that Tai Xiaohu wants to say goodbye to his past. Ling Yan smiled and stopped a taxi. The two of them got in, and went straight to the hospital where Lu Li's husband, Li Yunxiang, was. Lu Li, when will the Ling Yun you mentioned come? Municipal 9th Courtyard, 7th floor. In the neurology ward, Lu Li's mother-in-law was anxiously standing beside her son's bed and was constantly asking her daughter-in-law who was sitting on the other side of the bed. She didn't know how many times she had asked this sentence since yesterday. After Lu Li's mother-in-law came back yesterday afternoon, she was surprised to find that the weak daughter-in-law's complexion was no longer sallow, and she was walking with wind. She couldn't help but ask her what was going on. Not only did Lu Li recover completely, but after learning that Ling Yun might cure her husband, she was even more happy and couldn't contain herself. She didn't plan to hide her mother-in-law at all, so she told her mother-in-law the good news. When Li Yunxiang's mother heard this, she knew whether her family was extremely peaceful, and that she had really met a noble person. She excitedly returned home that night, lit 3 sticks of incense, kowtowed and bowed to the ancestral tablet of the old Li family, and begged them to bless Ling Yun to heal herself smoothly. Son. Can you not get excited? The old Li family is such a single seedling. His grandson is still in the womb of his daughter-in-law, and he is only 5 months old. If his son stays in a coma like this, and can't wake up, then he will not be able to live. Although I know that my daughter-in-law has a good relationship with my son, and is virtuous and filial, as the saying goes, there is no filial son before the bed for a long time, let alone such a young and beautiful daughter-in-law. 1 month and 2 months is fine. If her son can't wake up for 3 years and 5 years, even if Lu Li is willing to take care of Li Yunxiang as always, as Li Yunxiang's mother, can she feel sorry for her? The old lady's heart is very clear. The son wakes up as soon as possible. If he really becomes a vegetative person, the old Li family is equivalent to a ruined family. Mom, don't worry, since Ling Yun promised to come, he will definitely come. Besides, it's not that I don't know where he lives, but I can't. I'll go and beg him again. Li Yunxiang's mother sighed slightly, thinking that they had already helped us so much, so she gave them a broken brush that was useless. Hey, as long as Ling Yun can save Yunxiang, it's fine to let me be a bull and a horse for him. The old lady sighed faintly, her turbid eyes were bloodshot, looking at Li Yunxiang, who was lying motionless on the hospital bed, her head covered with gauze, and said. At this moment, Lu Li's cell phone rang, and when she saw the number, a touch of surprise and excitement immediately flashed on her pretty face. "Mom, look, Lingyun didn't call?" Li Yunxiang's mother stood up from the bench at once. "Come on. Look at what I'm doing." Luli quickly picked up the phone. "Sister Lu, I'm at the hospital now. Can you tell me which ward you are in?" Luli hurriedly said the ward number, and then said excitedly, "How about I go down and pick you up?" Lingyun knew that she was pregnant, how could she let her down, but just said that she would be there soon, and hung up the phone. Lingyun and Tai Xiaohu took the elevator to the 7th floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, they found that Luli was already standing at the elevator door, with a big belly. When Luli saw Lingyun's familiar Nike sportswear, she said affectionately, "Brother, you are here, my mother-in-law is anxious, eh?" Luli suddenly saw Lingyun's handsome and outrageous face, and was stunned there. Is this Lingyun? How did you become so handsome all of a sudden?" Luli stood there dumbfounded, pointing at Lingyun's face with her index finger, her mouth opened wider and wider, she couldn't believe her eyes. When buying clothes with Tai Xiaohu, Lingyun had already seen his face in the fitting mirror in the shopping mall. He had to admit, this pair of skins is really handsome. Seeing Lu Li's surprised appearance, Lingyun brought up a perfect smile on the corner of his mouth, teasing Lu Li, "What's the matter, Sister Lu, you're not welcome." Seeing Lingyun's dazzling smile, Lu Li's pretty face suddenly flashed a blush that couldn't be concealed. She wanted to bow her head but was reluctant to look away, her heart was hitting a deer, and she said blankly, "Huan. Welcome, why are you not welcome?" Lingyun smiled and nodded, "Then let's go." Go. Lu Li moved her legs mechanically and followed Lingyun back to her husband's ward. This is really no wonder Lu Li, it's not that she is crazy, it's Lingyun's face, which is too lethal to women, enough to instantly kill any woman's eyeballs. When he came to the door of the ward, Lingyun had nothing to be embarrassed about. He pushed open the door directly, and under Lu Li's stammering introduction, he simply said hello to Li Yunxiang's mother, and then came to Li Yunxiang's bedside. Tai Xiaohu was guarding the door of the ward and did not follow him in. Lingyun first glanced at Li Yunxiang's face, then slightly wrinkled two thick sword brows, raised his hand and put it on Li Yunxiang's wrist. Lingyun can tell just by looking at it, this Li Yunxiang is actually in a vegetative state now, and it is estimated that old man Shui's medical skills can save him, and he wants to be rescued by the hospital? There are no doors. Half a minute later, Lingyun withdrew his finger on the pulse, and then he was very nervous. The expectant mother-in-law and daughter-in-law said with a smile, "Don't worry, it can be cured." When Li Yunxiang's mother heard it, she almost collapsed on the ground with excitement, tears streaming down her face. Lingyun quickly supported her and made her sit on the bench. As for Lu Li, her performance at this time was not much calmer than that of her mother-in-law. Her chest heaved violently with excitement, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Can it really be cured?" Lingyun didn't answer any more, smiled and asked the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to remove some unnecessary pipes from Li Yunxiang's body, and lifted all the quilts on him. Lingyun took out the leather needle bag on his body, raised his hand and unfolded it, pinching out 9 golden needles. Although to treat Li Yunxiang's condition, it is enough to use only the silver needle to perform the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, but because Lu Li gave him the factor of the magical brush, Lingyun decided to use the gold needle. At this moment, a pretty little nurse pushed in the door, and she exclaimed when she saw this scene. "What are you doing?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. This pretty little nurse is called Jiao. She is mainly responsible for the nursing of the patients in this ward. She came in with a medicine bottle and was about to give Li Yunxiang an infusion, but she found that all the tubes and instruments on Li Yunxiang's body were pulled out. Of course, she was immediately dumbfounded. And was very angry. She is still a senior at Jiangnan Medical University, majoring in clinical nursing, and she will graduate in 3 months. She has taken a lot of connections to intern in the Municipal 9th Hospital. If there is a problem with the ward she is in charge of, then the graduation certificate will not be issued. Want. Ling Yan turned his head, his eyes were like lightning, and he saw the name on the badge that Yao Ro was hanging at a glance, so he smiled slightly. What are you doing? Healing. Then Ling Yan immediately said to Luli, Sister Lu, go to the door and tell that big fool, no one is allowed to come in without my order. Ling Yunqin said that Tai Xiaohu was really stupid. I would be done in 10 minutes at most. How could I not even look at a door? He didn't even think about it. This was in the hospital, and the nurse wanted to enter the ward. Would Tai Xiaohu dare to stop him? Seeing Ling Yan turn her head, Yao Ro was even more dumbfounded. Her pretty little face was flushed with blush, and her delicate body was trembling. She wondered how this guy is so handsome. However, she soon remembered her responsibilities. Seeing Ling Yan's super handsome face, Yao Ro didn't have a seizure. She tried her best to hold her chest and stomach up. She walked to the hospital bed with the medicine bottle in both hands, and whispered, Handsome guy, I don't know if you will treat the disease, but this is in the hospital. If he leaves the hospital one day, he will be in charge of our hospital. You must not mess around. Ling Yan saw that this little head nurse was very pretty, with clear eyebrows and delicate lips. No matter it was her head, chest, or waist, she was very eye-catching, and she spoke very softly and well-behaved, so she held the golden needle in her hand and said, I just want to give him a few needles, and his relatives agree. Yao Ro was dazed by Ling Yan's bright smile. She couldn't help blushing and said, that won't work, unless his family goes through the discharge procedures. After taking him out of the hospital, what do you want to do at that time? It has nothing to do with our hospital. Now Li Yunxiang is naked and exposed to the air, and his body is naturally exposed. Yao Ro's duty is to disinfect and clean Li Yunxiang's body every day, which is not surprising. But because of Ling Yan's presence, Yao Ro calmly covered Li Yunxiang's body with the quilt she just lifted. Have to say. Where is the heart of a woman? This person, Ling Yan is definitely going to save today. He didn't have time to run again, and of course he wouldn't care about what Yao Ro said. It would take half an hour at most. When the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot were finished, Li Yunxiang would wake up and leave. Where is the trouble? However, it is not too short of time. Therefore, he was not in a hurry, but still smiled and said to Yao Ro, whose heart was already trembling, I promise that there will be no problem. You can watch it here, and if there is a problem, I will let you deal with it. Okay? These words already have a hint of teasing, not for anything else. Because Ling Yan found Yao Ro attractive in her pink nurse uniform. Ling Yan's current face is indeed invincible in lethality, and his voice has become unusually magnetic. Now Yao Ro is almost flabbergasted by her gentle and handsome tactics. It's really not possible. Life is at stake. Yao Ro was still resisting, but the tone of her refusal was no longer resolute. Ling Yan smiled lightly. He pretended to unintentionally pat Yao Ro's fragrant shoulder with his free left hand, and then said, just a few minutes, it won't be a big problem. After talking about Yao Ro, she tore off the quilt on Li Yunxiang's body again with one hand, and shot like electricity, juggling the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. For Yao Ro, Ling Yun deliberately displayed a beautiful man's plan. That's 100 hits, and Ling Yan's light shot almost made Yao Ro slack like mud. She tried her best to control her breathing, but she was no longer able to stop Ling Yun from using the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. Then she was stunned. This time, Ling Yun used both hands to use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. The 10 fingers were like dancing on Li Yunxiang's body. The rhythm of the flowing clouds was more dashing and free than that of the most famous pianist in the world. Handsome person, more handsome action. Awesome. In addition to these, Ling Yan's slender fingers, confident eyes, and focused expression when applying needles made Yao Ro dazzled for a while. Never let him go, you must get his cell phone number. Yao Rou looked at Ling Yun, her delicate body couldn't stand still. She quickly put the medicine bottle in her hand on the bedside table of the hospital bed, and supported her with both hands. At the end of the bed, he supported his delicate body. After Ling Yun was baptized by the huge dragon spirit energy on Longpan Mountain, he was only half a step away from the fourth floor of the body training. The spirit energy in his body was extremely abundant. All the golden needles were inserted into the acupuncture points on Li Yunxiang's head before they stopped. 9 minutes, only 9 minutes. After Ling Yun finished all this, he smiled and clapped his hands lightly, and then said to Li Yunxiang's mother, "Auntie, I have finished the treatment. If there is no accident, Brother Li will wake up within 10 minutes. You and Sister Lu will wake up in advance. Get ready. I'll go out for a while, and call me when Brother Li wakes up." After speaking, Ling Yun smiled again, turned around and walked out of the ward. Wake up in 10 minutes? So fast? When Li Yunxiang's mother and Luli heard it, they were both surprised and happy. Their faces were incredible. It's been over a month. The doctor has given several critical illness notices, and now let Ling Yun treat them. The two of them also have the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Now that they hear Ling Yun say that Li Yunxiang will wake up in 10 minutes, their mood can be imagined. Yao Rou's face was full of disbelief, her sexy little mouth opened into an O shape. She looked at Ling Yun with admiration and fanaticism, and couldn't say anything. Besides Li Yunxiang's attending physician, Yao Rou is the one who knows Li Yunxiang's condition the most. Because of what she knew, Li Yunxiang could only live for 3 months at most. Of course, this was not told to Li Yunxiang's relatives. The reason why Li Yunxiang is still being treated in the hospital is simply waiting for a miracle. In the eyes of the expert group, Li Yunxiang was already dead, which was the fundamental reason why Yao Rou dared to let Ling Yun treat him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to let Ling Yun come around. However, it only took Ling Yun 10 minutes to prick Li Yunxiang's body nearly 100 times with those 9 golden needles, saying that Li Yunxiang will wake up in 10 minutes? What kind of medicine is this? This can no longer be described by a rejuvenation of the hand, it is the resurrection of the dead. Yao Rou was completely stupid, she simply refused to leave, and decided to stay in the ward for 10 minutes to see if what Ling Yun said was true or not. Ling Yun came to the outside of the ward, looked at Tai Xiaohu, who had been sticking there, and said, "I said you and I have a little tacit understanding, okay? I told you that I came here to treat and save people, but you still let people in to disturb me?" Ling Yun said in his heart that he should be flexible and act according to circumstances. Compared with Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu was still a step behind. Tang Meng had only been with Ling Yun for 2 days, and he already had a tacit understanding with Ling Yun. Tai Xiaohu sweated profusely, thinking, "Boss, we are in the hospital. Keep doctors and nurses out of the wards in the hospital?" But he didn't dare to say it, just scratched his head awkwardly, and nodded again. Ling Yun found a random seat and sat down. He raised his head and smiled and asked Tai Xiaohu, "It's all right now, tell me, why did you come to fight with me today?" Tai Xiaohu has now decided to swear to follow Ling Yun to the death, so he did not hide it. He directly found Go Junfa to him, and told Ling Yun the whole process of making him beat Ling Yun. After listening to Ling Yun, he nodded. It seems that this kid Go Junfa is still not giving up. What are you going to do next? Tai Xiaohu didn't understand what Ling Yun meant. He wondered, how about I beat him up? Ling Yun frowned when he heard it, thinking that he didn't have a tacit understanding, but he really didn't have a tacit understanding. He said helplessly, "What's the point of beating up that kind of garbage? I'm talking about money." Tai Xiaohu was taken aback. "Money?" He thought for a while and said, "Boss, you said the 20,000 yuan? I don't want it anymore. I'll give him back the 10,000 yuan he gave me today." Ling Yun frowned when he heard it. He used his tongue to swipe around his teeth, and said angrily, "Fuck. I want you to take back the 10,000 you promised. Gah, Tai Xiaohu was stupid. This person didn't beat him, the promised thing failed completely, and you were beaten back by the boss, so how could you be so embarrassed to ask someone for that 10,000 yuan? Ling Yan looked at Tai Xiaohu with an expression that hated iron for not being steel. You can do it, but there is a premise, that is, you must not suffer. It is not my style to suffer. Understand? Tai Xiaohu didn't expect the newly recognized boss to actually say these words, and his eyes suddenly widened, thinking that this is okay? Then, that's the rule of not preaching? Tai Xiaohu murmured. Ling Yan glanced at him with a pair of handsome eyes and said, damn the rule, not to suffer a loss is the biggest rule. You remember, you must give me the 10,000 yuan back, and I'll be beaten for nothing? Look. You don't look like an idiot, why are you so clueless? Regardless of Tai Xiaohu's stunned mouth, Ling Yan continued to teach, when you get along with Tang Meng in the future, learn more and don't have any tacit understanding with me. It's really too laborious to communicate with you. Tai Xiaohu was speechless and could only nod his head blankly. After Ling Yan's education this time, Tai Xiaohu has gone further and further on this great road with the principle of never being at a loss, and finally became a great master. As for Tang Meng doesn't need to teach him at all. 5 minutes later, the door of the ward suddenly opened, and Yao Rou's pretty and sexy figure appeared at the door, with uncontrollable excitement and surprise on her face. This is definitely a miracle in the history of medicine. Li Yunxiang really woke up. He came back to life. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Li Yunxiang was able to wake up, which was completely unexpected to Ling Yun. He smiled and looked at Yao Rou's little face with shock, surprise, and unbelievable expression, and said, tell Sister Lu to let them not touch him for the time being, and I'll go in and pull the needle after a while, and it'll be fine after pulling the needle. Okay. Yao Rou was so excited that she rushed into the ward like a gust of wind without even thinking about it, forgetting to close the door. Ling Yan stared at the slender and beautiful legs under Yao Rou's dress, thinking that the nurse's beautiful legs were comparable to those of a little demon girl. Ling Yan raised his head, looked at Tai Xiaohu, and said, do you have that 10,000 with you? Tai Xiaohu was stunned by Ling Yan just now, not knowing what Ling Yan was going to do. He nodded blankly and said, take it. Ling Yan took out the 30,000 yuan that had just been corrupted from Qinglong this morning, and then said to Tai Xiaohu, give me your 10,000 yuan too. Without any hesitation, Tai Xiaohu took out the money and handed it to Ling Yun. Ling Yun sat there, with his face full of pain. He flipped and ordered the 40,000 yuan several times. 20 minutes later, he stood up and walked into the ward. Ling Yun first glanced at Li Yunxiang, who was lying on the hospital bed, and nodded slightly. Li Yunxiang was all right, and he could completely pull out the needle. Seeing Ling Yun come in, Li Yunxiang's mother didn't care about her son anymore. She would kneel down and kowtow to Ling Yun without saying a word. How could Ling Yun make her kowtow? He came to Li Yunxiang's mother's side in a flash, and helped her body up with one hand. Auntie, it's my job, it's just a little effort, don't do this. Ling Yun smiled and helped Li Yunxiang's mother sit up again, and said very politely. Li Yunxiang's mother had tears on her face and choked her tongue. At this time, she couldn't express her gratitude at all. For more than a month, she has been worried. How much suffering, how much sin. Every day, I look forward to my son being able to wake up, and I am disappointed every day, and finally I am completely hopeless and numb. But now, after this handsome and messed up postborn was born, he woke up his son in less than half an hour. Know her? Meet Luli, stay awake and move your fingers. How much grace is this? Big brother. You, this, I. Luli was also so excited that she couldn't help herself, she didn't know what to say. Ling Yun smiled slightly, Sister Lu, don't say anything, this is what I should do. In the next half-month, you should not give brotherly any more medicine, just ensure his nutrition and sleep, it will be the same as before. Even better. Then Ling Yun gritted his teeth, tried his best to look calm, and put the 40,000 yuan on Li Yunxiang's hospital bed. Sister Lu, I came here in a hurry, and I didn't buy anything for you. Some money, you can use it first. If it's not enough, you can call me. God knows how difficult it is for Ling Yun to say these words. Fortunately, he didn't embarrass himself, and he insisted on saying it in the end. There's no way, what he's doing to the old Li family is nothing compared to the magic brush that Lu Li gave him. Although Lu Li's family didn't know it, Ling Yun knew it. If he didn't do this, even according to Ling Yun's shameless character, he would feel ashamed. The magic brush is now in his arms. Seeing that Ling Yun put 40,000 yuan on the hospital bed, let alone Li Yunxiang's mother and Lu Li, even the pretty little nurse Yao Rou was dumbfounded. Yao Rou Xin said, how could there be such a good and perfect man in the world? Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Ling Yun saved Li Yunxiang's life. In this society, it is unbelievable enough to not ask for anything in return, and to give money to his family in reverse? 4 bundles? Yao Rou only felt that she was going crazy. Such a man must not be missed, not even in death. Her beautiful big eyes were full of admiration and fanaticism. She made no secret of her admiration, and stared at Ling Yun, for fear that he would suddenly run away. The medical skills of bringing the dead back to life, the peerless handsome face, not only do they not ask for any repayment, but also the good people do it to the end and give money to their patients. Thinking of the same doctor in her hospital who wanted to treat a cold and had to accept red envelopes from the patient, Yao Rou only felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. If only he was lustful. He was the school flower of Jiangnan Medical University, and he was still a virgin, and he didn't even send his first kiss. Thinking like this, Yao Rou couldn't help tugging down her nurse skirt with her long and slender hands, and at the same time she tried to straighten her proud chest, but when she thought about it, although she showed her proud chest, it covered it. After losing her beautiful legs, she couldn't help but lift the skirt of her nurse's skirt, exposing as much of her thighs as possible. Nurses are nurses. For professional reasons, they are first and foremost familiar with the human body, whether male or female. It is not surprising that they have a lot of knowledge about the physiology of the human body. Celebrities or tender models can't compare to them. In this age when there are almost no virgins over the age of 16, Yao Rou, a 21-year-old female medical student, is for the first time grateful for her persistence and finally allows her to meet her favorite Prince Charming. Li Yunxiang's mother and Lu Li finally recovered from their infinite shock. They looked at the money Ling Yun put on the hospital bed in disbelief. You saved me, saved the child in my stomach, and saved Yunxiang's life. Our old Li family has been unable to repay this great kindness. You gave me money last time. Given so much at once, how could we be so embarrassed to accept it? As she spoke, Lu Li picked up the 40,000 yuan and stuffed it into Ling Yun's hands. Ling Yun didn't give it or not, but he decided to give away the money. How could he get it back? He smiled slightly and waved his hand. Sister Lu, this is just a little bit of my intention. I have seen it a long time ago. Your family is really in trouble at the moment, so don't let me go, and I won't be able to come next time. Of course Ling Yun still wants to come, because he really wants to wait for Li Yunxiang to recover and ask him where the brush came from, and wait until he is strong enough. He still has to explore to see if he will find other treasures. Li Yunxiang has just woken up now, and what he needs most is rest. Of course, it is impossible for him to ask these questions on this occasion. But no matter what Ling Yun said, Lu Li and her mother-in-law just refused to accept it, which made Ling Yun feel helpless, and said that I finally gave money to others. Can't send it out? In the end, Ling Yun pretended to have a sullen face and said, Sister Lu, if you really insist on not accepting it. You just don't recognize me as a brother. You said, I even saved Brother Li's life, and I still need to give you tens of thousands more dollars? Think about it, is Brother Li's life more important, or is this little money more important? Lu Li was at a loss for words when asked by Ling Yun, holding the 40,000 yuan in both hands. Her eyes were red, and said, Big brother, sister understands what you mean. However, your sister Lu really bears it. Sorry. Ling Yun smiled and said, if you can't bear it, then you can bear it slowly. There's no way, your big brother is so bad, haha. It is estimated that in the world, after doing such a great deed, he still jokes that he is a bad person. That's why Ling Yun is such a wonderful person. With that smiling expression and sloppy movements, Yao Rou almost wanted to throw herself into Ling Yun's arms. With such a man, even if you don't marry him, you can still give up value. When Ling Yun saw that Lu Li was no longer insisting, he turned back to Li Yunxiang, who was lying on the hospital bed and had been struggling to get up, and said, Brother Li, you don't have to worry. You will be able to go down in half a month at most, and I will come to see you then. After speaking, he gave Li Yunxiang a consoling smile, and then said goodbye to Lu Li immediately. Come and go, save money and save lives, the clouds are light and the wind is light. Li Yunxiang's mother saw that Ling Yun was leaving. She tried her best to calm down her excitement and said to Ling Yun, Son, you are so kind to our old Li family. Our family will never be able to repay you in this life, but my aunt told you that when my aunt returns home, I will set up a tablet of longevity for you, 3 incense sticks in the morning, noon, and evening, and bless your family with a long life. Ling Yun was happy, thinking about this old lady. However, since this was the sincere intention of the old lady, Ling Yun didn't refute it. He just smiled at the old lady, said that there was no need to send it, and walked out of the ward. How could it not be sent? Lu Li hurriedly followed Ling Yun out of the ward, and Yao Rou naturally followed closely. Big brother, are you still here? Lu Li dared not look into Ling Yun's eyes, and said with her head lowered. Ling Yun said with a smile, Sister Lu, don't worry, I will definitely come in half a month at most. If you have anything during this period, you can call me at any time. Lu Li nodded and said, actually, Sister Lu has nothing to do, she just wants to wait for Yunxiang to get better, and invite you home to cook you a good meal. Ling Yun laughed loudly and said, that's fine, I'll definitely agree to this. Okay, you can go back to the ward to take care of Big Brother Li, I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand at Tai Xiaohu, turned around gracefully and left. Wait. When Yao Rou saw that Ling Yun was about to leave, she was in a hurry, and she came to the front of Ling Yun as soon as she twisted her body. Ling Yun was inexplicable. He scratched his head and said, I've saved everyone, what else do you have to do? Yao Rou stared straight at Ling Yun with her beautiful big eyes, her pretty face flushed red, her chest heaving violently. She gasped and said, you can go, you have to give me your contact information. In fact, this is not Yao Rou's character at all. She now feels that she is too bold and too sturdy. But there was no way, she couldn't let go of such a good opportunity, such a good man. Even if she was misunderstood by Ling Yun at the time, she recognized it. Anyway, she had to get Ling Yun's contact information desperately. But what Yao Rou didn't expect was that Ling Yun gave her his cell phone number without hesitation. The phone number is not only cool, but also easy to remember. Wait a minute. Yao Rou didn't have time to think about how annoying Ling Yun's phone number was, so she took out her phone and dialed Ling Yun. She had to confirm, if Ling Yun lied to her, how could she find Ling Yun in the future? If you don't see Ling Yun again, Yao Rou believes that she will regret it for the rest of her life. Ling Yun's cell phone rang, he picked it up and gave Yao Rou a look, then smiled, is it yours, don't worry now? Yao Rou carefully glanced at the number on Ling Yun's mobile phone, and confirmed that Ling Yun did not lie to her. Then a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She stared at Ling Yun with big eyes, and said in a soft voice that could melt iron and stone, I don't think so. Can I call you? Ling Yun said in his heart, not to let you call me. why should I leave your cell phone number for you? He nodded with a faint smile, and glanced at Yao Rou's towering chest intentionally or unintentionally. Ling Yun deliberately raised his hand and patted Yao Rou's back, and said with a wicked smile, then can I go now? Yao Rou couldn't help but ask, then when can I call you? Ling Yun said that he was almost amused. He smiled and said, you can do it any time. Let's go, beauty. Remember, when you look for me, wear this one. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun didn't stay any longer, and took Tai Xiaohu towards the elevator outside. Naturally, Yao Rou reluctantly went all the way to Ling Yun's elevator door, and until the elevator door closed, her eyes were still staring straight ahead, as if Ling Yun's voice and smile were still dangling in front of her. After a full minute, Yao Rou twisted her body with joy and walked to the nurse's station. I've won the super jackpot. This was the voice of her heart screaming frantically. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu left the municipal 9th courtyard and took a taxi again, but instead of going back to school, they took Tai Xiaohu directly back to the house they rented. When the two returned to Ling Yun's residence, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. When he came to the living room, Ling Yun sat on the sofa casually, and then smiled mysteriously at Tai Xiaohu. Do you want to be as good as me? To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Some people say that when a person is born, which bowl of rice he eats in his life is doomed. No matter how much you go around, you will not be able to escape the arrangement of fate sooner or later. Practice martial arts hard, strengthen yourself, and improve your strength. This is what Tai Xiaohu dreams of. After the appearance of Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yun's great strength showed no doubt that he drew a big cake for Tai Xiaohu, making his blood boil. His heart was itching, and he couldn't stop. Now Ling Yun asks Tai Xiaohu if he wants to be as powerful as him, just like Pan Jinlian asking Shiman Qing if you want to sleep with me. Can you not think about it, you want to go crazy? Tai Xiaohu's eyes burst out with perseverance and perseverance. He nodded without hesitation, and blurted out, I want to. Ling Yun smiled faintly. He tossed Tai Xiaohu for so long, and what he wanted was his words. Ling Yun raised his hand, pointed to the 2 sandbags he had used on the corner of the wall, and said, go and tie them now, and from now on, don't take them off except when you're taking a shower or even sleeping. After Ling Yun reached the peak of the 3rd level of body training, the 2 legging sandbags had no effect on his continued body training. It was the 50-pound sandbag that was used for running. Ling Yun didn't need it anymore. Now that he is throwing hard, he can throw Tai Xiaohu's body of nearly 100 kilograms from a distance of 100 meters. And what steps are he carrying with a sandbag? Without any hesitation, Tai Xiaohu walked to the corner and tied 2 sandbags to his calf as Ling Yun said. Do you know why I gave you a gong? Because the ones you practiced in front of you are all garbage. It's extremely slow to practice, the effect is still poor, and it will have a great negative effect on your body in the future. Only then did Ling Yun explain to Tai Xiaohu the reason why he gave him the exercises, and then he sat on the sofa and continued, I have already cleaned the tendons and cut the marrow for your body, and now I will teach you a set of exercises called Dianjuxing. Baojue, you have to practice hard in the future. Ling Yun had already seen it, Tai Xiaohu's physique. It is most suitable for cultivating the great evolution and gathering star treasure art. That treasure art is simply tailor-made for him. Of course, Tai Xiaohu didn't have Ling Yun's heaven-defying ability to absorb the spiritual energy of all things in the world. No matter how fast he cultivated, he couldn't catch up to Ling Yun. The reason why Ling Yun chose Dianjuxing Baojue as the practice method for Tai Xiaohu's self-cultivation introduction is that Tai Xiaohu's physique is the most suitable, and the other reason is that it is a set of pure body training tactics. It can only be used to strengthen the body from beginning to end, and it is simple and easy to understand. Very quick to get started and easy to learn. Even so, it took Ling Yun 2 hours to make Tai Xiaohu really learn how to practice cultivation for the first time. It's as simple as that. You try to run the magic formula. After patiently teaching, Ling Yan looked at Tai Xiaohu with a look of anticipation. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were full of excitement. He got up and stood up, silently running the great evolution star treasure in his heart. The result. The excited eyes dimmed immediately. It's over, I don't feel it. Tai Xiaohu urged sadly. Ling Yan laughed loudly, and also stood up and patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder. I didn't feel it at first. I usually just practice more. It doesn't matter if it's slow now. As long as you get started, this exercise will be with you. Daily breathing is the same. You can practice 24 hours a day. Just kidding, Ling Yun has now reached the peak of the 3rd level of physical training. This morning, when the sun was rising, when the sun was at its peak, he didn't even feel it, let alone Tai Xiaohu, who had just learned. Now, tell me about Qinglong's situation. The two sat down again. Ling Yan asked about Qinglong's situation. After he had a general understanding of Qinglong, half an hour had passed, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Ling Yan raised his eyes and looked at the dark sky outside, thinking that he would miss another afternoon of class, and Ling Yu would definitely blame me again when he knew it. He stood up and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Go to Xiaoguzi now, and get your 10,000 yuan back. Remember, don't be so stubborn, you can knock a little bit more. I'll go back to school first." Tai Xiaohu stood up and took 2 steps out, then stopped again, turned around and said hesitantly like a little daughter-in-law, "Boss, why do you want this money?" Ling Yan frowned and said, "You're stupid, you just said you've beaten me up, won't you?" Gah. Tai Xiaohu was stunned, thinking that this is okay. He scratched his head and said, "But when you beat me this morning, almost the whole school saw it." I guess Go Jun already knew it at the time. Ling Yan smiled slightly, and winked at Tai Xiaohu. "You said that after following me out of school, you hit me with a sap when I wasn't paying attention, knocked me out, and then beat me." Tai Xiaohu stared blankly at Ling Yan, thinking that the boss doesn't care about fame. But this time he knew exactly what to do, nodded, and strode out the door. When he came to the door, Tai Xiaohu seemed to remember something, turned his head and asked Ling Yan seriously, "Boss, can I ask you why you suddenly became so strong?" Ling Yan looked at Tai Xiaohu, a sharp gleam flashed in his handsome eyes, and smiled lightly, "Whoever asks about this matter will die. I will only spare you this time." Tai Xiaohu was swept away by Ling Yan's gaze, and suddenly he felt that his whole body was like being in an ice cellar. The air around him was cold for a moment, and at the same time he felt inexplicably frightened, and his heart beat fiercely several times. Yes. Tai Xiaohu nodded honestly. From now on, he never asked Ling Yan this question again. This is Ling Yan's biggest secret. In front of Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu, he will rack his brains to deal with their cross-examination. When others ask, Ling Yan is too lazy to answer. Of course, what surprised Ling Yun was that Qin Qiuyue didn't ask, Ning Lingyu didn't ask, Shui Mining didn't ask Chao Shanshan, and even Tang Meng, the most broken mouth, didn't ask him this question. It was the first time that Tai Xiaohu asked me so seriously face to face today. After Tai Xiaohu left, Ling Yun returned to his bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced for a while, and tried to meditate, but he felt inexplicably irritable, so he could only stop practicing. It doesn't feel right. Is there really something bad going to happen tonight? Ling Yun looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and muttered to himself, "Isn't it the next big rainstorm?" Just as he was talking to himself, without warning, bean-sized raindrops had fallen from the sky, slamming on the ground, splashing countless dust, and forming spots the size of copper coins on the ground. Soon, the raindrops became thousands of dense rain lines. The water in the yard flows into a river, and every raindrop hits the water, and the turbid water splashes everywhere. The rain was pouring down, but the dark clouds in the sky were getting denser and denser, and the entire sky was a grayish-yellow color. Ling Yun knew at a glance that it was just an appetizer. The real heavy rain is yet to come. Hee hee, it seems that Tai Xiaohu is really going to be drenched in soup. Ling Yunjian smiled and found a worn black umbrella. After going out, locked the gate of the courtyard and went straight to the school. Ling Yan's judgment was wrong this time. Tai Xiaohu was really not drenched in the water. He walked out of the door and quickly came to Shuifu Road and took a taxi. It took Tai Xiaohu only 20 minutes to arrive at the surgical intensive care ward of the First People's Hospital of Qingshui City. At this time it was already raining heavily outside, and the rain was like pouring, forming a white water curtain between the sky and the earth, which looked extremely terrifying. He came to the door of Go Junfa's ward. Tai Xiaohu pushed the door and walked in without even knocking on the door. At this moment, Go Junfa was stunned there with a sinister smile on his face. Tai Xiaohu's judgment was good. Ever since Tai Xiaohu returned to No. 1 middle school in the morning and confronted Ling Yun, Huang Mao has been using WeChat to send Go Jun a report on the battle between the two. Tai Xiaohu was kicked away by Ling Yun again. Tai Xiaohu was thrown 8 meters away by Ling Yun again. My God, Tai Xiaohu was thrown on the playground by Ling Yun. Tossing it to play, Ling Yun is too powerful. The speed is too fast. I mean, Tai Xiaohu is finished. He was thrown on the basketball hoop by Ling Yun. Ling Yun is so good at fighting. He wiped out all of Qinglong's people. He also defrauded Qinglong's people for 30,000 yuan. The police are here, dizzy. Ling Yun kidnapped that female angel police officer. What? Go back? Well, I'll be there soon. Go Junfa looked at the messages and pictures that Huang Mao kept sending back on his mobile phone. The nose that had been angry for a long time was crooked, the swelling had disappeared, and the face that was no longer so painful began to ache again. After Huang Mao came back, Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian listened to his description of the whole thing, and could not help but gasp in horror, and even the cold hair behind him stood up. Ling Yun alone crippled more than 30 Qinglong people with his bare hands? 7 or 8 people fell to the ground and couldn't get up? Tai Xiaohu was tossed by Ling Yun as a basketball? This is simply impossible. How can ordinary people have such great strength and speed? After a brief period of shock and silence, Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian glanced at each other, and both saw the horror in each other's eyes. Don't be afraid, it's impossible. Lu Qingtian's father was engaged in education. He played tricks, or bullied others with the help of more people, but now seeing Ling Yun's god-like performance, he couldn't help but back off. After all, it was Go Junfa who was beaten. At least Ling Yun hadn't found him yet. He couldn't accompany Go Junfa to provoke an existence like Ling Yun that could not be provoked. Go Junfa is not stupid, so why is he not afraid? He also saw the retreating meaning in Lu Qingtian's eyes, but this kid is a ruthless character, and he hasn't been convinced yet. His parents had never touched his finger since he was a child, and he was so abused by Ling Yun, he couldn't just let it go. What? Are you afraid? Go Junfa asked Lu Qingtian, Pai Heji, and Huang Mao, who were smoking non-stop in the ward. Lu Qingtian scratched his head and said, Brother Fa, it's not that I'm afraid or not. Ling Yun is so capable of fighting, even more than 30 people in Qinglong can do nothing to him. It doesn't matter how many people we call? Who is not afraid of being beaten? Lu Qingtian is telling the truth, there are many bullies, and there are really few people who are not afraid of being beaten. Go Jun gave a sinister smile, just keep licking it all day long. I think your brain is too frightened by Ling Yun. Don't you forget, martial arts are not good, we can still write texts. When's? What do you mean? The 3 people in the room asked at the same time. Go Junfa narrowed his eyes and said with a sinister smile, can we fight, right? But there are many things in this world that can't be fought. We can't beat him, but we have money and power. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Go Jun gave a disdainful look at the three silent guys in the ward, and continued, just that poor ghost Ling Yun, the family has no power and power, it is not easy for us to find a way to deal with him. Didn't we discuss several plans at the beginning? Just come up with one, and it's enough for that fool to drink a pot. After Go Junfa finished speaking, a sinister smile flashed on his face, his slightly yellowed eyes kept rolling, and after a pause he said, also, Ling Yun slapped Qing Lung in the face in public this time, and said to let Tai Xiao who will hang out with him in the future. Do you think Brother Kuan will let him go? His troubles are still to come. Go Junfa, this kid's father, Go Lianqing, is in business. He has been immersed in his eyes and ears all day, and his eloquence is good. With a few simple words, Lu Qingtian, who was frightened by Ling Yun's shocking performance, lit up his eyes. However, he still said with a worried look, but, we used a trick to deal with Ling Yun, what if he came to hit us directly? Go Junfa smiled disdainfully and said, I think you're stupid. Since it's a shady trick, how could you let Ling Yun know? Then, what are you going to do, Brother Fa? Pai Heji and Huang Mao asked at the same time. Go Junfa's performance time is now. He lightly lit a cigarette, then leaned back and said, Ling Yun hit me, I will definitely not let him live comfortably, remember is there a second plan? His house is going to be demolished soon. I've already said hello to my uncle. They don't even want to get a penny for this demolition fee. Also, since we can't deal with Ling Yun, we can deal with Ning Lingyu. We originally wanted to wait for Tai Xiaohu to maim Ling Yun, so let's pick up a ready-made bargain and beat Ling Yun to the hospital for a year and a half, and then deal with Ning Lingyu. Now it's no good, we must take Ning Lingyu as the first goal. To deal with Ning Lingyu, this time we have to find a way to involve that idiot Xie Zhenyan. I acted so arrogantly at school all day, do you think I don't know what he is? Seeing that Go Junfa was orderly and telling the sinister plots one by one, Lu Qingtian and the other three couldn't help nodding at the same time. Huang Mao suddenly interjected, but Brother Fa, this can't hurt Ling Yun, I feel that doesn't make much sense. Go Junfa sneered, Ling Yun? You guys. There's a saying that the hard can't be soft, we can't beat him. But can't we beg him for mercy? Gah. The three of them were shocked at the same time. Beg for mercy? I beg your pardon, why are you still thinking about so many tricks? Go Junfa frowned slightly, took a puff of his cigarette, and said, I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. I will go and apologize to Ling Yun in person, and then invite him to play at the beauty nightclub in the Red Pavilion that my father runs, as an apology. Then Go Junfa's slightly squinted eyes suddenly flashed, and he said with a smile, Red Pavilion Beauty Nightclub, there are some good treasures in it, and then I will get some for Ling Yun to taste. I don't believe he can be so arrogant. The three who understood what Go Junfa meant were shocked at the same time. Because the three of them all knew where the Red Pavilion Beauty Nightclub was, and they also knew what the good baby Go Junfa wanted to give Ling Yun a taste, Bifin. In that case, Ling Yun would be completely useless. Go Junfa was just beaten by Ling Yun. To put it bluntly, it was a fight between classmates. He not only wanted to demolish other people's houses, but also wanted to take care of their sisters, but also completely destroyed Ling Yun. This is to destroy the Ling Yun family. This is a bit too cruel to do. Even Lu Qingtian frowned and said, Brother Fa. Wouldn't it be too much to do this? Excessive? Is it really too much? Who am I, Go Junfa? I'm also the kind of rubbish Ling Yun who fights whenever they want. After I graduate from college, apart from Qinglong, in Qingshui City, black and white will be my world. If I let Ling Yun fight, I don't even dare to give a fart like this, how can I mess around in the future? Go Jun said with a look of resentment on his face. It seems that so many poisonous tricks are said in one breath, but the hatred is still not relieved. Tomorrow, I'll find someone to go to Qinglong's side to exaggerate Ling Yun's affairs. I don't believe that Brother Kuan can bear this breath. Also, as soon as something happens to Ling Yun, we will immediately announce the incident to the school to put pressure on the school. Say hello to your Uncle Lu again, and directly expel Ling Yun from school. After Go Junfa finished speaking, he sneered, that idiot Ling Yun thinks it's great to be able to fight. He's still very tender. I don't play martial arts with him, and he still stomps him to death. The three of Lu Qingtian looked terrified, and looked at each other with some unease, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. For the first time, they discovered that this usually arrogant scoundrel turned out to be such a vicious character. Including Lu Qingtian, the badness of the three of them is not of the same order of magnitude as that of Go Junfa. This Go Junfa is rich and powerful. If he does business in the future, who can run away? Lu Qingtian said in his heart that you bully others, but you are considered a crime. I can't play with you and put me and my father's future in it. He smiled and said, Brother Fa, if you do this, Ling Yun will never be able to turn over again. Brilliant. The other two also agreed, but their hearts were similar to Lu Qingtian's thoughts, and they had already begun to withdraw. You're just a student. You bullied others like that in the beginning, but now they've become stronger, they just beat you up. Can you let them eat white noodles? Go Junfa looked at the three people who had their own thoughts, with a thoughtful look on his face. He knew the thoughts of the three people, but he didn't break it, just smiled lightly. It seems that when do people have to rely on themselves? This is the difference between a mortal and an expert. In fact, even if this is the case, compared to my father's ability, there is still a difference of 108,000 miles. Although the other three had the intention of quitting, it was impossible for them to turn their heads and leave in front of Go Junfa. They laughed and talked to Go Junfa about today's events. Naturally, the main topic was inseparable from Ling Yun's awesome performance, and there was a dragon absorbing water in Qingshui Lake. Dragon sucks water, and now it has been rumored in Qingshui City, and it is impossible not to pay attention to it. At noon, the four of them went out to the hospital to eat and drink, and Huang Mao returned to the school in the afternoon. Go Junfa was with Go Junfa in the ward, and only Lu Qingtian and Pai Heji were left. Go Junfa had made his plans in the morning, and in the afternoon he was talking about Tai Xiaohu being tortured by Ling Yun to the death. While he was laughing arrogantly in the ward, Tai Xiaohu pushed in the door. Oh, Brother Hu. It's raining so hard outside, why did you pay it back? Isn't it just 10,000 yuan? You can take the flowers first, and then send them to me when you have them. Go Junfa saw Tai Xiaohu broke into the ward, thinking that he was here to return the 10,000 yuan to him. He couldn't help but smile and said, but his tone was no longer as respectful as last time. It's all cynicism. Tai Xiaohu naturally heard the irony in Go Jun's words, but he didn't say anything. Just came to Go Junfa's bedside, he smiled and said, I did come for money, but I didn't come to give you money, but to collect money. As soon as this statement came out, let alone Go Jun, it was Lu Qingtian, Pai, and Jidu jumped up from their seats. What? I asked you to beat up Ling Yun, but you were beaten by Ling Yun like that, flying around in the air. Would you mind taking the money? Go Jun was stunned for a while, then suddenly grinned and said, Brother Hu, aren't you joking? I gave you money so you could beat people, but if you didn't make a deal, why would you come back and ask me for money? Don't you talk about it? Rules? Tai Xiaohu glared, fuck, who said I didn't make it? Ling Yun was knocked unconscious by my smashing a brick on the head, and now he's still lying on the road. Why didn't I make it? If Ling Yun saw Tai Xiaohu's performance like this, he would definitely nod his head in satisfaction, and would definitely praise Tai Xiaohu for being a rude child. Go Junfa naturally didn't believe it. He squinted his eyes at Tai Xiaohu and said, Brother Hu, stop joking, look at the wound on your face and neck. And on this hand, it was all beaten by Ling Yun. Got it? You smashed Ling Yun with a brick? It's so funny. Go Junfa saw that Tai Xiaohu was clearly trying to corrupt his money, and finally couldn't help but let out a foul language. Tai Xiaohu said indifferently, "Yeah, I was beaten by Ling Yun at first, but I made excuses. After I followed Ling Yun out of school, I took advantage of him not paying attention. I stunned him with Lung Zi. If you don't believe me, you can go and see if Ling Yun has a big bag on the back of his head." Gah. The three people in the room all stared. Go and see if there is a big bag on the back of Ling Yun's head? Tai Xiaohu can really live in vain, who dares him? Hurry up and give me the money, I still have something to do. If Ling Yun wakes up and finds me, I don't know how to die. Tai Xiaohu is so cool in his heart now, he says that the boss is the boss, and he can come up with such an awesome way to corrupt money. Not to mention, this feeling of cheating money seems really good. Go Junfa looked at Tai Xiaohu standing in front of his hospital bed like an iron tower, domineering, stunned for a long time, his lips twitched for a long time, and he couldn't say a word. Dead without proof. Regardless of whether it's true or not, Tai Xiaohu said that he smashed Ling Yun, and no one saw it. Just now, I had been thinking of a lot of poisonous schemes to deal with Ling Yun, but I didn't expect that Tai Xiaohu would make him suffer a dumb loss. Give it or not? If you don't give it to me, take you to Ling Yun now, and see if I smashed him. Tai Xiaohu was impatient, and he was about to grab Go Junfa when he came up. Go Junfa saw that Tai Xiaohu was really coming, and quickly put on an unnatural smile. "Brother Hu, don't do this, I'll give it." "I can't give it, since you smashed him, I'm sure of the money. Pay as you go." "Just kidding, take him to see Ling Yun? Then don't even think about any of his tactics, Ling Yun will definitely beat him to the hospital." Go Junfa gave Pai Heji a helpless wink, and Pai Heji immediately grabbed 10,000 yuan from Go Junfa's bag and handed it to Tai Xiaohu. 10,000 is not enough, 20,000. Tai Xiaohu weighed the bundle of money in his hand and said expressionlessly. "What?" Go Jun was so angry that he almost jumped up from the hospital bed. "Brother Hu, is it okay to be reasonable in life? At the beginning, it was 20,000 yuan, but now you have 20,000 yuan, why do you want it?" Tai Xiaohu raised his finger and pointed to the wound on his face. "Did you see it, just to help you beat Ling Yun, and see I let him beat him so badly, don't you want to pay me some medical bills?" Although Tai Xiaohu is very cool, his heart is also bleeding, and his heart says that I, Tai Xiaohu, are running across the clear water, and all the fame that I have exchanged for my life has been wasted. But he thought about it, and said that the boss is shameless. What do I need this face for? Come on, you need money. Go Junfa was completely speechless. This Tai Xiaohu is from Qinglong anyway, why doesn't he even want his face? Isn't this blatant fraud? Brother Hu, this is spread out, but it's easy to say or not. Go Junfa was still struggling. Tai Xiaohu smiled and said, "Boy, I'm the most disciplined in my work. I'll help you to confuse Ling Yun. I didn't say that you asked me to fight. If you spread the matter out, don't blame me." Stop. Go Junfa completely confessed his failure, so he had to ask Pai Heji to take another 10,000 yuan and give it to Tai Xiaohu, admitting that he was unlucky. Who is to blame? I can only blame myself for underestimating Ling Yun. But this also aroused his hatred for Ling Yun even more. After Tai Xiaohu got the money, he felt more refreshed in his heart, and he said that the boss was right. How could he have money to use his face these days? The green hills don't change, the green waters will flow. Next time you want to beat Ling Yun, you can call me anytime. Tai Xiaohu gave Go Jun a big smile and was about to walk away. Go Jun's thoughts turned and suddenly said, "Brother Hu, since you beat up Ling Yun, I and Ling Yun, the Liangzi, are over. I've been preparing to apologize to Ling Yun these few days, and to clear up all the previous misunderstandings. Of course I won't let you beat him again." Tai Xiaohu turned his head in surprise, stared at Go Junfa, and smiled lightly. "Since that's the case, then I don't care, but if Ling Yun seeks revenge from me, I'll have to pay you for the medical bills. Go Junfa dug a hole for Tai Xiaohu to prepare for his next plan, but was frightened by Tai Xiaohu's last words. After Tai Xiaohu finished speaking, he went out and walked away. After Go Junfa saw Tai Xiaohu leave, he grabbed his meticulous hair with his hands and asked, "Why do I feel so familiar with Tai Xiaohu's way of corrupting money like this?" Pai Heji, who was beside him, didn't speak. He lowered his head, and the corner of his mouth secretly drew an imperceptible smile. Ling Yun held an umbrella and walked through the rainstorm. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one on the street, he secretly performed 1,000 miles of walking and arrived at the school in 2 minutes. It was raining heavily, and the water flowed into a river on the campus. In such a huge campus, there was no one person to be seen outside the classroom. Ling Yunqin said that this saved a lot of trouble, and he went straight to the 3rd and 6th class of high school. Ling Yun put away the umbrella, threw it to the corner outside the door, raised his feet and stepped into the classroom. Ling Yun is back. When the classmates in the classroom saw Ling Yun coming in, almost all of them stood up, never before, and applauded enthusiastically. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Only the truly strong can get the most beautiful flowers and the warmest applause. The current Ling Yun, in the eyes of all the students in class 3 and 6, and even all the students in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, is undoubtedly a real powerhouse. In just a few days, Ling Yun has already gone from being a scumbag who everyone looks down on, to a useless person who can kick both feet, completely transformed, using the most coquettish way and the most arrogant performance to complete a gorgeous counterattack, becoming the strongest bull in the history of Shimizu No. 1 Middle School. On Friday night, the dormitory became famous, and on Saturday morning, he ran 11 laps on the playground carrying a 50-pound sandbag, which made Tang Meng, the little gambler who never loses, suffer a big loss. Chao Shanshan, the most mysterious super schoolgirl in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, was humiliated by him, but she had no choice but to let all kinds of rumors spread in the school. Beating Wei Tiangan violently, fanning Li Lei wildly, stepping on the school's worst gangster and evil young man Go Junfa, and throwing Iron Xiaohu, the most capable bad boy, as a ball. Ling Yun's performance is now a trivial matter for the students in the 3rd and 6th grades of senior high school. Ling Yun memorized 7 history texts in one breath, and single-handedly challenged more than 30 Qinglong people with his bare hands. Rescue Li Qingchuan, the first slut in Qingshui, kiss Shui Mining, the most potential schoolgirl in Qingshui No. 1, and kidnap the fairy-like police flower Lin Minghan. The beautiful urban beauty presents the Maserati that everyone admires. The most incredible thing is that Ling Yun also accurately judged that there will be a spectacle of dragon-absorbing water in Qingshui Lake. Isn't this the strongest bull in the history of Shimizu No. 1? They don't admire such real powerhouses, who do they admire? Of course, the above is not the real reason for the students in the 3rd and 6th grades to applaud Ling Yun. Their reason for applauding and welcoming Ling Yun is actually very simple. That is, after Ling Yun became stronger, he did not forget them, nor did he show disdain for them, but in front of the public, he took the initiative to invite them to the Zhuangyuan building for a feast. Go rich, do not forget. Although everyone in the 3rd and 6th grades of high school knew that they were now 108,000 miles away from Ling Yun. In the past, he had ridiculed him, despised him, and even bullied him, but not only did Ling Yun not take revenge on them, he even invited them to a feast when he was most proud, coquettish and flamboyant. And it is the best and most expensive meal in Zhuangyuan building. How generous is this? The apprehension in their hearts completely disappeared, so what followed immediately was the boundless respect for Ling Yun, the respect from the bottom of the heart. Such Ling Yun. How could he not get their support? How could he not get their support? How could it not get their warmest applause? They have been waiting for Ling Yun to return to the classroom after returning from the Xuanhuan building. It can be said that they have been waiting and holding back for a long time for this simple, but grand welcome ceremony. It's so frustrating. Therefore, as soon as Ling Yun entered the room, the classmates stood up in unison and applauded Ling Yun desperately. The warm applause even overshadowed the rushing rain outside. It spreads far and wide in the slightly quiet campus. Even Wei Tiangan, who was full of boundless hatred for Ling Yun, couldn't sit still under this situation, so he stood up helplessly and clapped his palm a few times. Because he feels that if he doesn't stand up now, he will endure the unanimous scorn from the whole class until he graduates from high school. Ling Yun is also really invincible. Under such circumstances, he was not even surprised. With just a slight smile, he stepped onto the podium. He stood in the center of the podium and pressed his hands in the air for nearly a minute. The thunderous applause gradually subsided. The classmates looked at Ling Yun with respect, wanting to hear what he had to say. I saw Ling Yun raised his hand and slightly stroked his hair wet by the rain. Then he raised his head, looked up at the ceiling of the classroom at a 45-degree angle, and said, "You said, am I handsome?" Handsome. Almost all the students said in unison. Their voices were deafening. Ling Yun laughed. Okay, I'll just say this to you. I'll decide. After the college entrance examination is over, I'll invite the whole class to have a better meal. The place is up to you all to choose. How about it? Good. Wow. Great. Ling Yun bunker. This time, the answers of the students are inconsistent. Everything is said below, but the meaning is similar. That is to agree, it must be agreed. Ling Yun smiled casually. Okay, thank you classmates for giving me a personal applause. It's only one time, it won't be an example next time, it's about to go to self-study, let's review it. Now no one is laughing at Ling Yun's failure to go to university. Such an awesome person even has a Maserati. Does it matter whether he can go to university or not? Ling Yun stepped down from the podium and walked towards his seat very calmly. The classmates laughed well, and they all sat down one after another, preparing to go to self-study. Shanshan, Tang Meng is right, Ling Yun has really become handsome. He's so handsome. Since Ling Yun entered the room, Zhang Ling's eyes have never been taken away from Ling Yun's face. Her head almost turned 180 degrees with Ling Yun's footsteps. After Ling Yun returned to the seat and sat down, she couldn't bear it anymore. After staring at Ling Yun for a full minute, he turned back reluctantly and muttered in shock. It's not just her, all the girls in the class discovered this when Ling Yun entered the classroom. They were even tougher than Zhang Ling. At least Zhang Ling knew how to turn around. The other girls in the class were still staring at him. Looking at Ling Yun's handsome face, he couldn't even blink his eyes. Even Chao Shanshan, who has always been calm, can't control the expression on her face now, and her heart has already set off a huge wave. How can he be so handsome? How can that be? Chao Shanshan now knows that Ling Yun is very strong, and Ling Yun's strength has even exceeded the scope of martial arts. For Chao Shanshan, who knows the secrets of the world, although she is shocked and puzzled, she can still accept it, but Ling Yun's face was thinning so fast, she couldn't understand how she thought about it. Because Chao Shanshan knows that no matter whether it is martial arts or self-cultivation, everything is easy to practice, but the face of a person is difficult to practice. In addition to eating and talking, what else can make the face keep moving to lose weight? Unless it was plastic surgery and liposuction, otherwise, where did the fat on Ling Yun's face go? Chao Shanshan was puzzled because she knew it. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't do liposuction. However, after his face has been thinned, he is really handsome. Even his elder brother Chao Tianlong is not as handsome as him. It looks like it's carved out, it's so charming. Thinking of this, Chao Shanshan's beautiful face couldn't help but blushed. In fact, Ling Yun was absorbing a lot of dragon aura. After washing the tendons and cutting the marrow again, his face was thinner again. Still haven't lost weight completely. Chao Shanshan's analysis makes sense. Except for surgery, the human face is the most difficult to lose weight. Unless you are hungry, you will suffer from hunger for a long time to make yourself skinny. Otherwise, if you rely on physical exercise, you will die of exhaustion. Can't reduce it. But Ling Yan's thinnest face is really this face. Why? He has the great expansion star treasure secret art. Ling Yan had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of body training last night, and the transformation of his body by the great evolution star treasure art, both in terms of speed and effect, has been greatly improved. This morning, Ling Yun deliberately practiced in front of the rising sun for so long. When he came to school in the morning, his face could already be described as handsome. Otherwise, at that time, when Zhang Ling saw Ling Yun, it was impossible to be surprised that he couldn't believe his eyes. However, at that time, Ling Yun's face was still a bit fatter than it is now, and there was still a lot of fat on his face. But still cannot be called handsome. However, Ling Yun's real change came after absorbing a lot of dragon spirit energy at noon. Although the effect of dragon spirit energy was not as good as that of fairy spirit energy, its effect was much stronger than that of 7 luminous grass psychic jade. How powerful is the transformation effect of fairy spirit energy on the body? Under the circumstance that Ling Yun deliberately operated the healing technique, the broken bone could be continued. The 5 internal organs will soon return to their positions, and the internal injuries will be healed in an instant. It's just that Ling Yun was in a hurry to save his life at that time, and he didn't have time to pay attention to such a broken skin. While absorbing the dragon's spiritual energy crazily this time, Ling Yun took the opportunity to frantically mobilize the Dian Star gathering treasure art. Could the transformation of the body be bad? Not only his face, Ling Yun's weight has dropped to less than 190 pounds now, and he has lost several pounds. It's just that this change is covered up by his wide sportswear, and it is not easy to be discovered. However, it is precisely because the face is the most difficult to change, so a slight change is the easiest to be noticed and discovered, because that is the face. Those big stars puff their noses, grind their chins, etc., can be instantly pointed out by countless netizens, not to mention that the fat on Ling Yun's face has basically disappeared. However, what Ling Yun didn't expect was that the body he occupied now, after losing weight, was almost exactly the same as what he looked like in the world of self-cultivation. Ling Yun was completely sure that as long as the fat on his face disappeared completely, then his appearance would be exactly the same as when he was in the world of self-cultivation. This undoubtedly made Ling Yun feel that his time travel had a little more unusual flavor, but since he came, he was at ease, and Ling Yun didn't think about him. It's useless to think about it, his current strength is very scumbag, and he can't do anything other than frantically improve his own strength. Anyway, I was used to being handsome before, so handsome is better than ugly, right? Therefore, Ling Yun took the opportunity of pretending to be on the podium, half joking and half pretending to ask himself whether he was handsome or not. In fact, he was preconceived and blocked the mouths of his classmates. Anyway, you all admitted that I'm handsome, so you don't have to ask me this and that, save the trouble. For Ling Yun, although these can be taken lightly and dealt with easily, but they can be placed on the surrounding students, especially the female students in the class, but it is not the same at all. Ling Yun's sharp-edged face, coupled with the unique temperament emanating from him invisibly, as well as his calm expression and eyes as deep as the vast starry sky, when the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously, the deep expression on his left cheek appeared. Intoxicating dimples, all of these combined, it is enough to drive any woman crazy, not to mention Ling Yun's performance in school these days. Shanshan, now, do you still think it was just a coincidence with Ling Yun that day? Ling Yun has become like this now, you will have many competitors. Although Zhang Ling already liked Ling Yun terribly in her heart, she still reluctantly reminded Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan didn't refute Zhang Ling this time. Ling Yun kissed xuanhuan in public. What was that, not a competitor? Not only does she have competitors, but there seem to be many more. And they are all powerful. Obviously, there is already xuanhuan, a potential school flower who is not inferior to her in all aspects. As for potential opponents, Chao Shanshan also has a strong premonition in her heart, including the fairy-like policewoman and the stunning urban beauty who gave Ling Yun Maserati, all of which may become her strongest opponent. There is no doubt that there must be a story between Ling Yun and those two beauties. Ling Yun's appearance at that time was not so handsome, and he had already had a story with so many stunning people, not to mention what he has become now. It's all my fault. Originally, I was the one who had the most contact with Ling Yun, but it's a pity that so many opportunities have been wasted by me. Chao Shanshan can't wait to slap herself a few times now. She doesn't dare to tease Zhang Ling in a joking tone now. Chao Shanshan doesn't even have to look at it. She can know from her toes that Zhang Ling definitely likes Ling Yun, likes it to death. Of course, she couldn't stop Zhang Ling from liking or even pursuing Ling Yun. Her best friend is her best friend, and she has advantages, but that doesn't mean she can't let Zhang Ling like Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan even found out, sadly, that if she and Zhang Lingjun wanted to pursue Ling Yun at the same time, she might lose herself. Because Ling Yun is a shameless guy, he can't figure out what he wants and what he likes. However, Ling Yun seemed to like staring at women's breasts very much. The other day, he said that his breasts were so big, so tall, and quite right. Today, when he stared at Lin Minghan's breasts, his eyes didn't blink. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhang Ling's chest, but she couldn't help but feel discouraged. If compared to others, Chao Shanshan definitely has all the advantages, but compared to her breasts, Zhang Ling's huge breasts raised by eating papaya and drinking milk are really no smaller than hers. A fight is a fight, who is afraid of who? Chao Shanshan whispered while biting her lower lip with her silver teeth. Anyway, fighting with one person is also a fight, and fighting with 10 people is also a fight. It is not certain who will die. Shanshan, do you want me to help? Zhang Ling blushed, duplicitous, and said with some guilty conscience. Chao Shanshan fully understood Zhang Ling's thoughts. She stomped her feet in anger and said, I knew for a long time that you are a sloppy hoof. You can chase him if you like it, as long as you can catch up, it's yours, you don't have to disagree with me. Excited? Zhang Ling saw that Chao Shanshan had broken her mind, and in a shy manner, she raised her small pink fist and smashed Chao Shanshan's arm. Ling Yun. Zhang Ling said silently in his heart. Chao Shanshan was right, Zhang Ling really had a unique advantage in chasing Ling Yun. She was handpicked by Wu Gaolang, Ling Yun's history tutor. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only dedicated to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the first session of evening self-study at Qingshui No. 1 Middle School began. After a dull bell rang, the classrooms of the entire campus fell silent, except for the sound of rain outside. This rain is really too big. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a once-in-a-century. The rain is not falling, but pouring down like a waterfall, and Qingshui No. 1 will soon be a vast ocean. By the end of the first session of the evening self-study, this rainstorm not only did not weaken, but its momentum was even more terrifying. There were continuous lightning and thunder in the sky, and the dazzling white light of the lightning was one after another, passing through the endless water curtain connecting the heaven and the earth. Reflected in the terrified eyes of the students watching the rain in the corridor, it seemed that they were showing off the power of nature. Clear water is rainy, and heavy rain is a common occurrence, but such a heavy rain is unheard of and unseen. Rain disaster. It's definitely a rain disaster. I guess this rain must have something to do with the dragon's absorption of water at noon today. Gu Yuanlong stretched out his hand, feeling the powerful impact of the waterfall falling from above, and couldn't help but speak. Look at the parallel bars, it's almost half flooded. It looks like we have to swim back to the dormitory tonight. Sha Guoxing raised his finger and pointed at the parallel bars near the basketball court, and said in shock. At this time, the slightly low steps of the entire campus have been submerged by the rain that has no time to flow away, and the bright white rainwater under the lights has submerged to the roots of normal people's thighs, and there is a trend of getting deeper and deeper. If the steps of the teaching building of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School were not high enough, it is estimated that the classrooms on the first floor would have been flooded by rainwater. The rain poured down, the lightning flashed, and no one left the teaching building. Although there was no wind, the air was very cold. In the course of one class, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Some students who wore little clothes were already freezing. His hands clasped his arms, trembling. After self-study, Ling Yin didn't leave the classroom. He frowned and looked at the rain curtain outside the window, worried that the Maserati he just got won't run away from me, right? At this moment, Ling Yin received a text message from Tang Meng. Boss, worry about your Maserati, don't worry. Very safe. Ling Yin couldn't help but laugh when he saw it, thinking that Tang Meng is reliable in his work. Outside the classroom, Sha Guoxing frowned and said to Gu Yuanlong, this evil sect is coming from the rain, maybe it will end school early tonight. Gu Yuanlong rolled his eyes and said, leave school early? Is it useful to leave school early? With such a heavy rain. The bus has stopped, and I can't leave after school. I think it's good that our school hasn't had a power outage yet. Sha Guoxing glared at him and said, are you missing his crow's mouth? Suddenly, Gu Yuanlong stared dumbfounded at the endless ocean below the teaching building, then stretched out his finger and said, look. There's a woman there. What? Sha Guoxing looked in the direction of Gu Yuanlong's fingers in disbelief, and sure enough, he saw a woman struggling to hold an umbrella. Standing in the rainwater that had submerged to the roots of her thighs, holding the wet skirt in one hand, she was carefully moving her steps. Under the light, the white and bright water curtain slammed on the umbrella she was holding crazily. The huge force that fell from the sky caused her right hand to lift the umbrella, to rise and fall. At the same time, she had to fight against the impact of water flow. This made her every step extremely difficult. In such a heavy rain, the umbrella had already lost its function of blocking the rain, and she could only barely open her eyes to see things. Her whole body was already soaked by the rain, and her long hair was wet in the rain, and it was clinging to her neck and back. She was wearing a white dress that had been mercilessly wet from the rain. It is also tightly attached to her delicate and embossed body, giving people endless reverie. Strange, which class is this woman's female teacher, and she is still in the mood to come to the classroom to supervise self-study at this time? She turned to the front of the teaching building. Why didn't she enter the corridor? Gu Yuanlong's thoughts moved, his eyes still fixed on the woman who was struggling to move forward in the rainstorm, and said, Lao Sha. If you dare to bet again, you will bet on washing the other party's socks for a month. I say this. The woman is here to find Ling Yun, do you believe it? Sha Guoxing refused without thinking, I won't bet with you. Ling Yun is really against the sky. 3 women have already come to look for Ling Yun this morning, and there will be no more than one. Sha Guoxing doesn't want to wash Gu Yuanlong's smelly socks for a month. While the two were talking, the woman had already walked the distance of 2 classrooms in front of the teaching building. Suddenly, she twisted and got into the corridor on the first floor, disappearing from the sight of the 2 of them. Wait, I'm going to call Ling Yun. Gu Yuanlong couldn't see anyone, so he casually said something to Sha Guoxing and walked into the classroom. Sha Guoxing shouted from behind him, if you make an oolong, be careful Ling Yun beats you. Gu Yuanlong waved his hand, don't worry. Then he came to the door of the classroom and shouted at Ling Yun, who was at the back of the classroom, "Brother Ling, there is a woman looking for you outside, come out and pick it up." Gu Yuanlong was usually a ghost, a character without wind and waves, but now Ling Yun is so coquettish, it is strange that he doesn't take the opportunity to stick to Ling Yun. I have to say that this kid is very courageous in this respect. He can see that Ling Yun is in a good mood today. Even if he makes an oolong, Ling Yun will not really turn his face. Although Gu Yuanlong's voice was not loud, everyone in the classroom could hear it clearly, and all the classmates in the room suddenly looked at each other. Another woman came looking for Ling Yun? Is it over yet? Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling were both in the classroom at this time, and they looked at each other blankly, speechless at the same time. Chao Shanshan was stunned for a long time, and suddenly she was deflated and lay on her desk like a ball. She originally thought that her nightmare was over, but she didn't expect that a woman would come looking for Ling Yun when it was raining so hard. The fourth one. OMG. How many women has this dead Ling Yun provoked outside? Gu Yuanlong made a mistake. He didn't know. If it was confirmed today that he was lying about the military situation, Ling Yun might not have done anything to him, but Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling would definitely strangle him to death. Who else will come to me? Ling Yun stood up and thought hard for a long time, not knowing which woman came this time, but he still nodded and walked out. Ling Yun walked out of the classroom and came to the stairs. He looked up and saw no one, and immediately turned his head and stared at Gu Yuanlong and said, "Where is the person?" The tone was already a little bad. Could it be that this Gu Yuanlong doesn't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick, and he dares to stroke the tiger's whiskers? Gu Yuanlong looked at Ling Yun's eyes and knew it was going to be bad. He quickly put on a smile. "Brother Ling, I just want to." He just wanted to say that he wanted to ask Ling Yun to come out and play. I saw a drenched woman turning around on the stairs, holding an umbrella in her hands. Stepped up the stairs. Gu Yuanlong subconsciously pointed behind Ling Yun. "I see that you are getting more and more out of numbers, you are still thinking of playing with me, and I don't want to throw you into the water to take a bath." Although Ling Yun heard the footsteps behind him, he didn't look back and raised his hand. He grabbed Gu Yuanlong by the collar, trying to scare him. "Hello, may I ask, is Ling Yun there?" A voice whose teeth were chattering with cold sounded from behind Ling Yun. Ling Yun suddenly turned around. "It's you?" Ling Yun opened his mouth in shock. The visitor is none other than others. It was the stunning stunner Ling Yun rescued at the scene of the car accident, the flower of clear water, Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng's skirt has been put down, and her whole body is as if she has just been fished out of the water. There is rain from top to bottom. The white dress is soaked by the rain and tightly adheres to her graceful and delicate body. Uphold the tick of water. This is a veritable shimizu flower. Her whole body was frozen with purple lips, her left hand was holding her right arm, her whole body was shivering, and her charming and cold face made people feel distressed and charming. Zhuang Meifeng's crystal white skin was covered with drops of water. After the white dress was soaked, it was translucent, clinging tightly to her graceful and charming body, holding her perfect peach-shaped double peaks, the unbearably soft and slender water snake waist, and the two round and slender strong thighs are presented in front of everyone, and they are unobstructed. Even the mysterious triangle area outlined by the roots of the two rounded thighs and the firm and flat lower abdomen. All are looming, the curves are exposed, exuding endless mystery and temptation. Wow! This girl is so beautiful. Halo, here comes another one, in such a heavy rain. This girl is no worse than that fairy police flower. Halo, I really came to look for Ling Yun. Ling Yun is really charming now. Fuck, this is crazy. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling couldn't hold back their curiosity this time. As soon as they heard that a beautiful woman had come to look for Ling Yun, they couldn't help but ran out of the classroom together to see what it was like this time. Then Xuanhuan was hit hard again. Oh my gosh, it's really another stunning one. Even if I grow up to her age and become a little more mature, I am afraid that I will be as beautiful as her. The fourth one. Zhang Ling muttered to herself as she looked at the stunner Zhuang Meifeng. Zhang Ling is better than Xuanhuan, because she is with Xuanhuan every day, and she has long known what her appearance is. Naturally, she will not be the same as Xuanhuan. Instead, feel better. Ling Yin ignored the reactions of the people in the corridor. He pulled Zhuang Meifeng aside and frowned. It's raining so hard, why are you here at this time? Are you not in the sky? You are Ling Yin? Zhuang Meifeng looked very panicked. Her expression was extremely tense, as if she had just heard what a terrible thing. Her pretty face turned white from the shock, and she asked while looking at Ling Yin, who had changed drastically. Who else could it be if I wasn't? You first say what happened. Ling Yin didn't have time to explain so much to her. Zhuang Meifeng was frozen like this. If she didn't get warm in time, she would definitely suffer from a serious illness. Because Zhuang Meifeng was very cold, she held her right arm with her left hand, and her perfect peach-shaped chest was squeezed even more full and towering. At this time, she could not care about the strange gazes of the wolves around her. She just said to Ling Yin in panic. Can we talk in another place? To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please for deletion. The position is only committed to providing a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. Ling Yin knew at a glance that Zhuang Meifeng must be looking for her with urgent matters, otherwise she wouldn't be able to come here in such a heavy rain. Ling Yin turned around and said to Xuanhuan not far away, Squad leader, I'm sorry, I have an urgent matter and I have to take a leave. After speaking, regardless of whether Xuanhuan agreed or not, she picked up Zhuang Meifeng, who was shivering from the cold, and rushed downstairs quickly. Ling Yin, what are you doing? Xuanhuan stamped her feet behind him angrily and shouted. It's a pity that Ling Yin didn't even turn his head back as if he didn't hear it. Coming downstairs, Ling Yin said to the pitiful, but infinitely shy stunner in his arms, hold an umbrella. After Zhuang Meifeng was suddenly picked up by Ling Yin, she instinctively wanted to exclaim, but she immediately felt the heat on Ling Yin's body. Through her soaked dress, it was like a flaming stove, the heat was continuously transmitted over. Let her icy cold body feel infinite warmth. Then, the glamorous eldest daughter turned into an obedient Persian cat, lying meekly in Ling Yin's arms, not moving at all. Ling Yin asked her to hold the umbrella, so she obediently held the umbrella, raised her arms over the heads of the two of them, and because of this movement, the two balls on her chest were about to break through the neckline of the dress, and they were about to come out. It's so pretty. Ling Yin glanced down, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he joked casually. You. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help but feel ashamed when she saw Ling Yin say such words to her face at this time, struggling to get out of Ling Yin's arms. Ling Yin's arm around Zhuang Meifeng's water snake's waist tightened slightly. Zhuang Meifeng was immediately unable to move. He snatched the umbrella from Zhuang Meifeng's hand. He smiled and said, let me hold the umbrella. According to Ling Yin's speed, the umbrella would definitely not be able to be held in Zhuang Meifeng's hands. Ling Yin embraced Zhuang Meifeng's soft waist with his left hand, propped up an umbrella with his right hand, and rushed into the rain curtain with a flick of his body. Has already rushed out of the sight of the people upstairs. Ling Yin could practice crazily in deep water with no shoulders, but the rain that had just reached his thighs was nothing. He hugged Zhuang Meifeng and exerted all his strength, and quickly returned to his residence. He didn't bother to open the door in such a heavy rain, so he jumped into the courtyard and returned to the house. Throwing away the broken umbrella that had been hit by the rain, Ling Yin gently put Zhuang Meifeng down. It's quiet here. It can be called quiet, when Ling Yan put Zhuang Meifeng on the ground. I actually heard her mutter something in a low voice, but didn't understand what she said. Ling Yan glanced at Zhuang Meifeng, whose face was half red and half white, and rushed to his bedroom first, then turned to Zhuang Meifeng and said, "Come here." Zhuang Meifeng's face was slightly frightened. She stared at Ling Yan with her big Danfeng eyes and said, What do you want to do?" Ling Yan saw that she was frozen like that and still had such ink marks. With a flash, Ling Yan rushed over and carried Zhuang Meifeng in, then put her down and said, "Take off your clothes." "What?" Zhuang Meifeng was completely stupid. This guy won't be. Ling Yan suddenly slapped his forehead, and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I told you to quickly take off your clothes and wipe your body. Go to the bed to warm up first, and I'll go out right away." After speaking, Ling Yan turned around and walked out of the bedroom, went to the bathroom and took the towel he was using. He also threw it to Zhuang Meifeng and said, "We'll talk about it later." He then walked out of the bedroom and kindly helped Zhuang Meifeng close the door. The torrential rain outside showed no sign of stopping at all. After Ling Yan left the house, Zhuang Meifeng first looked at the environment of Ling Yan's bedroom, and then she calmed down a little from her panicked heart. For some reason, Zhuang Meifeng felt that this place was very quiet. She has an inexplicable sense of security here. Zhuang Meifeng first wiped the rain on her face with a towel, then turned to look at the neatly folded quilt on Ling Yan's bed. She couldn't help but feel a little grateful to Ling Yan. In the eyes of Zhuang Meifeng, who was already frozen, the quilt was now equated with warmth. But at this time, her heart was pounding uncontrollably. There were only two of her and Ling Yan here. Did she really take off her clothes and go to Ling Yan's bed? Zhuang Meifeng wasn't worried about Ling Yan doing anything indecent to her, but just remembered that she was lying in Ling Yan's bed. Zhuang Meifeng felt her face get hot and her heart trembled when she was ashamed when she was talking to Ling Yan. But in the end, Zhuang Meifeng chose to trust Ling Yan, because she really had no one to trust now. She was heartbroken, gritted her teeth and stomped her feet and shouted outside the bedroom, "Well, I won't let you in, you are not allowed in, come in after I call you." Ling Yan doesn't have time to pay attention to her now, because just now he rushed out of the campus with Zhuang Meifeng in his arms, and when he was running wildly in the rain, he once again felt an inexplicable sense of danger. In fact, according to Ling Yan's current 5 senses and 6 senses, as long as any dangerous person is within 100 meters of him, Ling Yan can immediately give birth to induction, but the problem is, Ling Yan does not notice any abnormality around him. That is to say, there is no dangerous person following Ling Yan. That inexplicable faint uncomfortable feeling is purely an intuition. Ling Yan slayed demons in the world of comprehension and killed countless people. Naturally, he was very familiar with this feeling. It was a kind of murderous intention. Only when one person wanted to kill or killed a lot of people, he would exude this kind of murderous intention. It appeared again. Ling Yan ignored the dripping rain, sitting on the sofa, frowning slightly. "It seems that I have to find a way. This feeling of being surrounded by danger is really uncomfortable." Ling Yan couldn't help but raised his hand and touched the leather needle bag in his arms. It was almost the only weapon he could use to attack from afar, aside from the magic brush. In the bedroom, Zhuang Meifeng's heart was beating wildly, and in endless anxiety, she lifted her slender and beautiful hand to unzip the dress, and then took off the soaked dress from her body. Zhuang Meifeng took off her dress and hurriedly wiped her body with a towel. She hesitated for a while, before taking off her bra. Then she gritted her teeth and took off her soaked pink panties. At this time, she was already blushing and her ears were so hot that she couldn't extricate herself, and she couldn't help but secretly spit to herself, "Really, how can it be like cheating when you take off your clothes?" She quickly wiped her chest dry with a towel, rubbed it on her body twice, then lifted the quilt and got in. Warm, really warm. Zhuang Meifeng felt that she was a lot more at ease now. She wrapped herself tightly with the quilt, revealing only a beautiful face outside the quilt. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body was completely warmed up. She raised her pink lotus-like arm and brushed her wet long hair, before she said softly, "You can come in." After Ling Yun picked her up, she once said that her breasts were beautiful, so Zhuang Meifeng originally thought that Ling Yun would peek at her and make trouble, but she didn't think that Ling Yun didn't bother her at all, which made her like Ling Yun all of a sudden. Multiply. However, for some reason, she felt an unspeakable sense of loss in her heart. Could it be that she is not attractive enough? This young lady is the dignified flower of Qingshui, and I change clothes just across the door. You don't even have the idea to take a peek? Ling Yun pushed open the door and entered. After entering, he glanced at Zhuang Meifeng, who was lying on the bed and clutched the quilt tightly with both hands. He couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, if I really want to bully you, I don't have to wait until now." In fact, how did he know that Zhuang Meifeng did that action not because he was worried about him, but because of a woman's subconscious instinct? As he spoke, Ling Yun sat down on the edge of the bed, and then asked, "What's the matter? Come to me in such a heavy rain, what's the big deal? If we really intend to promise each other, we will now, you can bridal chamber." With just one sentence, Zhuang Meifeng, who had just relaxed, was blushing. She spat softly, "Fuck you, the ghost will marry you." Ling Yun laughed out loud. He made a joke, of course, to relieve Zhuang Meifeng's nervousness. After Zhuang Meifeng became angry, she really relaxed. She suddenly felt that it was a little awkward to be looked down on by Ling Yun sitting on the edge of the bed. She grabbed the quilt and moved her delicate body to the head of the bed, then propped the bed with one hand. Sitting up, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Ling Yun and said, "Ling Yun, you hit Sun Xing." Sun's family came from the capital, more than a dozen people. Sun Xing's mother flew over in person. She is sending people to look for you. Ling Yun originally thought it was a big deal, but when he heard this, he immediately laughed. "If you want to find it, what can you do?" Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yun's indifference and said anxiously, "What's the matter? You don't know the power of the Sun family. The Sun family is one of the 7 major families in the capital, and the means are open to the sky." Ling Yun was delighted. "What method?" To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author Bu Zheng's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The Stand is only committed to providing a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. When Zhuang Meifeng saw Ling Yun's unconcerned look, she felt anxious. She leaned forward slightly, but saw Ling Yun's thief eyes move down instantly. Zhuang Meifeng quickly looked down, but saw that the quilt covering her neck had slipped quietly. A large tract of snow-white and smooth skin was exposed on the chest. Ling Yun looked at it with a dark heart, and said that the ditch was really deep enough that he couldn't see the end at a glance. "Where are you looking?" Zhuang Meifeng was so embarrassed that she lifted the quilt, covering even half of her blushing face, but she didn't expect to cover the top but forgot the bottom, a pair of beautiful jade feet and half of Zhu Yuanyu's calf air. It appeared in front of Ling Yun again. "The view is absolutely gorgeous." Zhuang Meifeng retracted a pair of slender feet into the quilt, covered her blushing face with the quilt, and said, "What other means? The Sun family is so powerful, there is no need for means at all. After I find you, I can make a phone call. You can't eat and walk around. Sun Xing's mother is a tigress, and she is the most protective of the calf. You beat Sun Xing like that, and her mother has to find someone to maim you." Ling Yun laughed. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the outside of the wall. "You forgot how we got in? Do you think ordinary people can beat me?" However, Zhuang Meifeng still looked anxious. "I know you jumped in, but Sun Xing told me that the Sun family has very powerful characters. They won't take your kung fu seriously at all." Ling Yun suddenly became interested, with excitement on his face, his eyes flashing, and he asked lightly, "Oh? Will there really be experts coming? Will the Sun family have the kind of master who can abolish their young xuanhuan? Ling Yun was looking forward to it. Although, if such a master really appeared, Ling Yun would only be able to hide his head, but he was 100% confident that he could definitely save his life. Zhuang Meifeng shook off her long wet, wine-red hair and continued, besides, the Sun family won't call you, they just need to make a phone call. It's easy for the heads of Qingshui City to find any reason to clean up you. Ling Yun nodded indifferently, and then asked Zhuang Meifeng in a funny way, is it so serious? Then what do you think we should do now? Zhuang Meifeng was suddenly dumbfounded by the question. Yes, he had come to tell Ling Yun all this in a hurry, but he had forgotten all about it. Even if Ling Yun knew about it, he would only have to wait to clean it up. Even if he escaped, where could he escape? This. I do not know either. I am now self-defeating. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly bowed her head sadly, a look of despair on her face. Ling Yun suddenly wondered, why are you in trouble for yourself? Come and listen. Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful Danfeng eyes suddenly turned red, and her voice was a little sobbing. Sun Xing's mother asked my family to hand me over and kowtow in front of Sun Xing to admit her mistake. Ling Yun probably understood a little bit. He nodded and said, Sun Xing asked you to pay someone in your family, so you will pay it in your family? You are a big living person. Zhuang Meifeng shook his head and said, you don't know, the marriage between me and Sun Xing was arranged by all my family members, and even Mena strongly supported it. No matter how much I object, it is useless, and now Sun Xing is because of I was beaten like this by you, and his mother let me kowtow to Sun Xing to admit my mistake, and then stopped me from going to school and married Sun Xing directly. Ling Yun sighed, isn't this a forced marriage? Suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Rushing to ask Zhuang Meifeng, who is Mena? Zhuang Meifeng rolled his eyes at him and said, Mena is my younger sister, Zhuang Mena, she is in the 3rd year of high school in the same school as you, in the same class. Ling Yun raised his neck and let out a long oh, thinking that it was no wonder Zhuang Meifeng looked so familiar. It turned out to be Zhuang Mena's sister. It's just that this sister's appearance is much stronger than her sister's. Comparing the two is like the difference between a phoenix and a grass chicken. When Ling Yun thought of Zhuang Mena's indomitable virtue, he thought that if a younger sister like you didn't support you in marrying Sun Xing, he would be damned. Your sister is not very authentic. Ling Yun said casually. Zhuang Meifeng lowered her head wordlessly, without expressing any rebuttal to Ling Yun. Because Zhuang Mena heard that her father had arranged such a good marriage for her sister, the envy, jealousy, and hatred were all on her face. Life. Zhuang Meifeng came to the school today to find Ling Yun, and deliberately walked up the stairs and entered the corridor after walking through the classroom corridor of Class 1 of Senior 3, just to avoid bumping into Zhuang Mena. Then they are so forced to marry, your family is really willing to hand you over? Ling Yun asked with a light smile, looking at the beautiful Zhuang Meifeng with a pair of handsome eyes. Not only did they hand me over, they also stopped all my bank cards and credit cards. They also arranged for people to watch me where I lived. As soon as they saw me, they would hand me over to the Sun family. When Zhuang Meifeng talked about her sadness, her tears broke down and fell like beads, which wet the quilt in her hand. Then where have you been living these 2 days? Ling Yun asked in confusion. I originally lived with one of my female classmates, but tonight I heard her secretly calling my house in the toilet, so I came to you. Ling Yun Xian said, yes, it seems that this young lady has been forced into a corner. His childlike innocence suddenly began to make fun of Zhuang Meifeng. Hey, since the Sun family is so powerful, that kid Sun Xing is not so ugly, you just marry him and it's over, save the trouble. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly raised her head and glared at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes. Fuck, even if I want to marry you, I won't marry that scoundrel who can't do anything but play with women. As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing, and with a bang, he burrowed his whole head into the quilt. Ling Yin said in his heart that he was rogue? Have you played a rogue or played lousy? He smiled and said, then what are you going to do next? Where are you going? Zhuang Meifeng suddenly stuck out half of her head from the quilt, and stared at Ling Yin pitifully with a pair of beautiful Danfeng eyes. I have nowhere to go. Ling Yin said in her heart that she had known for a long time that you had nowhere to go. He thought for a while and then pondered, this is the house I rented. If you don't dislike it, you can live here for the time being. When I've dealt with things almost, you can make plans. Zhuang Meifeng sat up all of a sudden excitedly, her beautiful big eyes stared at Ling Yin without blinking, and a warm current suddenly appeared in her heart. Homeless, desperate, no one can trust, Zhuang Meifeng was taken in by Ling Yin in this isolated and helpless situation. The gratitude in her heart is naturally indescribable. Do you live here alone? Zhuang Meifeng blushed and asked, tentatively. Ling Yin nodded casually. You're a high school student, why are you renting a house now? Zhuang Meifeng now has a place to live, and she feels a little more at ease. She can't help but be curious about a high school student renting a house. Ling Yin laughed, his handsome eyes stared at Zhuang Meifeng's slender and white neck like a swan, and said with a smile, the plane tree you plant can attract the golden phoenix. Look, isn't this a beautiful phoenix? Zhuang Meifeng was secretly delighted when she heard this, but she pretended to be ashamed and angry, and stretched out her white lotus-like arm, making a gesture to fight, and said coquettishly, fuck you. Boom. At this moment, the entire Qingshui city, which was flooded by the torrential rain and became a vast ocean, suddenly shook as if a strong earthquake had occurred. As the house shook violently, Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body swayed abruptly. With a terrified expression on her face, she subconsciously supported Ling Yin's body with both hands. My God, it's an earthquake. Zhuang Meifeng's pretty face turned pale and exclaimed. The quilt slipped silently, Zhuang Meifeng's slender neck, delicate two collarbones, tall and crisp breasts in the shape of a perfect peach, and deep ravines squeezed out by two groups of white flowers, a flat and smooth belly, and a soft waist of a water snake with a full grip. Ling Yin saw it cleanly without a trace. This face, this figure, Zhuang Meifeng is really too coquettish, too attractive, it can easily trigger a man's deepest impulses and movements. Ling Yin can't even think about it without a nosebleed. Ling Yin naturally embraced Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful body, hugged her tightly in his arms, and comforted her gently. It's not an earthquake, it should have been swept away by water somewhere, and it's just a shock. In less than 20 seconds, everything was quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. Ah, an exclamation that was almost higher than the rumbling sound just now hurt Ling Yan's eardrums. He quickly released Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body and covered his ears. Zhuang Meifeng's coquettish and charming face turned red to the two perfect peaches on her chest. With lightning speed, she quickly pulled up the quilt that had slipped down and wrapped herself tightly. Did you see it just now? After 3 full minutes, Zhuang Meifeng spoke again, and asked in a low voice while holding Ling Yan's mind to answer that she didn't see anything. I didn't see. Ling Yan rubbed his nose, and made a long sound. Zhuang Meifeng let out a sigh of relief, and then she heard a word that was enough to shame her to death. Hair. If you don't see Mao, then you haven't seen it all? Ah, Zhuang Meifeng exclaimed again with a high decibel. So you're a white tiger? Ling Yan squinted his handsome eyes, and stared at Zhuang Meifeng, who was terrified and angry, and said with a wicked smile. The dimple on his left cheek was deep and clearly visible. I am the helpless dividing line. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the views of the author Bu Zheng, such as if you find that the content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only committed to providing a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. You said that? Zhuang Meifeng was utterly ashamed, her pure white teeth bit her charming lower lip, and her eyes seemed to be spitting out fire. The chest is also very beautiful, the shape is so beautiful, it looks like a peach, it makes people want to take a bite. Ling Yun still cared about himself. Pinshu Network. I'll bite you first. Zhuang Meifeng was anxious and angry, hating this inexplicably collapsed building. She threw herself at Ling Yun with her teeth clenched. Don't move, I see Goer again. Ling Yun glanced wildly with his eyes while dodging. Zhuang Meifeng was so frightened that she didn't dare to move at all. Her face was flushed, and she sat there wrapped in the quilt angrily. The last sentence Ling Yun said again saw that the ditch was not important. The important thing was that a very strange feeling suddenly appeared in her body. Why don't you defend yourself against him? Zhuang Meifeng asked herself this question over and over again in her heart. Just because he saved him? Or was it because he suddenly became so handsome this time? A man's face is even whiter and pinker than his own, and he can get water out of it with a pinch. I haven't seen him for a few days, how could he have changed so much? How old are you? Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yun for a long time, and suddenly said this out of nowhere. 18, where are you? Ling Yun asked, naturally. Do you understand the rules? You are not allowed to ask a girl's age, casually. Zhuang Meifeng stared at a pair of beautiful Danfeng eyes, and pretended to be vicious. Then why are you asking my age? Do you want to marry me just by looking at me? Tell you, there is no door. Ling Yun stinked. Zhuang Meifeng grabbed the pillow on the bed with one hand and threw it towards Ling Yun. You are beautiful. But she thought to herself, the third female junior. Could it be that such a watery flower of clear water really wants to cheat this shameless boy? The torrential rain outside is still pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. At night, the sky appeared strangely bright white, the ground was covered with ocean, and the rain did not know where to go. But the room suddenly fell into a wonderful and charming atmosphere. Zhuang Meifeng's two lotus root-like arms were exposed to the air, and her fragrant shoulders glowed with a crystal sheen under the incandescent light. The charming face exudes a charming brilliance. Hey, I said, but you took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms, and the quilt was also thrown away by you. In that case, it would be too late for me to stop you. You won't be really angry, will you? Ling Yun saw that Zhuang Meifeng suddenly sat there silently. His face returned to the arrogance and coldness that he had when he first saw her, and he finally opened his mouth to explain. Okay, let's just treat it as a little bit of a loss. I also took off the quilt and threw myself in your arms to show you the head office. How come we don't owe each other? Ling Yun said very openly and generously. Go to hell. Zhuang Meifeng glared at Ling Yun fiercely, and suddenly burst into a smile. That smile was as coquettish as a blooming peony. Seeing that Zhuang Meifeng was all right, Ling Yun clapped his hands and said to her, Now, can we talk about the next thing? What's next? What else? What else do you want to do? A trembling panic flashed across Zhuang Meifeng's pretty face, thinking that this guy wouldn't really be wild. Did you eat me on the spot? In fact, what she is worried about is not that Ling Yun's beastly will become wild. What she is worried about is that if Ling Yun is really wild, she will disarm and surrender after resisting for a long time. 1 minute? 3 minutes? Certainly no more than 5 minutes. As a result, Ling Yun's answer made her feel embarrassed for a while. You can't eat and live here for free, can you? We agreed, I can take care of you, eat and live, but you must cover all the housework, you cook, and you do laundry. Well, and cleaning or something. Seeing Ling Yun's seriousness, and listening to his endless calculations, Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help but be startled. Auntie was just stared at by you, okay? Are you still in the mood to divide the housework at this time? This. What the hell is this? Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yan's clear eyes, and was struck speechless again, wondering if her charm had really diminished a lot. She couldn't help but secretly lifted the quilt, glanced at the scenery under the quilt, and said to herself that she was envious of her figure. Why couldn't he not be moved? By the way, I forgot to ask. What else would you do besides these? Ling Yan felt that what he had said was almost the same, then raised his eyes and asked Zhuang Meifeng. My aunt is a senior majoring in finance and accounting at Beijing University of Finance and Economics. She has already obtained the qualification of a certified public accountant, and all the examinations for the qualification of a financial actuary have also been completed. She is just waiting for the certificate. Are you satisfied? Zhuang Meifeng didn't know why she told Ling Yun about this, but she especially wanted to show her abilities in front of Ling Yun so that he knew that she was not a vase. Accounting, finance, are you in charge of money? Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly. Forget it, you're stupid, of course you're in charge of money, so you don't need to ask. Zhuang Meifeng saw that Ling Yun was talking about it all, and she completely forgot that she was sitting on the bed naked, and she only had to raise her hand in front of her to lift it up. The quilt that fell off was a little embarrassed. That's good, you can help me check this check and see if I can get the money. Ling Yun said, and took out the $1 million check that Morong Feishui had written to him. You still have a check at a young age? Zhuang Meifeng was slightly surprised. She stretched out her white arm like a lotus root to take the check, and just glanced at it and covered her mouth in surprise. 1 million? Zhuang Meifeng exclaimed tenderly. Let's see if it's true first. Ling Yun urged. It's true, you can take it directly to the bank to exchange cash. Where did you get it? Ling Yun smiled and took the check back from Zhuang Meifeng's hand with a lightning strike. After he collected it again, he said, I won't tell you. Zhuang Meifeng giggled at Ling Yan's greed for money. The two big peaches on her chest shook violently under the quilt, and the quilt trembled. After the charming moment just now, the relationship between the two was obviously much closer, and it was easier and more natural for them to speak. Zhuang Meifeng found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't put on such a cold and arrogant look in front of Ling Yun. Will you make money? Ling Yun thought about it for a long time and asked Zhuang Meifeng tentatively. Of course I will. As long as I have a computer and a certain amount of principal, I can easily make money. Zhuang Meifeng is a serious certified public accountant and financial actuary. Stocks, bonds, and financial futures can be said to be her professional strengths. It is no wonder if she can make money. Do you still need the principal? Ling Yan's face was full of incredulity. What I do is the business without capital and great profits. When did I hear that the principal was required? Of course, otherwise you want to be a white wolf with empty gloves? Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yan's face full of pain, and couldn't help giggling again. Ling Yan Xian said right, empty gloves and white wolf, unreasonable 3 points, that is the strength of my brother. Will it be a loss? Of course others will lose money, but if I do it, it should be a steady profit. Don't do it, can you guarantee that you won't lose? Guaranteed. Then what if I lose money? Ling Yan stared at Zhuang Meifeng's face and asked very seriously. He heard Tang Meng say that night, although futures are high yield, they are also high risk, and there is no scum that is easy to lose, so he has to ask Zhuang Meifeng to make a guarantee. Cut. Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yan a proud look of disdain, smiled coquettishly, and pointed at her delicate body with her slender index finger. If it's a loss, I'll let you handle it. Whatever you want. Ling Yunxin said that if he really lost, he wouldn't be able to get my money back, no matter how much he looked at me. Kindness. Whatever you want to touch. Ling Yan insisted, no matter if he could touch it or not, he took advantage of it first. Kindness. will the bridal chamber work? Ling Yun finally showed his fox's tail and laughed. It's up to you. Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful phoenix eyes smiled, and after speaking, she asked back, what if I make a profit? Ling Yun straightened his body. I can show you, I can touch you, but I can't have a bridal chamber. Zhuang Meifeng was very surprised and wondered, why can't you have a bridal chamber? Seeing that he had succeeded in his trick, Ling Yun took out the 2 bags containing 600,000 in cash from under the bed, and said, see, this is 600,000, I will give you the principal, if you lose money you can pay for it with meat. After speaking, Ling Yun smiled proudly and walked out, leaving Zhuang Meifeng, who was still wondering, a dashing back. As if Zhuang Meifeng didn't see the 2 money bags, she still wondered to herself, why can't I marry you when I earn it? King Shuazizhua was trapped by Ling Yun, but she didn't know that when she asked these words, it meant that she had completely lost to Ling Yun in terms of emotional balance. Ling Yun walked out of the bedroom and came to the door. Well, the rain seems to be a little smaller than before, but what happened to the loud noise and shaking just now? Ling Yun knows a lot. The sound is not like the sound of a building collapsing, but like the sound of the earth falling. Because when he was in the great world of cultivation, he once stepped on a mountain under the surface of the earth, and that's what he heard at that time. Ling Yun's judgment was correct. After a loud bang and the ground shook, the southwest of Qingshui City, south of Qingshui Lake, and west of Longpan Mountain, a mountain with a radius of more than 300 meters sank straight into the ground. In the valley between Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng, a huge Chenking, with a depth of more than 400 meters appeared. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wushan only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only dedicated to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. This unprecedented torrential rain in Qingshui City started to fall at 6:30 in the evening, and it was overwhelming as soon as it came up. Although the rainstorm was smaller than the heaviest rain just now, it was still much heavier than the usual rainstorm. When it was the heaviest just now, the rainwater in the yard couldn't flow at all. It almost overflowed the steps and poured into the house. Now the rain has eased a little, and finally began to retreat slowly. Through the sewer and the courtyard gate, flow outside. I'm hungry. Zhuang Meifeng's coquettish cry came from Ling Yun's bedroom. Ling Yun's mouth curled into a smile, but he shook his head helplessly, thinking that women are really troublesome, and just warmed up, he started to cry. He came to the bedroom without saying hello, and walked in as soon as he pushed the door. Zhuang Meifeng was half lying on the head of the bed, with her hands behind her head. She tied her wet wine-red hair in a bun. The quilt around her neck slipped quietly with her non-stop movements. When Ling Yun came in, happened to see that sultry beauty. Why didn't you knock on the door when you came in? Zhuang Meifeng saw that Ling Yun suddenly came in. She was so frightened that she quickly pulled up the quilt with both hands, and directly brought it to the vicinity of her delicate chin. Staring at a pair of beautiful Danfeng eyes, she shouted at Ling Yun in shame and anger. The long burgundy hair that had not been pulled back naturally poured down, and draped over Zhuang Meifeng's bare shoulders and Guanghua's beautiful back. Ling Yun's amorous feelings at that moment were a little stunned when he saw it, and he thought that he was really a stunner. Hey, are you unreasonable? I'm going back to my own bedroom, why should I knock on the door? Ling Yun said with a slight frown. I just moved in here yesterday, and I didn't buy anything to eat. Ling Yun casually sat on the edge of the bed and said to Zhuang Meifeng. Ah? Then, what should I do? I haven't eaten dinner yet. Zhuang Meifeng did not eat dinner, and now she has been warm in the bed for a long time, her stomach growling long ago. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to the rainstorm outside the window. For now, bear with it, the rain will stop in about an hour. I didn't even have dinner. Ling Yun didn't eat dinner either, but he had a big meal in the Zhuangyuan building at noon. He had eaten enough at the time, and now he doesn't feel very hungry. Really, it's only the end of March, and it's raining so hard. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help but complain about the hellish weather. She grew up. I have never seen such a heavy rain. Hey, do you have any clean clothes? Lend me to wear them? Zhuang Meifeng didn't feel cold at all now. She didn't want to stay naked in Ling Yan's blanket all the time. Ling Yan glanced at her, took out the 2 Versace shirts that Xue Mining bought for herself, and threw them to Zhuang Meifeng's side. The 2 are the same, you can wear one casually. Versace? Zhuang Meifeng glanced down at the unopened package, and let out another coquettish cry. However, she was relieved quickly. Ling Yan had a check of 1 million yuan and took out 600,000 cash, casually. It was not unusual to have a Versace shirt. She grew up wearing all kinds of famous brands. It is common to see all kinds of famous brands, so I was just surprised and picked up the packaging and looked at it. Such a big number. Zhuang Meifeng whispered. How can I wear this dress without a bra and... You can't just wear this shirt, can you? Then when you stand up and walk, you still haven't been seen by Ling Yan? Are there any jackets and unworn shorts? Zhuang Meifeng only felt her cheeks get hot, and her face was already flushed, she said while biting her charming lower lip. Ling Yan nodded. He took out another set of his brand new Nike sportswear, then found another pair of washed shorts, and threw them in front of Zhuang Meifeng and said, Is that all right? What? These shorts were worn by you. Zhuang Meifeng stretched out her right arm, used the thumb of her right hand and the tip of her index finger to pinch Ling Yan's large shorts, and said in horror. Ling Yan looked a little amused, and said in his heart, Brother, after washing the tendons and cutting the marrow several times. Who else in the world can have a cleaner body than me? He squinted at Zhuang Meifeng and said with a smile, I just washed it, it's very clean, if you don't want to wear it, you can wear your own. Ling Yan said, pointing to Zhuang Meifeng's dripping clothes with his chin. This dead Ling Yan, so he saw everything. Zhuang Meifeng was infinitely shy. But he said, You go out first, I'm going to get dressed. Ling Yan took out his brand new Li Ning tracksuit, and then without looking at Zhuang Meifeng again, he went to the outhouse to change clothes. Ling Yan quickly changed into dry clothes, including new shoes and socks. After putting them on, he grabbed his sports clothes and tugged them. After a little gesture, he couldn't help but nodded, Is the clothes loose? Phew. 180 centimeters, less than 90 kilograms, the fat on his waist, thighs, and stomach has almost disappeared. His current figure can only be described as sturdy. As long as he loses another 10 kilograms, Ling Yan will already have a standard figure, but this weight loss will become more difficult as it goes on. Have you finished changing? I'm going out now. Zhuang Meifeng shouted in the bedroom. It's over. Zhuang Meifeng opened the door of the bedroom in response, and walked out from the inside, wriggling, her face flushed. Ling Yan glanced at her outfit, and couldn't help but nodded with a big smile, Not bad, you're still very tasteful in this way. Zhuang Meifeng wore Ling Yan's Nike sportswear all over her body and looked extremely fat. She wore Ling Yan's oversized Versace shirt, which was almost as long as an ultra-short dress, just enough to cover her buttocks, but still wearing her own high-heeled sandals on her feet. I have to say that this dress is fashionable and alternative. Are you dressed yet? Zhuang Meifeng pulled the zipper of the Nike sportswear so high that the whole body was covered by the wide clothes. Ling Yan couldn't see anything this time, he asked with a wicked smile. I want you to take care of it. Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yan a white look, walked over in a sullen manner, and sat down on the sofa. Inside the extremely comfortable shirt, 2 towering snow-white balls fluttered violently because there was no restraint, but Ling Yan couldn't see it again. When will the rain stop? After it stops, you have to go and buy me some clothes first. Zhuang Meifeng frowned at the rain outside the door and said with a sigh. The most important thing for her now is not the problem of filling her stomach, but the change of clothes, otherwise she can't do anything. Don't worry, the rain is a little lighter than before, and it will stop before 10 o'clock. Ling Yun said lightly. He doesn't want to go out and get drenched now, but what Ling Yun is most worried about now is the 7 luminous grass by the small river. In such a heavy rain, don't be swept away by the overflowing river water. When I change my clothes, you can go out to eat supper with me, and then come back with some groceries, okay? Zhuang Meifeng glanced at Ling Yun with a pair of beautiful eyes and whispered. Okay. Ling Yun nodded indifferently. It's raining so hard right now, I can't do anything. Tell me about the Sun family. This time it's Sun Xing's mother, Miao Finjiao, she's. The two communicated for less than an hour. Ling Yun already had a basic understanding of the situation in the Sun family. Seeing that the rain outside had turned into a drizzle, he got up and stood up. Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng came to the door one after the other. The rain had already subsided 10 minutes ago, and the water in the yard was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I have to say that the drainage system in Qingshui City is quite good. If it weren't for this rainstorm, which is rare in a century, and came too violently and quickly, there would not even be stagnant water on the road, let alone an ocean. Many places were flooded, and a lot of bungalows should have collapsed. Ling Yun looked at the night sky in the distance, and said lightly to himself. Definitely. I don't know what building collapsed just now. There will definitely be big news tomorrow. Zhuang Meifeng remembered the violent shaking just now, and her mood that had calmed down became embarrassed again, thinking that she had been occupied by Ling Yun. Great bargain. Seeing that the red brick floor in the yard was completely exposed, Ling Yun smiled slightly, and as soon as he lifted his legs, he walked into the yard from the house. The air is good. Zhuang Meifeng also followed into the yard with a look of excitement and joy. She opened her arms and turned around lightly. She couldn't help taking a deep breath and said intoxicated, "It's really refreshing." Ling Yun said in his heart that it was really healed, and the scar forgot to hurt. He was so frightened when he came here, and now he was spinning in circles excitedly. You stay at home, I'll go out and see first. What Ling Yun is most worried about now is his 7 luminaries grass. Now that the rain is about to stop, the first thing of course is to go over and look at it before you can rest assured. Remember to buy me some clothes. Well, and bras and underwear. Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yun's figure, and hurriedly instructed. What's the size? Ling Yun retracted his body and asked, looking back at Zhuang Meifeng's chest. 36, Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful face instantly blushed. Got it. Ling Yun smiled and jumped out of the yard with a light jump. It was now approaching 10 o'clock in the evening, and in the dark night, Ling Yun started walking in 1,000 miles. When Ling Yun came to the road beside the small river, looking at the river that was nearly 4 times wider than usual, he couldn't help but spit at the surging river. Your sister. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come, Kyan. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to Kyan. Read. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wushan only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only committed to providing a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. Ling Yun couldn't help but complain, because the calm and soothing clear river in the past has now become a turbulent river more than 30 meters wide. This side of the river is a wet road, which is more than 2 meters higher than the other side of the river. That 7 luminaries grass can still have one that does not submerge? Not to mention that only the 7 luminaries grass is more than 20 centimeters high. Even if it is 2 meters high, it will be submerged under the water now. My grass. Ling Yun frowned and quickly came to the opposite side where he found the Seven Lights grass, trying to feel the aura in the air. Huh. Although it was covered by the river, Ling Yun could still feel the aura of the extremely faint Seven Lights grass at the peak of the third level of body training, which meant that the Seven Lights grass had not been washed away yet. Baby, you must hold on to your brother, and don't be washed away. Ling Yun frowned and muttered to himself. The expression on his face was unprecedentedly anxious. Although the spiritual energy of the Seven Luminaries grass is not as powerful as the spiritual energy of the fairy and the dragon, it is the key to Ling Yun's impact on the 9th level peak of the body training. Such a stable and growing source of spiritual energy, where can it be found? But now that the river was surging, Ling Yun couldn't do anything even if he was in a hurry. He could only pray silently from his heart, and then sighed and prepared to leave. Yeah, it would be great if the Seven Luminaries grass could be transplanted, and it would save me from worrying, and I don't have to come here every night so troublesome. Ling Yun stretched out his body and was about to leave, but out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a white shadow on the other side of the river passing by like lightning. Fox? Ling Yun's eyes were like lightning, and at a glance, he could see that it should be a fox. Why haven't I seen it before? Could it be that it is also waiting for the Seven Luminaries grass to mature? Ling Yun frowned and thought. That white shadow was extremely fast, and quickly rushed out of Ling Yun's sight, disappearing into the vast darkness. If it really came for the Seven Luminaries grass, then this fox should have already turned on his intelligence. Ling Yun didn't chase after him until Buying disappeared. He also left here. It was just a little white fox with only one tail, so Ling Yun didn't care much. Once again, Ling Yun came to the Shuafu Road. Looking at the garbage and gravel piled up by the rainstorm, Ling Yun couldn't help shaking his head and smiled bitterly. What a mess. Although the rain has stopped. But there was hardly a passerby in sight, and many vehicles were swept across the road by the crazy rain. No one was seen in the car. There should be a shopping mall open. Ling Yun murmured and hurried on the road. He couldn't find it in the mall, but found a storefront that specialized in women's clothing, and the lights were still on inside. When Ling Yun rushed in, the owner of the women's clothing store was shaking his head and sighing in the store. The students had just returned to school on Monday and pointed to selling more clothes tonight. A heavy rainstorm was all ruined. Buy clothes. Ling Yun entered the house and said directly to the female shopkeeper. The female shopkeeper in her 30s did not expect that people would still come to the door under such circumstances. Regardless of whether Ling Yun was a man or a woman, he immediately got up and greeted him warmly. In the end, under the strange gaze of the female shop owner, Ling Yun bought several women's clothing, including shirts, casual pants, dresses, and denim, as well as a few pairs of panties and two 36D cup bras. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the female shopkeeper, she checked out and packed up and left. It's a pity, he looks so handsome, but he's actually a perverted homosexual. The female shopkeeper looked at Ling Yun's back with a disgusting expression, her skin got goosebumps, and she couldn't help shivering. I can't even make a price. I made more than 700. She soon lowered her head and counted the more than $1,000 that Ling Yun gave her with a smile. I'm back. Ling Yun returned to the house. Of course, he simply walked over the wall neatly, and shouted directly into the house. He's getting more and more lazy to go to the front door now. Bought it back? Zhuang Meifeng was anxious for a long time. She ran over immediately, grabbed all the clothes in Ling Yun's hand, and rushed into Ling Yun's bedroom. Ling Yun listened to the sound of rustling in the bedroom. 20 minutes later, Zhuang Meifeng opened the bedroom door and stood in front of Ling Yun again, smiling. Zhuang Meifeng's long wine-red hair was pulled into a beautiful bun, which made her snow-white and delicate neck even more slender and attractive. The snow-white shirt was tucked into the waistband of sky-blue skinny jeans, which perfectly set off her graceful water snake waist. It also highlighted her plump and rounded peaks. Her legs were straight and slender. She stood quietly in front of Ling Yun. There was no gap between the legs, not even the knees. I didn't expect you to be good at shopping for clothes. Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yun a glance with a smile, turned around lightly, and asked, "Is it beautiful?" Although it is not a famous brand, but wearing decent clothes, Zhuang Meifeng's self-confidence is all back. Ling Yun said in her heart that it was not that I would buy clothes, but that you were born to be a clothes rack. What kind of clothes would you not wear with such a figure? Beautiful without clothes. Ling Yun was absent-minded. He smiled and said, "Pretty, but it's not as good as you don't wear anything." You still said that? Zhuang Meifeng blushed, her graceful body leaned forward, and she punched Ling Yun. "Let's go have a late-night snack now." Although Zhuang Meifeng beat Ling Yun up, she was so tired that she was panting. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and her stomach was already hungry. "What do you want to eat?" "Let me tell you, I just went out and saw that many restaurants on the side of the road were closed, flooded, and there is no place to cook at all." Ling Yun kindly reminded Zhuang Meifeng. "Don't worry, let's go to Shangdao Coffee for Western food." Zhuang Meifeng smiled charmingly and took the initiative to take Ling Yun's arm. In the afternoon, Tang Meng drove a Maserati, and after sending Ning Lingyu and Xue Mining back to school, he sent Li Qingchuan back to his home. Of course, he wouldn't go to class, so he drove the Maserati home. Maserati is parked side by side with his Hummer right now, no wonder it gets flooded. Strange, the boss is so powerful and domineering in the morning, why can't there be a picture and video in the post bar? Tang Meng was in his bedroom at this time, sitting in front of his desktop computer, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Browsing the post bar of Shimizu No. 1 Middle School. Could it be that they were all deleted by those police officers? Or can't they be uploaded directly? Tang Meng kept pondering over there. His guess was right. The picture of Ling Yun throwing Tai Xiaohu at school in the morning was photographed and recorded by many of the classmates who saw it, but as soon as they uploaded it, their IP was immediately locked. Don't say upload, even the page can't be opened. The strength and speed Ling Yun showed in school today. It's almost a monster, and it is naturally impossible for the relevant departments to spread these things. The picture of the dragon absorbing water has been uploaded, and the filming is very clear, but unfortunately there is no video. Tang Meng strolled around in the clear water again, then took a pinch of the cigarette and sat there thinking hard. He has a headache now. He is thinking about Ling Yun's gambling problem. Because Tang Meng felt that this gamble was likely to be aborted. If Ling Yun was admitted to the university now, he would bet 9 times out of 10, you will lose and go bankrupt. Boss, if you want to make money from this gamble, please keep a low profile. You are so coquettish, let alone betting on you to go to Yenjing University, even if you go to Harvard or Oxford. Not to mention, Tang Meng's headache is really not unreasonable. Ling Yun has shown too many miracles. He already has a large number of fans in Qingshui No. 1 High School, not to mention the possibility of being admitted to Yenjing University. It is his super fans who see Tang Meng playing such a gamble and are willing to lose money to bet that Ling Yun can be admitted to Yenjing University. There are not a few people from Beijing University. According to the combined odds of the two on Saturday night, Ling Yun would lose 100 for every admission to Yenjing University, then Tang Meng's life would not be enough to lose. Forget it. Let's discuss with the boss before making plans. Tomorrow is April Fool's Day, but you can let out the wind first to test the reactions of all parties. It's really not good. It can be said to be an April Fool's Day joke. Tang Meng's mind was fast. He quickly made up his mind, and then went back to the computer to watch Teacher Song, which he had just downloaded. But his ass hasn't settled down yet. After receiving a call from Li Qingchuan said a sentence on the phone, "Come and pick me up in your Hummer, and then take Ninger home." Tang Meng hung up the phone, thinking that Brother Chuan still didn't give up. He shook his head and went downstairs with his clothes on, and went to the garage to pick up the car. Some parts of the road after the baptism of floods are fresher and cleaner than human faces, while others are muddy. Tang Meng drove his Hummer off-road vehicle, which was just right. He quickly picked up Li Qingchuan, and the two went straight to the road. Run to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Li Qingchuan's mood was obviously very complicated. As soon as he got into the car, he asked Tang Meng for a cigarette. After lighting a cigarette, he pondered for a while, before saying to Tang Meng, "I have cured Ling Yun about my affairs, and I will talk to my mother." Having said that, my mother said she wanted to see Ling Yun. Tang Meng drove the car, and said to Li Qingchuan with a serious face, "I must see, Brother Chuan, I tell you, I have been with the boss for several days, he is definitely not a mortal, and he will have a peerless performance in the future, follow him, there will be great benefits for sure." Although there is suspicion of talking about Ling Yun behind his back, this is what Tang Meng said in his heart. Before Ling Yun's rise, Tang Meng and Li Qingchuan had the best relationship. Of course, he had to tell Li Qingchuan this. Li Qingchuan frowned, his face full of melancholy. "Of course I can see that he is not a mortal, but do you know what this means? It means that I have completely lost Ninger." Tang Meng suddenly stopped the car, turned his head to look at Li Qingchuan, and said very seriously, "Brother Chuan, you have never gained that girl Ninger, how do you say you lost it? If the boss hadn't appeared, you might have a chance, but now, as a younger brother, I tell you, this chance is already equal to 0. Give it up." Li Qingchuan was speechless, her handsome face was red and white, she gritted her teeth and frowned and pondered for a long time, until the smoke burned her hands, before letting out a long breath. "Drive, I'll send Ninger one last time." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The hardest thing in life is not to fight, but to give up. Learn to give up and let go when it's time to let go. Everyone seems to say this sentence, but when you face this problem, you will know how difficult and painful it is to give up what you have worked so hard for. After Li Qingchuan learned from the capital that Shui Mining suddenly had a boyfriend, he rushed back to Qingshui as if his boat was on fire. He wanted to teach Ling Yun a profound and painful lesson, but he never thought that he and others were not of the same order of magnitude. Not to mention the rest, just directed at Ling Yun to completely cure his heart disease, and let him have a worry-free life from now on. What kind of grace is this? More handsome? Just less than 2 hours apart, when we met again, Ling Yun's face seemed to have been enchanted to lose a circle, and he was so handsome. Power? His own father, Li Yifeng, is the leader of Qingshui City. It is no exaggeration to say that the power is full of Qingshui. Unfortunately, Shui Mining doesn't see it at all. If the little demon girl cared about this, she would have been his girlfriend long ago. Coupled with the look in Shui Mining's eyes looking at Ling Yun, even a fool can tell that Shui Mining likes Ling Yun 100% without any water. How can this make him fight? Therefore, Li Qingchuan decided to give up after thinking about it all afternoon and evening, and after some painful struggles. As for the conversation between him and Tang Meng, it was nothing more than venting his unwillingness after giving up. Tang Meng smiled slightly and started the Hummer again. "Brother Chuan, don't be depressed, you really won't be wronged if you lost to the boss. Besides, on your terms, what kind of woman can't get it?" "How do you say that?" "Here? You gave up a tree, but you got a forest." Li Qingchuan raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a shudder. "Fuck you." Tang Meng laughed, but didn't dodge. He turned his head and asked, "How is it, now your body really doesn't have any problems?" Li Qingchuan nodded solemnly. There was a touch of sincere gratitude on his face. "I tried it this afternoon, and my mother took me to the provincial hospital for a comprehensive examination. There is really no heart problem at all. It's a miracle." Tang Meng also had a shocked expression on his face. So amazing? That boss's medical skills are really outrageous. Doesn't that mean that the boss's medical skills are better than xuanhuan? After a brief shock, Tang Meng suddenly smiled and said, "Boss, since you are completely healed, then I will invite all the brothers out tonight, let's go crazy." Li Qingchuan also needed a crazy drunk to release his mood at this time. He nodded and said, "Let's talk about it," after sending Ninger home. When the two arrived at Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, the school was just after school. Tang Meng drove the Hummer directly into the campus of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, and then called xuanhuan and called her down. Sure enough, after xuanhuan went downstairs excitedly, she saw that Li Qingchuan and Tang Meng came to pick her up. Her beautiful big eyes couldn't help but look a little disappointed. She asked, "Where's brother Lingyun?" Tang Meng glanced at Li Qingchuan, who was a little embarrassed, then scratched his head and said, Ninger, I didn't have class this afternoon, and I don't know where the boss went. It's raining so hard today. Brother Chuan and I will take you back, right?" xuanhuan stomped her feet angrily, and got into the Humvee angrily. She kept mumbling, "What kind of boyfriend? Really, I don't know how to care about people when it's raining so hard." The little demon girl made her wishful thinking come true, completely forgetting that Lingyun was still her shield. Li Qingchuan shook his head helplessly, only smiling bitterly. In the corridor of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, the Hummer started with a bang in the eyes of the classmates who didn't know how to get home. "Go away. Grade 3 and 6. Chao Shanshan packed her bag and said to Zhang Ling, "Come on, pick up my car and come to the school gate. I will ask the driver to take you back together." The two left the classroom in tandem. After arriving downstairs, Zhang Ling suddenly rolled his eyes and said mysteriously to Chao Shanshan, "Shanshan, I have come up with a good solution for you." Chao Shanshan took Zhuang Meifeng away in Lingyun. After another successful skipping class, she went back to the classroom and was depressed for a period of self-study, but she didn't know what to think of in the next 2 sessions, and her mood suddenly became brighter. Now I heard Zhang Ling say that there is a good way, so she looked at her with a smile and said, "What's a good way?" Zhang Ling whispered, "You can apply for a seat transfer with the head teacher. Just say Lingyun is not doing well in class, you have to share the table with him and supervise. Didn't you two have some misunderstandings 2 days ago? In this case, sitting together in class every day, with your cleverness, many misunderstandings can be resolved. If you don't accept it, Zhang Ling has a lot of crazy ideas." Chao Shanshan's beautiful and fair oval face suddenly turned red, and her head drooped down. Zhang Ling and her thought of going together. In fact, Chao Shanshan was thinking about how to tell Zhang Ling, but now that Zhang Ling brought it up, of course she pushed the boat with the flow. She first nodded, then blushed and asked Zhang Ling, "It's really embarrassing, this kind of bad idea is all yours." "I figured it out." Zhang Ling saw that Chao Shanshan had accepted her suggestion, and smiled proudly. "That is, men chase women's interlayer mountains, women chase men's interlayer yarns. Shanshan, you are so beautiful, if you really want to chase Lingyun, isn't it within your grasp?" Chao Shanshan's face turned even redder, and she said in a voice like a mosquito humming, "Don't you like Lingyun too? Don't you chase him anymore?" Zhang Ling's face flushed red all of a sudden, and she stomped a small puddle on the ground in frustration, splashing all over the place, and hummed, "I'm chasing Lingyun? Look at the few people who came to look for Lingyun today. Girl, you say, can I catch up with him?" Zhang Ling is really self-aware. It's not that she doesn't want to chase Lingyun, but her competitors are too powerful, and she knows that it is difficult for her to attract Lingyun's attention. That's not necessarily true. Lingyun likes to stare at girls' breasts so much, and your breasts are so full and attractive. Maybe he will like you more. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling talked almost everything, and did not deliberately avoid the fact that they both like Lingyun. Zhang Ling looked around and saw that there was no one around, she suddenly grabbed a hand on Chao Shanshan's tall breast, and said with a smile, "You also said that your breast is bigger than mine, and it's so round, Ling Yun. I personally liked it." Chao Shanshan was thinking about Ling Yun, but when Zhang Ling grabbed it so coldly, she took Zhang Ling's hand as Ling Yun's hand, her body trembled violently, and she almost let out a coquettish cry. "You bastard, what are you doing?" Chao Shanshan's face flushed red, and she stomped her feet and said coquettishly. Zhang Ling giggled, "Look, just guess, you will know that you want Ling Yun, tomorrow you will listen to me and sit with him directly, the two of you are at the back of the classroom, you will be like me, Mandarin ducks play in the water." Chao Shanshan heard the sourness and loss in Zhang Ling's heart. She suddenly said seriously, "Zhang Ling, we are good sisters, in fact, you can try to pursue Ling Yun, and even if you can't catch up, you can keep a good deal. Memories, isn't it?" Zhang Ling finally gave Chao Shanshan a serious look, and she asked, "Shanshan, if I chase Ling Yun, are you really not jealous?" Chao Shanshan also looked at her seriously and said, "You have seen it too, there are so many beautiful women who come to Ling Yun, almost every one of them is prettier than me, even if I am jealous, I will only eat their jealousy, how can I eat your jealousy?" "Well, if you really like Ling Yun, just chase after him, we can compete fairly." After a pause, Chao Shanshan said a little disappointedly, "Actually, speaking, I'm not as good as you. You were optimistic about Ling Yun before he had an amazing performance, but I finally confirmed the thoughts in my heart today. From this point on, you are much stronger than me." In fact, what Chao Shanshan said is the difference between giving charcoal in the snow and icing on the cake. Including feelings is the same. When Ling Yun was down, who would look down on Ling Yun? Even Chao Shanshan personally said that even if she married a pig, she would never marry Ling Yun. Even after Ling Yun had some good performances, Chao Shanshan didn't take Ling Yun seriously, she just thought she would become a very powerful character, but Ling Yun's appearance and other factors still did not make Chao Shanshan fall in love with everything. The degree of letting go of pursuit. But what about Zhang Ling? Zhang Ling noticed Ling Yun's extraordinariness very carefully from the very beginning, and took the initiative to admit that she was willing to be Ling Yun's girlfriend. Until today, her love increased, but she felt that the gap between the two was too great, and she took the initiative to give up her pursuit of Ling Yun. Right. One is to see that you are great and you are successful, so I come to flatter you and please you. One is to accompany you all the way, watch you pay, watch you grow, cheer and applaud you all the time. One is the icing on the cake, the other is the help. Can it be the same? Comparing the two phases, the two sides will be judged. Of course, this is different from Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling's identities, and they have different perspectives on things, but what about Shui Mining? What about Tang Meng? This is the fundamental reason why Ling Yun has always been lukewarm to Chao Shanshan, and even less kind and natural to Zhang Ling Lai. There is a kind of intuition and subconscious communication between people, which is why some people fall in love at first sight, and some people get along with each other no matter how many years, but they are so lukewarm. Ordinary people are still like this, not to mention Ling Yun has a powerful soul in the tribulation period. He knew that Chao Shanshan actually despised him from the bottom of his heart, so it was naturally difficult to have that kind of intimacy with her, which was why Chao Shanshan always felt that Ling Yun was always screwing with her. "Shanshan, don't think too much, our identities are different, you have too much on your shoulders." Zhang Ling first reassured the lonely Chao Shanshan, and then said with a naughty and charming smile, "Then I really want to snatch Ling Yun from you?" Chao Shanshan gave her a charming look and said, "Go ahead and grab it, just be careful not to let Ling Yun eat you." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The two beauties, Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, walked out of the school gate jokingly and playfully, almost subconsciously. Chao Shanshan looked around, as if she wanted to see Ling Yun as before, appearing not far from her as if nothing had happened, and then became uneasy. hang her and accompany her on the way home. Chao Shanshan believed that if Ling Yun really appeared in front of her, she would walk over without hesitation, take Ling Yun's arm, give him the most perfect smile, and let Ling Yun take her home. Of course it was impossible for her to see Ling Yun, but she saw a stunningly beautiful girl who made her feel ashamed. That stunningly beautiful girl was standing more than 10 meters to the west of the gate of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. She just stood there quietly, but she naturally exuded a soul-stirring charm that made people unforgettable just by looking at it. This stunningly beautiful girl is wearing a tight and attractive black and bright leather jacket, and the same black and bright leather skirt on her lower body, which wraps her already sexy and attractive body even more exquisitely and embossed, and wears a pair of high heels on her feet. The over-the-knee leather boots, like leather jackets and trousers, are all shiny black color, reflecting a mysterious luster under the street lights, slightly moving, full of brilliance, full of wild sexiness. The stunningly beautiful girl is very tall, with a net height of more than 1.74 meters. With high-heeled leather boots of about 67 centimeters, her figure looks very slender and moving, and her thick black hair is like a waterfall of ink dyed. The slender and graceful willow waist can't stop so many thick long hair, the soft wind blows, and the soft hair flutters and dances. The entire upper body of this stunningly beautiful girl was tightly wrapped by a tight leather coat, which highlighted her full and towering breasts. Just by looking at the two high heels on the leather coat, you could imagine what it was like inside. The elasticity is amazing, and it is tall and round. Between the bright black leather jacket and the shorts, a dazzling white waist less than a finger wide was exposed, flat, tight and smooth. It was looming. Between the hem of the leather skirt and the over-the-knee boots, the two seductive snow-white thighs more than 20 centimeters long were exposed in the cool air. Just standing casually, the snow-white thighs are tightly seamed, which shows how straight their legs are. Looking from the place where Chao Shanshan was standing, this stunningly beautiful girl's buttocks were round and upturned, and the short leather skirt on the top bulged high. The precious black leather short skirt was stretched round and tight, but the hem of the short skirt was narrowed by the designer. Presenting the body of a stunningly beautiful girl in the most perfect way, it really looks like a ridge and a peak. How can it be seen as an infinitely exaggerated S? Chao Shanshan couldn't help but sighed, thinking that it is estimated that the world can wear this for so sexy, so tasteful, and this girl is the only one. And this pure black leather coat all over the body further highlights the snow-white and crystal-clear skin of the stunningly beautiful girl, and the perfect face can be watered with a pinch. A faint blush naturally appeared on his face, his skin was whiter than snow, his hair was like a waterfall, his long eyebrows were curved like a crescent moon, his nose was swarthy, his chin was pointed, and his neck was snow-white and slender and moving. A pair of smart and big eyes flashed with wisdom and stubbornness, and the long eyelashes trembled, quietly staring at the direction of the school gate. Seeing this stunningly beautiful girl with the ultimate beauty and sexiness, who naturally exudes infinite temptation in her silence, Chao Shanshan had the last trace of pride left. Completely sunk. Just one look, Chao Shanshan knew she had lost. Don't even compare. Today, I came to find Ling Yun's four stunners, Lin Menghan, Morong Feishue, Xue Mining, and Shuang Meifeng. Except for Xue Mining, those three stunners are beautiful. But they were 2 or 3 years older than Chao Shanshan, which gave Chao Shanshan, who had not really matured, a little bit of confidence, because she believed that after 2 or 3 years old, her body would not grow older than them. How much inferior. As for Xue Mining, although she is the school's most potential schoolgirl, she is now the number 1 schoolgirl alongside Ning Lingyu. Therefore, although Chao Shanshan's self-confidence has been greatly reduced, she still has some confidence in her heart. But now, seeing this stunningly beautiful girl who is at most the same age as Xue Mining, her self-confidence was instantly shattered. At this time, Zhang Ling also saw the stunningly beautiful girl who was very sexy and extremely glamorous. Her big flexible eyes stared at the girl's towering chest for several times, and she thought that the two of us were praising each other just now. The other party's breasts are big, and as a result, a taller and bigger one came immediately. Not only her breasts, but her face, body, and even the temperament that this beautiful girl exudes, completely compares Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan is an urban beauty, but this beautiful girl exudes a kind of natural aura of the bells and the earth. Although she stands in the bustling city, she carries the wildness and natural beauty of nature. Breath. That girl, like Ning Lingyu, looks so aura. Zhang Ling thought about it for a long time, and finally found a word that could comfort Chao Shanshan. The stunningly beautiful girl naturally also saw Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling. She just used her aura to press her, and her beautiful eyes full of wisdom glanced at Chao Shanshan lightly, and then looked away. Zhang Ling said with a heart, looking at the appearance of this beautiful girl, it seemed that she was standing at the school gate to wait for someone or to find someone. Wouldn't she be looking for Lingyan again? But she saw Chao Shanshan's pale face and chose to keep her mouth shut. Chao Shanshan took another look at the stunningly beautiful girl who seemed to outshine her everywhere, and said in a trembling voice, "Let's go." This stunningly beautiful girl was naturally Miao Xiaomiao in an urban outfit. Miao Xiaomiao set off from Miao Village on Sunday morning, first drove to the capital city of your province, then bought a direct flight to Qingshui, and arrived in Qingshui last night. After arriving at Qingshui, she first went to the city to find a 5-star hotel to stay, and then released the golden silkworm, which fluttered away, and soon she confirmed Shunishui through the heart-eater goo in Shunishui's body. The residence, and obtained the breath of the heart-devouring goo. What made her puzzled was that it was difficult for Jean's silkworm to detect the aura of heart-devouring goo on Lingyan last night, which made her a little puzzled. Her golden silkworm is the most poisonous in the world, and her spirituality is unparalleled. It was not until this evening that an unprecedented heavy rain fell and the impurities in the air were washed away. Only then did the golden silkworm roughly determine Lingyan's position and bring Miao Xiaomiao here. Golden silkworm goo is Miao Xiaomiao's life goo, and naturally has the same mind with her. Miao Xiaomiao knows that being able to find this place is already the limit that golden silkworm can achieve. Therefore, Miao Xiaomiao confirmed that the person who rescued Shueshini should be on this campus, so she stood at the school gate and stared at every person who walked out of the school gate, trying to find the person who suppressed the heart-eater goo. But Miao Xiaomiao didn't know that she was simply wasting her efforts, not to mention that Lingyun was not here. Even if Lingyun walked out of the school gate now, she couldn't find out that Lingyun was the one who rescued Shueshini. If Lingyun hadn't been washed by the huge dragon spirit energy, Miao Xiaomiao might have been able to find Lingyun, but after Lingyun was reborn again in the afternoon on the Tiger Cliff in Longpan Mountain, let alone Miao Xiaomiao, Miao Fenghuang came and was also in Lingyun. I can't detect any aura of heart-devouring goo. Whether it's a heart-devouring goo or a golden silkworm, how good are you? When Miao Xiaomiao waited until no one came out of the campus, she couldn't help but frown slightly, her long and curved eyebrows, and said softly to herself, "Strange, it seems that I have to find a way." Then she glanced at the empty street, her graceful and delicate body twisted gently, her slender and moving figure flashed, and soon disappeared into the night. Her speed was not much slower than Ling Yun's. After the evening self-study, Xie Zhenyan, from the first class of the 3rd grade, kept his handsome eyes fixed on the screen of his mobile phone, watching a text message sent by Go Jun to him. "Master Xia, do you want to eat Ninglingyu?" That's all. Xie Zhenyan's brows were tightly wrinkled together, his thin lips were tightly pursed, and he struggled violently in his heart. 5 minutes later, he invited Ning Lingyu out, who was still studying hard in the classroom. "Lingyu, I really like you, can you give me a chance?" Xie Zhenyan's handsome eyes burst into fiery sparks, staring at Ning Lingyu's face. His tone was extremely gentle and eager. Ning Lingyu looked at Xie Zhenyan with a very calm expression. "I'm sorry, I really don't like you. This is the last time I tell you this. Please don't ask me again in the future, thank you." When you're done, turn around and leave. Wait. Xie Zhenyan blocked Ning Lingyu's body as soon as he twisted his body, and said frantically, Lingyu, don't you hope that your brother can be admitted to Yanjing University? As long as you are willing to follow me together, I will use all the connections in my family to let your brother enter Yanjing University. Ning Lingyu suddenly laughed. She gave Xie Zhenyan a disdainful look and said, My brother is admitted to university without any help. Even if he fails, he is still my brother. Please don't take my brother again in the future. Talk about it. Lingyu, are you really going to stop thinking about it? Ning Lingyu's eyes were as cold as icebergs of 10,000 years, and she shook her head resolutely. Lingyu, you will regret it. Xie Zhenyan, don't worry, I will never regret it. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you are Zhuang Meina's boyfriend, but you come to me to say such things? Please respect yourself. Ning Lingyu coldly threw the last sentence to Xie Zhenyan, turned around and went back to the classroom. Looking at Ning Lingyu's resolute back, Xie Zhenyan's face was as pale as dead ashes, and his last efforts failed. Soon, his eyes began to turn evil, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, showing some cruelty. The hideous. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. It can be said that Xie Zhenyan, the proud son of heaven, experienced the bleakest day in his 18-year life today. In the morning, Li Qingchuan, the first playboy of Qingshui, suddenly appeared on the campus of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, causing countless female fans to scream and chase after him, and all of a sudden, he took away all the grace of Xie Zhenyan. Then, he saw sadly that Zhuang Meina, who was still in his arms and allowed himself to be raging in his arms yesterday afternoon, even rushed down, blushing to look at Li Qingchuan, who was infinite in style, and Xie Zhenyan's face turned ashen at that time. I secretly scolded Zhuang Meina for being a bitch. Sooner or later I would give her medicine and turn her to rot. Immediately afterwards, when he saw Qinglong's people coming to trouble Lingyun, his instinct was Ishi, and he said that it will see if Ning Lingyu will come and beg me. You must know that Qinglong's boss Kuan is my father, Xie Zhenting. My good friend, your brother caused so much trouble, and I can settle it for you. He was thinking about how to take this opportunity to eat Ning Lingyu in one fell swoop, but he saw Lingyun showing off his coquettish performance. The successor, Tai Xiaohu, was trampled so hard that he didn't even have the strength to fight back. After school in the afternoon, Zhuang Meina had a crazy fight with him, and then suddenly received a call from home and went home in a hurry, not even going to the evening self-study. Xie Zhenyan naturally didn't care about Zhuang Meina. He wanted to take this opportunity to express his affectionate confession to Ning Lingyu again. As a result, during the last period of self-study, he received the text message from Go Jun. Do you want to eat Ning Lingyu? Think, of course, he wants to go crazy. However, he still wants to get Ning Lingyu's heart first, and then get her people. In this case, not only will he get the beauty, but he can also take advantage of the relationship between Ning Lingyu and Lingyun, so that Lingyun will be used by him in the future, and let him and Huaxia's black and white are brilliant. That's where his fanatical act just now came about. Make a final confession to Ning Lingyu, hoping that Ning Lingyu can be tempted by him. But he didn't think so. Not only was Ning Lingyu unmoved, he was glared at him, his tone was indifferent, and he refused completely, leaving him no room to turn around. I don't even care about his face. Xie Zhenyan's good temper was just pretending, he was gentle and handsome. Beneath his elegant appearance, there was originally a despicable, filthy, cruel, and violent heart. Now, after completely despairing of pursuing Ning Lingyu, he finally revealed his true form. Xie Zhenyan is best at controlling the overall situation. Of course, he now knows that Go Junfa is eager to take revenge on Lingyun. Since Go Junfa has found him, he certainly cannot miss this opportunity. He directly took out his mobile phone and called, Go Junfa, let's meet tomorrow. On the other side, after Go Junfa hung up the phone, a sinister smirk flashed on his face. At Pai Heji on the sofa, he excitedly said, "It's done. It's been more than half an hour since class 3 and 6 of senior high school, but there are still nearly 20 students in the classroom who are working hard to review and sprint to meet the college entrance examination." Chai Hanlin, who was near the door of the classroom, was burying his head in doing an English test when he suddenly found a person quietly entering the classroom. He couldn't help but look up, but saw that this man looked and dressed extremely ordinary, with a medium stature. He belongs to the kind of person who is hard to be found after being thrown into the crowd. The only impression of this person on Chai Hanlin is that he walks silently, and his footsteps land on the floor of the classroom without making a sound, just like stepping on cotton. Similar. The person who came was of course one of the two major killers that Ling Hao found. Jiao Fei. After Jiao Fei entered the room, his head didn't turn, he just swept the classroom with calm eyes, and then asked Chai Hanlin in a very simple and honest voice, "Is Ling Yun here?" Chai Hanlin said in his heart that many people came to Ling Yun today. He shook his head lightly, and said to the extremely ordinary person, "No, he has something to do after the first night of self-study." "Oh. Then is he going back to the dormitory tonight?" Jiao Fei asked politely in a low voice. "Ling Yun doesn't live in the school anymore. If you want to find him, you can come back to class tomorrow." "Thank you." Jiao Fei nodded to Chai Hanlin and left without making a sound. "Not at school?" Jiao Fei frowned and muttered when he came downstairs, and then left Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Returning to the 4-star hotel, Jiao Fei said to Li Yi, who was sitting on the bed and brushing his gun, "I went a step late. That sheep doesn't live in the school anymore. It seems that I can only block him at the school gate tomorrow night." Li Yi was silent for a while, and suddenly said to Jiao Fei, "Just received the letter, the plan has changed, our mission has changed, from killing Ling Yun to leading Ling Yun out, and 2 Xian-level masters will complete the assassination. They have already arrived at Qingshui, and join us tomorrow." "What?" Jiao Fei couldn't believe his ears. To deal with a high school student, let 2 yellow-level killers be used as bait, and 2 Xian-level masters complete the assassination? Xian-level master, that is the existence of one person who can easily kill more than a dozen yellow-level masters. Li Yi still buried his head in wiping his pistol, which had no dust at all, and stopped talking. In Shimizu City, a certain Ujima Coffee is located in an elegant and high-end private room. Ambiguous lights filled the entire private room, reflecting the brightly colored red wine on the table, fragrant steaks, and delicate Italian pasta, showing the romantic atmosphere of petty bourgeoisie life. A super handsome guy who is so fascinated by the coffee waitress on the island is sitting opposite a stunning urban beauty, leisurely drinking coffee that he can't name at all. It can be seen from the expression on his face, this thing is really not good for him. Zhuang Meifeng was already full, she was drinking coffee leisurely, looking at Ling Yun with a bitter face opposite her, giggling. "I can't tell, your little white face is quite attractive. It's only been over half an hour, and those little girls have come in 8 times. Zhuang Meifeng teased Ling Yun. "Why don't you ask? Where do you find a handsome guy like me?" Ling Yun pouted arrogantly, staring at Zhuang Meifeng's bulging and towering chest, and said proudly, "Remember in the future, you want to call me sister." "Sister Meifeng, how is it?" Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yun with a pair of phoenix eyes, and ordered, "Remember, big sister by who?" Ling Yun's mouth curled into an intoxicating smile, the dimples on his left cheek were deep, trembling slightly, and Zhuang Meifeng was stunned. "Go to hell. In the future, you must dare to shout like that in front of others, and see how I deal with you." "That means I can shout like that when it's just the 2 of us?" Ling Yun said with a smirk. "That doesn't work either. Seeing you being so reticent that day, I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so bad. How would a child's family know what a white tiger is?" Zhuang Meifeng first stopped Ling Yan's evil thoughts, but asked a very curious question. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Not only do I know what a white tiger is, but I also know that if a white tiger is still a virgin at the age of 22, he will grow old very quickly." "What did you say?" Zhuang Meifeng was shocked, her face changed suddenly, and even Ling Yan's words were so shy that she forgot to be jealous. "She is 21 years old this year, doesn't that mean that she must destroy that before her 22nd birthday? She is the flower of Qingshui, and of course she cares about her beauty the most. If she is old after 22, it would be better to kill her as soon as possible." Ling Yan sneered in his heart, "Sample, fight with me, I won't scare you to death." "Then, what should I do then?" Zhuang Meifeng was frightened by Ling Yan, and suddenly lost her square inch. Her little face was so frightened that she lost her ability to think. Ling Yan stretched out his thumb and pointed at himself. He smiled lightly and said, "What are you panicking about, isn't this me? When the time comes, you can give me 18 million, and I can help you through this difficult situation with reluctance. You are so beautiful." Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yan an angry look, and she folded her hands on her chest, lying down on the soft and comfortable sofa. "Ling Yan, I remember that when I saw you the other day, you were still so fat. Why did you lose so much weight in just a few days? I think you eat a lot." Zhuang Meifeng didn't want to let Ling Yan take him into the ditch anymore. She thought about how Ling Yan was eating and drinking just now, and threw her doubts out. Ling Yan smiled slightly, took out the leather needle bag from his pocket, and unfolded it, face up. "See, I can use them to lose weight." Ling Yan giggled. He is not lying, the 9 needles of the spirit pivot can indeed be used to lose weight, but Ling Yan's weight loss speed is already shocking enough, he disdains to use this method. This Zhuang Meifeng has no doubts, because her family is in the pharmaceutical industry, and she naturally has some experience in traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, so it is not unusual. "It turns out to be like this. I said why you lost so much weight. I saw your acupuncture method the other day, and it was really amazing. Ling Yan's speed is so fast that she can jump over a 2-meter-high wall with her arms in her arms." The reason why Zhuang Meifeng doesn't feel so strange is because she saw Ling Yan cast the 9 needles of the spirit pivot that day. In Zhuang Meifeng's opinion, those who can perform such a magical acupuncture are very mysterious masters, so relatively speaking, it is easy for her to recognize Ling Yan's extraordinariness. Not only can you lose weight, but also breast augmentation, and beauty. Ling Yan was not astonished and died endlessly. Zhuang Meifeng's face blushed, but she turned her head and said coquettishly, "Besides, the girl with breast enhancement can't use it." With a proud bust of 36D, Zhuang Meifeng certainly has enough self-confidence. However, Ling Yan laughed and said, "Sister Baihu, I admit that your breasts are big enough, but today I saw a beautiful woman, her breasts are 3 times bigger than yours." Ling Yan likes the environment and atmosphere here very much, and sitting opposite the charming Qingshui flower, it's no wonder he doesn't molest him severely. Sure enough, Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful Danfeng had an unbelievable look in her eyes. "It's 3 laps bigger than mine? Are you looking at a cow? If it's fat like a pig, it's impossible to see." Ling Yan laughed loudly, thinking that I love hearing what Zhuang Meifeng said, and even said that Lin Menghan was a cow. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Zhuang Meifeng, coquettish, charming, and unparalleled in style, even in the city of Qingshui where beauties are everywhere, she can be called the flower of Qingshui, and she is the well-deserved #1 flower of Jingqing University of Finance and Economics. How confident she is in her figure and beauty with pride. When Ling Yan said that someone had a bust that was 3 times bigger than hers, she subconsciously thought that the woman must be too fat to look at. I really don't know what kind of thoughts she will have in her heart if she sees Lin Menghan's chest and slender waist. What are you laughing at? Am I right? Zhuang Meifeng pouted her sexy lips, and gave Ling Yan a charming look. Ling Yan almost lost his breath when he laughed, and he panted, yes, what I saw was a cow, yes, it was a cow. Okay, don't laugh, you said that your acupuncture can enhance breasts and beauty, is it true or false? Zhuang Meifeng is a business student and has an instinctive sense of smell and touch for business opportunities. Ling Yan just said that his acupuncture method can help you lose weight, increase breasts, and beautify. Zhuang Meifeng immediately associates it with business. Who in the world earns the best money? Of course it's women's money, especially money linked to a woman's appearance. Of course it's true, what, you're tempted? I can give you 2 injections now, so that you will be bigger, and fuller within 3 days. Ling Yan stopped laughing and said with a straight face. Where are they pierced? Are they pierced directly, on the chest? Zhuang Meifeng's pale face was blushing, and it took a lot of effort to speak out, and her voice was like a mosquito. Ling Yan's eyes stared wildly at Zhuang Meifeng, looking left and right, and then said, every woman's body is different, so the acupuncture points to be pierced are different. If you want to enlarge your breasts, you should not only pierce your rib and armpit directly, but also directly pierce your rib and armpit. I'm going to poke the acupuncture point in your thigh. Go. Zhuang Meifeng blushed with embarrassment at Ling Yan's words, and quickly covered Danfeng's eyes with her snow-white and delicate fingers, and sneered with a tender expression on her face. Ling Yan shrugged indifferently, and said with a smile, we are discussing purely medical issues now, would you please be a little professional? Let's talk about it. I've seen your whole body, so what's your embarrassment? Ling Yan attacked in a leisurely manner. At this point, Zhuang Meifeng has long had an idea in her heart. Her body has never been seen by any man since she was young. She is arrogant and cool, in the eyes of outsiders. Like a glamorous queen aloof, that's because of the tradition in her bones. The traditional thinking that is incompatible with this society tightly wraps her, so that she has never accepted any man. But under the arrogant and glamorous heart, Zhuang Meifeng is a fire. Blazing fire. It's just that this fire is firmly wrapped by the iceberg of 10,000 years. No one can break the barrier of the iceberg, not even the handsome Ling Yan. However, by chance, the violent shaking that lasted for 20 seconds made her jump into Ling Yan's arms by surprise. At that instant, the fire was ignited by the fiery masculine aura conveyed from Ling Yan's body. Can no longer be extinguished. There is such a handsome man in front of her, with great strength, which can give her an indescribable sense of security in a situation where she is beleaguered on all sides, and has rescued her once, so Ling Yan, naturally, has been ignited by that group that has been suppressed for a long time. A way to keep the flame alive and keep it burning. Once the fire is ignited, Zhuang Meifeng is a real iceberg, and she can also be roasted. Don't touch me. Zhuang Meifeng had just drank half a bottle of red wine and was already slightly drunk. After some flirtatious flirting, she could not restrain her passion now, for fear that Ling Yan would touch her. Make her unbearable. But, it's too late. Zhuang Meifeng's eyes were hazy and intoxicated, her long wine-red hair poured down like a waterfall, and her head couldn't help digging into Ling Yan's arms immediately. Dizzy, it's not a fever, but a spring. Ling Yan sweated violently in his heart, looking at Zhuang Meifeng, who was completely intoxicated and soft. Ling Yan didn't hold her, neither did he leave her, and he froze there all of a sudden. Before he was stunned, he felt that his neck was glued by a ball of warmth. Ling Yan was forcibly kissed twice in one day, so he couldn't help but anxiously said, "Hey, listen to me. This is the flower of water." He even took the initiative to send a kiss? Ling Yan suddenly raised his head back, and his mouth broke away from Zhuang Meifeng's red lips. Bullying me, right? Fight back. Must fight back. Otherwise, how will I mess around in the future? King Shuizhua was closing her eyes and waiting for Ling Yun's next move, but she saw that Ling Yun had already removed his hands from her body, and only kissed her blushing tender face lightly. After a long while, Zhuang Meifeng finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. She quietly opened her eyes, only to see Ling Yun sitting on the sofa, smiling at herself. You. This time Zhuang Meifeng didn't know why Ling Yun suddenly stopped. You were attacked by love just now, I'll help you cure it. Ling Yun smiled gently. Just as Zhuang Meifeng was about to speak, she heard a pleasant ringing of her mobile phone, which instantly destroyed the atmosphere in the private room. For Zhuang Meifeng, this was an extremely annoying phone call, and it was from Tang Meng. Ling Yun picked it up. Hey, boss, where are you? We're in the Cashier nightclub now, do you want to come and play? Ling Yun glanced at Qing Shuizhihua, who was opposite him. The private room was very quiet. Zhuang Meifeng could hear Tang Meng's voice clearly. She gave Ling Yun a glamorous and unparalleled look, which meant if you dared to try. Don't go. Ling Yun hung up the phone after he finished speaking. On the other end of the phone, Tang Meng stared blankly at his cell phone with a look of disbelief. Ling Yun hung up the phone and looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who was staring at her affectionately, with clear eyes. His eyes, from beginning to end, have always been very clear, so clear that it is unbelievable. It could be said that if Ling Yun wanted to eat her now, it would be within his grasp. But his cultivation realm is not enough now, he can't break the body of pure yang, so he can only stare blankly. Zhuang Meifeng waited for a long time, but when she saw that Ling Yun was silent again, she couldn't help but round her Danfeng eyes. She is so angry. How can there be such a tossing person? The old lady took the initiative to dedicate herself, and you don't even want to take off your clothes. Can you do it? As he spoke, he pushed his soft body from the sofa and sat up. Ling Yun smiled, yes, but not now. You can see and touch, but you can't marry. Ling Yun is enjoying Zhuang Meifeng's actions now, and that feeling can't be changed even by a god. How did you take it off, and how did you put it on for me? Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yun a charming glance, and said in her heart, don't pretend to be with me, go home later, and see how I clean up you. Originally, I wanted to buy a new quilt after eating, but now, it seems that I don't need it at all. Ling Yun felt like being granted amnesty, and hurriedly buttoned Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly rolled his eyes at him and said in a sullen voice, I'm yours now, so you'll let me go out like this? In fact, when Zhuang Meifeng was in Ling Yun's bedroom, when he threw herself into Ling Yun's arms and was seen by him, she had already confirmed that she was Ling Yun's woman. If you're willing to let me show it to others, you can just buckle it up for me, it doesn't matter. Qing Shuizhihua glanced at Ling Yun, who was completely stunned, and said, her delicate chin pointed to the bra behind Ling Yun. After Zhuang Meifeng's prompt, Ling Yun finally came to a realization. He quickly took the bra and put it on Zhuang Meifeng's body indiscriminately. It's the other way around. Zhuang Meifeng was embarrassed and anxious, thinking that when you took it off just now, weren't your hands and feet very quick? As a result, after struggling for a long time, Ling Yun did not complete such a huge project. In the end, Zhuang Meifeng put it on by himself. Zhuang Meifeng's perfect water snake waist twisted slightly and stood up from the sofa. Go home. Zhuang Meifeng is now like a coquettish little daughter-in-law, urging her husband to go home. Ling Yun silently used the art of clearing his heart, and his body returned to normal within 10 seconds. He smiled proudly, go. When you come out to eat a meal, you will be beautiful and return home, no wonder you are unhappy. When they came, the two walked side by side, very reserved and kept a certain distance. When they went back, Zhuang Meifeng took the initiative to take Ling Yun's arm, wishing that the whole person would hang on Ling Yun's body and let Ling Yun hug her. The big hands on the waist rubbed the oil indiscriminately. The two went downstairs to check out at the counter, and then left Shangdao Coffee. The sky after the heavy rain was exceptionally clear, and the stars in the sky blinked, as if to bless the young couple. "Take me back." As soon as she went out, Zhuang Meifeng put forward her request like a spoiled child. She was really greedy for Ling Yan's feeling of running wild with her in his arms from the rainstorm. In fact, she didn't need to say that Ling Yan would carry her back. It was midnight, Ling Yan still had a lot of things to do. This time, he hugged Zhuang Meifeng by the waist and carried Zhuang Meifeng to the limit. He returned to his residence in a few minutes. Ling Yan simply put Zhuang Meifeng directly on the bed in his bedroom, and then said to Zhuang Meifeng, "I have to go out to do some things, you should go to bed earlier." "What?" Zhuang Meifeng was hugged all the way by Ling Yan. Her heart was already swaying, but when she heard that Ling Yan was going out, she was immediately dumbfounded. Ling Yan was already outside the bedroom door in a flash. He turned his head and said seriously, "I really have something to do. Don't worry about me, go to sleep first." After speaking, Zhuang Meifeng, who was angry and anxious, walked out of the courtyard, and left the house with a gentle stroke. He first went to the small river and looked at the Seven Lights grass, but saw that after more than 2 hours passed, the river water only dropped by about 1 meter, and the Seven Lights grass was still submerged under the water. But Ling Yan knew through the aura emanating from the Seven Lights grass, the Seven Luminaries grass was not washed away by the water and was safe and sound. This time, Ling Yan was completely relieved. He raised his head and inspected the other side of the river again, but this time he didn't see the shadow of the white fox. Ling Yan thought for a while and left. He soon came to the school road in front of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, trying to find the source of that faint sense of danger. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The Seven Luminaries grass was still there, but after Ling Yan arrived on the road to the school, he found that the faint sense of danger had disappeared. "Let's go?" Ling Yan walked with his hands behind his back, strolling along the deserted school road, walking back and forth twice, but he didn't sense the murderous intention. "Forget it, it's a blessing, not a disaster. It's a disaster that can't be avoided. It's better to leave. I'll save my shot." Thinking of this, Ling Yan stretched out his movements with all his strength and galloped towards the antique market. Tonight, the aura of the Seven Lights grass can no longer be used, but of course Ling Yan will not stop cultivating. Everything can be put on both sides, and cultivation must not be delayed. 8 minutes later, Ling Yan had already arrived at the antique market, where he had stood last time, and then stopped. Well, what a strong spiritual energy. Ling Yan knew that the reason why the aura in the antique market was so strong had a lot to do with this heavy rainstorm. Although the rainstorm caused great damage, it had a very good purification effect on the air. Under this situation, the spiritual energy here naturally becomes more intense. However, this is not Ling Yan's destination. His destination is the central location of the antique market. Now that we are here, I will simply enjoy the tour slowly. Ling Yan is just like the tourists during the day, pacing in all directions, directly following the street in front, and walking towards the center of the antique market. In fact, he also wanted to find out where Morong Feishua said Tianqi Pavilion was. "Stop. What are you doing?" Ling Yan had just walked about 300 meters when he was stopped by 2 patrolling security guards approaching. Of course, there are security guards patrolling at night in the antique market. They saw Ling Yan wandering around here with his hands behind his back in the middle of the night, so it would be strange if they didn't stop him. Ling Yanqin said that this place is not as comfortable as the riverside. He smiled and said to the 2 security guards, "Nothing, I'm broken in love, come here for a walk and relax." The 2 security guards took a closer look at Ling Yan's harmless smile on the street light. No matter how I look at it, I can't see the look of lovelorn from his face. The red face is full of energy. Is this his lovelorn? Hey! Young man, this is an antique market. Don't wander around here in the middle of the night, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. A security guard in his 40s looked quite honest and honest. Patiently persuaded Ling Yun to leave. Ling Yun really felt a little confused all of a sudden. People are working normally and are polite to you. You can't just make a big fight and clear the field just for the sake of cultivation, right? In that case, Tang Meng's father must not be recruited. Ling Yun thought for a while and said, I want to ask, is there a rule here that you are not allowed to hang out at night? The two security guards stared at each other for a while after being questioned. Of course, there is no such rule. Ling Yun stretched out his index finger and pointed to the tip of his nose, still smiling, and said, Do you think I look like a thief? The two security guards shook their heads at the same time. I thought that if you were really a thief, you would have been scared away by us long ago, and we are still here to ask for a moment? Then why can't I hang out here? Just because it's midnight? Ling Yun was unforgiving. He showed a perfect smile and said, If you are worried, stay with me. Let's chat while walking. Anyway, I just broke up. I am lonely. Anyway, Ling Yun didn't plan to hit the 4th floor tonight. He just came here to absorb some more spiritual energy and use the power of the stars in the sky to cultivate the great evolution and gathering star treasure art. Tonight's night is too good, and Zisher is the time when the power of the stars is at its strongest. At this time it is the best time to practice the great essence gathering star treasures. This is after he reached the 4th level of physical training for himself. The practice of meditation is to prepare for the yin and yang tactics of Wen Qi. Wen Qi yin yang art, one can cultivate a sense of qi in the dantian. It is one of the best practices for cultivating dantian in the world of self-cultivation. For Ling Yun's future foundation, Jing Dan and nascent soul are the 3 major points of cultivation. There will be unimaginable benefits. The two security guards are completely stupid. They have never seen such a strange person. They are alone in the middle of the night, wandering around the home and closing their homes, and letting the security guards accompany them in the empty antique market? What kind of weirdness is this? No need. Hurry up and leave early. The two security guards felt that Ling Yun really didn't look like a thief, so they had to meet his unreasonable request. Thank you. Ling Yun clasped his fists and smiled, then asked the two security guards, By the way, how can I get to Tianqi Pavilion? The two security guards suddenly became vigilant from their relaxed mood. Tianqi Pavilion is a big player in the antique market. Ling Yun asked what he was doing there. Don't get me wrong, Tianqi Pavilion made a deal with me today and asked me to transfer the property in 2 days. Anyway, I'm here tonight, so I'll ask you the way. Ling Yun explained with a smile. The two security guards were a little relieved, and one of them hesitantly said to Ling Yun, Just walk another 200 meters, just to the northeast corner of that intersection. Ling Yun thanked him again, pacing Fangbu, and walked unhurriedly towards Tianqi Pavilion. The further you go in, the more concentrated the spiritual energy scattered by the various rare and exotic stones. Although it is more complex and scattered, it is barely equal to 2/3 of the effect of the 7 luminaries' grass. Ling Yun understands this point, as long as it is a slightly better treasure, which store owner is not hiding layer after layer. The spiritual energy of those treasures has become extremely thin after breaking through the layers of protection, and they have to rush out of the store. And then came into the air for Ling Yun to absorb. It would be strange if it was worth the 7 luminaries' grass. The 4 main roads of the antique market are in the shape of a T-shaped, and there will naturally be 4 intersections, and Tianqi Pavilion is at the intersection in the southwest. Ling Yun looked at the Tianqi Pavilion, which was still brightly lit at night, and the 3 gilded characters on the door board were shining brightly. The price offered by that Morong Feishua is too low. Ling Yun stood here with pain for a long time, then continued to walk forward and came to Yudingshuan's door again. Yudingshuan is just opposite Tianqi Pavilion, occupying the northwest corner of the intersection. Just looking at the area, it is twice as large as Tianqi Pavilion. The decoration outside is antique and elegant. The last time he came here, Tang Meng mentioned Yuding Xian, saying that this is where the antique market is located for gambling stones, and he really wanted to take Ling Yun in to have a look. Sure enough, when Ling Yun came to Yuding Xuan's door, he felt that the spiritual energy in the shop was the thickest. He nodded secretly, thinking that it seems that there are really good treasures in it. Ling Yun was not polite, and sat down on the white marble steps in front of Yuding Xian's door, comfortably absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. Now that the spiritual energy in his body has been easily mobilized, while absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside, he frantically urged the Dian Juxing treasure art to temper his body as soon as possible. He has already felt the faint signs of breaking through the 4th level of body training, but Ling Yun is not in a hurry now. The 4th level of body training is a big threshold, and it is in the middle stage of body training. Perfect results, guaranteed not to leave a trace of regret. Just when Ling Yun was cultivating frantically, his cell phone suddenly rang again, and a text message came. Ling Yun frowned slightly, thinking that this is too much. Why didn't Tang Meng give up? He took out his mobile phone and saw that it wasn't the text message from Tang Meng, but from Lin Menghan. Ling Yun hurriedly opened the text message and read, "Come to the Lydian Hotel on Shuifu North Road and save me, room 1688. Ling Yun's face changed, suddenly standing up. Something happened to Lin Menghan? Isn't she a policeman? Judging from her appearance, there should be 2 strokes on her body. Usually 5 or 6 young men should not be able to move her. When thinking about it like this, Ling Yun has already exerted his divine walk to the extreme. His body dragged out a trail of afterimages under the dim streetlights, rushing towards Shuifu North Road like lightning. It only took Ling Yun 5 minutes to arrive at Shuifu North Road. This road was actually next to Shuifu Road, on the north side of Shuifu Road, parallel to Shuifu Road. However, this was the first time Ling Yun had come to this place, and of course he didn't know where the Lydian Hotel was. Ling Yun's eyes flashed across the buildings on both sides, but he didn't dare to stop. Finally, at a big crossroads, he found the Lydian Hotel, which was as resplendent and bright as day. Lydian Hotel is a 5-star comprehensive hotel integrating dining, entertainment and accommodation. It is also well known in Qingshui City, a consumer city, and there are naturally doormen at the door. The door boy was stunned when he saw Ling Yun dragging an afterimage to the door of the hotel. He didn't know what to do. Of course Ling Yun didn't have time to pay attention to him. He rushed into the Lydian Hotel in a flash. Without taking the elevator, he directly used Wanli Shenxing to walk upstairs. It didn't even work for a minute. Ling Yun came to the 16th floor, and then he was dazed by the maze-like corridor of the hotel. "Hey, how do you get to 1688? Ling Yun asked anxiously when he saw a waiter on duty. The waiter suddenly became vigilant. He glanced at Ling Yun up and down, and asked, carefully, "Sir, what are you doing at 1688? Seeing the expression on this kid's face, Ling Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He stuck his neck as soon as he stretched out his hand, raised him directly above his head, and said indifferently, "Show me the way, take me to room 1688. Giggle. Ling Yun grabbed the waiter's neck with such great strength and lifted his feet off the ground. He suddenly blushed and his neck was thick. "Let's go." Ling Yun didn't let him go, so he unfolded his movements and asked the waiter to point the way, rushing towards room 1688. After turning another corner, Ling Yun suddenly found that there were 7 or 8 burly men standing in this corridor. He didn't even think about it, he just threw the waiter in front of him and smashed it at the group of people. Then he stretched out his figure and rushed into the crowd that rushed up, pointing out like the wind, puff pu pu. He knocked down 7 people in an instant. With one kick, Ling Yun kicked open the locked door of room 1688. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only dedicated to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. Lydian Hotel, half an hour ago. On the 9th floor, in a splendidly decorated super-luxury large private room, the ceiling lights were bright and dazzling, and there were 16 people sitting around a self-rotating dining table with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. The oversized dining table was filled with leftover delicacies from the mountains and seas. More than a dozen empty bottles of Chivas, Remy Martin and other foreign wines were scattered on the table. Everyone seemed to be drinking too much. There was smoke in the private room. There were 10 men and 6 women. The men were all drunk, and some of them were talking with a big tongue. The 6 women seemed to be more drunk than these men. All fell on the man beside him, and he didn't know whether it was unintentional or deliberate. I have to say that these 6 women are 1 in 100 in terms of body and face. Some of them are wearing elegant red evening gowns, some are wearing white suspender skirts, and some are wearing sexy hot pants. But there is one thing that all women are the same, that is, they are all wearing sexy low-cut clothes, whether it is a deep V low-cut or a straight tube top, the white and tall breasts are almost exposed. 3 out of 3, except for the 2 cherry buds on the snowball, the rest of the place is unobstructed. Among them, 2 girls didn't wear bras at all. Under the twisting of their delicate bodies, the tall white and pink breasts shook and swayed. The pink buds on their chests were looming, and the men around them were staring straight and swallowing wildly. Saliva, I can't wait to jump up and ravage them. Most of these girls are in their 20s, and the oldest is no more than 23 years old. They are pretty, fat and thin, and they are dazzled by the 10 drunken men in the private room. Simply beautiful. It's just that the wolf-like eyes of all the men in the room are always there from time to time. He glanced at Lin Minghan, who was between the famous Director Zheng and the famous agent Mr. Wang in the entertainment industry. It's just because the female college students from these 5 art schools in the private room, adding up all their beauty, are not as sexy and enchanting as a Lin Minghan. At the request of Director Zheng and broker Wang, Lin Minghan wore a sleeveless off-shoulder white cheongsam embroidered with pink peony flowers, and came to the party at around 10 o'clock in the evening. It has been 2.5 hours now. This time, she was persuaded and forced to pour nearly 2 bottles of Chivas by this group of controllers in the circle. I've gone to the bathroom and vomited 3 times. If it wasn't for the purpose of coming to Qingshui City to capture this extraordinarily large fraud criminal gang involving both pornography and drugs, he had a mission on his body. She swears that she won't drink so much alcohol with this group of rubbish. But since the undercover did it, she has to act, and she has to act, not only to act, but also to act well. Her current status as an undercover agent is that of an innocent girl with a wealthy family and a dream of being a star in her heart. Lin Minghan knew that the other 5 girls at the banquet were all female college students from the performance departments of major art colleges in Jiangnan province. They all dreamed of becoming superstars, and they all willingly accepted all kinds of unreasonable demands put forward by these directors, agents or producers, that is, the unspoken rules and legends. It doesn't matter if you are popular or not, but you must first be submerged. If you are not submerged, you will definitely not be popular. Lin Minghan knew better. Not only do these female college students have to be submerged, but they also have to accept these directors and producers, arrange for them to sell, and sell them to various investors. They have to be served comfortably. Only then can these directors and producers get the investment of the investors. Only then will they consider arranging these female college students to play a light or heavy role in a movie or TV series. Lin Minghan also knew that this gang was not a real crew for making TV dramas and movies. They just used the banner of various cooperation with some crews to lure these ignorant female college students who were dreaming of stardom. Just a chance to make money. This gang has a very loud banner in Qingshui City, and there is a real registered company. The company name is Qingyun Film and Television Investment Company. They are under the guise of film and television production. Doing defrauding ignorant girls, forcing good people into prostitutes, organizing prostitution, and even tempting or forcing them to take drugs. As long as these girls fall into the trap, Qingyun Film and Television will first drain their families' money, and then use their reputation and future as threats, or directly use simple and rude beating methods to force them to continue prostitution to make money for them. Now, Lin Menghan has obtained evidence of Qingyun Film and Television's fraud and organized prostitution, but these are not her main tasks. Her main task is to obtain evidence that Qingyun Film and Television is tempting to take drugs and force people to sell drugs. Therefore, as long as this evidence is not available, she has to stay here honestly, endure the smog here, endure the eyes of these perverts, and make a pure expression, thinking that as long as she is willing to accompany these people to drink, there is a chance to become a big star in the future. Director Zheng asked her to drink, and she had to drink. Broker Wang asked her to punish her for 3 drinks, and she had to punish herself for 3 drinks. She had to wear a charming sweet smile on her beautiful face, and she had to look shy and invincible. To be honest, Lin Menghan's drinking capacity was trained hard before he came to be an undercover agent, but this time, she really didn't expect that they would drink her so desperately and make her drink so much. Tonight, she seems to have become the target of 15 people, including the 5 girls, like the stars holding the moon, toasting her with 1 cup on the left and 1 cup on the right. It seems that she is not finished unless she gets under the table. In less than 2 hours, Lin Menghan drank 2 full bottles of Chivas by herself. The foreign wine had a lot of stamina. After she vomited 3 times in a row, she even vomited out bile. She felt dizzy and dizzy. If it wasn't for the excessively intensive training she received in the army and possessing willpower that is difficult for ordinary people to possess, Lin Menghan would have long been unconscious. But she didn't worry too much, because she knew that even if she was so drunk, Lin Menghan would be sure to knock down these 10 obviously overdrinking, hollowed-out bodies and run away. The 10 men were all staring at Lin Menghan's towering snow-white chest. The throbbing Adam's apple showed their inner desire. Those 10 pairs of eyes were like wolves and tigers. Light. Not to mention these 10 men, even Ling Yun couldn't hold back when she saw Lin Menghan's current appearance. She was wearing a sleeveless off-shoulder cheongsam, her 2 jade arms like pink lotus were exposed to the dazzling light, and her snow-white skin the colors are dazzling, and the collarbone is exquisite and moving. The neck is pink, delicate and slender, and the flat tube top of the cheongsam has a hollow lace pattern on it, and the deep ravines are hidden between the lace, which trembles slightly with her frown and smile. Because Lin Menghan's figure is too hot, this cheongsam is very tight and attractive on her body, just like it is wrapped around her hot body. The twin peaks are amazingly towering. The waist is as thin as a weak willow, and the hem of the cheongsam is very short. She just wrapped her round buttocks with amazing elasticity. Because her sweet buttocks are too round and elastic, the slits on both sides of the cheongsam seem to open to her slender waist. The 2 snow-white plump and tight, alluring thighs are fully exposed. Bright red 8-centimeter high heels, flesh-colored one-piece stockings wrapped around her straight and slender legs. She sat there naturally, exuding amazing sexiness and charm. Not to mention standing up gracefully. Director Zheng, let me go to the bathroom. Lin Menghan stood up and said with a charming smile to the short and fat Director Zheng, who was wearing gold glasses beside him. Oh? Our big star Lin is going to the bathroom again? Hurry up and accompany you. Big star Lin has drunk a lot of alcohol, so don't fall. It's not good to be on camera. Lin Menghan stood up. Director Zheng's color eyes were simply not enough. He looked up and down, and finally chose Lin Menghan's 2 plump and snow-white thighs wrapped in transparent flesh-colored stockings. At the same time, he hadn't forgotten to wink at the tall man opposite him. Last time, Lin Menghan found a chance to run away. This time, he spent so much money to do this game. Of course, it is impossible for Lin Menghan to run. Don't say anything else. The dozen or so bottles of foreign wine alone cost 70 to 80,000. If Lin Menghan escapes again this time, then Qingyun Film and Television will stop doing it, and close the business as soon as possible. Under the gazes of all the men, Lin Menghan staggered to the door of the private room, only to find that an assistant director named Chen followed him out of the private room. That's not to mention, there were 7 or 8 burly men on both sides of the private room's door. One by one wearing suits and sunglasses, standing there with their hands behind their backs. Lin Menghan's heart sank suddenly. She felt that something was wrong tonight. Deputy Director Chen followed by the 3 female college students wearing bras, and Deputy Director Chen winked at the 8 burly men outside the door. Star Lin is going to the bathroom, come over and watch with me, don't let the big Star Lin be harassed. 9 men followed, and 3 women watched closely. How could they run away? Lin Menghan could only go to the bathroom obediently while everyone looked around. In the private room, as soon as Lin Menghan left, Director Zheng and Manager Wang looked at each other with a treacherous smile, and then Director Zheng spoke to a female college student opposite who was not wearing a bra and only wore a short skirt with deep V suspenders. Drug it. The V-neck of the female college student's suspender skirt was almost open to her lower abdomen. It seemed that she was too lazy to wear panties. She gave Director Zheng a wink and stood up from the arms of a man beside her. He got up and let the 2 towering snow-white balls sway and sway under the light, twisting their waists to Lin Menghan's seat. Then she quickly poured half a packet of white medicinal powder into Lin Menghan's wine glass, and the medicinal powder melted into the wine, just like before. But he heard Director Zheng and Broker Wang order at the same time, pour it all in. This woman is different from you, a scumbag, and it's very difficult to deal with. As Director Zheng spoke, he stretched out his stubby left hand and grabbed the side of the girl who was taking the medicine. The coquettish beauty was in pain and shouted exaggeratedly. The whole house full of men laughing lewdly. Director Zheng smiled and said, "Wandering goods, you did a good job tonight. I will let 4 people play with you in a while, and they will be photographed for you and sold to the Southeast Asian market." This woman is obviously not a female college student, and neither is the other who doesn't wear a bra. Seeing that he couldn't get out at all, Lin Menghan could only tidy up in the bathroom before returning to the private room. "Star Lin, it's not too early, let's all have a toast, and then I'll take you back in person?" After Lin Menghan came back and sat down, Director Zheng said to Lin Menghan with a smile. "To be continued. To be continued." Originally from Reading Net. Lin Menghan really did not dare to drink this glass of wine. In today's society, all girls know that as long as it is in public, no matter it is any drink or drink, as long as it leaves your sight, you can't drink it again. Be careful to beware of all kinds of potential dangers of robbery and robbery. Lin Menghan's background is very deep, and as a policeman, he naturally understands this better than anyone. Her blushing pretty face became a little unnatural, and she really wanted to pour out the glass of wine in front of her, and then pour another glass for herself. It's a pity that, as far as she can see, there is no wine bottle for wine anymore. Lin Menghan's heart skipped a beat. She raised her slender, soft and snow-white right hand, pressed her temple hard with her thumb, and said embarrassedly, "Director Zheng, to tell you the truth, I did drink too much tonight, really I can't drink any more, please." Director Zheng smiled slightly, held a glass of wine at Lin Menghan, stopped her, and said, "Hey. Lin Daxing, didn't you just say it? We Qingyun Film and Television will come out with 20 million as soon as possible to vigorously package and deal with you. Propaganda, this point, you agreed just now, it is the last glass of wine, this face, you should give it to me? Even if it is, celebrate in advance?" how? Lin Minghan's pretty face turned pale, and she said nervously and embarrassedly, Director Zheng, it's not that I'm not giving you face, this glass of wine was dripping with oil and water just now, how about I change it? She subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with this glass of wine, so she repeatedly refused. Director Zheng's face began to look a little ugly, and he said lightly, Lin Daxing, if this is the case, I don't think we will cooperate well in the future. At this moment, Manager Wang smiled and held up the wine glass in front of Lin Minghan and placed it heavily in Lin Minghan's hand. He pretended to be kind and persuaded Lin Minghan and said, Lin Daxing, look, all 15 of us are holding it. The wine glass is waiting for you? It's the last glass of wine, and it's not bad for this one, isn't it? The wine glasses were all put away. Lin Minghan no longer had any reason to refuse. She could only pray in her heart now, and then bit her lower lip with her snow-white teeth and said, since it is difficult to be kind, then let's toast. Hearing what Lin Minghan said, all the 15 people present except the 3 real female college students had a look of waiting for a good show in their eyes, and then all of them drank it. Lin Daxing. To tell you the truth, our company has already selected a good script for you. There is a scene in which a beautiful woman is drunk, and I want you to try it out. I think it's better to choose a day than to hit the sun. You are just a little drunk right now. Shall we try it now? After drinking, Director Zheng seemed to have completely forgotten what he said just now, that he would send Lin Minghan back in person after drinking the wine, and suddenly said that Lin Minghan should audition. Thank you, Director Zheng, but it will be soon, I have to go home now. After Lin Minghan finished drinking, apart from feeling a little heavy, he didn't feel anything different, so he calmed down and refused decisively. Lin Daxing, it's not too late to go home. You too, quickly help Lin Daxing to room 1688. I will personally guide Lin Daxing to audition. The 2 broughtless brats stood up immediately, came to Lin Minghan's side one by one, raised her arms and said with a tender smile, Sister Lin, Director Zheng really takes care of you. Let's come together. After so long, I haven't gotten the chance to audition, let's go. The other 3 female college students were given the opportunity to audition when they saw Lin Minghan, and all of them stared at Lin Minghan with jealousy, as if they were going to eat people. Just as Lin Minghan was about to break free, her delicate body suddenly shook violently. I felt that my body was starting to soften, and my head seemed to be more drowsy than before, so I could only barely pick up my bag and leave with the help of the 2 bastards. Director Zheng hurriedly winked at the men across the round table and asked them to leave, then turned his head and said to the 3 envy female college students opposite, Miss Lin knows the rules very well, so she got the audition so quickly. If you want to audition early, you have to work harder, understand? The 3 pretty female college students didn't know why, and nodded desperately like chickens pecking at the rice. Director Zheng's eyes flashed an imperceptible playful and disdainful smile, and then said to Manager Wang next to him, Come on, this is Lin Daxing's first audition, we have to prepare well and strive to prepare well. The 2 came to the outside of the private room side by side. At this time, the 8 burly men outside the private room had already escorted Lin Minghan to the 16th floor with Deputy Director Chen and others. Broker Wang said to Director Zheng with a lewd smile on his face, Brother, this beautiful girl can't run away this time, right? Director Zheng smiled confidently, we have 15 people in such a big battle and spent so much money. If we can't deal with her again, it will be a bum. Agent Wang said, Brother, this woman is really tempting, can we try it out? In my opinion, she is still a virgin now, look at her straight legs and her high heels are still pinched. So tight. Director Zheng glanced at Broker Wang coldly, try an early adopter? Boss Go said when he saw the picture of this woman, you must drink the soup from her head. This soup is worth 5 million, can you get it? Come out? Broker Wang nodded and smirked, Brother Zheng, you know that's not what I meant, I mean after Bosco has played, let's play with her brothers together? Just like last time, how about a bundle? Director Zheng seemed to think of Lin Minghan's sexy body tightly wrapped in a tight cheongsam. He smiled and said, it can be, but it depends on what kind of thing this woman is. If she takes medicine, if she is obedient after being played, then let her use her full power to make money for us, and if she is not obedient, the two of us will train her well. But in my opinion, this woman should be stronger than a fierce horse. Taking pictures, recording videos, and beating them up is not good. Maybe we have to let her, she will be obedient. Manager Wang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, Brother Zhang said yes. The two were talking, laughing wildly, turning into the elevator, and going straight to the 16th floor. Lin Minghan only felt that his head was getting heavier and heavier, while his feet were becoming more and more vain. At the same time, a flame was suddenly burning inside his body. When letting her walk, she couldn't help gripping her thighs. It was a very exuberant, very fiery lust, and her tender body quickly became hot. In addition, she was already drunk, and her body's resistance and willpower declined at the same time, and she couldn't resist the scorching heat of the flame. Bake. The two rogues driving Lin Minghan saw Lin Minghan's delicate body trembling slightly. The footsteps are vain, and the legs are involuntarily clamped. They looked at each other as if they had known it for a long time, and a disdainful smile flashed across their eyes. That is the most advanced medicine in foreign countries. It has the dual effect of super psychedelic and arousal. As long as you get a little on it, even if you are a virtuous woman, you will quickly become the most slutty woman. Even half a bag is too much, let alone a whole bag. They know, within 15 minutes. Lin Minghan will change from a pure girl to the most coquettish woman. Even if there is a stick by her side, she will insert it into her body without hesitation. You, let go. I want to go home. Lin Minghan was shocked, knowing that she must have fallen for a trick. She began to struggle hard, but her body at this time had no strength. Not coming out. This is the most powerful effect of that kind of medicine. When the drug's power just started to kick in. You will only feel lustful, but your body will not be able to exert any strength. But once the power of the medicine is fully exerted, you will not only have endless strength, but also turn into a rutting she-wolf, who can't be pulled by anyone. Live. Go home? Big star Lin. Don't you want to be the most famous big star? It's not too late to go home after the audition is over. You see, there are so many people protecting you, so what's there to worry about? The rogue who gave Lin Minghan the medicine looked back and looked at the dozen or so men who followed Lin Minghan's plump buttocks, eye-spitting fire, and laughed disdainfully. The two quickly brought Lin Minghan into room 1688 and threw her on the soft Simmons bed. Let's go. There are so many wolves staring outside, she will definitely not be able to run away. Don't look at her still trying to resist now, and soon she will become a slut even more aggressive than us. After speaking, they twisted their waists, listening to the heavy breathing of a group of tigers and wolves. Lang smiled and left. Before leaving, the woman who administered the medicine did not forget to lift up her skirt, and sure enough, under the short skirt with deep suspenders, there were no strands. It was at this time that Lin Minghan forcibly endured the blazing flames in his body, and with the last trace of his sanity, sent the text message for help to Ling Yun. Then she quickly turned off the phone and bit her tongue with her teeth, while her long nails pierced into the tender flesh of her thighs, using pain to keep her brain awake, and agonizingly, she began to feel like a second years of long wait. I am the happy dividing line. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome, Kyan. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please come. Kyan. Read. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's steps. If you find that the content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only committed to providing a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. Hello, Mr. Zheng. Hello, Brother Wang. Seeing Director Zheng and Manager Wang coming to the door of 1688, about a dozen men, including the Deputy Director Chen, bowed at the same time and shouted respectfully. Copy address access. The funny thing is, the lower bodies of a dozen or so men are tall and straight, and their trousers are holding up a high tent. Director Zheng glanced at it and taught him a lesson. A group of trash, have they been seduced by those two bastards again? After finishing the business in a while, all of you will go to their room, give me a death penalty, and strive to get rid of them. Their big crotches grass down. Then Director Zheng glanced at the Deputy Director Chen and said, Boss Go is now in room 1258, you hurry up and call Boss Go, so that he must arrive here within 5 minutes, otherwise the flower surnamed Lin will have to be burned alive. Remember, he must bring the balance of 3 million. Deputy Director Chen nodded understandingly, waved his hand silently, and left with the 3 swaggeringly. Director Zheng nodded to the remaining 8 people and said, Take care of you guys at the door. Boss Go will come in a while, so you must treat me with respect, and you can go there when he's done. 2 bastards, do you hear that? After that, Director Zheng and Manager Wang entered room 1688 together. These two are both perverts and perverts. Lin Menghan is so beautiful, although they can't eat it, but looking at her lustful and arrogant performance of tearing clothes, it can satisfy some of their psychology. Lin Menghan's mind was already blurred by the fierce medicinal properties, but she still stood upright there, clenching her teeth and holding on. Her face had changed from red to purple, the reddish and bewitching scary. Director Zheng smiled and admired Lin Menghan's pain support. With a voice full of temptation and encouragement, he bewitched Lin Menghan and said, Don't hold on, the more you hold on, the more uncomfortable it will be. Take it off when it's time to take it off. Don't worry, there aren't any cameras in this room, and I'll audition for you when you're done with it in a while. Although Lin Menghan on the bed was already burning with lust, and if they touched it a little, it would make Lin Menghan completely crazy, but for the 5 million, they all endured the lust in their bodies. He was holding his poor little tent below, waiting for the moment when Lin Menghan couldn't take it anymore. Lin Menghan struggled to open his eyes. Staring at Director Zheng and Broker Wang with smug eyes, fire burst out from their beautiful eyes. But she dared not speak. She was afraid that as soon as she opened her mouth and let out the breath in her heart, she would immediately become a plaything for these men in front of her, and it was her most active way of degrading. Go Lianqing came faster than expected. As soon as he heard that Lin Menghan was plotting, he immediately swallowed the 2 aphrodisiac pills he had prepared earlier, and drank a large glass of fresh deer blood. Only then did I pick up the box containing 3 million and go straight to 1688. 5 million to buy Lin Menghan's head soup. Before the 8 characters were written, he paid a deposit of 2 million yuan. Now that he heard that the beauty was waiting for him after taking the medicine, of course he had to rush over to spend the spring night with Lin Beauty. He swears that this beautiful Lin, who made him almost go crazy just looking at the photos, will be ravaged all night until he can't move anymore. This is the moment of spring night, every second is every inch of gold. Of course the sooner the better. Therefore, he didn't even have time to wipe the dear blood from the corner of his mouth, so he carried the box up to the 16th floor, and the speed of the 100-meter sprint reached 1688. Boss, go, it's fast enough. Don't be in such a hurry, we are old friends, it's fine to play with you until noon tomorrow. As long as your body can handle it. Director Zheng saw that Go Lianqing was wrapped in a snow-white bath towel and rushed into 1688 with a large tent, and said with a smile. Go Lianqing first glanced at Lin Menghan, who had already started rolling frantically on the bed, and both eyes immediately radiated green wolf-like light. He opened the box containing 3 million with a snap, and said to Director Zheng impatiently, Mr. Zheng, this is the remaining 3 million, can you order it? Director Zheng glanced at the stacks of neatly arranged 100-yuan bills in the box with satisfaction. A very relieved smile. Go is always a big business person, how can he make a fuss on the mere millions of people? Trust me, Zheng, someone still wants to give it, I won't bother you, you enjoy it. Bar. After he finished speaking, he gave a wink at Broker Wang beside him. Broker Wang looked at the stacks of red $100 bills and his Adam's apple trembled with excitement. He just took the box, and before he could close it, he heard a loud bang, the door opened in response, and the door opened. Almost got kicked out. Ling Yun beat the horse and killed it. Ling Yan's figure didn't even pause, he came to Lin Menghan's bed in a flash, his eyes swept away, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Ling Yun didn't even bother to look at Go Lianqing and the other three. He shot out his hands like lightning and tapped a dozen big acupoints on Lin Menghan's body. He temporarily stopped Lin Menghan's burning desire before turning around. Who did it? Ling Yun's extremely pleasant voice was like a ghost from the depths of hell, indifferent, as cold as ice for 10,000 years, making the three of them shudder. Go Lianqing was so embarrassed that he was about to suffocate now, but he saw Ling Yun suddenly break in and see that his good deeds were ruined, but he took 2 aphrodisiac pills and a cup of fresh live deer blood. He ignored Ling Yun, but turned his head and said angrily at Director Zheng, Mr. Zheng, please explain to me, is this his fault? Don't you say it's foolproof? Director Zheng had just reacted at this time. He was about to open his mouth to explain Golian City's problem, but he heard Ling Yun say indifferently, no need to explain. Ling Yun's figure was like a lightning bolt, he lifted his left foot like a windmill, bang 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 kicked 3 times in a row, and he kicked all 3 of them into eunuchs on the spot. Before Broker Wang fell down, Ling Yun snatched the money box in Broker Wang's hand, then closed it with a slap, then raised his foot and kicked 3 times at the lower abdomen of the 3 of them. These 3 legs are even stronger than the previous 3 legs, Ling Yun added more secret energy. Since then, the 3 of them have not only become eunuchs completely, but in the future, don't even think about raising any more strength, even gasping for breath will be extremely painful. Leave your 3 dog lives, I'll charge some interest today. And when I'm done saving people, I'll come back and settle the account with you. Ling Yun finished speaking. Holding the cash box in his left hand, he picked up Lin Menghan on the bed with his right hand. Now that Lin Menghan is in critical condition, he can't delay for a moment. Ling Yun, call the police. Lin Menghan was temporarily stopped by Ling Yun, and his mind recovered a little bit of clarity. The first thing that came to his mind was to call the police. Ling Yun can't wait to slap her dozens of times. He scolded loudly, stupid, scumbag, call the police. People are sleeping in their beds now. Isn't it because you and him came here alone to seek death? Ling Yun is really furious now. What, pretending to be so pure in front of me, not drinking a drop of alcohol, but now wearing such coquettish, sexy clothes to drink like this, and being given aphrodisiacs by others? If Lao Tzu came a step late, you and his wife would have been rounded up long ago, and you still called the police? Bullshit. Ling Yun felt a little scared when he thought about it now, thinking that if he thought Lin Menghan was joking. Or maybe he is at the critical moment of hitting the 4th floor of the body training tonight, or maybe his mobile phone is not turned on. Isn't the woman who I haven't watched let others play? Shut up for me. Ling Yin was angry. He hugged Lin Minghan's arm a little harder, but saw that Lin Minghan's cheongsam was split close to the waist. Now he is even more angry. In fact, it's not really Lin Minghan's fault, it's because her hips are too round and too big, and her waist is too thin. Naturally, the slit of the cheongsam was raised a little higher, and with Ling Yin holding her with one hand, the cheongsam naturally moved up. Could the fork not move up to the waist? And because of this, Lin Menghan put on one-piece stockings inside, just to prevent wolves. Lin Menghan was also confused enough. She didn't even think about it, with her figure, so plump and attractive, round, straight, slender, white legs with amazing elasticity, wearing transparent flesh-colored one-piece stockings. Is that a wolf-proof? That's just recruiting wolves. Ling Yin casually threw the cash box on the ground, then grabbed a sheet from the bed. He directly wrapped Lin Minghan's whole body tightly, leaving only his head to gasp for breath. While pulling the sheets, Ling Yin happened to see Lin Minghan's bag. He took it over, and then he picked up the $3 million box, hugged Lin Minghan's hot body, and walked outside the door in a flash. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, less than a minute had passed since Ling Yun entered the house and left the house. At this time, none of the 8 burly men who had been knocked down by Ling Yun could stand up yet. Ling Yun snorted coldly, and used the walking technique of walking in 1,000 miles. With 8 people and the waiter's lower body, it was a mad stomping. The 8 men who were still holding the big tent just now let out a painful groan almost at the same time, and tightly covered their lower bodies with their hands. They subconsciously knew that they were useless in this life. The most tragic thing was of course the waiter, because he received the benefits of Qingyun film and television. He stopped Ling Yun for a while, but he was trampled by Ling Yun. Ling Yun is now like a furious lion. He has never been so angry before. I have never suffered such a big loss. He had to clean up Lin Menghan properly when he went back. He completely forgot that Lin Menghan had nothing to do with him except for the 3-way relationship with him. The 2 saucy girls were licking each other in the room. When they heard the screams outside, they quickly stopped their movements. They wrapped in a bath towel and walked to the door to watch the scene of rushing away. He's so handsome. Yeah. I'm so fascinated, I want him to tease me. The 2 prodigal girls first muttered to themselves dumbfounded, and then they seemed to remember that Ling Yun was stepping on the thugs of Qingyun film and television. At this time, Ling Yun had already rushed downstairs and disappeared on the 16th floor. The 2 wave girls looked at each other in horror, then looked at each other in astonishment and said, "It's broken, something happened to Qingyun film and television." The 2 prodigal girls have now been completely lost by lust and drug addiction, and they have become no different from bitches in heat. Coupled with the shock of Ling Yun's handsome face, they have long lost their sanity. They glanced at each other, then, holding their breath, crept up to room 1688. The sight in their eyes made them completely dumbfounded. The tragic state of the 9 people who fell to the ground outside is terrifying enough. The 3 people in the room are now kneeling on the ground, their heads are on the ground, and their whole bodies are shaking like a pendulum. Almost all 3 people move in the same way, like dogs. Kneeling down on the ground, covering the stomach with one hand, and covering the lower body with the other. The shocking blood of the 3 beaches gushed out from their lower bodies, as terrifying as a pregnant woman was bleeding heavily, and it had already dyed the carpet around the place where they were kneeling red. The 3 of them knelt there trembling violently, and let out the low growl of a beast before it was dying. Because of the severe pain, their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. These 3 people can't just pass out if they want to pass out. Ling Yun won't let them go into a coma. He could only kneel like a dog and endure the inhuman pain. Except for a low growl, he couldn't say a word. The two prodigal girls only glanced at each other, and at the same time, they covered their small mouths, which were opened in panic, with their palms that were soaked with each other's body fluids. Horrified. Report, the police? After a full minute, a saucy girl asked the drugged slut, trembling. No, I can't. Call the police, call Brother Chen. The slut who prescribed the medicine knew that it was her own medicine, so of course she couldn't call the police. However, what the two of them didn't know was that Deputy Director Chen and the others were eating together in the private room. At this time, like the 9 people lying at the door of 1688, they couldn't move on the ground. It's their bad luck, they were stuck on the stairs on the 12th floor, and they were puffing up the clouds and making fun of the monkeys in the city. One person happened to say how irritable Lin Menghan was tonight, and just got angry. Ling Yun, who was going downstairs, heard that. What else could be better? This is simply adding fuel to the fire. Ling Yun was furious, and kicked out all these bastards who played with young girls all day long for fun. Then Ling Yun caught Lin Menghan in a ruthless manner, exerting his great ability to the limit, quickly left the Lydian Hotel, and galloped towards the house he rented. Ordinarily, I shouldn't have saved you. On the way, Ling Yun said angrily to Lin Menghan, whose body was getting hotter and hotter, and his breathing was getting heavier and heavier. Ling Yun's movement is extremely fast. It took 2 minutes to get from Lydian Hotel to the residence. Ling Yun carried the cash box and hugged Lin Menghan directly into his courtyard. Who? When Ling Yun landed, his posture became heavier, and Zhuang Meifeng, who had not slept in the room, heard her immediately. She asked alertly. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Me. Ling Yun replied indifferently. While he was talking, he had already entered the room, and then came to the door of the bedroom. Wait a moment. The light in the bedroom was always on. Zhuang Meifeng heard Ling Yun's voice, immediately put on her clothes and got out of bed, and came over to open the door for him. As soon as the door was opened, Zhuang Meifeng was immediately stunned. What's going on? Zhuang Meifeng saw that Ling Yun was carrying a large password box and a lady's handbag in her left hand, and in her right arm was a stunning beauty whose appearance was no worse than hers. Stay on the spot. Zhuang Meifeng's first reaction was that Ling Yun went out to rob money. Her heart sank suddenly. If Ling Yun is this kind of person, wouldn't he be at Shengdao Coffee today? Get out of the way, it's too late. Now saving people is like putting out a fire. Ling Yun has no time to talk nonsense with Zhuang Meifeng. He first threw the money box and handbag in his left hand into the bedroom, and then raised his hand and gently pushed away Zhuang Meifeng, who was standing at the door. Ling Yun ignored Zhuang Meifeng, whose pretty face had turned pale, and walked into the room, bent down, put Lin Menghan's fiery body on the bed, and at the same time removed the sheets from her. What are you still doing? Come and help. Ling Yun whispered to Zhuang Meifeng. At this time, the medicinal properties in Lin Menghan's body had completely erupted. Now, not only her pretty face was flushed, but also her snow-white and slender neck, perfectly presented pink lotus-like jade arms, round and jade-like shoulders, and a large white area under her neck. Even the snow-white thighs shrouded in transparent flesh-colored stockings showed a faint pink under the light, and the whole body exuded the charm of eroticism, which was extremely coquettish. Lin Menghan's blushing mouth opened slightly, panting for breath, his tall breasts undulating violently like 2 vibrating hills, and his hands frantically tore the silk cheongsam on his body. As the sheets tightly wrapped around Lin Menghan were removed, her extremely graceful and fiery body immediately rolled wildly on the bed, murmuring indistinct words. After she saw Ling Yun with her beautiful red eyes, she immediately knelt on the bed like a she-wolf in rut, and crawled towards Ling Yun with her hands and feet. Hey! Lin Menghan raised his hand and yanked it violently. The large piece of translucent lace above the tube top of the cheongsam was torn instantly, and the large white skin with a charming pink color immediately appeared in front of Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng. You are shameless. You even drugged her? Zhuang Meifeng saw Lin Minghan's appearance and knew that she had been intoxicated with a powerful aphrodisiac. Immediately, he glared at Ling Yun angrily. She suddenly felt deceived. He left himself at home alone and said he was going out to do something. Just go out and kidnap a woman back? Ling Yun carefully looked at Lin Minghan's frantic appearance, with a dignified look in his clear eyes, raised his hand and took out his leather needle bag, quickly unfolded the needle bag, and squeezed all the 9 gold needles in his hand. It's not the medicine I gave. Quickly help save people. Ling Yun didn't have time to explain to Zhuang Meifeng, so he simply said neatly. Zhuang Meifeng glanced at Ling Yun suspiciously, and found that there was indeed no lust in his eyes. He remembered the time when he was picking things in the coffee room of Shangdao, just now with his own beauty. He didn't even start with him, and suddenly realized that he had misunderstood Ling Yun. A hint of guilt and regret flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly said, how can this be saved? Ling Yun said without thinking, take off her clothes. I want to give her an injection. Ah? Zhuang Meifeng was a little dumbfounded when she heard this, thinking that you haven't seen all of my body yet. If I take it all off for Lin Minghan, what am I? Help your man undress other women. It would be unpleasant to change any woman. Seeing Zhuang Meifeng standing still, Ling Yun couldn't help frowning slightly, glared at her and said, if you don't save her, she will die. If you want me and her to play a live erotic palace in front of you, just follow the instructions. Do what I say. Zhuang Meifeng understood now. He stomped his feet angrily, snorted coldly from his nostrils, and pushed his body forward, holding Lin Minghan's shoulder with one hand, and swiftly removing Lin Minghan's cheongsam with the other. With another chirp sound, Lin Minghan tore off the slit of his cheongsam by more than 20 centimeters, revealing a large area of pink skin. This is really a vivid picture. It can be said that the 2 most beautiful women in Qingshui City are in front of Ling Yun. Under the influence of aphrodisiac, Lin Minghan frantically tore his cheongsam. Qingshui Jihua Zhuang Meifeng was only wearing a bra and underwear, helping Lin Minghan to take off clothing. It's just that such a beautiful blessing of Qi people, but it can't affect Ling Yun's psychological fluctuations, and his body doesn't even change in the slightest. When he was alone with Zhuang Meifeng, he had an attitude of enjoying beauty, naturally let it go, and would not deliberately suppress his physiological reactions. Now he is anxious to save people, and he must ensure that his mind is as calm as water. Of course there can be no erotic reaction. Who is she? Zhuang Meifeng asked Ling Yun with a blushing face, while taking off Lin Minghan's cheongsam. There's no way, this kind of picture even she thinks is too fragrant, and at this time, she can't help thinking about some messy things in her mind. At this time, Zhuang Meifeng had already untied Lin Minghan's cheongsam, but because Lin Minghan's movements were too crazy, the snow-white and attractive body was constantly twisting and could not be removed from her body. Ling Yun had no choice but to take action, and his left hand suddenly wrapped around Lin Minghan's waist, making her body volley into the air, and then said to Zhuang Meifeng, drag. Zhuang Meifeng grabbed the hem of the cheongsam and pulled it hard twice, but because Lin Minghan's buttocks were too round and too big, she didn't pull it down. She couldn't help but secretly stunned, thinking that it was no wonder that this woman was drugged, and her figure was even bigger than her own. Be hot. Zhuang Meifeng grabbed the slit torn by Lin Minghan with both hands, and slammed both hands together, and then pulled it again. The cheongsam finally left Lin Minghan's body. The red high-heeled shoes had long been kicked off by Lin Minghan, and now her whole seductive body is perfectly exposed under the gazes of Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng. The small bra couldn't cover up the towering astonishing snow-white 2 balls. Following Lin Minghan's frantic struggle, they shook violently. The ravine was deep, the lower abdomen was flat and firm, but the willow waist was twisting wildly like thin snakes. The snow-white plump legs were tightly clamped together, and Lin Minghan's lower body was very itchy at this time, and he couldn't help but dig into his own lower body. Hold her down first. Ling Yan didn't even care to appreciate this beautiful scene at this moment, while Zhuang Meifeng was holding Lin Minghan down. He raised his hand and took off Lin Minghan's bra, and then clicked with his fingers. This time, he used a heavier technique, which directly made Lin Minghan's body soften, and he fell softly on the bed. This, so big? Zhuang Meifeng finally saw Lin Minghan's towering figure, which was at least 3 times bigger than her own. Take off her socks and panties. She is the cow you mentioned just now. It's just that this cow is a little stupid. A smile flashed across Ling Yan's mouth. Zhuang Meifeng muttered and gave Ling Yan a dissatisfied glance. The heart said that sooner or later you will settle the account with you. Ling Yan, who had a white smile, glanced at her and said, "Do you have to strip her naked? Can't you use needles like this?" Ling Yan frowned and said, "I'm going to use a golden needle to force out all the medicinal power in her body. The most important thing is her private parts. How can I do it if I don't take it off?" "If you don't take it off, I will take it off?" Of course, it was impossible for Zhuang Meifeng to let Ling Yan come off. She snorted heavily and quickly took off the unconscious Lin Minghan. "Will you give me a reasonable explanation in a while and see how I clean up you?" After taking Lin Minghan off like a peeled egg, Zhuang Meifeng straightened her body and got up and left the bed. In any case, Ling Yan is saving people. Even under such circumstances, he did not use the cheapest and most comfortable method, which still made Zhuang Meifeng secretly satisfied and admired. Ling Yan went to bed, sat cross-legged on the side of Lin Minghan's delicate body, adjusted his breathing a little, and then began to apply needles. Zhuang Meifeng stood there quietly. This was the second time she saw Ling Yan use acupuncture to save people. Seeing Ling Yan holding her breath, her eyes focused, Zhuang Meifeng looked complicated, and she didn't know what she was thinking. It can be said that the aphrodisiac medicine in Lin Minghan this time is so powerful that even Ling Yan's treatment is extremely troublesome. He did his best. Lin Minghan's body stopped shaking violently after performing the 9 needles of the spirit pivot 9 times in a row. Dense pink sweat beads began to ooze from the naked body, and his breathing gradually calmed down. An hour had passed since the needle was applied, and Lin Minghan had already opened his eyes when Ling Yan performed the 9th needle of the spiritual pivot for the 7th time. "Don't move. I'm saving you," Ling Yan said at that time. Lin Minghan saw Ling Yan, and naturally also saw Zhuang Meifeng standing beside her. She didn't speak or struggle. She closed her eyes again. 2 big tears fell silently from the corners of her eyes, and her delicate body trembled lightly. Zhuang Meifeng didn't know how Lin Minghan was drugged or how Ling Yan rescued her, but out of a woman's instinct, she knew that the two must know each other. Zhuang Meifeng was already dressed at this time. She silently watched Ling Yan rescue Lin Minghan, and sighed in her heart. After the 9 needles of the spirit pivot had almost forced the medicinal power in Lin Minghan's body, Ling Yan performed the 9 needles of the spirit pivot on her 3 more times. Otherwise, Lin Minghan is bound to become seriously ill, and may even leave sequelae. The 12th time he used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, but Ling Yan helped Lin Minghan to cure the dysmenorrhea by the way. At this time, Ling Yan was already sweating profusely from exhaustion, and more than half of the spiritual energy at the peak of the 3rd level of body training had been consumed. "It's all right. Go get some warm water, help her wipe her whole body, and don't cover her with anything until I pull the needle out." Ling Yan floated out of bed and said lightly to Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng already had a warm towel in her hand. She walked over gently and wiped the sweat on Ling Yan's forehead and face very gently, then went out with a slight smile. She could see clearly the entire acupuncture process. Ling Yan's hands never touched Lin Minghan's body from beginning to end. This made Zhuang Meifeng, who was both jealous and angry, feel like she had picked up a treasure. Everything was beyond her expectations. This big boy didn't take advantage of others' danger, it's so good. Ling Yun no longer looked at Lin Menghan, who was lying quietly on the bed, and with a movement, he floated out of the bedroom. After the two left the house one after another, Lin Menghan slowly opened his beautiful big eyes, and big tears kept falling down the corners of his eyes. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Sit there and don't move, and wait until I'm done. Zhuang Meifeng came out of the bathroom, holding a pot of steaming hot water. With a charming smile on her face, she said softly to Ling Yun, who was sitting silently on the sofa. She had not misunderstood Ling Yun. Ling Yun neither bullied her nor took advantage of Lin Minghan's advantage. Such a boy could not be found even with a lantern. By this moment, Zhuang Meifeng had already given up on Ling Yun. Ling Yun sat there quietly, staring at the deep night sky outside the door with clear eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. That handsome face that was too handsome and fascinated looked very calm. The more Zhuang Meifeng looked, the more she liked it. If it wasn't for a pot of hot water, she would have rushed over and got into Ling Yun's arms. In the end, Zhuang Meifeng temporarily put away the overflowing love, moved the lotus step lightly, and went into the bedroom. When Lin Menghan saw Zhuang Meifeng enter the bedroom, he raised his arms subconsciously, covering his tall breasts, and covering his shy private parts with the other hand. His face blushed. You don't need to cover up, I took off your clothes for you, I've seen it all over the place. Zhuang Meifeng put the water basin on the ground, picked up the hot towel in the water, twisted it lightly, and then sat gently on the edge of the bed, ready to wipe Lin Minghan's body according to Ling Yun's request. Thank you. Lin Menghan let go of his hands, bit his charming lower lip, and said with gratitude in his eyes, his face blushing. She now feels a trace of coolness in her body, which is a very comfortable feeling, but the potency of the aphrodisiac is too strong, overdrawing her physical strength and willpower too much, and she is weak for a while. Zhuang Meifeng first wiped Lin Minghan's tear-stained pretty face with a hot and humid towel, and smiled lightly. No thanks, since my husband put so much effort into saving you, I should help you. You? Your husband? Lin Menghan turned his head and stared at Zhuang Meifeng with wide, beautiful eyes, and asked, in shock. She couldn't help but be startled. Tonight, she was forced to be helpless. She drank the last glass of wine at the risk of taking a gamble. After realizing that she was intoxicated with an aphrodisiac, the first thing that came to her mind was Ling Yun, because when she listened to Qinglong's people in the morning, she had a general understanding of the case. Ling Yun's strength. After she finished texting Ling Yun, everything could only be left to fate. She used her strong willpower to endure hardships, waiting for Ling Yun to arrive. At that time, she already knew that if Ling Yun didn't come or save her in time, her life would be over, and if Ling Yun came, she would definitely become Ling Yun's person tonight. There is no need to be hypocritical or cover up, she knows that she can't resist the medicinal properties of the aphrodisiac. When she was extremely happy to see Ling Yun appearing in front of her, she had already foreseen it at that time. And he has already made the choice to give his first time to Ling Yun, even in the most humiliating and most proactive way. Is it better than being devastated by those wolves with your innocence? Moreover, Ling Yun also saved his life. After Ling Yun appeared in front of her, although Lin Menghan was lustful and confused, her memory was always clear, except when she was unconscious. Everything she saw and heard was in her mind now. She remembered everything Ling Yun had done for her, she remembered her frantic tumbling, she remembered using her hands to find Ling Yun's lower body, and she remembered her frantically saying, "I want it." But she never thought that Ling Yun, who seemed shameless during the day and stared at her chest without blinking, would choose to treat her in this way. Apart from taking off her clothes and showing her in front of Ling Yun like a peeled egg, he almost never touched his finger again. This big boy is completely different from what she imagined. Twice a lifesaver. In addition, not taking advantage of her danger and keeping her body innocent, Lin Menghan couldn't help but think of Ling Yun's first rescue of her. "Miss, I'm not a bad person, and I have no malice towards you. I'm a winter swimmer, and it's nothing to me to be cold. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Sure and can't be repaid, beauty, go away, don't freeze. Miss, I'm begging you, although I have a strong ability to keep out the cold, but I've been in the water for 2 hours, you should have pity on me, leave first, and let me go ashore and put on my pants, okay?" In Lin Menghan's eyes, mind, and heart, all were Ling Yun, that face that was sometimes smiling, sometimes arrogant, sometimes domineering, and sometimes quiet. Tonight, he didn't take the opportunity to take her body, but, without a doubt, he stole Lin Menghan's heart. After taking the aphrodisiac, Lin Menghan struggled for nearly 10 minutes. She bit the tip of her tongue, and her 10 fingernails scratched the most painful parts of her body with bloodstains. She was burned by the spring poison in her body. Rolling over, he didn't lift any of his clothes, and didn't let those perverts see a little bit of the scenery under his skirt. But Ling Yun looked at her upside down this time. Although Ling Yun deliberately didn't touch her body when he was treating her, of course Lin Menghan didn't think so. Both of them are like this. Besides Ling Yun, who else can she marry? Who will she marry? However, the beauty in front of her was not inferior to her at all. Not only did she live with Ling Yun alone in the middle of the night, but she also said that Ling Yun was her husband as soon as she opened her mouth. How could Lin Menghan not be surprised? For the current Lin Menghan, this is like a bolt from the blue. Of course, this thunderbolt was said by Zhuang Meifeng on purpose. Zhuang Meifeng is a woman who is extremely smart. A woman's mind is a woman who understands it best. What Lin Menghan is thinking now, Zhuang Meifeng is very clear in her heart. After seeing your body, you are going to rob the man I ordered? There are no doors. At least, sister, I was seen and touched by him in front of you, and I came here twice. Therefore, as soon as she entered the room, she calmly took the initiative. By wiping Lin Menghan's body, the first sentence indicated that Ling Yun is my husband, and you should put away the idea of promising yourself as soon as possible. Lin Menghan blinked, his long eyelashes trembled a few times, and suddenly asked, "But Ling Yun is only in the 3rd year of high school, how could he be your husband?" Zhuang Meifeng was also slightly embarrassed. She explained in a low voice, "Actually, that's what I called him. Look, we both live together." Lin Menghan didn't speak anymore, she just raised her hand with all her strength, took the towel in Zhuang Meifeng's hand and said, "Thank you, I'll wipe it myself." Stealing a man is a technical job, and the smell of gunpowder smoke has begun to fill the room, and an invisible war curtain has been opened. Zhuang Meifeng glanced at Lin Menghan lightly. "All right, you still have a gold needle stuck in your body, pay attention to yourself, then I'll go out first." Lin Menghan nodded slightly. Zhuang Meifeng misses Ling Yun in the outhouse. When she sees Lin Menghan wanting to wipe her body, she immediately jumps out of the bed and walks out of the bedroom as soon as she twists her body, and closes the bedroom door. Zhuang Meifeng trotted almost all the way to Ling Yun's side, leaned down without hesitation, and kissed Ling Yun's forehead, stunned Ling Yun for a moment. "Hold me." Zhuang Meifeng said to Ling Yun with a smile. Her delicate buttocks with amazing elasticity had already sat on Ling Yun's thigh, and at the same time she leaned back naturally. Ling Yun's arms were light and comfortable, and he naturally embraced Zhuang Meifeng's soft body, bowing his head and smiling at her. "Bastard, you can take advantage of everything today." Zhuang Meifeng pouted and said coquettishly, with 2 pink arms hanging around Ling Yun's neck. "This is still cheap?" Ling Yun smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly, thinking that if I wanted to make a profit, how good would it be to eat Lin Menghan directly? "You're acquainted. If you dare to save her in that way today, I'll—" Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yun a praising look and thought about it for a long time, but she didn't know what to do. "How about you?" Ling Yan asked, with great interest. I'll kill her. Lin Menghan put his mouth to Ling Yan's ear and said viciously in a low voice. Ling Yan was startled, so scared that he was about to let go, thinking that looking at Zhuang Meifeng's performance just now, it wasn't that ruthless. However, when she heard Zhuang Meifeng's sudden poochy smile, the flower branches trembled, and then she opened her small mouth, covering Ling Yan's earlobe, and swiping the tip of her warm tongue. This is an act of intimacy to the extreme. She is really emotional, without the slightest tenderness. Ling Yan felt a strange feeling coming from his ears, and thought to himself that this was right. If Lao Tzu couldn't use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, even if he broke the body of pure yang, he would have to save Lin Menghan first. If Zhuang Meifeng is not satisfied, then come and do it again and eat both of you. She's a policeman. Ling Yan felt Zhuang Meifeng's tenderness, and said lightly, I guess she might be trying to solve a case, and then she was drugged out of desperation. Fortunately, I don't leave my phone with me now, otherwise she's done. Then do you have any other thoughts about her? Zhuang Meifeng asked with tender tongue swiping at Ling Yan's ear. What do you think? Ling Yan smiled. Anyway, she is not allowed to live here. Zhuang Meifeng thought about it for a while and stated her bottom line. For some reason, she did not dare to say the 3 words, not allowed, to Ling Yan. She subconsciously felt that Ling Yan had his own way of doing things, and was not under anyone's control at all, including her Zhuang Meifeng. Don't worry, even if you let her live here, she won't. Ling Yan said with a slight smile. Zhuang Meifeng nodded and suddenly said softly to Ling Yan, people are jealous, touch me. Ling Yan's left hand is now holding Zhuang Meifeng's water snake waist, and his right hand is naturally placed on Zhuang Meifeng's knee. Hearing Zhuang Meifeng ask him to touch it, his hand climbs onto Zhuang Meifeng's thigh. Zhuang Meifeng shuddered like an electric shock, and said in a trembling voice, it's not there. Then, Zhuang Meifeng released the hand hanging from Ling Yan's neck, grabbed Ling Yan's big hand, and moved it to her tall and soft chest. I like you. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content violates national laws, please delete it. Is only committed to providing a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. Ling Yan's tiger body trembled slightly, and when he came to this world, this was the first time someone said I love you, to him sincerely. Ling Yan didn't answer, didn't say anything, pressed Zhuang Meifeng's big hand and didn't move. He just raised his head and looked at the distant night sky with deep eyes. Once upon a time, the #1 beauty in the world of self-cultivation, chasing Ling Yan for 900 million miles in the sky and the ground, just to lie in his arms and say the words I like you to him? What are you thinking? Zhuang Meifeng was closing her Danfeng eyes slightly, waiting for Ling Yan's big hand to wreak havoc on her chest, but seeing that Ling Yan didn't move for a long time, she opened her eyes and said to Ling Yan, who was dazed. It's nothing, I just remembered some old things. Ling Yan smiled lightly, and Zhuang Meifeng was fascinated by the dimple on her left cheek. Fuck you, 18-year-old hairy boy, what's the old past? Zhuang Meifeng saw Ling Yan pretending to be deep. She couldn't help but gave Ling Yan a charming glance, and said coquettishly. Ling Yan laughed loudly, stood up and put Zhuang Meifeng on the ground, then said, it's almost time, I'll go and pull the needle for her. Ling Yan came to the bedroom, and saw Lin Menghan, who was still blushing with shame, with her perfectly white body. Ling Yan looked at Lin Menghan up and down with undisguised admiration eyes, and then smiled and joked, although you are stupid, your willpower is really good, and your figure is not bad. Lin Menghan let out a boom, closed his eyes tightly, and turned his head away. Thank you for saving me. Lin Menghan said softly. Don't move around, I'll pull the needle for you now. Ling Yan smiled slightly, came to Lin Menghan's side, and raised his hand to pull the needle. Ling Yan quickly pulled out all the 9 golden needles from Lin Menghan's lower abdomen and pinched them in his hands. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, now you are completely fine, don't worry, there will be no sequelae." Lin Menghan nodded shyly sideways. "Do you want me to cover you with a quilt?" Ling Yun kindly reminded Lin Menghan when he saw that Lin Menghan seemed really stupid. Only then did Lin Menghan know that he could make a quilt. She quickly raised her hand and took a quilt to cover her Snow White. Fox spirit, it must have been intentional. Zhuang Meifeng was standing beside Ling Yun, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. "You. Could you please go out for a while? I want to have a few words with Ling Yun alone." Lin Menghan wrapped her delicate body and felt a lot more at ease. She looked at Zhuang Meifeng and said, "No." Of course Zhuang Meifeng couldn't go out now, she refused, without even thinking about it. Ling Yun tilted his head and glanced at Zhuang Meifeng. "Signal her to go out first." Zhuang Meifeng had nothing to do, she stomped her feet angrily. "I'm sleepy, I'm going to rest, please make a long story short." Then she twisted her body and walked out. "You close the door first." Seeing that Zhuang Meifeng did not close the door on purpose, Lin Menghan raised his chin and said to Ling Yun. Ling Yun went over and closed the door, then turned around. The way I looked just now, wasn't it shameless? I was despicable?" Lin Menghan thought for a long time before he said with a blushing face. Ling Yun smiled lightly and did not answer. "Are you blaming me?" Lin Menghan's big beautiful eyes flashed with nervousness and anxiety, and continued to ask anxiously. Ling Yun still looked at her quietly and did not speak. "Yes, 2 women sent me to that room until you came. No man touched my body, and no one saw me, that way." Lin Menghan explained in a panic, not choosing what to say. She just felt that she had to tell Ling Yun about this. Ling Yun naturally knew about these, but he said in his heart that if I were to be half a minute late, you would have already been eaten by the one wrapped in the bath towel. "You. Why didn't you talk to me, that?" Seeing that Ling Yun had not spoken, Lin Menghan became a little anxious, and she asked the most important sentence. When Ling Yun finally spoke, he smiled lightly and asked in a puzzled way, "Which one is it with you?" Lin Menghan was so embarrassed that he let out a squeak, and suddenly covered his red face with his hands. He closed his eyes tightly and said, "That's right, just do that thing with me." Saying this sentence is already Lin Menghan's limit, she is not as bold as Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yun smiled lightly, with a playful look in his eyes, "Because I am Ling Yun." Not bad, because he is Ling Yun. In his bones, there is a pride that people in this world can never imagine. It's okay to want a woman, but he can't and will never get a woman's body in that situation. Not even Lin Menghan. She can't be 10 times more beautiful than Lin Menghan. To use Ling Yun's most accustomed words, that is not his style. Ling Yun's eyes were very clear, his eyes were very playful, his tone was very indifferent and very light, but just these words, like a 100-pound hammer, hit Lin Menghan's heart heavily. "You." Lin Menghan's heart trembled when he heard this. Zhuang Meifeng, who could not help eavesdropping on the crack of the door, trembled. I have to say that Ling Yun's ability to steal people may not be very good, but no one in the world can match his efforts at stealing hearts. Will you despise me in the future?" Lin Menghan finally summoned up the courage to ask such a sentence after his heart was shaken. She couldn't help but ask. Ling Yun had seen all her body and touched it all over. Ling Yun was everything in her future, how could she not ask? "I only hope that you can become a little smarter in the future, and don't be so stupid. If your brain was half as big as your chest, you wouldn't have this kind of thing happen to you," Ling Yun said lightly. At this time, Lin Menghan couldn't tell whether Ling Yun was praising her beauty or disdain for the stupid things she did. She just bowed her head apologetically. It's like a wife who has made a mistake and apologizes to her husband. "I'm on a mission. I didn't expect them to attack me so soon." Lin Menghan whispered in defense, hating the people of Qingyun film and television in his heart. I don't care about that. I advise you not to be a police officer in the future. Your intelligence quotient can't do it at all. Also, you have to deal with all the consequences of this incident yourself. I still have to take the college entrance examination, and I don't have time to help you clean up this mess. Ling Yun said unceremoniously. People just want to prove themselves. Although Lin Menghan showed weakness, her temper was not very good, and she bit her lip in defense. Ling Yun could see it. Lin Menghan has his own stubbornness, but he said without hesitation, prove yourself? Prove yourself, stupid? Then he was too lazy to grind with Lin Mengganshui, and waved his hand. Okay, all the people I beat today have all become eunuchs. It's not a big deal, it's not a small thing. You go back. Deal with it well in the future. No matter how you deal with it, as long as it doesn't affect me. Lin Menghan was a little dumbfounded. What? All become eunuchs? That's 15 or 6 people. Looking at Lin Menghan's dazed eyes, Ling Yun gave her a narrow smile and teased her. Why, do you want to take me back to the police station and make another record? Lin Menghan's face suddenly turned red, he spat softly, and did not speak any more. I'll let my father handle this matter, you. Do you have time tomorrow? Lin Menghan thought to himself that this matter could only let his father come forward to suppress it. If you have time, what do you want to do? Ling Yun smiled and hit the snake with the stick. He doesn't have time. Zhuang Meifeng finally couldn't bear it any longer. She pushed open the door and rushed in and said, giving Ling Yun a vicious look at the same time. Lin Menghan was going to blatantly grab people right under her nose, but of course she wouldn't allow it. Ling Yun, you forgot? You have to open an account tomorrow. How can you possibly have time? Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at Lin Menghan, and then deliberately said to Ling Yun, but it was for Lin Menghan. Ling Yun's head was as big as a fight. He waved his hand and said, the two of you can discuss it. It's all right now, and it's not too early. Hurry up and rest. After speaking, he shook his head and swayed out of the bedroom, leaving a handsome back view of the two stunning beauties who were fighting openly and secretly. Fight it, anyway, I will make a profit no matter what. However, Ling Yun was in front of Zhuang Meifeng today, because Lin Menghan had just been frightened. That's why he didn't turn his back on Lin Menghan, otherwise, he would definitely beat Lin Menghan's big ass. Yeah, if I'm one step late. Ling Yun still didn't dare to think further. He came to the sofa in the living room, sat down with his knees crossed, and began to try to practice his Wen Qi Yin Yang technique. What makes Ling Yun feel very happy is that as he performs the exercise, the spiritual energy in his body finally begins to slowly converge towards the dantian along the line of exercise. Ling Yun is overjoyed. This means that he can practice meditation in the future, and it also means that he can take a step at any time and advance to the 4th level of body training. As long as he advances to the 4th level of physical training, the spiritual energy can be continuously circulated in his body for 24 hours, and his cultivation level can go 1,000 miles in a day, and his entry into the realm is extremely fast. At the 4th level of body training, he can use the spiritual energy in his body to try to carve some low-level talismans, and to portray or place some low-level defense or attack formations. Moreover, as his dantian becomes stronger and stronger, he can also display many really powerful exercises. When fighting with people, he doesn't have to rely on his physical strength and speed to step on people. Ling Yun could no longer care about the two stunning beauties in the room. He sat on the sofa and began to calm down. With 5 hearts to the sky, he began to cultivate like no one else. This long night has finally passed, and Qingshui City has ushered in a new dawn after a heavy rain that has never been seen in a century. At 5:30 in the morning, Ling Yun finished his first meditation practice. He only felt that the spiritual platform was clear and bright, his mind was purified, and his whole body was warmly nourished by spiritual energy, which was extremely comfortable. Although he tossed for a day yesterday and only practiced for 3 or so hours, he was full of energy, his eyes were bright, and he was not tired at all. You can advance to the 4th level of physical training at any time. Ling Yin felt relieved in his heart, floated to the ground, listened to the movement in the bedroom, and found that the 2 women were breathing long and sleeping soundly and deeply. He couldn't help but wonder how the 2 fell asleep. Thinking like this, Ling Yin took advantage of the darkness before dawn, quietly jumped out of the yard, and went straight to the river, ready to see his precious 7 lights grass, and to practice the great essence gathering star treasure art. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only dedicated to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. This time is the time when people in Qingshui City sleep most soundly, when their dreams are in full swing, and there is silence and silence all around. Ling Yin came to the other side of the 7 luminaries' grass almost without his feet on the ground. In the dark night, he saw a snow-white shadow on the other side. It was a snow-white fox. Ling Yin could even tell that it was a female fox, with a pure white body, pointed ears, a big and long tail, and a pair of eyes that were darker than the darkness of the night, staring in the direction of the 7 luminaries' grass. That's right, it looks like I've really activated my intelligence. Ling Yin thought to himself. At this moment, the fox seemed to have also spotted Ling Yin on the other side. Its eyes rolled, turned its head and ran, as fast as lightning, showing a white fox shadow in the night sky. Ling Yin did not chase, but let it go away on its own. Seeing that Ling Yin was not chasing after him, the fox actually stopped after feeling that it had reached a safe zone, looked back at Ling Yin suspiciously, then got up again and left quickly. The water level dropped again, about 80 centimeters or so. According to Ling Yin's judgment, by this evening, the 7 luminaries' grass will be able to fully emerge from the water. The spiritual energy he felt now was much stronger than when the rainstorm had just finished. Ling Yin recited God's blessings in silence, and then he stood on the spot and began to frantically urge the dying gathering star treasure art to cultivate. Ling Yin practiced for more than an hour in one breath, and when it was close to 7 in the morning, he got up and went to the school to buy breakfast for 3 people and rushed back to his residence. As a result, before he entered the house, he heard Zhuang Meifeng and Lin Menghan arguing from the bedroom. You can't take this box away. Ling Yin brought it back. If you want to take it away, you must obtain his consent. Zhuang Meifeng said in an angry voice. This box is strong evidence of those people's crimes. I have to take it back to the police station, otherwise my crime last night will be in vain. Lin Menghan argued. I don't care if this box is any evidence, I only know that it was brought back by Ling Yin. If he doesn't agree, don't even think about taking it away. Ling Yin nodded secretly after hearing this. I thought that Zhuang Meifeng was really the best candidate for a good wife, so I started to know that she was facing me. It's just why Lin Menghan is so clueless? Lin Menghan helplessly defended, I don't know when Ling Yin will be back. But you see it's 7 o'clock now, if he doesn't come back, shouldn't I go back to work? Ling Yin jumped directly into the yard, and said lightly to the room, I'm already back. When Zhuang Meifeng heard that Ling Yin was back, her face suddenly brightened, and she rushed out the door and said to Ling Yin as if to complain, Husband. She is going to take the box she brought back with her. Lin Menghan heard Zhuang Meifeng call Ling Yin's husband directly, his face turned pale for a while, and he bit his lower lip unconsciously. Ling Yin put the breakfast he brought back into Zhuang Meifeng's hands, and nodded approvingly at her, then turned his head to look at Lin Menghan indifferently and said, Put down the box and get out. Ling Yin is really hurting and hurting again and again. I have seen a stupid woman, but I have never seen such a stupid woman who is so stupid to death. This has to be how the family can educate such a wonderful person? Lingyun, this box is very important criminal evidence. I have to take it back to the police station. Lin Menghan was both anxious and embarrassed, with a pleading look on his face. Lingyun raised his hand to interrupt. I said, put down the box and get out of here. I don't want to say it a third time. Even if Lin Menghan was killed, he would never have thought that Lingyun would turn his face so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was so indifferent. She couldn't help but feel a little silly. Did she do something wrong again? This is the important evidence that he has been humiliated and obtained. Don't say that Lin Menghan didn't expect it. Even Zhuang Meifeng never thought of it. No matter what, Lin Menghan is also a delicate beauty. When Lingyun rescued her last night, it was around her neck, armpits, and chest. Around the lower abdomen, around the private parts, arms and thighs, and even the soles of the fingers and soles, every single gold needle has been pierced. Not even bothered at all? Don't feel bad at all? Lingyun is so angry now that he feels so bad. If Lin Menghan was still ignorant, Lingyun would definitely grab her and throw her out like a small iron tiger. He gave Lin Menghan a cold look. Then he scolded Zhuang Meifeng, who told you to wear the clothes I bought for you? Let her wear her own cheongsam and get out. Zhuang Meifeng did not expect that she would also be implicated, and was so frightened that she fell silent and did not dare to make a sound. She rolled her eyes at Lin Menghan first, then walked gently to Lingyun's side, and whispered, "Why are you so arrogant? Can you do it?" The first sentence was naturally afraid of Lingyun's anger, but the second sentence was obviously aimed at Lin Menghan. You. Lin Menghan had never suffered from such anger since she was a child. When she saw Lingyun's words being so utter and cruel, she felt infinite grievances, and tears rolled in her eyes. Your own cheongsam? It's all torn like that, can you still wear it? I thought you could become smarter after going through this, but I didn't expect to become more stupid. I said that I shouldn't save you at all, you stupid fool. Don't know the world if you don't get ruined once. What does it look like? Lingyun said, took a breakfast from Zhuang Meifeng's hand, and threw it into the trash basket outside the door, and then said to Lin Meng coldly, the clothes can be worn by you, but remember, this clothes is worth 51 million, remember to send me the money when the time comes, get out. Then, Lingyun hugged Zhuang Meifeng's waist and went into the room, never looking at Lin Menghan, who was trembling all over and couldn't even cry. You bullied me. Lin Menghan's eyes were flushed, tears were falling like beads with broken threads. He pointed at Lingyun, and said with a weeping voice. Lingyun didn't bother to pay attention to her at all. He smiled and said to Zhuang Meifeng, are you hungry? Hurry up and eat breakfast, and then go back to sleep beautifully when you're full. N. Zhuang Meifeng received Lingyun's verbal concern for the first time, and her heart was already overjoyed. She quickly washed her hands and served the bowl, and happily prepared for breakfast. Wow. Lin Menghan saw that Lingyun didn't even mean to persuade her, and finally couldn't help crying loudly. He didn't want the money box anymore. He covered his face and ran away, tears streaming down the wind. After Lin Menghan left, Lingyun raised his head, with an expression of hating iron and steel on his handsome face. Husband, are you really angry? Zhuang Meifeng washed her hands, and naturally served Lingyun's meal first, while asking with a smile. Lingyun shook his head lightly. I can't be angry with her, I just wonder why there are such stupid people. Is she full of mucus? Zhuang Meifeng docilely gave Lingyun a sweet kiss, and then asked, Husband, what's in that box? Lingyun calmly accepted the kiss she offered, but asked Zhuang Meifeng in surprise, why do you have a husband now? We don't seem to be married yet? Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at Lingyun, and said coquettishly, Hey, I said you won't admit it after you eat it and wipe it clean, right? You brought people here twice last night, and you've seen and touched her whole body. do you want to cheat? Saying that, he also looked down at his lower body, his face blushing. If it wasn't for Lin Minghan's intervention, Zhuang Meifeng would definitely have handed over her body to Ling Yun last night, so now she has blatantly regarded herself as Ling Yun's real wife, and naturally a husband called her very kindly. Ling Yun scratched his head. When I saw you for the first time, I remembered that you were not like this. You looked like you were cold and refusing to be thousands of miles away. What's going on now? Zhuang Meifeng smiled sweetly, smiling like a flower, gave Ling Yun an extremely charming and shy smile, and said her heart, only for you. This extremely charming smile, this extremely gentle sentence, made Ling Yun feel the irony in his heart, let alone mention it. Ling Yun said in his heart that if that stupid woman, Lin Minghan, had half of Zhuang Meifeng's, I wouldn't have to be so troublesome. He raised his hand and touched Zhuang Meifeng's towering chest, feeling the soothing softness and amazing elasticity, and then said with a wicked smile, good boy, eat. After the two of them had a beautiful breakfast like a young couple, Ling Yun pointed to the box and said to Zhuang Meifeng, there's money in it, so it's probably not a small amount, you take care of your home, I'm going to school. Zhuang Meifeng is already close to Ling Yun now. She sees Ling Yun about to leave, she immediately hugs her arm reluctantly, rubs against Ling Yun's arm with the towering height of her chest, and says coquettishly, then what should I do for lunch? People don't want to go out. Ling Yun laughed happily, you make a list at home, write down everything you need to buy, I will bring you back lunch at noon, and buy everything you need in the afternoon. Then, under Zhuang Meifeng's reluctant gaze and gentle warning, Ling Yun left the house and went straight to the school. On the way to school, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel complacent in his heart. Does this count as a treasure in a golden house? As soon as Ling Yun arrived in the classroom, he heard everyone in the classroom collectively greet him with kind laughter. He was a little confused. When he looked at his seat, he found that Zhang Dong's seat had already changed. Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun was madly sweating. He hurried to the back of the classroom and asked Chao Shanshan with a puzzled face, I said Mr. Monitor, you are. Chao Shanshan's outfit today can be said to have exhausted her thoughts. Her black hair dyed in ink poured down like a waterfall, and the round neck of a pure black short skirt with a slightly lower neckline. From Ling Yun's current point of view, she could see 1/3 of the towering snowball, 2 white balls squeezed out a deep black ditch, and her eyes swept down. Chao Shanshan's 2 plump and snow-white thighs were exposed outside the black skirt, and a black strip was also sandwiched between them. Straight line, how attractive it is. The strong contrast of simple black and white exudes a very charming and sexy. Ling Yun can't take his eyes away from it. However, Chao Shanshan didn't seem to care about Ling Yun's wolf-like gaze at all. She raised her head with a pure smile, raised her proud chest and smiled sweetly at Ling Yun. Tablemate, hello. When Ling Yun heard this, he almost stumbled and didn't sit down. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Chao Shanshan's graceful waist twisted, Ying got up, and a wave of white waves suddenly appeared on her chest. She turned her head to the shocked Ling Yun Tian and said with a smile, please come in. Ling Yun nodded and squeezed in through the narrow space behind Chao Shanshan. Because the space was too small, Ling Yun could only squeeze in facing Chao Shanshan's back. A close encounter. Well, Ling Yun, who had experienced almost a whole night of spring last night, felt Chao Shanshan's astonishingly round buttocks, and had to react at that time. Ling Yun said in her heart that Chao Shanshan was too out of sight. Didn't she know that her butt was too high and too big? Can't you just get it? Why do you seem to be pushing back on purpose? After Ling Yun finally squeezed in, he almost slapped Chao Shanshan's round buttocks hard, but now he didn't know what medicine Chao Shanshan was selling in the gourd, so he held back. It's really elastic and sturdy. After Ling Yun sat down, he couldn't help but whispered praise, causing Chao Shanshan's fair oval face to turn red. Her big watery eyes blinked, her long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she deliberately asked Ling Yun in a low voice, "What are you talking about?" Ling Yun thought it was good, but when she said that her breasts were quite tall and big last time, she didn't react that way, so Ling Yun smiled and said loudly in a voice that everyone in the classroom could hear, "I said, your ass is bouncy and firm. Hear that?" Today he wanted to try Chao Shanshan's acceptance bottom line. "I heard." All the classmates in the classroom responded with a bang, and then turned around, looking at a proud Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan with all kinds of complicated eyes. Paul Wei Tiangon's newly bought pen was cut off by him again, his face was ashen and hideous. The absolute goddess in Wei Tianqian's heart actually took the initiative to change positions, openly sat down with Ling Yun, and was teased and humiliated by Ling Yun in public. He really couldn't stand it. "Fuck you, what are you talking about so loudly?" Chao Shanshan's beautiful oval face flushed red, and all of a sudden it reached the base of her ears. Under the eyes of the public, she squeezed her small pink fist and slapped Ling Yun on the shoulder. Her face was embarrassed, but her eyes were filled with joy. Ling Yun's eyes stared straight at Chao Shanshan's rippling snow-white chest, letting Chao Shanshan's pink fist fall on her shoulder. The strength of that fist was not much different from a massage. "Okay. Let's go to self-study, what's there to see?" It was Zhang Ling, the representative of the history class, who helped Chao Shanshan. The look in her eyes was extremely complicated, but the grief in her heart could not be expressed to others. If not for Chao Shanshan. Now sitting next to Ling Yun, it must be Zhang Ling. After she gave Chao Shanshan this idea, she regretted it when she went back that night. Now, seeing that the two of them started flirting as soon as they got together, as a nearly 19-year-old beautiful girl with a radiant heart, she felt better. Strange. The classmates turned around one after another. Ling Yun sat down, took out a random textbook and flipped through it twice. He suddenly said lightly, "Chao Shanshan, you are sitting so low today, so back, are you not afraid that the front will block your view?" This sentence is meaningful. Ling Yun means that Chao Shanshan's attitude today is too low. Chao Shanshan turned around her white and slender neck. A pair of beautiful big eyes stared at Ling Yun without blinking, and said deeply, "I used to be too high and too forward, so I ignored the most precious thing behind me. I want to come back and look for him." Still not there. Ling Yun smiled lightly. His eyes were deep and distant, but he didn't look at Chao Shanshan. He said softly, "The thing is still there, but even if you can find it, will you still be able to get him back?" Chao Shanshan's face turned pale, then she did not hesitate and said firmly, "As long as he is here. I must find a way to get him back, because he should belong to me, but I accidentally lost him. That's it." After finishing speaking, Chao Shanshan stared at Ling Yun with her beautiful big eyes without blinking, with some expectation and even begging in her eyes. Ling Yun smiled noncommittally, "I guess it's difficult, right?" Chao Shanshan responded immediately and decisively, "I not only like to challenge others, but also like to challenge myself." Ling Yun finally turned his gaze to Chao Shanshan's eyes. An admiring smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. The dimple on his left cheek was deeply intoxicating. Chao Shanshan's mind was swayed when he saw it, and then his eyes moved down, staring arrogantly at the dimple on Chao Shanshan's chest. Daogo said, "The ditch is so deep, but unfortunately there are too few exposed, not enough to see." Chao Shanshan's delicate body was numb, she only felt a fiery heat on her chest, and an unprecedented electric current surged inside her body. She pressed one arm on the table before she could barely straighten her delicate body, and her voice trembled, "I'm afraid that I will do it again. If it's low, some people won't like it. I like it." Ling Yun said lightly, and no longer ignored Chao Shanshan, and began to concentrate on reading the textbook. "Just take it, steal your heart?" Ling Yun's ability to steal the heart calls himself the second in the world. No one dares to call himself the first in the world. Forget it. Chao Shanshan used this sentence as the conclusion of the confrontation after the two sat together. but her right hand was extremely uneasy, moved quietly under the table, and pinched the soft flesh of Ling Yun's thigh. She actually wanted to pinch Ling Yun, but because her eyes were pretending to look nonchalantly, the snow-white and soft right hand seemed to be stretched out a little bit. It's just a little bit, but it's just a tiny bit, and it's 1,000 miles away. It was indeed soft meat, very soft and soft. Chao Shanshan pinched it with her thumb and index finger, and twisted it lightly, then she suddenly felt that something was not right. It's not thigh meat, it's... Chao Shanshan turned pale in shock, and quickly withdrew her little hand, but was held down by Ling Yun's left hand like lightning, and she couldn't pull it back even if she wanted to. Ling Yun was stunned. Of course he saw Chao Shanshan's small movements, so he moved to Chao Shanshan's side, calmly just now. Ling Yun had already read a page. He turned the page leisurely with his right hand, and then whispered softly, "Is it fun?" Chao Shanshan only felt that the heat from her right hand rushed to every part of her body along her arm, and her delicate body wrapped in a black silk dress was instantly ignited. Chao Shanshan couldn't help but snorted softly and suddenly realized that even if Ling Yun let go of her left hand now, she would be reluctant to let go of her right hand. Is this what love feels like? Chao Shanshan couldn't tell whether it was because of love or something else. She only knew that she was hot all over, currents were running around in her body, her brain was pounding, and she almost felt I forgot where I was. At this moment, Chao Shanshan suddenly remembered the scene of a romantic action movie she secretly watched at home on weekends with Zheng Ling. She was unexpectedly mysterious, perhaps unconsciously. It's so bold. Ling Yun was stunned inwardly, but he enjoyed this feeling very much. Now, he was looking at the enjoyment. Chao Shanshan only moved once, and her heart trembled, and she secretly cursed herself for being cheap, and didn't dare to move any more. She was about to faint. In many years of Chao Shanshan's life in the future, including the candle night in the bridal chamber, it has never been as thrilling as the self-study session this morning. She pretended to look, and her left hand turned page after page from time to time, but she couldn't see a single word on it at all. Her body was tightly attached to the desk, her mind was infinitely tense and uneasy. Chao Shanshan maintained this movement for a full 50 minutes, studying on her own in the morning. I am the happy dividing line. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The piercing bell rang suddenly. Chao Shanshan had already decided last night that when she was with Ling Yun again, she would put away all her arrogant attitudes, and she would lower herself into the dust and bury herself in the mud to please the big man who shocked her heart countless times. Boy. But even if she was killed, she would never have imagined that she was so low in the dust today. She was simply trapped in a dungeon beneath the 18th layer of hell. Now that the get-out-of-class bell rings, Chao Shanshan is going crazy. The dead man beside him was still ignorant at this time like a normal person, and he even looked at it with gusto? At this moment, Chao Shanshan suddenly found that Zhang Ling had left her seat and walked towards the two of them. Chao Shanshan was so frightened that her heart was torn apart, and her heart was ashes all of a sudden. She hurriedly moved to Ling Yun's side, her body tightly clinging to Ling Yun. In this way, to outsiders, the two seemed to be holding hands sweetly under the desk, making them more intimate. Is he really close? Yo, Ling Yun, how does it feel to have our super school head teacher accompany you to class? Zhang Ling deliberately propped up his towering chest, and the tender body, exuding youthful warmth, pretended to be unconsciously twisting gently, and laughed teasingly. Ling Yun felt more refreshed now. He was in a good mood, looked up at Zhang Ling and said, "How is it? Don't you know if you asked your old classmate?" Zhang Ling saw how close the two were close together, and she didn't know whether to be happy for Chao Shanshan or sad for herself. She half-truths and jealousy smiled and said, "Shanshan, look at you now, it's really a double habitation, when will we have a couple of ducks playing in the water?" Chao Shanshan's forehead was already sweating, and she responded as if nothing had happened, "Zhang Ling, don't talk nonsense, I came here to help Ling Yun with tutoring, what are the mandarin ducks playing in the water?" Zhang Ling gave Chao Shanshan a knowing look. He giggled and said with a smile, "Oh, you two are so close together, what's there to be embarrassed about?" To be honest, Chao Shanshan really has nothing to be embarrassed about now. She has done everything, and it is still Ling Yun's fault that she took the initiative to find, because she has caught the wrong place. No wonder people Ling Yun. In fact, Chao Shanshan is now a little shy in addition to doing this kind of thing for the first time. There was still some secret joy in my heart. At least she understood one thing, that is, Ling Yun did not reject her from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, Ling Yun would not have let her teach him a whole lesson. Chao Shanshan has now acquiesced in the fact of this matter in her heart. She does not have much rejection. The biggest worry in her heart is that she is afraid of being discovered by her classmates. Think about it, Chao Shanshan, the first school beauty of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, took the initiative to give Ling Yun when she was studying in the morning. How sensational was this news? If it really spreads out, Chao Shanshan should stop going to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Just go home early and wait for the start of Yanqing University. Therefore, the main thing in Chao Shanshan's heart now is worry and anxiety, and she has no intention of blaming Ling Yun. This is not to say that Chao Shanshan is despicable or shameless. In this era when it is difficult to find a virgin after the age of 16, let alone high school students, it is common for junior high school students to open rooms and cohabitation abortions. She only chose the one she liked when she was 18. Boy. The first love at the beginning of life, for lovers, this kind of thing is not a shameless thing at all. But now Chao Shanshan is being so coveted by Zhang Ling, looking down at her, she really doesn't dare to move now. For fear that Zhang Ling will find any clues. Chao Shanshan pretended to be shy and smiled, and gave Ling Yun a charming white look and said, "It wasn't me who stuck with him, it was he who leaned over himself, okay?" Chao Shanshan served Ling Yun for a lesson, no credit or hard work. Naturally, he wanted to leave this face to Chao Shanshan, so he smiled and nodded, acquiescing. Zhang Ling was unrepentant. He took the initiative to lay his soft upper body on Chao Shanshan's desk, isn't it right? "Shanshan, where have you been? You were almost in Ling Yun's arms. How do you say Ling Yun came over?" Zhang Ling was teasing Chao Shanshan, but her fiery eyes were looking at Ling Yun. Her breathing was a little heavy, but her eyes didn't blink. Zhang Ling is also wearing a low-cut dress, her neckline is very loose, lying on Chao Shanshan's table like this, the two snow-white balls on her chest naturally hang down, hanging on her snow-white chest, Ling Yun can see it clearly. There was no doubt that she was deliberately letting Ling Yun see it. She lay there and couldn't get up. With her left arm on her cheek, she pretended to be interested in talking to the two of them, and let Ling Yun's eyes look through her collar. "Go in and take a look." Women chasing men, interlayer yarn, this is not true at all. Zhang Ling's breasts are very large, white and smooth, but very soft. With every movement of Zhang Ling, her pair of snow-white towering bodies are like papayas blown by the wind, swaying gently. Looking at Ling Yun, Xian said, if you have a chance, you must touch too. Zhang Ling, this hoofed hoof, secretly watches on the computer at home almost every night, learning all kinds of extremely difficult movements, so that she can apply what she has learned in the future. After seeing Ling Yun's performance, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. He leaned over and asked, suspiciously, what are you two doing? Chao Shanshan knew it was going to be bad at first sight. She tried her best to withdraw her hand, but saw Ling Yun's left hand grabbing her had long since loosened, and this time she finally succeeded in withdrawing. Chao Shanshan couldn't help but glanced at Ling Yun gratefully, gave him a rewarding look, and then used all her strength to put her right arm on the table, pretending to be nonchalant and saying, nothing. Zhang Ling snorted fiercely with his nose, and said doubtfully, I don't believe it, Ling Yun, do you dare to stand up? Zhang Ling felt that the two of them must be making small moves to play ambiguous. She wanted to prove her judgment, so she challenged Ling Yun to stand up. Chao Shanshan is the super school beauty of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. She is so close to Ling Yun. As long as it wasn't Lu Xiaohui, she would have already reacted at this time. Zhang Ling didn't believe that Ling Yun didn't react at all. Chao Shanshan was shocked. She knew that Ling Yun was in a state of tension right now. If Ling Yun stood up, wouldn't he be completely exposed? Ling Yun shook his head helplessly, stood up slowly, and said, why are you standing up? Chao Shanshan wondered why Ling Yun was so bold, so frightened that she hurriedly turned her head away, her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, waiting for Zhang Ling to exclaim in shock. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, she saw that Zhang Ling didn't move at all. She turned around suspiciously, and looked at Ling Yun's lower body secretly. Business as usual. Chao Shanshan couldn't help but secretly surprised, thinking how could it be possible? However, Zhang Ling's eyes fell on Ling Yun's body very simply. She looked left and right, and could not wait to touch it with her hands, but she didn't find anything unusual. Ling Yun smiled, can you sit down? Zhang Ling took advantage of Chao Shanshan's lack of attention, and hooked Ling Yun with a very charming look, and at the same time, the tip of her pink tongue swept her upper lip. Then she pulled up Chao Shanshan's right hand and said, go, Shanshan, accompany me to the bathroom. Ah, why are your hands so hot? When Chao Shanshan stood up, she couldn't help stomping her feet secretly. This was holding Ling Yun's hand, so Zhang Ling, a hoofed hoof, made a profit unintentionally. I am the happy dividing line. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun was sitting on the seat, watching Zhang Ling, who twisted his buttocks, and Chao Shanshan, who was arrogant in his footsteps, were very close, and walked away with a shoulder to shoulder, and couldn't help but feel a little funny, this Zhang Ling. Chao Shanshan guessed it well. Ling Yun really doesn't hate Zhang Ling. He likes Zhang Ling's warm-hearted, well-founded way of doing things, and is very observant. Compared with Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling is much more lively and bold. She never hides what she has in her heart, and she can also use the most appropriate method and the most appropriate opportunity to convey her thoughts to you. Make you feel reasonable and comfortable. Zhang Ling was seducing Ling Yun. Ling Yun felt like a mirror in his heart. Hee, let's go with the flow. After Chao Shanshan came back and sat down again, Ling Yun's words almost didn't make Chao Shanshan cry. It's my turn to take revenge in this class, right? Ling Yun said indifferently. Chao Shanshan can no longer be shy. She is now a goddess who has been reduced to the dust, and she does not dare to refute Ling Yun in the slightest. Therefore, she can only use a pair of big helpless eyes to look at Ling Yun pitifully, hoping that he will forgive him. Over yourself. She was sitting on the side near the corridor. If Ling Yun came here, she would not be able to bear it. The most important thing is that it is too easy to be discovered. Chao Shanshan didn't dare to speak. She barely picked up the pen with her still numb right hand, and wrote on a blank notebook, I beg you, find a place where no one is after school, and then, let you take revenge, will you? Ling Yun looked at his heart, and nodded, yes, when? Chao Shanshan's bones were brittle at this question, and she continued to write 2 words, tonight. Chao Shanshan never imagined that the first love she longed for would come so fiercely and violently, just by changing the seat. It worked out impressively. She has already climbed several steps and directly developed to the point where she started physical communication with Ling Yun. It was too fast, but she liked it. She loves it. Which girl is not pregnant? Chao Shanshan gave Ling Yun a lesson. She knows the feeling in her heart and body the most. The feeling is overwhelming and surging, and she is not resisting it with her rational intelligence at all. Ling Yun sees that his goal has been achieved. Finally, I have completely subdued this school flower who has always been super proud, and I can ask for anything. Immediately he smiled and began to seriously review the review. Chao Shanshan was heartbroken. Not to mention studying, she just couldn't see anything. She repeatedly thought about the fragrance just now, and the anxious and anticipating guess how Ling Yun would revenge herself tonight. Hey, Ling Yun, our head teacher is back. Chao Shanshan suddenly whispered to Ling Yun. I'll come back when I come back. Ling Yun smiled indifferently. To be honest, Ling Yun now knows that the head teacher is Kan Shiru, an English teacher, from the class schedule posted by Zhang Dong on the desk, and he has never met this head teacher. No impression at all. Shimizu No. 1 Middle School Principal's Office. The 47-year-old Principal Zheng sat upright, sitting on the comfortable office chair behind the large desk, looking at the stunning and sexy girl in front of him, who was so beautiful that he couldn't sit still. Miao Xiaomiao, you don't have any documents, so you're going to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School to study. I can't do this. Principal Zheng is really embarrassed. He just came to the principal's office this morning, and his boat was still hot when this beautiful girl named Miao Xiaomiao broke in and said that she wanted to borrow it from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. He asked a few questions with a smile, but found this Miao Xiaomiao has almost no documents. This made him feel really embarrassed. Out of his life experience and intuition, when he saw this beautiful girl, he was not an ordinary person, and he didn't mention anything else, just focus on the amazing beauty and sexy dress. How can a child from a poor family be born like this? Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly. Principal, I'm only here to study for 2 months, you see. This is a loan of 100,000 yuan. I have brought it here. After 2 months of study, I will change it after the summer vacation. School is over, are you going to help? Principal Zheng looked at the 100,000 yuan in cash that Miao Xiaomiao had placed lightly on the desk. His eyes behind the lens shone slightly. He knocked on the desk tabletop, pretending to be thoughtful, and said, I can think of a way to do this, but your student status issue, you really can't do it without a certificate. What about the adults in your family? Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly again. Principal, my parents are abroad, I don't need a student status, as long as you can let me study in a class for 2 months, isn't it just an extra desk? 100,000 yuan, randomly place a class in Qingshui No. 1 middle school to study for 2 months, no student status, this is no different from sending money. Principal Zheng thought for a while and nodded, okay, what grade are you in? Otherwise, it is easy to do things if you have money these days. Principal Zheng directly began to ask Miao Xiaomiao's opinion. 2nd year of high school. Miao Xiaomiao didn't hesitate. The senior year of high school was about to take the college entrance examination, so that she would leave school in 2 months without causing any waves. Principal Zheng asked again, so are you studying liberal arts or science? Do you need to take the college entrance examination? Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly, her long curved eyebrows and beautiful big eyes turned into crescent moons on the horizon. She shook her head and said, Principal, I don't like science, I don't need to take the college entrance examination, I just want to before going abroad, learn more about history and geography. Principal Zheng thought that he was planning to go abroad. He immediately nodded and said, well, the 3rd and 6th class is the best liberal arts class in our school. How about you go to the 3rd and 6th class? Miao Xiaomiao didn't care which class at all, she thanked Principal Zheng with a sweet smile. Then when are you going to start class? Now you can. Principal Zheng said that it was fast enough, but he didn't think too much about it. People gave them money, so it's not up to them to decide when to go to class? Okay, I'll make arrangements for you right away, but classmate Miao Xiaomiao, since you're coming to our school, please abide by the rules and regulations of our school, otherwise, there are some things I can't handle. Miao Xiaomiao smiled like a spring flower, she habitually raised her hand and brushed her long hair. Principal, do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't make trouble? Principal Zheng gave Miao Xiaomiao a deep look, then picked up the phone on the table and called the grade director of the 3rd year of high school directly. Director Liu, has teacher Kong, the head teacher of class 3 and 6, returned from the teaching seminar? Did you come back last night? Well, come to my office together. The head teacher of class 36 is Kong Xiaoru, 28 years old this year. She is an English teacher in class 36. She graduated from Beijing Foreign Studies University and has been teaching in Qingshui No. 1 middle school for 6 years. She is undoubtedly a beautiful teacher, her skin is whiter than snow, her breasts are plump and tall and attractive, her willows have a slender waist, her ass is round and huge, her legs are straight and slender, and she likes to wear snow-white shirts and black clothes that cover half of her thighs. OL skirt, spring, summer, autumn and winter are all color stockings, with high heels. She is a very serious woman. Although she has many suitors, she is still single for some reason, and she doesn't even have a boyfriend, but she is meticulous in teaching and well organized, which is highly valued by the school. Because of her excellent teaching performance, Kong Xiaoru went to Beijing to attend a teaching seminar organized by the Ministry of Education last Thursday according to the school's arrangement. She hurried back to Qingshui No. 1 middle school last night. Because of the sudden rainstorm in Qingshui City, the plane was delayed until the early morning. Back to the school's teacher's dormitory at 2 o'clock. But even so, Kong Xiaoru still arrived at the English team's office on time on Tuesday morning. She has never been late for 6 years, and she is more punctual than the big clock in London. According to the class schedule, the first 2 classes of class 3 and 6 this morning were English classes. Kong Xiaoru was arranging lesson plans in the office and preparing to go to the classroom when she received a call from Director Liu. She couldn't help frowning slightly, thinking that she had just returned, and this Director Liu came to pester her again, which was really troublesome. Kong Xiaoru answered the phone helplessly, but heard that the principal wanted to go there by herself, so she hung up the phone, picked up the lesson plan materials and went straight to the principal's office. Kong Xiaoru and Director Liu came to the principal's office almost from front to back. After they entered, they saw Miao Xiaomiao standing in the room. The two couldn't help being surprised at the beauty of Miao Xiaomiao at the same time, and guessed what the principal asked them to do. Principal Zheng briefly explained the general situation to Director Liu and Kong Xiuru, and then said to Kong Xiuru, "Mr. Kong, this student Miao Xiaomiao is a female student, and your head teacher is also a female teacher. It will be much more convenient to communicate with each other. I put Miao Xiaomiao in your class, you have to take care of her more." Kong Xiuru nodded, "Okay." After Principal Zhang made the arrangements, he asked Kong Xiuru to take Miao Xiaomiao out of the principal's office, and then said to Director Liu, who stayed behind, "This Miao Xiaomiao situation is a little special, and there are usually some minor violations of discipline. Close your eyes." When Director Liu heard what his immediate superior said, there was still something he didn't understand. He nodded with a smile. At this time, the school bell has been ringing for 3 minutes. When Miao Xiaomiao, who was wearing a pure black leather jacket and a leather skirt, and Kong Xiuru, the head teacher of the 3rd and 6th grade, who was wearing a snow-white shirt and a black OL skirt, walked side by side in front of the teaching building, they immediately detonated the students who were in physical education class on the playground. Commotion. My God, Ling Yun's beautiful head teacher is back. Now there's a good show to watch. Look. That girl is so beautiful and sexy, and her figure is no worse than Teacher Kong. She is even more beautiful than Chao Shanshan. She is similar to Ning Lingyu in temperament. Is she a transfer student from our school? It's so sexy, I'm going to have a nosebleed, this is the real goddess. It's just that hair is so sexy. If she's a student in our school, I'd bet that she'll be the #1 schoolgirl. Wait and see. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Kong Xiuru and Miao Xiaomiao both turned a blind eye to the exclamations of the students on the playground and basketball, and they talked as they walked. Your name is Miao Xiaomiao? Kong Xiuru asked with a smile. Yes, Teacher Kong. Miao Xiaomiao was very polite and smiled like a spring flower. I have understood what the principal told me just now. I won't ask you too much, but you can't affect the normal class order in the class, understand? Kong Xiuru is very concerned about the students' learning, so she made its own request. Teacher Kong, don't worry, I won't. Miao Xiaomiao replied happily. That's good, above is the 3rd and 6th classes of high school, let's go up. Because the class was already over, when Kong Xiuru and Miao Xiaomiao came to the classroom was unusually quiet. Kong Xiuru straightened her upper body slightly, nodded to Miao Xiaomiao, motioned her to follow in, then stepped into the classroom, and stepped onto the podium in the eyes of her classmates. Undoubtedly, when all the students saw Miao Xiaomiao walk into the classroom of Class 3 and 6 of senior high school, there was an exclamation in the classroom. Wow, so pretty. Super sexy. Beautiful. Super goddess level. As soon as Miao Xiaomiao entered the house, the entire 3rd and 6th grades of high school were shaken. The two were stunned. Zhang Ling stared blankly at Miao Xiaomiao, his mouth opened into an O shape. I just saw this stunning girl last night, so beautiful that Chao Shanshan could only completely admit defeat. She came to her class today? And was the head teacher personally let in? Zhang Ling couldn't help turning his head to look at Chao Shanshan, but seeing Chao Shanshan was also shocked and confused, and the beautiful goose egg's face was full of disbelief. Chao Shanshan is more worried. She has just made great progress with Ling Yun today, and this stunning beauty is here, which makes Chao Shanshan secretly guess, what is she here for? Could it be that he also came to look for Ling Yun? Chao Shanshan turned her head and glanced at Zhang Ling, who turned back. The two of them made eye contact and left each other, each with their own thoughts. Wei Tiangong was dumbfounded. He stared at Miao Xiaomiao, who was even more beautiful than Chao Shanshan. Do you think there is such a beautiful goddess? Only Ling Yun. He stared at Miao Xiaomiao with clear eyes, with a faint glow of excitement in his eyes, and a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth. A master, definitely a master. Ling Yan said secretly in his heart. If Ling Yan can't reach the 4th level of body training, let him fight Miao Xiaomiao alone now. Ling Yan has no certainty of winning. Chao Shanshan turned her head to look. Seeing Ling Yan's handsome eyes staring at Miao Xiaomiao without blinking, he thought he was tempted by Miao Xiaomiao. Immediately, he put his hand on Ling Yan's lower body like he was angry, and he grasped it and squeezed it hard. She is used to touching it. Now everyone is staring at Miao Xiaomiao in front of her. Naturally, they didn't pay attention to Chao Shanshan's movements, so she deliberately and boldly tricked it a few times after she caught it. She cannot ask for something that Chao Shanshan can't catch, but once she catches something, she will never let go. Ling Yan looked at Chao Shanshan, who was blushing in surprise, and wondered why he was so active this time. Ling Yan smiled and said in a low voice, "So proactive? I'm not afraid I'll be too ruthless when I fight back tonight. Can't you bear it?" Chao Shanshan saw that she had succeeded in attracting Ling Yan's attention, and continued to grab Ling Yan's little brother and said, "Come here if you can. There are only exhausted cows and no plowed land." Once Chao Shanshan lets go of the bottom line, she is really fearless. Ling Yan was ashamed, thinking that a woman's heart is really hard to speculate. The ladder hasn't been erected yet. It started to unravel. Cough cough. Kong Xiuru coughed lightly twice, pressed her hands to signal the students to be quiet, and then introduced with a smile, "Classmates, let us welcome our new classmate, Miao Xiaomiao." Applause. Hot applause. It was comparable to the thunderous applause Ling Yan received last night. After the applause stopped, Kong Xiuru smiled again. "Miao Xiaomiao will complete the last 2 months of high school in our class. Everyone needs to help her in the future, do you hear?" "I heard." All the male students stared at Miao Xiaomiao with gleaming eyes, thinking that this is really a Miao Xiaomiao falling from the sky. Seeing that she is about to graduate from high school, there is a super goddess in the class. The limelight of Chao Shanshan's first school flower was completely robbed, but she didn't seem to care. Now that she was recognized by Ling Yan, it was the sweet time. Of course she wouldn't care about it. As Ling Yan said, "Can you afford it tonight?" Chao Shanshan added infinite imagination. Her sweet bones were already brittle. She just wanted to get out of school and let Ling Yan take her to a place where no one was there to bully her as much as possible. The false name of a school flower goes all the way. Kong Xiuru's eyes swept to Ling Yan's side, and then said to Miao Xiaomiao, "Miao Xiaomiao, you will be at the same table with our class's history class representative, Zheng Ling, okay?" After Chao Shanshan changed positions, no one sat next to Zheng Ling for a while, and Miao Xiaomiao just filled this position. As for Ling Yan's old roommate Zhang Dong, he was more than 1.9 meters tall. Of course, it was impossible to sit in the front. There happened to be a repeater in the last row sitting next to him, so Zhang Dong moved directly there. Zhang Ling turned to look at Chao Shanshan again, then got up and stood up. Miao Xiaomiao has a good memory. She saw Zhang Ling last night, so when she saw it was her, she smiled and nodded at Zhang Ling, and then walked over gracefully. The long hair that poured down, the sexy black leather jacket, the graceful waist, the white and straight legs, and the agile pace, all the male compatriots in the room forgot to breathe. "Hello, I'm Miao Xiaomiao." "Zhang Ling. You are welcome." The two smiled sweetly at the same time, shook hands gently, and sat down at the same time. Immediately, the seat that Chao Shanshan used to sit was replaced by Miao Xiaomiao, who naturally became the focus of attention of all the male students in the class. Kong Xiuru arranged Miao Xiaomiao, and then said to the classmates, "Everyone is free to review first. Ling Yun, come out with me." Ling Yun stood up suddenly, a little puzzled, and thought that apart from Wu Gaolang, no other teacher had made an appointment with me alone. Am I so attractive? Chao Shanshan giggled, and this time she took the initiative to step aside and said softly to Ling Yun, "It's a good thing, let's go." As the monitor of the 3rd and 6th class of high school, Chao Shanshan is deeply favored by the class teacher Kong Xiuru. She just talked to Kong Xiuru about Ling Yun's terrifying memory on the phone last night, and then applied for a transfer, and got Kong Xiuru's permission immediately. Kong Xiuru is not worried about Chao Shanshan's studies, because she knows that Chao Shanshan has now steadily obtained the admission qualification of Jingqing University, whether she takes the test or not. Chao Shanshan not only applied for a transfer, but also praised Ling Yun fiercely on the phone, saying that if he studied hard in the next 2 months, he might even be admitted to a first-class undergraduate degree, which made Kong Xiuru very moved. When Ling Yun heard it, it was a good thing. Of course, he walked out happily, and he quickly came out of the classroom. Ling Yun now looked at his beautiful head teacher up close, and couldn't help but secretly praised in his heart, saying that the head teacher's figure was similar to that of my family's Xuan Mei Feng, and her breasts were really high. "What's the matter, Teacher Kong?" Ling Yun asked immediately. Kong Xiuru glanced at herself, the most incompetent student in the past 3 years, with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She asked, "Ling Yun, why have you lost so much weight?" No wonder Kong Xiuru asked this question. When she left last Thursday, Ling Yun was still over 210 kilograms, and the fat all over her body was trembling. Now, the face is even more beautiful and handsome. As Ling Yun's head teacher, it is impossible not to care about it. Ling Yun responded easily, "Mr. Kong, I've been losing weight like crazy recently." Kong Xiuru was puzzled and curious, and said that she worked so hard to maintain her figure, but she did not have such a good weight loss effect. "How did you lose weight as a big boy?" "But now is not the time to ask this," Kong Xiuru said earnestly. "Ling Yun, I heard that your memory is very good now, right?" Ling Yun did not shy away from this, he nodded decisively, "It's okay." Kong Xiuru smiled and said, "I heard Chao Shanshan say that if you are willing to work hard, you can get into a very good university in the college entrance examination. What you need most now is help in your studies, right?" Ling Yun smiled slightly, "I think it should be about the same." Kong Xiuru nodded with satisfaction. She smiled and said, "Okay, then, starting from today, I will personally tutor you in English lessons, and Zhang Ling will help you review the history. I have arranged for Chao Shanshan to be at the same table with you, and other homework. If you don't understand anything, you can ask her more. There are only 2 months, let's work hard together and try to get into a good university, okay?" Ling Yun said in her heart that no wonder Chao Shanshan said it was a good thing, so they all arranged for me? Ling Yun worries about English the most. Now that he hears that English is tutored by a beautiful and sexy head teacher, he can't help but feel good about this head teacher. "Thank you, Teacher Kong." Ling Yun couldn't help showing Kong Xiuru what he thought was the perfect smile, but saw Kong Xiuru just nodded slightly. Ling Yun couldn't help but was stunned. "What? Your charming smile is ineffective against the beautiful head teacher?" "Should not be. Okay, as long as you work hard, you will be admitted to the ideal university. The teacher is optimistic about you. Let's go to class." Kong Xiuru gave Ling Yun a faint smile again, and then walked directly into the classroom. This made Ling Yun feel frustrated for the first time. How could someone ignore my charming smile? Although she is her own head teacher, the head teacher is also a woman. This is too abnormal. Unless. Ling Yun was full of doubts and returned to his seat in deep thought. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net.